so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our fun little get-together, our fun little chat, our fun little guffaw. Before things start off, today I have some fantastic guests here. We've got Purge, Shaver, and SVG. Did you ever have a different name? I thought you used to have a different name.
Loa.
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 Holy.
It's just a big Loda fan, so he's like, I want to make it as close as possible.
That was like Lord. What was it again?
Lord of
I never revealed what it was.
It was Lord of Avernus.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, then I don't
It
know.
was a secret
Was
name.
it some like edgy cool thing that
It was supposed to
a secret?
empower my team to win TI. Didn't work out, and then it got locked into the name register, and I still can't change it.
Well, come on, what does it mean? It's been long enough.
Nah,
Really?
Yeah,
We're not worth it?
Well,
Well, I'm just saying you don't want to share.
maybe if you elevate your friends.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. Well, we'll elevate our friendship one day. Purge, Chiefs, how you doing there?
Pretty
Very
good.
good. Yeah, it was a good first day.
Yeah.
The matches were good. They were pretty close. We had some long ones, but that's because we had the close matches on stream. So
Yeah, there were a lot of good games, a lot of close games. So.
Okay. All right. Do you still feel like there's good games out there? You
Yes.
have seen so many games, Sheeves. You host everything. You've seen it all.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between good games and not good games. So you'll remember the good games.
Such as? What's the last good game you
can't remember.
Can't remember. They're
Terrible.
No, but it's like you are able to appreciate the good games when they come by because there's such a stark contrast between the good games and the not so great games.
I like the not so great games though. Don't you enjoy those as well, Purge?
I mean, sometimes, like I don't know, some decisive stomp is okay, I guess sometimes. But sometimes it's like a slow farm into like very obviously going to be over, no comeback happens. But those are less common these days, especially with like the multiple group stage things. It's like the weakest teams get kind of kicked out right away. And then the next stage, a couple weaker teams get kicked out. So
Yeah, we got like, what, 16 teams? There's quite a couple of teams that should be the weakest team, which means we're probably going to watch quite a bit of diversity in terms of game quality. See how I said that very political
Look
correct?
at you. She's still hosting. Stop hosting.
But I'm just saying that there's definitely tournaments in the past where you have some team that goes like 0-14 kind of thing, or like 2-13 or 2-12. They get like stomped by everybody.
Isn't
It's less common.
0-14 only winter and fear?
Yeah, talent-wise,
I
yeah.
wonder why they're panelists now. SVG, you're a panelist as well. You're in this boat.
Did you ever go 0-14?
I'm not a panelist.
What are you?
I'm a caster.
Oh,
But you could.
you could be a panelist.
Yeah,
Do
he's
you
got-
really care?
Yes.
Like the distinct.
You see, what's important is that he gets to wear a T-shirt.
You don't
to
know
work.
my name. You don't know what role I am. You're not even hosting this show. Are these cameras even on?
Shut up, dude. Do you actually see a distinction between like I am a caster or I am an analyst? And we're just kind of like talent in a bucket. You actually.
Look at me.
No pressure.
She's judging this answer. I don't know why. What am I supposed to say?
No, you can say
What
what
you
the
feel.
truth.
Yeah, it's a different role.
Really?
Casting's a different skill set than paneling. I don't think I'm a good panelist.
Huh.
I think you're a great panelist. I've had you on a panel in the past.
Thank you.
I mean, I definitely think that there's
I think
things
you're a
that.
great host.
No, that's not very genuine. That's like
Well,
just
you were still looking at me. I felt pressured to say something.
exactly.
Look, I mean, I think you're definitely the best at
Same
casting, but you
Oh,
know,
well, thank you.
you could also panel. You could also do other stuff. Do you think people should like go into one thing?
You could host.
I mean, if you want to be really good at it, yeah.
Huh?
That's specialization of civilization.
Is that a term you came up with? Or?
I just said it. I don't know. It sounded good.
Oh, okay, it sounded cool.
That's the casting skill.
Yeah, I thought that was like a term. That was cool, man.
Yeah, once civilization gets to a point where you can specialize, then you see the peak of humanity. When
That's true.
someone can
Well,
perfect their craft.
Yeah, because early on everyone's like, I just need to hunt and gather
Exactly.
food so I don't die. But then all the people that are good at science or something, they're sitting there hunting and gathering
See,
food
Kevin
rather than
gets it.
doing science.
Imagine you were a Dota analyst in the 17th century. You'd have to panel, host, cast, do replays, do weatherman. You'd have to do it all.
And you're probably also a doctor.
Yes, Kevin understands.
What the hell? I am
All
so
right,
lost.
imagine you're like 2,000, all right, let's say you're like 5,000 years in the past and your only job is like feeding yourself and your family. Do you
Yeah.
think you would make a good hunter?
Yeah.
Do you think you could pull down a fully grown bison?
Yes. If I had to.
That is
No,
not
peop-
true.
All right, maybe you could.
What?
Maybe
Why
you
did
could.
you
Did
say
it in
yes?
teamwork.
Maybe
People did it in teamwork.
Sure, you could, but don't you think you'd be better at entertainment instead?
For what? It's 5,000 years. What am, my entertainment is like walking in the cave and farting?
Wait,
Like,
are we
what's the
gonna? Are
entertainment
we just moving
value?
past the fact that he just said he would bring down a full 2,000-pound bison
Yes.
on his
Yes.
own?
Well, you,
I'd
obviously,
like to hear this.
you
Walk
could
me
use
through.
tricks and.
Walk me through how you would take down
You
a
know,
bison.
I'd be happy to walk you through it. I actually have Native American blood in me.
I am aware.
There is my great-great-grandfather was a guy named Chief Joseph. So I know the patterns of, run them off the cliffs, chase them, have them run off the cliff, die, use the whole thing. I could do it. You don't have to physically fight it. We're humans. We're smarter. We can corral them off the cliffs. Dumbass.
How are you going to get it down the cliff? How are
Okay.
you going to get it back up the cliff?
You don't bring them back up the cliff. When they fall down, then you go down and you
Yeah, but then you have to bring everything up the cliff.
No, you just live down there.
you move. There were
All right.
nomadic people.
All right, I have an example. Do you think OD Pixel would be more successful as a hunter-gatherer or a Dota 2 caster?
Well,
equivalent? Where do you
what
think?
time period are we in?
Where do you think his skill set brings more value to himself personally?
I think that people are multi-talented. Like Odie could be a musician. He is
Okay, that's true.
exceptionally fantastic at music and
That's
stuff.
true.
So he doesn't only have to be a caster.
But we're 5,000 years in the past, so he just
Are we
hunted-
still 5,000
Yes,
years in the
There's
past?
and
no
only-
Dota 5,000 years in the past.
My point is that relative to his time period, you are forced to hunter-gather back in that time
Yes,
period. Like
yes.
almost everybody was like they like did agriculture or something like that. 'Cause
What
that-
is your point?
I think we can all agree.
What are you talking about?
I think we all agree that basically, it's nice that I can focus on one thing and try and make that skills.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing it back.
Thank you so
rather
much.
than hunting
So- yeah.
for berries?
Yeah.
Can you
See,
say
you'd be a
hunting for
great
berries
host.
one more time?
I'd be a good host.
See, you just brought the entire conversation back to the starting point. That's a thing
Great
that a
job.
host do.
Good
Right?
host.
Yeah, great.
I guess I just disproved my own point then.
Yeah, keep it up.
I win again. Thank you so much, Anthony. Fantastic.
Did I win or lose? Do
I don't know.
I get points? Are there points?
Purge, what are you up to besides the Dotaverse, going to events, all that stuff? What do you do with your time while you got it off?
That's basically it. I don't know. Stream. Take my dog out.
You were on holiday. I saw the pictures on Instagram.
Personal life stuff. Go
Yeah.
on holidays, and that's not that often. That's really like a rare thing for me. But that's about it.
Are you
wanna talk
comfortable
about
to
it?
share where you went on holiday?
Yeah, we went to Guatemala and
Oh.
Nicaragua.
Wait, why
Cool.
would he not be comfortable to share?
You said it on the Instagram.
I don't know.
I went up like 3 mountains or something like that.
Damn.
I saw them
Or
all.
sorry, volcanoes. My bad.
Whoa. Don't insult the mountains,
Saw,
please.
saw magma with my own 2 eyes.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
What do you do with it?
I put it in my hands.
How'd it go?
I tasted it. These are not real hands.
What does it taste like?
It's all CGI. I actually could not taste it. My tongue got burned off.
Wow.
Yeah. Now I could have died. It
Okay.
was like low chance. It had erupted like 20 years before, so it was like the chances that I'm there when it erupts is like pretty small. But if it did, there's no way we outrun the magma. The lava, actually, excuse me.
You really should have just continued to upsell that story, by the way. I think he would have believed anything you said.
Stupidest conversation. What motivates you to do something like go climb a mountain? This is something that most gamers are not interested in. It's like go do a physical activity in Guatemalers, walking up the volcanoes.
I mean, I was motivated because I was going on the trip with somebody else. But if I planned it
Oh!
myself, then it was less likely that I would do it. Because I'm pretty content to like. I think this is like a common.
That's like a high school. Ooh.
We're on a show, we're on a talk show. That's what Oprah would have done.
at me, stare at him.
Oprah would have definitely gone, oh, and then we talk about who it was.
Who was it? I mean, you asked that.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask. I said, ooh, but you asked it.
This is the person I'm dating, but I don't want to talk about it.
Ooh.
Anyways.
Why did that sound feel awkward? Jeez.
It's not awkward.
Anyways, I do like going outside and seeing beautiful things outside, but I also feel very content just to like be home and to like relax, watch TV, binge, eat,
Yeah.
things like that, stream.
Okay.
So it's a mix of hobbies that I have.
Chief, you are a European.
Yes, I am.
That's more than he knew about me, so.
It's fair. I'll take it.
Your people do a lot of walking.
We do what?
You do a lot of walking.
What was that?
Walking.
Oh, okay, I couldn't hear.
What mobile adventures have you gone on?
Mobile adventures? Did you say mobile adventures?
Yeah.
Where
have you walked?
I don't walk anywhere. We walk to the ice cream parlor, so I have a teary eye.
crying. Great job. Great job.
Okay, no, one eye is super teary anyway because I got like an allergic reaction to the detergent of the pillowcase at my hotel.
Oh.
It's very sad. They recently changed all my sheets though, so that's really good.
Oh, that's very nice.
But I don't do that much walking. But if I do walk, I walk to the supermarket.
Wow.
That's cool.
When's the last time that erupted?
Well, not very recently. We don't have any mountains or volcanoes anywhere close to the Netherlands, so there's that. I recently, bought bicycles though.
You bought a bicycle?
An electric bicycle. So we went relatively far as traveling and mobility goes. As I'm European, I was on the bicycle for like 45 minutes at some point.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very good.
I've never had an electric bicycle. Is that just like, you have to like pedal to power it and then go?
It's way better. It has a battery. You can basically choose to pedal, or you can choose to do like power assisted. It's actually way better because if you do, I rode one around my city once, and it's just so much more fun because if you're going like a long ride, then you don't get exhausted at all. You're like, oh, I'm enjoying being outside and moving around quickly. It's not like I'm exercising and also seeing things. So
Which city?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Went around the whole thing.
It's not that big. It's a little isthmus.
Who were you with?
Somebody I was dating at the time.
You can tell. I got that so hard. I got it so hard. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, I got your back, bro. I got
As
your
you
back.
can tell, the only time I leave the house is when I'm going on a date, yeah.
You have a dog. You should go out of the
Oh,
house
that's
all the
true.
time.
Well,
Does the dog have a bike?
No,
No.
the dog runs next to the
I
bicycle.
drive her in the car.
But if you normally go ride a bicycle, then electric bicycles will be way better because you only have to pedal a little bit and then you get so much more out of it. So it's actually turning into, rather than a vehicle to go from A to B, which is what I normally use it for, you now want to go cycle just to enjoy yourself and the weather and the people that you cycle with potentially.
I would feel bad though, like, cause I know me, I would just go on it and just turn the electricity on the whole time and not pedal.
That would still, no, you still have to
pedal,
you have
but
to
it's
pedal
like,
somewhat.
It's like very light. It's not difficult. You know, like when you're going up a hill on a bike and you're like, oh, this kind of sucks. You do not feel like that on a bike. You're just kind of like, oh, I'm pedaling and going up the hill. It gets to your head. It's like you get Dunning-Kruger. You're like, oh, I'm strong. Like, oh, it's not the battery. Then you turn the battery off and you're like, oh my God, this is horrible. And you turn it back on.
Yeah.
SVG, what is Dunning-Kruger's?
Yes.
No, do you know what that is? Because I've heard that term thrown out.
No.
Yeah,
heard
it's
it?
where you believe you are much better at something than your actual skill level.
Yes.
And that dupes you into believing that you are because of how bad you are.
Yeah, it's like the average person estimates their skill much higher than it truly is. It's like people are like, oh yeah, I mean, it happens in Dota as well. If you're
Yeah,
on Victor,
basically
you're like,
every Dota
oh, I'm
player.
4K. Oh, I deserve to be 4K, but you in reality, you're just like a herald or something.
I agree. I asked a talent, I was playing with a talent, they got very mad at me recently because we played together and I was like, hey, I think you should do this. It was you? No. I was like, hey.
I do expect a name and shame at some point, but continue.
No naming and shaming, but I was like, hey, I think you should do this. I think you should do this. And this talent got very mad at me, and we had a conversation about it. And they said, I don't think you should be telling me what to do. And I was like, well, my MMR is, a few thousand above yours. I wasn't trying to be offensive. I was just trying to give you tips. And he's like, do you think that you're actually better than me? And I said, well, the number says I'm better than you, but I don't think I'm like better than you in a person. And he's like, but I've never tried to get high MMR. If I tried, my MMR would be higher than yours.
Which talent is lower MMR than Slacks, who he plays with?
I mean, what is Slack's MMR, like 2K?
No, he has like
what?
5K or something stupid.
Well, I haven't recalibrated. Did you say something stupid?
Yeah, I think it's
Why do you think
it's great.
stupid? Shut up.
Yeah, but like 80% of that was some
It's higher than me.
Oh. No, I haven't recalibrated yet. Since the rank change, I haven't gone home.
So this is a very long time ago.
That's not too long. That's like a few months.
Yeah, it's okay.
Who's
I'm just-
worse than Slacks?
There's lots of people.
He said
His
he
MMR is-
as well.
His MMR is higher than everybody expects.
Yeah, I told
but
you
in
it's
the
like
talent
5K.
In talent group? Well, I mean, it could be lots of talent. It
Well,
could
this
be
wasn't
like,
what I wanted to talk about. I just want to talk about that. Yes, I feel like sometimes,
Who
people...
thought that they were high?
What? I don't want to talk about that aspect of the story. I don't know. Do you guys play Dota ever with people that
do
are
play
not
Dota.
good, but they think they're good, but you want to maintain the friendship, so you just have to kind of lie about it, or real life friends? I play with real life friends, and it's just like, oh
No,
God.
I'm normally the worst one. I've very much accepted that I'm probably worse than anybody I play with. But I
Well,
stopped.
don't say that.
I stopped liking to play with people that are very much better than I am, because then I just get frustrated.
it's like too big of a difference.
Yeah.
Because then you're playing against people that are like 3,000 MMR higher than you.
Yeah.
And they just punish you so often. That
So
you're
it's the
just like a
same
dead
thing,
weight.
but the other way around.
But I mean, that's not the same thing, because you're like, this is not what I enjoy. I don't enjoy being in this.
Nobody should enjoy being in a game where the MMR difference is that big, I think.
I mean, I like getting boosted, but yeah, it's randomly. But yeah, you have real life friends you play Dota with, and it's kind of hard to keep the, let's not be toxic, let's not give them too many tips.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I've definitely struggled with that throughout my life at various times. I had to learn that, I still give people feedback when they didn't ask for it. That's a problem that I have, obviously. Yeah, me. Oh, you? You too? You too? You too, Slack? Have you ever done
me.
this before?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, that's what I fucking thought.
Okay, take it easy. Holy.
Anyways,
Whatever resulted from those threads that called you out on your toxins?
Why would you bring that up on the podcast?
I don't know. Maybe we should resolve it in a new thread.
What
It's
is
not a
your issue?
podcast. We're on video.
Yeah, this is just a video chat, you bastard. Why would you bring that up?
Can't you edit it out or something?
I guess we could.
Edit it in post.
Listen,
I was just curious.
I will take full responsibility, okay?
Yeah.
I should be playing ranked, but in my head, I say to myself, that rank's too stressful. I just want to play unranked, but I really, really, really want to win. And that's not fair. But I go into every unranked game like, I want to win no matter what. I'm super serious, and I'm a coward. I should just play ranked. I shouldn't go to unranked and be like,
I agree.
your support Pudge, last pick, position 5, when I'm already position 5, and then you go in lane, you die 14 times. I shouldn't
He's
get mad
just
at people.
practicing.
I know he's just practicing, but Dota, who's still practicing at like Divine 5? No, I get it. He wants to play new hero and unranked. It is my fault. I should just play ranked, just be a coward, recalibrate to Crusader, and just be happy with it. But I will do that when I get home. It's just so stressful to play ranked because it's like, you gotta just let it go. MMR is just a number. It is more fun because everyone's actually trying, whereas unranked, it's a nightmare of like, I'm just here to have fun and play Tree Protector. Yippee! Why are you so mad at me? That's on me.
You think ranked is more fun than unranked?
I do, yeah.
They're trying
Because
harder.
people actually try. I try really. I'm bad, but I try really hard. And then when I go into a game that's unranked, first of all, I feel like, well, this isn't magic because there's nothing on the line for me to lose. So I don't try as hard, which I'm not enjoying because I get frustrated. And I get frustrated at other people that also are playing as if nothing's on the line because nothing is on the line. And then ranked is just more fun because people try hard. People get real emotional about things. But, okay, so normally I'm able to keep the toxicity of my team to an absolute minimum because I am a communicator. So I placate people. Unless I have to use the mute button, sometimes you just do, But then it's more fun. It's more fun. I think it's more fun.
I agree
stressful.
with you, Shearer, and I need to get back into rank. Yeah, I
You
can't
got
be
this.
unranked anymore.
Are you gonna play solo rank?
I got to go back to solo. That's where I thrive. I thrive in solo rank because I really want to win, and I talk to people, and I bring them up. See, my fun is tearing people down in unranked. That's what I find enjoyable. Every time someone picks Pudge and they miss a hook, I go on comms and I go, ha! And I just do it the entire game. Because to me, that's enjoyable. But I would never do that in rank because rank you have to try hard. Like trying hard is being like, guys, we can do this. Don't give up. And then as the ancient is falling, like, and then you get it all out.
See?
Right.
You like ranked more than unranked.
Yeah.
Yeah. See?
See? So why
Normal.
don't you like rank? Why do
Yeah.
you think it's fun?
It's more stressful to play ranked, number one. Number two, you have to play by yourself, and you're with a bunch of people that are toxic and sometimes just quit, give up, etc., etc. That's not fun. So unranked allows you hero flexibility as well. I'm not saying I play support Pudge because it's kind of a bad role, and if I have a support Pudge that dies 14 times, I'm going to complain about it because that's excessive. But if they're like 2 and 7, I'm like, man, support Pudge sucks. And that's just the reality of it. So that's what I like.
That's a valid opinion. It's incorrect.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
also
yeah,
you don't have to play solo. I play party ranked with Owen very
You
frequently.
do have to play solo because when your MMR is a little bit higher, it's like very
Literally,
hard.
all you need to do is find someone that has the same MMR as you.
Yeah. No, Valve wants
so
you to
easy,
play
and
in
hopefully
parties.
they're on at the exact same time as me.
Literally,
and
you
willing
queue
to
one
play-
solo game.
And willing to play any
Hey,
service.
support Pudge, I like playing with you.
I
Do you
don't-
want to play with me next game? And
I don't wanna
that's-
make friends,
That's how
Cheever.
friends are made.
Oh, Sheaver, you got my system. This is how I got to Immortal.
See?
Cheating.
Well, that's not cheating. That's making friends along the way.
Exactly. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. You guys want to know how to get to Immortal without getting any better at the game? I'll teach you right now. You go to a server. You pick the worst time humanly possible, noon to 3. You only play at that time every single day. Then you use the forced 50% against Valve, okay? They want you to win half your games and lose half your games, so they put other good people on the other team. When you beat them, you say, bro, let me get your MMR back. Let's party up. You party up with that guy. Then you get 3 of them together. Then you avoid every single other person that plays from 12 to 3 on US East. Then it's you 3 against 150 people that you think are bad and avoid. Your matches will take 30 minutes to find, but you just get 5 guys on both of your avoid lists. Easy as pie. I won 15 games in a row like that. It's God tier.
It actually sounds like it could work.
He's
did
also
work.
selecting for people that happen to be going up in MMR because he can tell they're good. So he's like more likely
Well,
to
yeah,
grab.
that's part of it.
That's part of it.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also there's also a chance that you get some guy that's on a fake account though.
So he's a Smurf.
Wait, between which
That's fine,
times?
huh?
Between which times did you
just
do
like
it?
a
You
set
go
time,
through
that's
just
rare.
really dead times, like only when the psychos are playing, like 12 and 3 p.m. That's it. Just the locked times, you know? The guys that don't have jobs, they just play Tinker level 30 mid.
Wait, that's.
What's the problem?
I play around those times.
Well, no, that's good. That's our job.
Most people have real jobs.
Yes. You're looking for the real Giga D-gens.
I will say Dota in the weekend is definitely not great.
Weekend Dota. Oh boy. I saw a thread the other day that was like, why I work and only play on the weekends and my friend doesn't and he has such a nice time. Weekend Dota is a travesty.
Sunday is better than Saturday.
That's true.
Because
Sunday
then they've got a day to warm up and then it's fine.
Yes. But holy moly, is Saturday the worst degenerate night? Weekend Dota evenings is potentially the worst human being collection in history. It is awful.
Like they don't have any friends to hang out with, so they're like, well, I'll just play Dota on like.
No, those are great.
Yeah, those are great. Those guys are always good.
Yeah.
But it's just like, it's the weekend. I don't know. It's like they have to blow off steam right now. I have to have a good game, and it's like toxicity builds, energy builds,
I will say there's a chance to still have very good games in the weekend too, you know?
party queue.
Yeah, it's true too.
You just take them out, you know? But that's what me and the boys call it. We call it snipe hunting. 5 of us, 5Q party on Saturday nights, and we just 2 guys trying to have fun. We take them out as the 5 stack. It's hype.
Best time to play Dota?
Really glad we got through all of that. I learned a lot about what's going on in the lower MMRs, and
What's the
I
best time
understand
to
a lot
play
more now.
Dota at high MMR?
Yeah.
there is no good time.
Do you
It's
like the
all
new
a
system
travesty.
with the immortal ranking and the match
it's
picking? I'll never
terrible.
get there.
Everybody just picks whoever the lowest rank in the game. They,
Which is the highest, by the way, because it's like
yeah, the highest
by that
medal.
time you're ranked by numbers, and number 1 is the best.
Yeah, so you just pick the lowest ranked people, so you skew your MMR win versus loss as large as you can, and basically it ends up recreating the same teams that Valve would have put you in the old matchmaking anyway, and everybody just gets equally mad, because now Valve just got you to do what they were doing, so now the onus is on you. It was actually a brilliant move by Valve. Basically, it's the exact same system, only now the blame is on you.
Oh.
So people get even more mad.
Yeah, but I thought people mostly got mad because now you can't really play together anymore. Like, let's say if
Yes.
I was high MMR and we queue together, and I'm like
You have to
less
beg.
high MMR than you will be picked, and then I will be picked by the other team
Yes,
maybe.
you have to beg to be on the same team, and you can't avoid people anymore. So,
And the other
Oh, you can't avoid people. I didn't
No.
think about that.
Yeah.
because they just get drafted.
Yeah.
And if you tell someone I don't want to be on a team with this guy, you always get.
Oh yeah, then he's like, gotcha.
Yeah, it's like,
Revenge.
you're going down with
And
me, brother.
there's a bunch of anti-smurf protections in Immortal as well, where like if I played with SVG, my MMR would count as his.
Yeah.
Because they're worrying that I'm gonna be trying to like boost off of him. So they're like, well, we better just set him the same MMR. So basically, like if I am Immortal and I want to play with somebody, I need to play with somebody that's really close to my MMR. Otherwise, if either of us
The
has
highest
separation,
MMR
we're
counts,
just
right?
fucking ourselves. Yes.
Highest
So if I
MMR,
play with somebody that's 300 MMR better than me, we're like lowering our chances of winning. So that's another reason that playing ranked is just not good at in Immortal. or
But I
above.
feel like it all evens out.
I mean,
You know?
sure.
You just solo queue.
Exactly.
That's, you know,
You're
You
forced
still
to
solo queue? Yeah. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I feel like that's like the old guard. You know, I also think that solo queuing has a lot to do with role.
I mean, look.
Like if you're a mid player, who cares?
no. There's solo queue Dota, and then there's arcade.
Is that
You
it?
understand?
That's
Yeah,
it?
That's it.
Dang.
All these other modes, party
No,
queue,
I-
unranked, whatever, these aren't like custom games.
Literally a couple days ago, you asked if you could play with me sometimes.
I like unranked party queue.
Oh,
with people.
okay.
That's fun, but it's like a custom
See?
game.
Okay.
So do I.
You know, my brain is not in Dota mode when I'm
So-
doing that.
You're a support player though, aren't you?
Wow, you're learning all kinds of things
Yeah.
about me today, Slacks. I've only known you for 8 years.
I hate being in party queue as like a pause or solo as a pause 5 because it is literally just a grab bag. Your job is to just trust someone you've never met before.
No, you just carry the
That's,
game.
yeah.
As pause 5?
Yeah,
Yeah. What do you pick? Which
whatever I
top?
want.
Oh God, you are so.
Maybe a little treant protector just for
Yeah.
you.
You know what? If you go into a game and you pause 5, carry a string.
Okay, you want to know what I actually do?
Yeah, yeah,
When
what
I
do you do?
solo queue?
Uh-huh.
I go to Dota Buff and I look at the bottom 10 win rate heroes of the patch.
No,
play
you
them.
don't.
No, you do not.
I do the opposite. I go to the,
go to the top
I'm
and
like,
like,
which
what's
ones are
troll
good?
Explain.
I like the trash. One, one, no one else is playing it, so maybe you discover a diamond in the rough. I found Lion way before everybody else in this tournament.
Yeah,
I
but-
have Twitch stream proof of that.
Yeah, but Lion also used to be bad. Did you win with
But
it?
it's a very low win rate hero.
Yeah.
And I was like, winning 40%. I was like, oh, that's insane for Lion.
40%.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You know, I like these heroes that are a struggle. You're like 1 in 17 and you get that dub.
That's
I
a
live
Dota
for
player
that.
right there.
I live for that because
good.
then I know the enemy who's playing all the meta heroes and lost. He got like doubly bullied. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that does feel good.
Yeah.
Some of the best heroes to beat are things like Underlord.
Yeah.
Like, you know that guy's not having
Exactly.
fun. He picked that hero because he wanted to win, and he's like, oh, I'm going to win, and then you beat him, and oh,
Yeah, that's Nirvana.
yes. What's
You
your
know?
favorite hero to beat, Purge?
Meta heroes. Just meta heroes. I hate picking meta heroes as well.
Yeah.
It's like whenever there's a hero that's really good, I feel guilty picking it because I'm like, it's like the best hero, it's just lame. And then as soon as like the heroes that I like playing become meta, I stop playing them and I move on to the next shit heroes.
Yeah. I mean, it is a fun strategy because you invest in a hero that's going to survive several patches. Like, if you get good at this hero, it's like, okay, I can play this for a year if I get good.
I
like,
mean, it's the old Kaka.
yeah. But the what?
Kaka.
Kaka used to play Lion and was the only pro player playing Lion for the longest
Ah.
time.
Kaka's invested in Impale heroes for 10 years now.
It's
second they're all in the-
finally paying
Yeah,
off.
when all three are in the meta, he's gonna win TI.
I mean,
It's
I,
over.
I just do it because I enjoy the part about Dota that I like is like trying to figure out new stuff that few people are doing, figure out builds, try to find a way to make a bad hero viable. I think that's enjoyable.
Sure.
And top heroes are like very figured out by the best
Exactly.
players in the world. And I think that's just boring to like play the same hero every game, same item.
What am I
build.
gonna pick on?
Cheever! No!
I find that boring. I'd rather play a different hero every game. That's why I try to play different
Well,
roles
I
and
mean,
stuff too.
You know, everybody likes different things.
Yeah,
That's true.
I just like the same hero over and over again. There's loads of
too.
people that only play Pudge, for example.
Yeah,
They only
right.
love Pudge.
Thanks.
Doesn't matter which role.
Yeah. But no, I agree with you, Shiva, too. I'm a mix of both. Like, I like playing heroes that are out of the meta, but I love just spamming that hero until I feel like I'm perfect.
Yeah.
Like Warlock right now, dude, there's so many techs with Warlock.
I know.
There's-
The fatal bonds are so fun.
Yeah, but there's have you ever done, have you seen his new upheaval? If you
Yeah,
put
it's
it-
just damage.
Yeah, if you put it on a cliff,
Yeah.
on a ramp,
Yeah.
less than halfway,
Yeah.
it
like
just
Invis.
they can't see it.
Oh.
And-
Yeah.
Have you seen the scepter hiding?
No.
Okay, his new Ags makes the golems stronger.
Yeah.
When he gets Ags, the two golems become weaker, right?
Yes.
So if you ult and then you put your scepter in your backpack during the ult animation before they go up, they appear as two stronger ones. Dude, Warlock does so many.
That sounds like it's not intended.
That is intended.
That is a bug.
That
That
is not
does
a bug.
sound.
You should not have said that.
That is intended.
You should edit that.
That definitely.
That's intended.
That does not sound
It
intended.
is intended because he doesn't have it in his hands. It's in a backpack.
Yeah, but he already summoned
It
it.
takes skill. to
He
be
already
able to-
summoned it.
No, it's the certain. You don't know how necromancy works, but demonancy. He summons them, but he puts it away.
And then the spell's like, well, I guess we just got to do the strong guy instead.
I dare Valve to fix it.
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
That
No,
sounds
it
impossible.
doesn't.
Thank
yeah,
you.
That kind of made sense.
It's a skill thing.
I agree with it. Keep it
Yeah.
in the game.
There you go.
I'm a war.
Clever
Sounds
use
fun.
of game mechanics.
You know what? It actually nerfs you when you get refresher. Because you put your Ags in your backpack and then you go, oh shit, and then you
And then
don't
it's
have an
cooled
Ags
out.
anymore.
Yeah.
And you only get
It's not-
three. You get 3 goals.
Then you get the weird 3 golems. It's not a good look.
It's like, oh, somebody killed my 4th golem really fast.
It insta-died guy.
That's not my fault.
All right, anyway.
No.
Looks like we're about done with our wonderful talk here, our very general talk. So, any final things to say, Mr. SVG?
What would you like me to say?
I don't care. Literally, I couldn't care less. If I cared any less, I would be dead. If I.
Wow.
Say
thank
say
you for
see
that.
you in 30 minutes.
I'd like to thank Slacks for having me on this program. That was a very good send-off message. And
Thank you.
if Gaming win this tournament, you'll never see me in Dota again. So,
Oh, okay,
What?
great.
too many wins. in a row.
Jeez.
All right.
I mean, you probably will because I need the job. But you know,
Symbolically.
Excellent as
I'll be
always.
doing it
You'll never,
reluctantly.
I'll never try anymore. I'll be there, but it won't really be me. Shiva.
I wanted to shout out the desk height. This is the first event I'm at where the desk height's actually built for tall people.
Yeah.
Leading to the point, can I break the third wall here for a little
Please
bit?
do.
Most of the panelists are standing on boxes.
Oh, that's
Not me.
good.
Did you
Not
see
first.
BSJ was taller than me today? Not real.
Not real.
Not real.
is he not taller than you?
He is not
No,
taller.
he stood
Oh.
on the box
His
today.
box height was like this, or it was like 4 inches.
Yeah.
Oh, he looked taller than you.
And Snare's tall as well, so he's not standing on the box, but basically everybody other than Snare, me, and Purge is standing on a box.
Yeah, Effie and Faith beyond around the box.
There's
Still,
no
still
reason to
short.
call
Fair
them out.
was also.
You don't have to
Fear.
say.
Yeah,
Shiver
yeah.
did a very eloquent job not naming them, and then you just went through a laundry list. But go
And I
ahead,
figured I need to put everybody out
Yeah.
there now.
And also, I mean, I don't want to. All right, Purge, anything to say?
That was it.
Oh, you just box shame people and you're out.
Here's a box change.
All right.
See you on the broadcast in 20 minutes.
No, but it's really cool. So I think that's a cool thing.
It's a
Okay.
nice desk.
Well, thank you all so much for watching and being here for the start of the stream. We hope you guys enjoy your wonderful day, and don't go anywhere all day. If any one of you guys leaves, your behavior score will be halved. It's a new rule. So thanks for watching, everybody. Goodbye. Watch the whole stream, 18 hours or whatever. Bye.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
when you look into my eyes tell me what do you see
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
hey I got nothing to lose I got nothing to lose
I need warriors.
so is this what you want in you wanna walk show me what's up in now we ready to bust in take everything leave 'em with nothing
الحياة لحن ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا
تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
You're mine! What?
Frost flight.
No!
Silence seal you.
Bashing! This is bullshit!
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm checking yesterday's results. We've had so many streams. 6 different streams for the play-ins, 4 different streams for the group stage. It's kind of hard to keep up with all the Dota. I'm just, EG doing quite well. It's a little bit surprising after Bali. Quest, of course, home region. BB team... They lost. 2-0 to Team Secret! Okay, we gotta keep playing this group stage out. I can't even keep up with all this. So you know what? Pretend I hit that, and let's get started.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be a rampage! Forehead. Go, collapse!
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Good morning and welcome to Riyadh Masters, part of Gamers 8 and of course the pinnacle of the ESL Pro Tour, where we have the best Dota 2 teams in the world going head to head. We're in the middle of the group stages, and that means we are soon going to be seeing some teams eliminated. Now, there's been a group stage before this already. We already cut some teams out. We only want the best, and only the best teams can call themselves legends by the end of it. Although I am joined by several legends on my left right now. Faith Beyond, you are a legend 2 ways, both because you are here with me on the panel and you won last year. How are you doing today?
Good. I'm very excited for today's group stage because today is every team really need to trying hard.
Effie, legend in your own right as well. It's not that funny. What, yeah, I just called all of you legends and she's kind of surprised. I'm going to call you a legend as well.
Work this up.
Yeah, I'm a legend at existing, I suppose. I do exist, but I'm really excited to watch good Dota today. I feel like after yesterday, any team could upset any team, so who knows what's going to happen.
Hello, Legend Purge.
That's me, Shiver. Legend Purge over here. Yeah, compare me to the guy that won the tournament last year. Totally applicable here.
It's been a good day so far, but very excited for the games as well. Like Faith Beyond said, this is the last day more or less of groups, so they've got to get some W's here to make sure they don't get eliminated. And there's a lot of teams that are pretty close. I mean, there's like in both groups, there's like 4 to 5 teams that are within like 1 win of each other, so a lot could change today.
Yeah, I'm also a legend, mostly in MMR though, so that's about as far as it goes for me. You're watching the Savvy Games Group pre-show, and we are here to keep you up to date with literally everything, guys. There's so much going on, as Perch already mentioned. There's so much going on at the same time. There's so many things that could happen, might happen. We might have tiebreakers. We might have several tiebreakers. Who knows what's going to happen? You will know exactly what will happen if you stay right here. And something that is happening over the duration of Gamers 8 is the Club Awards. And if you are not up to date with what the Club Awards is, take a look at this.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers 8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers 8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers 8 Club Awards will be honoured as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Yeah, we are only halfway through Gamers 8, so there's a lot purged that can still change in this competition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you get first place, you get 50 points. That's one of the 2 qualifications. You also have to get multiple top 8 results. So if you like show up at the tournament, you just win like 1 game, it takes more than that.
It takes a lot more than that. And of course, Gaimin Gladiators is the Dota 2 team that is in the running at the moment. More teams could potentially join them from the Dota 2 region. We'll see which ones end up doing well here. That's why we're here, though, because it is time to start talking more about Riyadh Masters, what you're here to watch. And when we're talking about Riyadh Masters, we're talking about the group stages, and we're halfway through, Faith Beyond. We got a lot of games already played. What's the most standout result for you so far?
Extreme Gaming. I told you it's best Chinese team.
You did.
But now looks like Aster is doing better. But let's see. I think Extreme will doing better and better.
Do you feel like maybe they're also having? I don't know. Do you feel like it's a good thing to be in Group A at this point versus Group B?
Yeah, like the philosophy you told me this day earlier, that getting some lost in group stage may help your team grow. So I think maybe Group A, they will gain more experience during group stage.
That's a little bit more evenly divided on the old wins and losses there, Effie, on Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Group A is just so close in skill compared to Group B. I mean, everything you look at is a draw. I mean, with the exception of a few series that were played yesterday, but those to me felt like upsets. Like LGD going 0-4 is pretty wild. It's not something that I would expect for the team, but their games were pretty close, and well, not the one versus XG, but their games versus Spirit were pretty close, and it felt like they crumbled a little bit. Regardless of that, though, all the rest of the teams are, anyone could beat anybody.
Anybody can beat anybody, but not everybody can make it to this gigantic playoff bracket. Now, at the moment, Purge, obviously, everything's empty, but we will have 4 teams from each group making it to upper, 2 teams making it to lower per group, 2 teams eliminated. There's a lot of pressure on the teams.
Yeah, especially when you take a look at the prize pool numbers, you're like, oh man, I got to get 1 round deeper every time that you get seeded in somewhere. I mean, the first eliminated teams made 50K, which is still pretty solid. But for every stage you go up, it's a lot of money.
There's big step-ups every series, Faith Beyond. I feel like this might be the most even distributed prize pool we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I think this prize pool distribution is really unique because every TI they give champion team for around like 45% of total prize pool, and for this tournament they only give top team for 1/3, and so therefore more money can come to every other teams, and I think it's a good thing for esports, for every esports club.
Yeah, it's a very healthy divide for sure, and of course all the players are doing their very best to get as high as possible in the rankings, and it of course all starts with the group stages that you have to make it out with not as many losses as your opponents. Let's find out what happened yesterday, as we have so many games played at the same time. Now yesterday, if you were watching this stream, this is what you would have witnessed. We ended the day with Talon 2-0 TSM. We had PSG LTD and Team Spirit go the way of Team Spirit with a 2-0, and then the previous two matches before that, they were ties. Tundra and Shopify, they tied their series. But in our series, 9 Pandas versus OG, we have to talk about this one because this had our ALS play of the day. I think, Effie, it's not very often that we see big team fights like this one.
Yeah, I think that's every ET player's dream, to have 5 heroes clumped up in the roast pit. You're about to see it right here. There was a very long and drawn-out team fight just before this. Io and Meepo were set up behind the pit. OG respawns here, they TP in, and boom, you get the most beautiful, it's coming in, hang on, oh, man, that feels so good.
It does.
And because of this fight, OG were able to hold on to this game a little bit longer, finally leading to the fight that they were able to take 4v5 versus 9 Pandas and eventually win the game.
Yeah, of course, that ALJ play of the day, that's going to be something we're going to remember for a very long time because, I mean, whatever the reason it was, and we talked about it, we know maybe there were some mistakes made. That's what makes the best, most entertaining Dota 2. And with that in mind, yesterday, there was a series that was not on this stream, but it is worth highlighting because we thought when we saw the schedule that the match that had the top team versus the bottom team of Group B against each other, surely that was going to be a stomp in favor of BB Team, where they were facing Team Secret. But, Purge, that did not turn out to be the case.
That's right, Shiva. I took some clips here, and I'd love to show them to you.
Yeah.
It was 2 games. The first one we'll start off with. This is the draft, okay? Team Secret's got first pick here, so they picked Batrider. BB Team surprisingly responded with 2 supports. They grabbed Medusa at a second phase, and then right off the bat, Secret's like, we're gonna grab 2 Illusion heroes. You got a Medusa, we wanna counter that. And the coolest thing is they, that was actually the most instrumental, was they picked Earthshaker as their last pick for Team Secret. The Earthshaker was generally just fine. They played it mid, Armel played it, and they were against a Tiny. That's GPK's Tiny. And it worked quite well for Armel here. He got way more denies than GPK in the middle lane, and that's because he gets to abuse the AoE of Enchant Totem. You know, if he basically uses Enchant Totem in this AoE, GPK gets stunned, and then he gets a free last hit or deny if he so wishes it. So that's basically what we see him do. GPK basically has to back up more often than he would, and despite having this big base damage advantage with Tree Grab, Armel still outlast hit him generally in that lane. Then he rotates top at the 7-minute mark here as they go to pressure Toronto-Tokyo, and they very nicely surge in Armel. He gets both the kill and he gets the tombstone. That's 150 gold. He got like 400 gold from that gank at the 8-minute mark. Then he comes back mid, where with this ward they saw GPK hiding. Look who's here. It's Crystallis. Crystallis shows up, he ends up ganking here. This is a consequence of BB Team doing a great job and killing the off-lane safe lane tower when Save and Nightfall were level, and Save and Pure were level 4. Then they took the mid tower. So BB Team did do really good things this game. But this is pretty funny here. Watch this. He's going into Echo Slam with his new blink. He accidentally gets Avatossed and survives. Just to then tip each other back and forth like, oh, that was lucky. Some voice lines. Then they move on here. They start defending their jungle a little bit, so Puppy's going to go find Save. Don't forget, he's got that Blink Dagger. There's all these beautiful summons here. Beautiful kill. Just another good one for Armel here. And then Medusa on the top side of the map, if you take a look at his skill build really quick, he doesn't have his ulti. Remember, they just nerfed his split shot damage, so it takes more levels to do more damage. So I think that's one of the reasons he was greedier here. He does end up dying to this gank just with a support and an offlaner. So that's also very catastrophic for BB team here. And finally, the big last fight that I took a clip of at least was Team Secret pushing the bot lane. Look what happened. He blinks in and gets stunned just like happened the opposite way, and it leads to this huge team fight for Secret that puts them up to a 5k gold advantage at 14 minutes into the game. And they also killed him. 4 out of 5 heroes killed. So that was game 1. They took this advantage in a really big way. And I have one more clip from the second game just to show you this really big tempo moment here that happened. Here's Puppy level 3 versus Save level 3 Enchantress. They end up getting first blood here in the jungle, and watch what happens afterwards. They had actually been setting up for a fight here with the Lich coming top, so as a result, what's happening on the other side of the map? They just don't have enough heroes because Toronto Tokyo didn't get anything done here. So they turned this into a pressure moment against Nightfall that was really cool. They lift the range creep to make sure that the catapult stays defended and the Eidolons doubled. And now things look really scary. Puppy also rotated down here. So now there's like 3 heroes and a catapult wailing on the tower. They TP in GPK. He uses his ultimate trying to kill the Enigma. He doesn't get him. I can't believe it. It was like they spent so many resources. Even the Eidolons killed the Lich, and they killed this Enchantress afterwards. And immediately after this, TA's been hitting mid the whole time, damaging the tower, getting golden experience. This starts like a 3k gold advantage for Secret at the 7-minute mark. It's a really big advantage for Team Secret. So they just kind of outlaned and outplayed them, which isn't something we see very often against BB Team.
And with that, I mean, Team Secret on the first day was 0-4. Yesterday, they went 4-0, so they're in the middle of the pack. Now, today, if you want to catch their games, they're up against Shopify and Team Liquid, so we'll see where their road takes it. As that series was definitely the most mind-blowing, I think, of yesterday. Now, we're going to talk about today because I know there's a lot of games to watch, but if you had time to only watch one stream, one game, other than the ones you're watching here, you should be tuning into this one. It will be happening at the first line of games, Gaimin Gladiators, Extreme Gaming. Make sure you check that one out. I believe it's on Stream B, but there is a lot of hype around this match. These two teams are at the top of their game, and this should be a very, very exciting one. Of course, it will happen at the hotel for this one, and that means we might get some inside scoops from our on-site reporter, Jenkins.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of Riyadh Masters. I'm not in the player lounge, but I am lounging with the players. I was just in the gym with Quest. They had to head out to the venue to play the very first match of the day versus EG, and they said, "Get out, Jenkins." And I said, "Now I know how Amar feels," because I thought we were tight. But they're looking very good, top of the groups. But who else is looking very good? The LG match of the day. That's going to be between Extreme Gaming, who have had some of the most fun, interesting matches. LGD, they had one of the coolest comebacks of the tournament, against them, that is. And, of course, Gaimin Gladiators. This is the 5 premier tournament in a row winning team. What is there more to say about them? Everybody knows they're the best. So you should check that out. But, you know, I'll be back here, well, not here, but in the player lounge and other areas, and giving you an update on what's going on all of the streams today as the day progresses. Back to you, Shiver.
I really hope that Jenkins has got some sunscreen because I believe it's quite warm out there in the lounge area, which was not the player lounge. Quest here coming into the arena as they will play the first series of the day against Evil Geniuses. And it is time to start focusing about these two teams because these two teams are at the top of their group. Of course, we're in Group A. Quest and EG both sitting at a 5-3, and we are seeing if one of these two teams can get ahead of the pack. I just want to get this out of the way straight up, Faith Beyond. Going into this series, is there a favorite for people watching at home? Because both have done very well so far, of course, but do you feel like coming into this, there's a favorite?
I'm really looking forward to what EG will play, because from group stage start to now, they play so less heroes. They most pick LC and Snipefire for like basically every game. But as I know, their offlaner Whisper, he's very good at Timbersaw and Darkseer, which is very popular in this tournament. So I think they are not showing their full potential yet. So I'm really looking forward for EG.
Yeah, EG definitely has high expectations behind them because their performance at Bali wasn't great. And so far, they have seemed to have shaken that off completely and coming here with very, very good results. Let's focus our attention first on Quest Esports, coming in here also with a bit of a roster change, Purge. We heard Jenkins say it. I think a lot of people were expecting this team to perform a lot, I'm going to say a lot worse, because they thought Amar was the star player.
He's definitely a player that attracts a lot of attention when he's in games, that's for sure. Not just because he's good, but because he loves to talk shit in many different ways to players, whatever. So naturally, there's going to be a lot of focus on him. So when they do good, when he jumps in the team, it's gonna attract a little attention. But I think the fact that they've had a roster swap and they're still doing good is going to take just a little bit of shine away from Amar. He'll get it back, of course. He'll say something outlandish. But yeah, they've been playing very well. And Malik has been a part of that for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Malik has almost seamlessly fit into this Quest lineup. It doesn't feel like he just joined the team recently. It feels like he's been playing with them for a while. And he and Amar are playing the same heroes, even though there are differences in how they play. Like when you watch ATF play, he's usually leading the net worth, right? That's probably one of his biggest strengths as an offlaner, is he's never behind in gold, whereas Malik can play a little bit more sacrificial or a little bit less greedy if he needs to, but it's been fitting Quest so well, so I'm just really excited to see them play today.
Me too, and if people are maybe a little bit unfamiliar with Quest Esports, we got you covered. Let's take a look.
A year ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you anything about the Quest players, and so these guys kind of came out of nowhere. This is, I think, the strongest product of the Division 2 system in the Dota Pro circuit, and so now, looking at them, I would still consider them to be underdogs, obviously, but they're very capable players, ones that haven't been in the scene for very long, but are quickly making a name for themselves.
I don't think I'm different. Feels like a lot of carries same. Some of them just dying less, killing more.
Which one are you? Killing more?
Yeah,
okay.
Both.
With Bali being their first opportunity to play against international opponents, you'd think that they would just fall to pieces, but they were consistently making it through opponents, and they joined the very illustrious Western European top 4 at that tournament, but unfortunately their journey ended there and they weren't able to directly make it to TI. And as for this tournament, they pretty much dominated the MENA qualifier. Their only real trouble would have been Team Secret Middle East or Enigma Galaxy, but they plowed through them, no issue.
It's always exciting to play against Liquid and GG. It's like best team from our region and we just lose to them on last major and I want a revenge. Yeah, it changed a lot, especially I was thinking like we can easily win this tournament. I was very upset when we lost to GG.
How about the Liquid series? How did you feel about that one?
Oh, it was really bad too. We lost to Liquid, but we was leading like 7 or 8k. I was already thinking we can really win this easily, and something goes wrong. We wasn't feel confident because we didn't play a lot. I don't think we even played, we just came. We don't know what to draft, we don't know how to play, kinda. We had Nigma in quals and Secret is like most favorite teams. I was thinking like we can beat them easily, but I wasn't like confident.
How much time have you had to practice with, is it Malik?
Malik. It was a surprise for him. He was on holidays in Spain and I called him like, bro, we need stand-in, come here. And we're from same country, we're from Kazakhstan, we're playing both like national tournaments. We know each other like a long time ago, so it wasn't hard.
This will be the longest tournament they've ever played if they hope to make it to the main stage and onwards. So having the energy to go through play-ins, then group stage, then playoffs, and then hopefully a finals weekend is going to be exhausting for them. These are players that have not had very many opportunities to not only be on LAN, but to face opponents of this caliber before. Yeah, they did it at Bali, but that was almost only like a week and a half ago. Are they able to recover that quickly? Well, we're going to find out.
It seems like they had no problems recovering, and trial by fire here with the amount of games they are playing in the group stages and in the play-ins, and it doesn't seem to hurt them one bit. The same can be said for Evil Geniuses, so even though they didn't need to play in those play-ins, but I do want to focus our attention a little bit more on the Quest opponents in Evil Geniuses, because Effie, going into this, the expectations for EG was they had a bit of a chip on their shoulder because they didn't do too well in Bali. Actually, it wasn't just that they didn't do too well, like they bombed out. They were bad.
It was quite bad. I think the issue is a team like EG, when it first got formed, everybody expected so much out of them. I mean, this is the best of the best that South America has to offer. This is a team people rated more highly than Beast Coast, which has been around in the South American scene forever. And Pakaz and Whisper in particular are always in conversation for top 3 in the world at the Worlds. So to see them perform so poorly at Bali was definitely a huge disappointment for fans. But I feel like whatever happened between then and now, like something clicked in them. They either weren't trying that hard in Bali, or they just practiced a lot better. They got their shit together, so to speak, and Pakaz looks cleaner than he ever has.
He is indeed looking so clean. The whole team is looking to be back on form, and we're gonna see them play in action in just a little bit. It's time to get the teams on stage.
Welcome to day number 3 of the group stage here at Riyadh Masters, everybody.
حياكم الله اعزائنا المشاهدين في اليوم الثالث من الجروب ستيج هنا في رياض ماسترز في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض.
Over 130 games have already been played here, and we're just about past the halfway point to figuring out who's getting eliminated, upper bracket, lower bracket, all the action.
ما عاد صار في فرص ثانية لكل الفرق المتواجدة معنا. 16 فريق من الأفضل في العالم الآن ما عندهم إلا آخر فرصة والفرصة ما قبل الأخيرة إنهم يقدرون يرجعون إلى القمة ويتأهلوا معنا للبلاي أوفز.
All right, so with that in mind, Fancy, I think it's time I start hearing some of your predictions around here. We've made it through halfway. I want to know, who's your favorite right now to take Riyadh Masters 2023?
I mean, Tanami, I don't want to seem biased, but honestly, I would love to see a back-to-back championship happening here in Riyadh Masters, so I would go for PSG LGD. But, I mean, you already know.
Yeah, I mean, they're not as on fire as they were last year, but the group stage is still, the margins are razor thin. They're 3 and 5, top of the group is 5 and 3. You were saying biased. I thought you were just going to go Quest, the MENA qualifier, just like that.
I mean, we're going to see them very soon here on stage, and we're going to see how they're going to perform against one of the best teams in the world. أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت اللي نقدم فيه أحد الفرق اللي متواجدين معنا الآن. أول مرة يظهرون في المسرح، فريق ثاني متعودين على المسرح هذا. خلونا نشوف مين هم.
Now me, I thought that if you did go for Quest, you wouldn't be a bandwagoner. Honestly, they're exceeding expectations. They have been not that tested yet. In fact, maybe the last time that they were tested here, it was a smaller Saudi league that had been going on.
اللي ما يدري أعزائنا المشاهدين، كان فيه فرصة أننا نشهد بعض لاعبين كويست وأيضا بعض لاعبين جي جي زي توفو أن إيس كانوا متواجدين هنا في الرياض وفازوا الدوري السعودي الإلكتروني في عام 2021. فشيء جميل مرة أن راح نشهدهم من هنا. And I think you need to say that in English as well because everyone needs to know about this.
There have been a couple of players that have made appearances here in Riyadh, and Tofu and Ace actually have history, and one of the players that you're about to meet, Noob, has also been here, but that's enough from me. Why don't we bring him out? Quest Esports! Some of these teams, they have a honeymoon period. They look good in the beginning. As time progresses, they start to fall off. Quest seems to buck that trend every single time.
فريق كويست متواجدين عندنا في المسرح ثاني مرة على التوالي في الجروب ستيج حتى الآن، صراحة بعض الفرق أول ما يتكونون مع بعض يكون في عندهم أداء جدا جدا عالي ممتاز، لكن بعد فترة يرتخي أدائهم بشكل جدا كبير. لكن الفريق هذا حتى الآن هو في القمة، مع أنه الشيء هذا ما نشوفه كثير. في أول ظهور لهم على المسرح Evil Geniuses. هذا الفريق ما كان متواجد السنة الماضية في رياض ماسترز، لاعبين اللي عندهم على طراز عالمي، لكن المرة هذه بيكون عندهم أول فرصة يثبتون نفسهم هنا على المسرح في أحد الفرص الأخيرة للتأهل للبلاي أوفز في رياض ماسترز.
This is actually the first time that a South American team has taken the stage here at Riyadh Masters. 2022, no South American teams made it, and here in 2023, they are carrying the torch for the entire region.
في جنوب أمريكا الفريق هذا كان عنده إنجازات جدا عظيمة، لكن الفترة الأخيرة ما كانوا في الأداء الأفضل، والآن عندهم فرصة يثبتون الشيء هذا هنا في المسرح.
Now Quest already have a little bit of history on this stage, but Evil Geniuses, don't worry. It's time for you guys to take the stage, take the chairs, take the game in your hands, and let's get this draft started.
خلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين والمحللين أعزائنا المشاهدين، لأن جاء الوقت الذي نبدأ فيه المباراة الأولى جروب ستيج اليوم الثالث. ما عاد صار في فرص كثيرة، على طول مع الاستديو.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. We are here for seeing Quest and Evil Geniuses go head to head. And I want to focus on the nitty-gritty. I want to focus on the Dota 2 because, Faithbian, you already said earlier that you feel like the wins that Evil Geniuses has gotten thus far were mostly off the back of a very small hero pool. How do you feel Quest is going to try to exploit that? Do you think that there's just going to be bans on the Legion Commander that you mentioned, for example?
Yeah, I think for now their best choice is just ban the hero, what they already pick, because even they play some better things you never seen, it's also a good thing that you can know. That you can know. Oh, they can also do this. So next time you meet them, you will do better.
It's pretty funny to see a first phase Legion Commander ban, because that is very, very targeted indeed. As mentioned, they go for the Timbersaw as well. Quest on Radiant side, E.G. Dire. Snapfire on Dying banned out Effie. Other than the Legion Commander, not too much unusual things happening here.
I wonder how they're going to approach the Darkseer in this first phase, because EG's typical approach to Darkseer has just been to let it through and first phase Enchantress. That way they have a means to fight him on lane with Enchantress's Dispel. But now they're not in first pick, so they're in the position to pick Darkseer for themselves and potentially get Enchantress. So I am curious to see this play out. But on the topic of the LC, so they take the Enchantress for themselves. The question is, are they taking the Darkseer here or just dangling it for a quest? But on the topic of Elsie, I just think Whisper has been so impressive with it. I saw him win lane, or not lose lane rather, versus Monkey King, which is very rare for Elsie's. Like, that's one of his worst, or her worst, matchups in the game.
It just feels like Legion is streaking a little bit at this tournament, to be honest. Like, we even saw that, I don't know if you saw the clip on Reddit, but XXS got ganked and he killed like a Sven and a support, and the third hero barely killed him. That happened yesterday, so it's just a really strong hero at the moment.
Well, no Darkseer in the opening 2 coming out here, but the Bat Rider going here for Evil Geniuses with the Primal Beast for Quest. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we normally like to see the Bat as a support, but does that change, Faithbian, when you're talking about Whisper Bat? Because surely he's still a monster.
Yeah, and also C-Smile is a very good Bat Rider player, so Bat Rider definitely have more potential in this team.
It is a very strong flex for EG. I mean, historically, Whisper has been so dominant on this hero, but I think the best thing they can do is keep the flex open, but currently, to me, Batrider's best role does feel like support, especially when you're playing against Primal. You can just disrupt his rotations with your very own without like committing too much by way of losing net worth. But the best thing they can do, like we mentioned, keep it open.
Yeah, they've played it once as on Matthew as 4 and once on Whisper so far, just in 2 games. So definitely still very open, certainly.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd say Enchantress is also quite the good hero versus Primal Beast because he doesn't like to play versus the Enchant slow in the early game. The thing about that though is it goes both ways because teams love to pick Primal versus Enchantress because from the mid lane he just rotates on her so early and eats her. And we've seen how effective Enchantress is in the mid-game teamfights where if you're not going on her first, she's dishing out so much damage with her impetus. So having a hero like Primal Beast who can get on top of her in these mid-game teamfights and take her out is going to be very valuable for Quest.
And even if you just kill her like 2, maybe 3 times, it slows down her late game so much. Because a lot of getting items as support is like never dying, getting experience from the team fights because you haven't died, you get more kills. So it like really delays this like homing missile thing that you get in the late game.
And is Primal Beast enough of a hero to be the one to jump on the Enchantress, or would you like to see a, I don't know, second hero that can do the same?
I would say so. I feel like Primal Beast has been enough historically versus Enchantress, but having a secondary jump with Primal Beast is always going to be your best route, just so you can secure the core targets as well at later stages of the game.
Geniuses turn to bad.
We'll see if any of the spirits end up making it through with that in mind. We got Templar Assassin, Morphling, and Bloodseeker banned out against quests. Quite a few of them just being good against Primal, so you don't want to have to deal with that. And then on the side of Evil Geniuses, there's the Shadow Demon banned, and the Faceless Void. The save, I guess, against the Batrider, they don't want to have to deal with the support that can save in that way, or potentially they are looking for an illusion hero. What do we make of these bans, Faith Beyond? Do you think that Evil Geniuses is telegraphing something that they are looking for with their bans?
I'm not sure. It depends on what they want to pick in the pick coming right now. I think maybe they can just ban Oracle to keep protect their Batrider. And we can looking forward what they will pick in this 15th pick. I think this will decide where Batrider go.
Yeah, the Oracle ban would be pretty convenient because that way it opens up for a Darkseer on the side of EG as well, right? Not just protecting their Batrider. And they've protected their Batrider with the Shadow Demon ban too.
Yeah.
Faceless Void has been a very impactful hero for TA 2000, so I understand why they take it out because it can also set up for some kind of ranged damage.
Okay, I think this is post 3 Batrider for sure. Almost.
Oh, they waste no time on Quest to go for the Phoenix and the Naga Siren combination.
Well, they can definitely save whoever gets gone on now with Sunray, whether it's the frontline Primal Beast or the Naga Siren. Their team fight's extremely good too. They could do like egg song combos.
Yeah.
Like it looks very effective.
Yeah.
They need a ranged egg hitter, something to pair on lane with the Clockwork, potentially. Or I mean, they could put the Clockwork on position for it too. But they do need to address this Phoenix Supernova because they don't have good heroes for it right now.
Yeah, Phoenix was the 3rd most played hero for Kaori. Shadow Demon was the 1st. Maybe that's the reason it got banned second phase. So going for their follow-up picks. But yeah, some range carry sounds good for sure. Something that's, but most range carries aren't that good against Naga Siren, I feel like.
What is good against Naga Siren? The Beastmaster is good against Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Attack speed for your team too to hit the egg. Now
Yeah.
Clockwork can be your egg hitter.
Now we know that it's a mid Batrider, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mid Batrider.
And I think it's very comfortable to go mid versus the Primal Beast. It should be one of its better matchups. But can you talk to me a little bit about the Naga Siren? Like, how do you feel about it in this game, Faithian?
I really like this this combo pick, Naga and Phoenix, because in this case, Naga is against these 3 heroes. Naga have a very great game, and also you secure your team fight. And they already have initiation with Beast, so I think they have a very structured and very good lineup.
Yeah, their teamfight initiation looks pretty solid. You can have the Naga running into choke points with her song, which could set up for a good supernova, and you have the Primal Beast to defend the egg. Or on the other hand, you could also use the song to defend the egg defensively if Phoenix is put in a bad situation. But what EG have going for them, I think, is solid lanes. Their laning is really strong right now because Enchantress, Batrider are lane dominators, and Beastmaster, it's very difficult to see him lose lanes, even versus heroes like Naga, unless he gets countered by something like a Medusa on lane.
Yeah, I could see the fast eggs on Beastmaster has been pretty impactful in a couple matches this week so far, so I could definitely see it be very effective here too. It would really give a lot of frontline for EG when they go for early fights. Like those 4 heroes on EG are just super ready to fight from the start of the game.
The question is, are we going to see the Pakaz Sven come out now that Alchemist gets banned by Quest? Because Alchemist would have been their best option right now versus this Naga.
But Sven is definitely not a good option here because Primal Beast can just grab you and you cannot waste your hit on Egg, so Sven is very tough here.
The only hero that he's picked so far this tournament that he could pick here is CK. It's the only hero not banned that he's played, or he's gonna have to pick somebody new. Morph is gone, Legion's gone, or Sven, I guess.
I quite dislike CK versus Phoenix, but I think CK in terms of lane sustain is always going to be valuable, so they could just use him as a hero that enables Enchantress to rotate to mid, which I think sounds like a cool idea.
And then you see the benefits of the Flex Primal. They had to ban an offlaner and a mid on the EG side, really showing the value there.
One of the carries that we see quite a bit over the last couple of days that's still in the pool for Evil Geniuses potentially is the Terrorblade. Is that just not a good matchup against the Naga Siren?
I think it's one of TB's harder matchups because historically, like when TB uses meta, you just use Song to disengage, reset the fight. He also can't really fight melee to her if she focuses on the TB, but you could always play TB as a tempo hero, not necessarily as a hero to fight the Naga, but end the game before she's strong. I don't like it very much though, if I'm being honest.
I'm kind of worried about it against Primal Beasts as well. There's a lot of times that a mid Primal will just like zip into your lane and blow you up really quick. But last pick here for Quest, they either pick an off lane or they pick a mid. If they pick an off lane, then it's Primal Beast mid and vice versa.
Yeah, they know they're going up against a Batrider, so is there a better matchup in the pool that would fit, is the question.
And I think for their draft, Mars looks pretty synergetic. The issue is if you pick Mars here, he can get punished very hard by EG's last pick carry, because he is one of the easier offlaners to punish if you have last pick. Like you can go for something like a Monkey King or an Ursa, things like that. And Ursa would be pretty good at hitting Egg here. So they're in a tricky situation. If you're ever in a situation where you're potentially lost picking your offlaner versus an enemy 24 pick, you have to think very clearly.
Well, they don't have much more time to think about that because 5 seconds on the clock. They end up going for a Spirit after all. It's the Storm one. And that means that we're going to have the Primal Beast on the off lane with Noob getting his hands on his Storm Spirit.
I mean, it looks fine. Gives them a second option to initiate. Before this, it was pretty much Primal Beast going in first, or something more clunky like Song or Lift. So, I don't know, it seems okay. There's not that much lockdown on the EG side. It's basically Clockwork and Beast, and maybe a Blink from Lasso. So.
Yeah, Storm is very good pick, and it's actually to stop Beastmaster pushing tower.
Yeah, I think Storm is great here. You have the initiation, you have the ability to go on this Enchantress with the Primal Beast, and there's not much lockdown, like we mentioned. It's also a way to rotate on Beastmaster and potentially kick him out of the jungle, which is something you always have to do. The only concern I have right now for Quest is their Primal Beast.
Actually, Juggernaut is a hero, I think, for Evil Genius, but after Storm come out, I feel maybe a little bit of struggle, but I think they don't have better choice, so still Juggernaut. I think it's very fit for their lineup.
Yeah, I like the synergy with the Healing Ward and the Beastmaster tempo. That means you can get towers very early. You have Ench plus Beastmaster. So you're going to look at this mid tower being taken after Beastmaster's towers being taken. You also have the scaling of Juggernaut. He itemizes very well versus Naga. His Blade Fury is good versus Song. So I do like it a lot. The issue I have with Quest lineup right now is I feel like their Primal Beast is really weak this game. Like it's countered by the Clockwork, it's countered on lane by the Enchantress. Enchantress is just gonna clap butt cheeks, you know? Batrider can also just crush it later on, so there's a lot on Storm's shoulders.
Yeah, the juggle does look pretty good. You can spin kill Egg as well, so it solves some of those problems that EG was looking for, and their tempo should be pretty high with it.
With that in mind, though, I heard that Juggernaut used to always be referred to as an early carry, early coming online carry. Is that still the case, Purge, or is that slightly changed?
It's slightly changed because of his 20 talent. It gives you this like big lifesteal advantage. Most lifesteal, it's based on how much damage you do, but for some reason that talent, after armor reduction is what most lifesteal does. But in his case, it just does it based on your raw damage. So he gets way more lifesteal than he's supposed to. So it allows him to like become a very competitive carry when he buys Ags and Omni Slashes people. You can basically go to full heal sometimes just by using it.
So late game, Juggernaut's still very much able to go toe-to-toe with Naga.
Yeah, he's able to fight a lot longer than you used to be able to.
Okay. Yeah. So which draft do you favor at the end of it, Fifth Beyond?
I think Quest, because I really think they have a so solid team fight, and I think it's really, really crucial in this game.
I like EG's more, just because I feel like it fits their style very well, with strong lanes and strong tempo, and I feel like Quest's team fight could pose to be an issue, but EG won't allow them to take good fights.
Yeah, I think it's going to be easier for EG to get little pickoffs and things like that, but Quest does have much better team fights, so if the pickoffs don't go very good for EG, Quest should win.
Well, let's find out how this first game of this two-game series will play itself out. We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 3 of the group stage. We are starting off with a really good match, I think. Quest versus Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses have just, I mean, over the last few years, right, Avery, this squad, South America in general, getting more and more competitive on the international stage every single year. They're climbing in the rankings, and Riyadh Masters could be the peak here for a South American team. Evil Geniuses would definitely be the team to keep an eye on, because I guess Beast Coast didn't make it. Meanwhile, Quest, you know, maybe in a shorter period, but similar kind of idea, they have also been scaling up the ranks pretty quickly.
And already starting off with a free ward for Matthew. Yeah. Probably the hero you want the extra XP on here. The entire region is once again on EG's shoulders here, as like you said, Beast Coast taking early exits, and maybe a position that could do well for them, because they are bouncing back from Bali. Like, that tournament was disappointing. They had some health issues and stuff there that didn't pan out for them. It was just a rough tournament. I think at a certain point they wrote it off. Yep. Go next. Well, going next is working out pretty well. If they can do well in this series, then they're in a very strong position. However, Quest, a very tough opponent to be going in their home region, so to say. Always have some home court advantage. It does help a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that story of them bringing in Malik with the Kazakhstan roots.
Yeah,
They had played together. They're very familiar. I think that's part of the reason that it's gelled so fast.
Did they actually say that they had played together?
Yeah.
Well, I went back through their history, and I was like, these, I could not find a team that they were on together at the same time.
Oh, I don't think TA2000 played with them. Oh, okay. They were just familiar with the scene. Like, they came up together.
Yeah,
and I think
exactly.
That kind of tells a story of why it has worked so quickly, because from my point of view, I did not expect them to continue to excel at the level that they showed at Bali when you change a player. Not just because it's ATF or whatever. I just think anytime you switch an offlaner, especially, so much of the dynamic of the team changes. The farm priority, the tempo creators, the initiators, your hero pools. It's just a big gap, right? Malik is a very different player.
And we put offlane as maybe the most important role right now.
I think offlane's always the most important.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. I talked to other analysts. They agree the same. So, you know, to have such a crucial role be changed is always very important.
It's a very cool team. Both these teams are very, I want to say greedy and fast at the same time. In a way, you have the highest GPM team at the tournament in Quest, I believe. They are #1 right now.
Oh, really?
So they are extracting the most gold off the map. And then I always feel like Pakaza eventually ends up in the top 2 or 3 carries in terms of how much gold he's taking off the map. And he's definitely going to take higher percentage compared to most carry players. But I feel like him and TA2000 are actually very similar. If you look at how these two carries are trying to drive the game and control for their team, 1, it's a lot of farm priority, but 2, it's joining a lot of fights with that farm priority and being pretty active with the gold, paying it back with high KDA, and Malik off to a fast start with Primal, even versus this Clockwork lane, which can sometimes cause you problems. That is a good sign for Quest, because they kind of had to choose between throwing this Primal mid into the Bat matchup or picking another mid laner and sacrificing an Aura Buyer. They took the latter route, sacrifice an Aura Buyer. Primal's going to give you more damage. He's not going to necessarily give you like what an Underlord would have or something in this game, but you get the better matchup on mid in the Storm Spirit for Noob. So if you can get the Primal and the Storm out to a fast start, then this Naga's going to push the waves in, and you're just going to be picking EG apart on the map.
Do you think that means that Kiori on the Phoenix is going to try and pick up some auras when he can? Obviously, it's going to be much slower than an offlaner getting it. Or are you just writing off auras entirely in this game.
No, I won't ever write them off. And I mean, Phoenix is a great hero to make up for a lack of sustain just based off the Sunray. Gonna try and go on Matthew here, even have the extra blood grenade.
TA2000 with the early pickup of the ensnare will help ensure that they get this kill. And looks like the Fire Spirits will do what damage he can, but Kiori will eventually fall in return.
All right, I don't think Matthew's too sad about that. I think they rather accelerate the Beast here. Honestly, I think the Edge can probably have some impact if you can get that one Storm gank in. That's what you're looking for if you're Matthew here. More than maybe lingering around the bottom too much longer, though getting your level 3 delayed is gonna feel bad.
Yeah.
One of these interesting combinations also, I think, the Phoenix Primal Beast, I think, is an underrated combination. Because I don't think a lot of people think of Primal still as this BKB piercing disable.
Yeah.
Due to that chain. It's not ingrained in people's brain. It's not like an Axe or a Legion. Still, it functions the same way. The Primal can go in and protect the egg. And then Sunray on the largest strength gain in the game. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, yeah. No, that actually makes a lot of sense. They both have a decent amount of mobility as well, which I think is pretty nice.
The range of initiation is very similar on the two heroes. There's not a lot of supports that can follow up on a Primal going super deep in the fight. Phoenix is one of those while providing AoE control in the egg. These heroes just work really well together. I think it's
really nice body blocking here from TA2000 with the Naga Siren. Now he's gonna lose Kiori, but TA2000 will happily take the solo experience. Meanwhile, big dive in mid. Noob's gonna pull back C-Smile. C-Smile in some trouble here, unable to get the kill on the Storm Spirit, and now we'll experience a rebuttal here from Omar with the TPN. Should be able to secure the kill. A wand, but one final hit, or a second final hit, or a bait bolt will finally do it.
Yeah, a Lotus of all things. So them winning top translates into that kill. I don't know if he gets it without the Lotus for the Fate Bolt mana.
Yeah,
a lot of little things going Quest's way as they are already jumping out decently ahead on 3 lanes here. Winning in net worth and all of them on top of that CS. Great early start for a lineup that wants to have the damage out in front, so when the push comes through the Beastmaster and the Enchantress, you can respond accordingly with your Storm and Primal, meeting them at those towers and shutting them down. If that happens for Quest in the next like 5 minutes here, they're going to be super happy with the map state, because then all of a sudden, where are you going if you're EG? You got to just run your heads into the brick wall that are going to be the tier 1s. The Quest are happy to defend every time. Sure. Especially for their 2 supports, Rubik and Phoenix. You keep these tier 1s up, these supports are going to get a lot of early levels on top of a Wisdom Rune, and then you're cruising in the fights. And Matthew is just continuing to suffer down here. He has not had the laning phase that I think EG wanted him to have so far.
No, not at all.
And that mid gank is looking like a dream. A far, far away dream at this point.
Yeah. Not going to be able to get there before the Storm Spirit hits level 6. So Matthew's going to have to find other ways to have impact in this game.
This is your one window to try and abuse Noob here if you can get it. He's not 6 yet. You have the Catapult Wave for the Bat Rider. You don't have the level advantage because of C-Smile's death earlier. That's the part that sucks. And
yeah, Matthew is not getting there anytime soon. He's going to be heading back to the fountain, in fact, because getting off the Healing Ward should be fine here.
And Quest, they know what's happening on the map right now. They know the clock is off the lane top. Noob has played super defensive mid, and he's gonna hit 6 off of 1 XP.
Oh god, he needs one more creep, but he's not gonna be able to find it. He turns around, goes for the kill on the Panda. His only hope was to kill the Clockwork and then zip away. Doesn't get that and will die. Trades out kills with Panda, but ultimately will fall short of hitting that level 6.
I think Omar should have been a little more ready for that. Maybe they're laughing it off. They don't care. They did steal the rune away from the Bat Rider as he makes the rotation. And he's probably laughing because now he's taken all the mid XP with a DD.
Yeah.
Who's the real mid laner here? Nice little cheeky bounty rune deny with the creep. So at least Matthew's getting something done from the grave. Not what you would like in this game, though, as the early tempo for EG has not been there. They're going to have to make it up somewhere else. Probably with some Beast pushes, or maybe just stacks for the Juggernaut and the Beastmaster. That is something you can fall back on here.
Don't forget about your Wisdom Runes. Uh-oh. I see a little Kiori Phoenix sneaking up the side here. We'll see if they can get back in time.
His boar wants to stack. It's just going to end up dying. That's more XP to the Phoenix.
He's going to dive in front of him, see if Kiori can body block him, get this Wisdom Rune in front of Whisper's face, and he does. They get both Wisdom Runes, and there's no stun to stop him. He's going to TP out.
Literally out, as that Phoenix Sunray is better on the new map, because... Actually, is it better?
I think it doesn't bump you back as early.
Hey, I feel like you end up going deeper off the map than you used to.
Yeah. So it's because they put that extra high ground area, TA2000. slowed down off the enchant. A big kill that EG really needs to get things going, but unfortunately Omar is there to be able to respond. He tosses Panda back into his allies and saves TA2000's life.
There's just not much going wrong for Quest right now. This isn't a crazy lead they built up. It just feels like they're getting a lot of the small victories, and especially the experience for their two playmakers plus the supports is what's going to shut down the push when it eventually comes for EG. Because
yeah,
it
you're
is going
almost
to
level 6 on Rubik.
Yeah, that's huge. And now they can start to make some aggressive plays of their own. C-Smile's not had much help in this game outside of that 1 clock rotation.
And the levels on the supports will make the difference here. The higher damage coming out from both of them.
No
Omar
rune
now
luck,
gets
though.
level 6.
Noob needs to work on his rune capabilities here.
Yeah, sadly,
that is
another one taken away.
That's one of these skills that we always talk about, right? It's like, how many runes do you get? I think that's one of the reasons Gaimin have done so well this year, is because Quinn, he really practiced abusing the runes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's something Noob.
Was that something you experienced when you were playing with him? What did he do? Did he like will it to happen? Did he say like top, 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 top to like kind of channel?
Oh no,
the
he
runes to be
just
top?
has a script.
Oh, okay, okay.
You gotta make sure those scripts are working, not to call them out or anything.
Middle tower is under attack.
You know who used to complain about runes the most of any player I've ever heard in my life? I bet you can guess, actually. It is a mid player.
I mean, it was Quinn.
No, it wasn't Quinn, actually.
He was definitely one of them.
Quinn didn't complain about runes. He complained about other random stuff, like people spraying stuff over the creeps in mid so he can't see the HP bars or random stuff. Like, you know, the stuff, why was this in the game? That's a Quinn complaint.
Okay, okay. Who complained about runes?
Sumail.
Yeah, I mean, he was a pure 1v1 player, right?
Exactly,
he finds power runes to be a slight on the integrity of the mid lane.
Funny story, do you know who he complained about the most?
Quinn?
No, it has nothing to do with Quinn. Stop bringing Quinn up.
Who did he complain about most as in getting power runes?
Yeah.
I don't know, who would have been?
Vada.
Vada.
I'll finish that story later. EG looking for some momentum in this game. Early nets have done some work for TA2000 as well, giving them some extra lockdown. But that is a Vanguard Beastmaster. It's not the same boy you were picking on earlier.
You're not touching him unless you have another core. Now you do have one rotating in. That's going to be Malik. He's going to go for the double support kill here.
Beautiful.
And he does light it up perfectly, nailing both of them with the onslaught and bringing both down. Kiori will actually be able to pick up the double kill. So these supports are flourishing on the side of Quest. My goodness.
It's all that early XP, man. Wisdom runes, some of the kills, the laning going a little bit better. It is just paying off in a huge way as they're accelerating the net worth, but the levels, like you said, is what's really winning the fights. And this is the issue for EG. The lead's not crazy. It's just you don't want to be in this position with heroes that need to push the towers to open up the map because of how Quest's lineup responds. It's just so easy for them to jump you, lock you down, bring the cores together, and they don't lose too much. Now you have an Arcane Rune Storm to put to work. This is just free mana.
Yeah, this Bat Rider's having a rough time right now. He's going to try and kill the Phoenix, but the Supernova's going to go off after the lasso, putting Panda and the Juggernaut, the stolen lasso from Omar, pulls him away from the successfully exploding Supernova. They will bring down 3 members of EG, more people teleporting in, but they cannot catch Quest.
What a sick play by Omar. That is just a game-winning play right there. You get so much. That's like a 3K swing off that lasso, because I think Makaz for sure kills that egg.
Yep.
Instead, Makaz dies. You don't even get the Phoenix. Everybody lives from Quest. You get more TPs out of EG and the Beast going mid to try and salvage this fight. You do not want to be giving lasso away to this lineup, and those support levels, they are so far the MVP for sure. Egg is baiting you in. Omar is sealing your fate. And that's one of the few spells that can actually go through the spin here too.
Yeah.
Because not happy about getting dragged into this fight as he's trying to get the Battle Fury. And now you're on a catch-up duty if you're EG. You're losing towers, you're losing fights, and you're not gaining any map space of your own.
EG crazy far behind now. 7,000 net worth lead for Quest at 12 minutes.
It exploded out of nowhere. It was kind of building up in a lot of little things. That just open up this game. Your Juggernaut he's almost 3K behind on this Naga Siren. This can be a good matchup in the late game. You have to be able to get there. Normally, you'd also have some stacks or something here. because you're getting sucked into these fights, you have some Ancient stacks. Some of those went to the Beastmaster, though. Whisper has the stack for himself as he's trying to get to this Ags, which is what the Beast Pick's designed to do. Kind of help deal with the Naga Siren through the drum. Later, that gets delayed. Also makes it a little bit harder to get back. So you're probably trying to push towards the Aghanim Scepters on the Beast and take a good fight off that if you're EG, which means more Ancient priority going to Whisper here. So Pakaz, find what you can, son.
Yeah, I feel like everybody needs the recovery. But as you said, they probably have to play through that Beastmaster, so it leaves C-Smile and Pakaz without a way to recover.
And that means Noob is just getting a free-for-all. Like, he's getting every power rune here. Malik can push lanes aggressively along with TA2000, so you're going to have space, you're going to see heroes, you're going to have a lot of information to operate on. Witchblade already done, Haste Rune in his pocket. Noob is really strong right now. Look at how aggressively they're pushing. This is what you want to do when you're ahead. You take these tier 1s, get into the enemy jungle, get into their space. It limits their moves, limits their comeback, limits their vision. PG are running out of space right now. They're getting constricted, which likely means you got to smoke out. You're going to have to find something with this roar into some team fight. You're still missing some support levels, man. You don't have 6 on either one.
It is 13 minutes in. They're stuck on this safe lane tower situation. C-Smile shows up immediately. Noob is going to pounce onto him, easily bringing him down. He played off map for quite a bit, let the supports take the mid tower. Just waiting and waiting. Eventually, from EG, somebody was going to show themselves. And look at Malik. Is he actually going to get this kill? He might, just because he's able to get that final swing in. Whisper, meanwhile, who's trying to keep on the Ancients, is going to be shoved out of there by Quest. Now, Omar has a beautiful little spell to take for the next team fight, something Pakaz is going to have to worry about once again.
I think Pakaz is worrying about a lot of things right now. He's worrying about him from the grave. This map just absolutely collapsed for EG. Quest putting on a clinic right now, and they're trying to continue feasting on their bones. They will not get Whisper here unless he decides to throw himself back into the abyss.
Look at this. EG, all of their members, all in like some little tight corridor here.
I mean, they gave the Wisdom Rune to Pakaz. That tells you everything you need to know. And Noob has invaded their areas, taken everything away from them. And the issue is the Bat Rider from mid is pretty kill tempo based, so when you fall behind, you get this bots.
That's a BKB Primal Beast, so you are not touching that. Malik wanted to be able to grab C-Smile, won't be able to. He's in fact going to be lassoed, pulled back in. I'm not sure if they actually want to do that to the Primal Beast. Malik is happy to keep fighting here, especially Noob, who's going to be jumping in, grabbing Whisper, pulling him back out. The Predator Roar, stalling up some of Quest, and will allow EG to disengage. But once again, EG, I mean, when was the last time they got a kill in this game? They've only got 3 of them.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Actually, I am curious. Yeah, I guess almost 10 minutes ago. Those are centuries. Rough. So it has been 10 minutes. They just don't have the single target damage. That's why the early game had to go better, because the Enchantress and Clock, very strong laners. They have very good spells when they're ahead and can punish enemy supports on the map, push them out of areas. In these types of 5-on-5s, the Rubik and Phoenix are just way out damaging them here. And the impact that Omar has had in this game has been ridiculous with the Stolen Lasso and Roars. These are not spells you can afford to give away. Battle Fury is up for Pakaz. He's going to start to pick up the pace here. You can stall this game out for a bit, maybe condense the lead slightly. You can get some good fight out of your Beastmaster Ags. This game can turn. Still have a decent mid-game group up with the Healing Ward, with the Beast Aura. Some good BKB piercing spells in the Roar and the Lasso that, as good as they've been for Omar, can be good for you. You just can't keep feeding kills to this Storm, man. He is on a mega kill streak now. And you know he's going to have every power, and that's the scary part. Like, every time Nuke goes for these kills, he's just getting it refilled in the river.
Yeah, don't really need that gas station, that mana filler, if you've got free room control all the time. Both power runes and bounty runes likely, because it's not like EG can take that part of the dire jungle. Turn around, but he immediately gets stunned up. He was hoping, he knew he was caught. He was just hoping to turn around, maybe get off an Omni Slash, buy a little time for himself, because Whisper was coming over, but now Whisper's dead, right alongside Pakaz, and Panda's gonna join them in the same mass grave. 3 members of EG down, triple pickup for Noob. This is just a slaughter.
Yeah, do you just like call it soon?
Soon, yeah, I think you do.
It is one of those games you might call just to preserve your mentality at this point. It's just, I don't know what your options are. They are running out. I'll tell you what a very good sign in a game is when you have your Wisdom Rune sitting there for like 6 minutes because nobody wants to go to your side of the map to take it.
Oh yeah.
That is one of the signs you are winning a Dota game.
Yeah, when you get to go back and it's like doubled up.
Yeah, it's just
haven't
sitting
been
there waiting
in so long.
They don't even need it.
Well, Panda's breaking records, not the records he was hoping to break here in this game. Most deaths in 17 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, his legs have been broken.
A few times. I mean, it really hasn't, because if his legs were broken, he would be staying inside of the fountain. Maybe be better if he couldn't move at this point.
Well, he's clockwork. He gets the cyborg assist.
I see. Because in trouble once again is going to find himself potentially chainsaw. No, gets off the up slash with the lasso on the storm, but the damage wasn't quite there. He lives with just 70 health. Malik, he's also trying to limp away here. Finally, maybe EG can get a kill. Oh no, I've spoken too soon. Malik is still slowed down. Flame break back. Nobody here to help him. Okay. They do manage to get it. Nobody from Quest could get there in time, it seems.
They're looking for more. They have a hook shot here. You've got to get something off this window. 40 seconds, no primal on the map.
I mean, even if you get it, there is a song available that you can reset off of.
You need to land. I mean, this is the defensive fight that EG can. I'm surprised that they didn't try and go for this before, like bait out Pakaz and just be ready for that go, because it's been happening top for a long time.
Yeah.
You're not going to get a fight anywhere else in this game. However, you bait them in and land your stuns. You can burst down the Storm Spirit. He's not invincible yet, as Noob barely got out of there off the lasso Omni Slash. That'll be ult down for EG for a bit. However, they're going to come up pretty damn fast here, and we're already seeing the value of this Sunray in this game. It's a very powerful spell when you get it up on 4 points this early, especially with these tanky frontliners that Quest have. It has done work in the sustain department, and a heart second for TA2000, an even better target for this Sunray to just pump the heals into here. He's almost got 3,000 HP. Your Primal's got 2,500. These are some chonky boys.
Anybody want a Roche? At this point, Quest can kind of do whatever the hell they want.
Do you have this drum Ags up on the Beast? And you do have level 2 Omni Slash coming up. I think this is a window where if you're EG, you kind of have to take a bold smoke and try and find a big core kill into contesting some objective here, because you still have 3 tier 1 standing for Quest. You just need some space to stall this game out right now, and this is one of your power points to do it with. You gave so much Ancient priority to Whisper. He has to use that Ancient net worth in this Ags to pay it back in the fight. BKB up for C-Smile as well. It's a decent window to try and find something. There's not a lot of damage from Quest that goes through the BKB here. So in theory, that's also a lot of effective value. At least until this Naga starts to ramp up with Butterfly, Bloodthorn, Nullifier, this type of shenanigans.
Yeah.
Of course, level 2 Egg, also pretty nice for Quest as they can protect it a bit. This looks very familiar.
That Omni Slash is going to land because right in the middle of the supernova. He doesn't feel like he can go for the egg because he's too low on health, and they managed to save it. Once again, the supports were committed, but they do not get the final blow to finish him off. And even Pakaz, who gave an early retreat to this fight, is going to be chased down by the rest of Quest.
There's just nowhere to go. And I asked the question, where's your Beastmaster, EG?
The hero you were supposed to play through.
He's not there. He has TP. He's walking to this fight. It's the same situation where Pakaz is trying to bait a fight into the tier 2 that can be some sort of good setup for EG, and they're just not all there. Maybe you can come back in this game. It has to be around those types of fights.
Yeah.
It's just not been there. Different priority on what they want to do in this game. Not an easy position to be in, but you have to be ready to capitalize on the mistakes if Quest are going to make them, and I don't even feel like EG are ready to do that. It's just been all miss for them this game. Nothing is hitting. Now you're down 20k. At least these Roshans are not dropping too fast. No BKB for C-Smile.
Noob may have, used a lot of mana there. Needs to chill out a bit, see if he can find himself an Arcane Rune with this 22-minute Power Rune spawn.
Malik has just been a wrecking ball this game.
Kills Matthew, and Panda, who hook shot away from the fight in the river, will be killed as well off of that one. Oh, Whisper showing up to this fight, half health. Noob will collect on that kill because he did indeed get an arcane rune at the 22-minute mark, so he's making grand use of that.
All right, he upped his rune skill here a bit.
All right, Pakaz is defeated by a Tormentor. Doesn't die, but you know.
The best of us.
It's under attack.
I mean, he's just trying to get anything for his team going. EG are going to bring everybody in here. Secure at least some objective in this game, as this is one of the lowest tier 1 tower damage games I've seen from EG in a long time. They rarely get shut out on the objectives like this, particularly when they have some heroes who can do it. It's heroes across the board, right? It's just not even been close to happening.
Kill the Tormentor, use a smoke, but not feeling comfortable with their target of choice. The Primal Beast was in their way.
Lincoln's already done for Noob. This is so damn fast. 23 minutes here on a Storm when you have 2 other items as well.
So you can't kill the 2 tanky heroes because they've got Sunray, which is going to offset any damage you could do. And now the Storm Spirit, the one hero that you could maybe catch with a lasso or maybe a hook shot or something, as this big defensive item in Lincoln's.
I mean, big items that come out for Quest across the board. You can't really control the Storm anymore, and the Phoenix is controlling you as Kaori just rushed the Hex in this game, and he has it completed.
Yep, that's a classic Kaori move right here.
I mean, this is good itemization on the Phoenix when you have a game like this. I think it almost is always better to just go for the item you know is guaranteed good for the entire game rather than like some small drum or something, because they didn't need it.
Yeah, or Veil or something.
Absolutely secures it.
I feel like I can't remember the last time I saw Kaori go an item that wasn't Scythe on his Phoenix.
I think this is an okay itemization on the hero. I mean, you could maybe argue like Veil, Drum, Pipe. Theoretically, you hit a better window. You know, you're going to end the game before the Hex comes online. Still, it's just so damn fast here. I mean, what is the downside? Sure. Hex is never bad.
Lincoln's and now an Aegis for Noob. Look at that beautiful smiling face on the big screen. He is...
nothing to complain about this game.
Yeah.
He even gets an illusion rune. That is a nice rune for this game. You disjoint some of the single target go attempts from EG, or you tank up an Omni Slash. That's all your damage gone. These Omni Slashes need to land for Pakaz. They need to land big time.
Got the pick off on Panda. They're trying to funnel back into the base. They're going to go inside of the base, go for Whisper as well, with Pulverize slamming down Whisper. They'll get that kill. They do manage to get a pickup. Yeah, Kaori, who had a godlike streak, does die. The Omni Slash is doing some okay damage here. Malik, though, the one who's low, is going to be able to limp away, while TA2000, who's plenty healthy, with his army of illusions, marching down EG, and he wants to make sure there is nobody who can escape from this fight. A song to reset up to kill as many heroes as possible. They're gonna go Panda again. That's gonna be a dieback for him. C-Smile did manage to blink away though. And they kill Malik. A long shot from Matthew with an impetus.
And it looks like something here on EG. About as good a start you get, I guess, taking out the Phoenix, removing him from the fight. Through that egg, taking the Hex out. Sustained damage.
C-Smile will not be able to get the kill on Omar, and Noob will save his Aegis. He's actually going to go back. TA2000 will do a solo high ground push for a little bit.
You're going to try and wear through him.
Oh my god, he's dying so fast!
Well, that is a Beastmaster that used to be there. That's butterfly timing.
GG, yeah.
And this game has...
it's been over for a long time.
It really has. As we saw, Noob considering Midas on Storm just for the post-game item screen.
Yeah, Omar tried to get a final kill on the Juggernaut with a stolen Omni Slash.
Man, that was a beatdown.
That is probably the largest beatdown I've seen in this tournament.
Yeah. And against 2 teams that we set up as being, you know, the potential teams for upsets on the biggest stages. Quest, it seems, at least at the start of this series, have the advantage over EG, who I will admit EG, maybe it's a little bit of an effect of volley, but they have not quite looked like the dominant selves. They still look like a top tier team. I feel like they're in the top half of the teams here.
Sure.
But they're not, I don't feel like they're like, man, this is going to be a top 4 team.
I think the drafting isn't there yet. I think they are feeling a bit too limited. This is another game where they don't get Legion and they just lose. Their current record at the tournament is 100% win rate with Legion, 0% win rate without it. That tells me there's something weird about the drafting, that they're not feeling flexible enough, or their read on it isn't good enough that they can adapt to what the enemy's doing. Because here we see some pretty cool second phase by Quest with this Phoenix Naga that puts a lot of pressure on EG, and the response just, it wasn't all there. I also go back to the comeback fights that normally we see this team sometimes be able to make. They did not align at all.
All right, well, a lot of things to think about for EG, and I'm sure our panel has been thinking about the conundrum of what EG does against Quest going into this game 2.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. We're going to break this game down. Quest, they just crushed Evil Geniuses here in this first game of this 2-game series. I'm joined by Faithian, Effie, and Purge. Purge, where did this game go so wrong for EG?
I mean, we're 10 minutes into this game here, and they have a 4K gold lead. So it was the first 10 minutes that it got out of hand. This moment was probably the most impactful as well. This was a little skirmish chance for them to get back in the game. And then the rest of the game was them just getting kill after kill after kill with no chance of response.
I think Quest played so well this game. I mean, honestly, I expected better out of EG, because when you think about this team, one of their strengths is laning phase. But, I mean, maybe it was an outdraft after all. To me, it didn't really look like it, but the way it played out, they're either very sleepy, Quest are way too good, or it was just a bad draft.
Or all of the above.
Or all of the above. But, I mean, I think Kauri on his Phoenix played so well in that bot lane. He was an absolute beast. He got that level 6 so early. He was getting kill after kill. He handled the Enchantress and allowed Naga to free farm. Almar on the Rubik also had so much impact in the top lane. Once Batrider started to dive behind the tier 1 tower mid in the early stage, he just TPs in, gets a kill with a Storm Spirit. And if you're playing in Storm and you have no stuns and you don't lose the laning phase, and you lose the laning phase and you don't have tempo to play on with your Beastmaster Ench, the game's just over.
Faithian, what was the highlight of the game for you?
Highlight, I think, is 10 minutes, that mid-fight. But I think, for me, I think this game lost because of drafts. Honestly, at that 24 pick, I don't know what hero to pick for Pakdas. You have to deal with Naga late game, and you have to can play team fight, and you have to lane with Primal Beast. It's just so hard to pick, and I think that Storm Spirit just kill their heroes. Storm Spirit is too good at lane and too good at rotate.
But were there any heroes still left in the pool for Pakaz? I mean, obviously he ended up with the Juggernaut. Was there anything else that could fix the puzzle?
It's really, really hard. I sit there and I think for a long time is no good answer. Maybe Draw Ranger, but it's still not look good.
It's too difficult. I think we mentioned earlier that Evil Geniuses has had success with Legion Commander and Darkseer in particular, and we did see Quest identifying that very well, putting Legion Commander in the bin in the first round of bans, and it was EG that actually removed out the Darkseer. Now, when we think about this game, we have to go for the STC play. You heard it already mentioned a couple times, you've seen it in the highlights. This was the, I mean, it's 10 minutes in, Effie, but it already felt like the nail in the coffin.
I mean, even before this fight, it looked pretty abysmal for them, but in moments like this, you think, okay, we can win this team fight mid, they have a gold lead, we're gonna get so much comeback gold, and the egg is so close to dying, it's just one hit away, but EG just can't pull it off, and after this, it felt like almost impossible to turn the game around, no matter what you did, no matter how you tried to split the map up, no matter what pick off you may or may not have gotten. It was way too hard after this.
I mean, it's just a perfect fight for them. They had Arcane Rune on Storm there. He pulled twice with his Electric Vortex in that fight, and they had the perfect spell to guarantee that the Jug, who was like, oh, Phoenix fight, there's going to be an egg here. Guaranteed kill. He gets the lasso, which stuns him through the BKB. It was so perfect for them.
It was perfect. I love seeing Omar on the Rubik, who indeed got the steals at the right time, that being the most important one with the lasso and the Jug. It seems very simple to be able to say, oh, you know what, that was just not our draft, Effie. It's just, you know, you can do better in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe there was a draft issue, as Faithian mentioned, in terms of the last pick, but I don't feel like their lanes were weak. Like, the way that they lost their lanes was pretty wild to me. I feel like they could have done better because, yeah, like, Quest's heroes were very strong in lane, as they showed us, but EG's heroes had a means to fight back. It just felt like they were feeding at some points, or they didn't play well, or maybe they should have laned the Clockwork versus the Phoenix and the Ench versus the Primal, but even then, it might have not been enough.
Sometimes there's two teams going up against each other that, you know, have a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation where one team is going to be very strong early game, Quest in this case, and maybe Evil Geniuses would have been better in the later stages of the game. But their draft purge didn't really reflect them being able to make any sort of comeback. So with that in mind, like, do you feel like they need to focus more on having a more well-rounded draft that can withstand the strong laning stage of Quest?
I mean, if they did defeat the lanes, then they could have fought better. The problem was that Clockwork got 6 late. That would have been one of their initiators to start fights. Batrider, really solid at rotating to side lanes and getting kills there, but the ganks were always like coming from Quest towards EG, and EG was behind in levels, so it was just so hard to stabilize it. It really was, I feel like, that mid-fight. That was where Pakaz was supposed to get a Phoenix kill. And then the egg doesn't blow up and maybe they lose one less person. Like, it actually just kind of like, that was the final nail in the coffin there.
Batrider was also diving tier 1s versus Storm in a losing situation where Rubik can TP in, so I think some little mistakes were made here and there, and it made me kind of reflect a little bit on this Batrider. I think that this hero can be strong in the mid lane, but it's not what it used to be, and it can't play that kind of aggression on lane without being punished. I think that potentially they should have just left it as a support. Like, I think picking this Clockwork could have been an overreaction to the Primal, because Bat plus Ench supports, I feel, are enough to deal with Primal on the side lanes. So by picking this Clock, they forced the Batrider into the mid lane, they lose their flex, and they tripled down on beating the Primal flex, which Quest abused to the very end by picking Storm Spirit. So, just well done by Quest.
Well done by Quest, indeed. And it's not just Quest that's having a good day. Let's take a look at what's happening on all the other streams, because game 1 in the books for us. Oh, would you look at that? We're actually, oh my god.
This hasn't happened
This
yet.
has never happened in the history of Riyadh Masters. We're actually the first one. The first one's out. That makes me wonder what the vibes are like in the player lines. I don't think Jenkins is going to be able to find anybody right now. What's he up to?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm far away and will begin walking dramatically towards the camera now as I give you an update on what's going on the various other streams here at the Riyadh Masters. In this corner, we have the D stream. I don't know why they keep putting OG on the D stream. D for disrespectful, I suppose. Very close game between them and Team Spirit. Crazy team fight going on. It looks like Spirit's a little bit in the lead. Lycan doing very well in this tournament. Of course, Spirit has that hero. And then we have LGD versus 9 Pandas on the C stream. I won't distract them. They're actually high grounding right now for LGD. Shiro Terrorblade. Very good stuff going on there. All the Terrorblade fans in chat can watch that one. That's no one. And on the B stream, we have Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators, how is your team doing in this match right now?
Absolutely bossing them up. We got the big fat 11k gold lead. Absolutely getting the milk out. You know what that means? It's Shreddy's time. Absolutely bossing them up. Clean up crew on stream B.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Gaimin Gladiator CEO, how's your team doing?
Oh, you know how it is, bud. We're farming. You know, we got the Timmies, we got the milk out. Everything's fine there, pal.
That's right. Very international team coming in here. Good stuff going on all of the streams. And back to you, Shiver. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jenkins, as we'll get more updates from him.
A great smile.
A great smile, and sure that there are some great games going on. There will be more great games going on here soon too, but not for now, because we're going to take a quick break. But when we're back, it is time for Quest Esports and EG Round 2.
When talking about the history of Matthew, it's easier to list the South American teams he hasn't been on than the teams he has. Starting his pro career at only 16 years old and having played on essentially every well-known and lesser-known team in South America, Matthew is an absolute fountain of knowledge and experience. Despite having played on so many teams, his placements in tournaments were not up to his wishes. Sure, he went on to majors and the international with Infamous, but they never quite managed to get the results that he wanted. A massive turning point in his career was joining Thunder Awaken for the second time in 2021, along with current teammates Pakaz and Panda. This roster achieved better and more consistent results than any South American team before them. 5th place in Stockholm Major, let's ignore the Arlington Major, 5th place at ESL 1 Malaysia, and a massive 5th place finish at the International 2022. Impressed with their performance, Evil Genius said bye-bye to their North American roster and hola to their new South American roster with Matthew in the captaincy. Together, they've achieved even better results, including a 4th place finish at the Berlin Major. Side note, Matthew is the undisputed record holder for the most courier kills in a game, with an absolutely disgusting 22 kills in one single map. If Matthew is in the game, you know the couriers are quaking in their little boots. Alright, now that we've got the massacre of innocent couriers out of the way, EG is playing a large part in making South American one of the strongest regions in Dota, and Matthew is the brain behind the calculated chaos that is Evil Geniuses. Vamos!
Vamos.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for more Dota 2 as we have Quest going head-to-head against Evil Geniuses, the second game of this series. Now, Quest was incredibly dominant in the first game, but that's okay. EG, I'm sure they know how to react, how to come back. But if they don't, I got their coach with me right now. At least their impromptu coach, Faith Pian. Imagine you are the coach of Evil Geniuses. What do you do? Where do you go? Wait a second, is that a draft? They know that's previous game's draft. Yes. That's fine. We're good. So, sorry, a distraction for real quick, but you're the coach of EG. What do you do?
Okay, boys. I fucked up game 1 draft. It's okay. Let's go for game 2 right now. Whisper, I'm going to pick Darkseer for you, and Sismile, forget about this stupid hero, Bad Rider. I'm going to pick TA for you. Let's go win this game.
Wow.
Very inspiring. I think the positive energy definitely needed after a loss that they just had. Of course, Quest will be looking for some more dominance in game number 2. They're going to try to anticipate what's happening. I think they'll probably stick with their Legion Commander ban. That worked out very well for them.
Wow, it did. The only hero they've won with so far.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 teams like this. I think Shopify Rebellion had a similar thing going on.
Yeah, they did.
And I think EG are better than just an LC team. Like, this team is capable of so much. They're pretty disappointing in how they played in Game 1, so I really hope they do bring it back. The key hero that they should focus in their draft is just take out that Primal Beast for Quest. Every team that plays against Quest will take out the Primal Beast because that flex is too difficult to deal with, and they play it so well. So that is the change that I would like to see. Or if you're letting in the Primal Beast, pick it core-to-core counter.
Yeah, and flex-wise, part of the reason Legion's been working so well for EG is they've flexed it hard too. Pakaza's even played it. They've been playing at 1, 2, and 3 position. And like Miro pointed out, pick in the Clockwork last game, remove their Bat Rider flex. So you've got to keep the flex available towards the end of the draft to give you an upper hand.
Normally when there's a team that has like a must-ban hero at the start, it gives the team a little bit of an edge because generally it means that more strong heroes are making it through. Faith Beyond, why is that not the case in the current meta? Why can't a Legion Commander just be banned and EG does not have any extra advantage from having one of their main heroes banned?
I feel it's very weird because EG, I think they have more strategy out of LC, but it seems they don't want to show it off. Maybe they want to save it for playoff stage.
They're gonna make it out. Actually, they're doing quite well. I was gonna say they're gonna make it to playoff stage first, but of course both of these teams are doing quite well. I mean, we're talking like EG is in a bad spot right now. That's not the case. They are, with the loss that they just suffered, they are 5-4 in the group stages of Riyadh Masters, and of course top 4 make it to upper bracket, so they're not doing bad at all. So potentially, yeah, saving strats for playoffs. Okay, Faithman, is that actually a thing? Like, do teams do that a lot? Saving strats?
Actually, no, because sometimes you will keep saving. Okay, we keep saving. Oh, we don't get in playoff.
That is a risk.
Yeah, but they are doing good right now, so maybe they can. They already in the top of group stage.
For now, we'll see if that's still the case after this one. It's pretty tight. Group A is so split, as we should have the draft of game number 2 on our screens momentarily.
I saw a ban.
We did see a
It's
ban.
Primal Beast and Snapfire for EG.
Good job.
Wow.
Wow.
I think Gaimin Gladiators, when they played against Quest, they took out the Snapfire, the Primal Beast in both games. Some teams have tried to not ban it, and then when they let it through, they lose to it, so they end up banning it in the next game, and EG kind of fell into the same formula.
Ooh.
Oh.
We got some picks on the board already. Wow, Naga, Siren, Phoenix. It's very interesting to see them picked up as the first 2 for Quest. They saved this one for the second phase picks previously, but moving up in priority here.
So EG has to pick a Naga counter here, right?
Yes.
Or a Phoenix counter.
I really don't like Naga picking in first phase. I think Quest already lost this.
Oh, wow.
Call GG.
And I think the Naga pick looks really good in first phase if you see your offlane matchup. If you see the offlane matchup, or if you see a hero that you're good against, Koi to Koi, you can justify the Naga. So this will happen often. The Naga comes out if she sees Beastmaster, or if she sees Enigma, or if she sees Broodmother, right? But that's not the case here.
I mean, last game, because they already saw 3 heroes, so they picked this combo. It's very strong. But in this game, you just saw Rubik. Yeah, I think they take this too serious.
Yeah, I think the Starkseer is probably one of Whisper's best heroes, like you mentioned before, Faithian. But also it's good against Naga, right? You have your wall to take illusions over. You have your normal punch later on to also create another illusion of Naga. You have team fight, which EG lacked last game. So you have a means back into the game if your lanes go as disastrously as they did in game 1. And also Ion Shell versus her on lane can be very annoying.
She actually Darkseer doesn't show up as the top 10 best heroes against Naga, surprisingly. It's like Underlord, Sand King, Beastmaster. So there's some downsides, but overall for like EG's draft and what they're comfortable with, I think it's obviously the best pick.
I mean, Whisper is really a great Darkseer player, and this is the first time they play Darkseer in this tournament. I think finally they can give us some new strategy.
I also like that EG had first pick and they took the Rubik, because Rubik is Quest's go-to first pick hero for Omar. He's so high impact on it, and he was last game. Also, when you secure this Rubik for yourself, you can all of a sudden play these team fighting heroes like Beastmaster or Darkseer or Batrider, what have you. These big ultis are not so scary anymore. So EG's adjustment so far has been very good.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
So Shadow Demon Mars ban. Yep. These are just popular heroes. Mars is a great hero versus Phoenix right now. I mean, with Phoenix right now. And it was open for them last game. The Shadow Demon also would have been great because he just creates illusions of Naga and they get even more map control. And of course, he can purge off Darkseer's buffs, like the Iron Shell and Surge.
Yeah, and Mars is so good at catching Darkseer as well, so it kind of covers all the bases for what they might want. Lion as well, a support that was trending a lot towards the start of the tournament. I haven't seen as too many times on Stream A as recently, but obviously still very good. Would give them some much needed catch that they don't have with the Phoenix and the Naga.
Yeah. We saw 9 Pandas yesterday take an approach to Darkseer, which is pick Oracle for solo twice. And they would put Oracle on Darkseer's lane, and that was a way to deal with it. So that could still be an option for EG. Another thing is just go back to your Enchantress. You've been really good with it. You can just pick it for yourselves.
That's Omar's second most played hero so far. It's Mirana. 3 picks, and they've won every single game, so it's been great.
Do you feel like it needs a pairing? In the past, in the previous patch especially, we saw the Mirana Ember Spirit counter a lot. There is still space for Spirit in the draft if Quest wants to go for it. But does the Mirana, and specifically maybe does Omar's Mirana, needs a setup?
And you have the Ensnare setup, which is already good enough, I feel. So you have more options available to you on your offlane. But you know, you can never have too many setups for Arrow. It doesn't hurt at all.
I like the ET here, honestly. It's still a little bit underpicked. It's been picked 28 times, but it's got a 67% win rate. It's doing great, not very banned in this tournament. It's going to amplify all the damage that Darkseer and Rubik brings out, which is going to be a lot. Those illusions are going to melt really fast.
It's also a great lane with Darkseer, right? You have an Iron Shelled ET, right-clicking this Naga. It's going to be really easy to kill her early on if you bring your mid-hero in.
The only thing I worry about ET is he kind of countered by Phoenix on it, and I'm worried about he have no strong stun to combo with Darkseer at early stage. Actually, I wish EG can pick some like Clockwork or Nyx, even Nyx, something you can just go for, go diving in tower and destroy Naga's game. I wish ET can play well with Darkseer.
So how would you fix the issue that EG has right now? What kind of hero can you pick for C-Smile from mid? Oh, I think this...
Yeah, this is a good play.
Is it enough for you?
Yeah, I think right now their early stage looks very strong, and if they can like bring Pango to top to play with Darkseer, then ET's problem got solved, and also ET can give you a very solid team fight, a good counter initiation, and a very strong late game. In this way, I think EG does fix this problem very well.
Yeah, and they have the scaling of Pango versus Naga. Like his swashbuckle is going to be valuable versus this hero at all stages of the game. But because of this Pangolier, the noob specialty mid-tiny comes out, and he's just waiting for any opportunity to find a melee hero on his lane to pick Tiny, and he gets it. But I still like Pangolier in this game, regardless.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how it works, I guess. Being able to toss back and add a little bit more disable is pretty nice against Pango. If they want to grab kills, it's set up for Mirana. Like, it's pretty good. But some teams like it, but I don't know if it has the highest win rate.
Previous draft, when we were talking about the Naga Siren, one of you guys said that Sven would be an option, but that game it wasn't an option because Primal Beast was his counter. This time around, is there a chance for Prakasa Sven, which would also solve their potential lack of disable issue?
There's good things, but they still don't have an egg hitter either,
Okay.
so I'd almost wonder if they're more concerned about that.
Okay.
I like TV now, even though you're playing against Naga, because TV is one of Core Tiny's hardest matchups.
Yeah.
And even though Naga, historically, yeah, she can disengage from Metamorphosis, it's still a really good hero because it can play with its team, and you have the Darkseer on your side to buff
I
you.
think in EG right now they have so many options because the lineup right now is already very good for them. They can just pick a hero good against Naga at the late game, then it's fine. I think maybe Alchemist or Draw Ranger or TB, they are also good picks, all good picks.
Alchemist also sounds pretty cool. I guess that's another hero to take advantage of Iron Crow.
Oh, I think this is better maybe because you can also deal with Egg.
Yeah, definitely an egg hitter.
Also, you can save a guy. That's a cool part. If someone is getting arrow comboed, infest them and jump out.
You can
even
also
take
fight.
the arrow.
You can also fight Naga Siren through her song, which is something that Juggernaut also provides, but Lifestealer is more consistent here when it does this. But now you have 4 melee heroes, so I wonder if Quest chooses to exploit that. No, I mean, Beastmaster is great versus melee heroes now because instead of going for the Dom build, you just go for his Aghanims and you just bang those drums and you will always have impact in these fights.
Drums of Slum.
Feast is going to be really good this game, though. Like, those are going to be some tanky melee heroes. I mean, Iron Shell your whole team, you're like, okay, guys, go kill him.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you also have this Phoenix like buffing up his Beastmaster with the Sunray, who's already going to be healing through it. So
that's true.
I think both teams have very cool drafts. Like it looks very balanced. It looks like both teams have very strong win conditions in Quest's Naga and also in EG's Lifestealer. It's a good game for him.
So it's a way more even game than previous.
Yeah, I think only problem for EG is this Beastmaster maybe is too comfortable on lane, but I think a part of that is good for EG, and I really hope EG can win this game. I don't want some team can pick Naga at first phase and win the game.
Yeah.
They've got way better gank setups on the Quest Esports side. I mean, they've got Moran Arrow, tiny combos. We've got Naga to set stuff up, Phoenix as well. So they could roar into Arrow. Like, they've got a lot better ways to get kills. So it might be a little easier for Quest to catch up if they're behind or to dominate if they're ahead.
And again, EG's heroes suit their lineup well. But if they play like they did in Game 1, they're going to lose, right?
Okay.
So if they've woken up between Game 1 and Game 2, I am slightly more inclined for EG's draft. Again, all bad for them.
Okay, and then for Quest, Fizbian, you said if Malik on his Beastmaster has a good game, then Evil Geniuses should worry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to watch the off... I mean, a surprise, you're going to watch the off lane during the game. I bet you're very happy to see Whisper on his Darkseer as well.
Yes, yes. He really, I think, one of the best Darkseer player in the world. Yeah.
All right, well, we're in for it. I hope that the game is going to live up to all of our expectations. If that sound is the one that I recognize, it means that we are moments away from getting Game 2 here of Quest versus Evil Geniuses on your screens. So without further ado, let's watch some Dota 2 with Quest and Evil Geniuses.
And hopefully that series, this game, will be a little bit better than the first one. Because,
you weren't a fan?
It wasn't the best, no. I mean, it was best if you're a Quest fan.
I enjoyed that game. I think every now and then you need a good slap. Wake you up. You know? Spent too many long games at this tournament. Need some good old 20-minute get the hell out of my lobby.
Yeah, they didn't even need Roshan. They just kind of like kept beating down EG until they eventually just
Yeah, they did one Rosh in that game. They put the Aegis on Storm and he never even used it.
Yeah.
That was quite a fast game. EG had 0 tower damage, I think, that entire game as well. I don't know if I've ever seen that for this squad, which tends to be one of the higher killer squads, one of the more aggressive ones, and one of those squads that likes to take those objectives early, particularly if Whisper is dominating his lane.
Yes, exactly. You always get building damage out of Whisper.
Right. So the fact that that just never happened for EG with a Beastmaster of all things is absolutely terrifying. We'll see if they can rebound in Game 2 with a draft that is a lot more comfortable for them and not as dependent on the early waves going well. I think there's a lot more team fight in this lineup, a lot more scale, a lot more inter-hero synergy, and those are the types of things that they tend to like to play for here, as well as splitting the runes, no first blood so far, so completely even start. And hopefully Matthew also can get a bit more done, because I still think of him as a linchpin for this EG lineup. I mean, he's their shot caller, their captain. More importantly, I feel like if his game is flowing well, then EG's game is flowing well. And that Game 1, man, did Matthew get shut down on lane by Kiori on that Phoenix. That Ench matchup did not go well at all. So Matthew's going to try and strike back here with maybe a hero that he's more comfortable and confident on. Maybe skewing this lane matchup a bit more, as well as already forcing the one-on-one for Whisper. Whisper is going to be happy with this. Anytime you get solo XP as a Darkseer and you're not getting your regen burned, which he hasn't had to buy any, pretty much the dream.
Can we talk about Lifestealer?
Oh, is that what you were waiting to ask?
Yeah. Why'd they pick this hero? Because it's like a very middle-of-the-road hero against Naga Siren, right? And while I think Darkseer is a pretty decent offlaner against Naga Siren, I think there are better ones out there. At least the stats say there are better ones. So
they were also banned, though. The Legion, the Timber, and got banned. Those are the two bigger ones. I don't think they wanted to take Underlord.
Okay.
Didn't have the same threat into here. I think Darkseer is also a very good hero for EG, one they're very comfortable in, and one that has been.
Oh, look at this little surprise Matthew set up for Kiori. He's like, all right, you're going to play in this side lane area all the time. We're going to 2v1 you and try and get first blood. It may not work, though.
Oh, they have Vacuum. He's pretty much dead for sure.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he would get to the Ancients, but no, he cannot get there. So it is going to be a first blood for Whisper. A lot of time outside of the lane, but probably worth it solely for that first blood gold.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so much extra net worth going into this Darkseer early on that he's going to be able to translate into regen, which means staying on the lane, getting full XP. You are not shutting Whisper down in this game, so EG already in a way better position than they were Game 1. You wanted to talk about Lifestealer. I mean, you know I'm a Lifestealer hater. I have always hated on this hero. This is one of those games where I actually like to pick.
Why? They have a lot of the abilities to go through his rage or catch him before he can rage?
I think the fact he has Darkseer to help Surge shell him up, get in the fight, and then he has really big team fighters behind him in the ET and the Rubik that can cause some displacement, some chaos. Maybe you turn a Roar around, maybe you turn an Avalanche around. He gets in there, he maybe saves Pango, buffs up. Is he really annoying? He can get fast damage items versus the Naga. I think it's going to be pretty annoying for Quest to deal with. It's also a hero that had to pick blind versus a last pick offlaner, so you have to consider that. Lifestealer can limit that hero pool. So there could have been offlaners that EG were worried about that Lifestealer shuts down that kind of prevented Quest from being able to pick those. You also have a Mirana here, so you knew Quest wanted some stunners in their last 2 cores. Generally, Lifestealer is good against those lineups as long as he's not the one getting initiated on. I don't know, I kind of like the pick. I think it has some decent stuff going for it. I think the heroes look okay this tournament, particularly in the Darkseer lineups. He's looking pretty solid because the other big go-to with these Darkseer lineups in terms of carry is like Chaos Knight and Sven. And both of those heroes have been incredibly underwhelming. Chaos Knight just fell off completely after the lifesteal change. And then Sven is... I don't even want to talk about that hero right now. I think he is basically the worst performing hero of the tournament. Like, literally.
Give me some stats.
You want the Sven stats?
Yeah, I want the Sven stats. Hit me.
All right. Sven is currently 1-9.
Okay.
His KDA is currently sitting at a approximate 1.5. So if you're a carry hero and your KDA is 1.5 over 10 games, that means that you are basically killing your own team. That's what it tells me. You're killing creeps and doing absolutely nothing with them.
Vacuum back in. Last second blood grenade from Matthew will secure that kill. Matthew, I think he's going to be okay. His TA2000 is not quite fast enough to chase up to him. So this laning phase is already going much better, but specifically the off lane of the matchup, Matthew versus Kaori. Looks like maybe Matthew and Whisper had a little bit of talk about how they want to deal with this guy. Because he's playing the same hero, he's going to have the same play style. They are successfully countering it this time.
Sometimes the problem with running these things back, I mean, Quest were very confident in this Naga Phoenix opener. I think that combination was stronger in the second phase for them because they had the Rubik and the Primal to back it up. And then you get slightly worse heroes. I mean, not by a large degree, but I think the Mirana Tiny have not been as impactful as the Rubik Primal were, especially with the Primal being flexible into that last pick. So I think the order in which Quest got these heroes did a lot more for them than just jamming it into the first phase here. However, the heroes are still very strong, so it says something about how confident they are in the strategy. And they'll strike back. Matthew eventually falls.
I think, though, this is kind of fine. You've traded Kaori out so many times that, you know, dying once on Matthew for the 3 different deaths, I think, at this point for Kaori, that's got to be feeling pretty good. Get a little bit of reset here. As long as Whisper doesn't die to the rotation, Ensnare Arrow. Did not expect Omar to be making a rotation this early into the game.
That's super worth it. Continuing to put this early Ensnare point to use to enable his supports. Yeah, the Phoenix is not going to have the level start yet last time. As long as you don't get both Wisdom Runes here.
Damn, look at Bakaz going to work on these boars.
Yes, this is what Lifestealer can give you versus these blind melee matchups.
This is looking really rough. Malik is just going to die because the supports are rotating to mid, trying to get the power runes. Malik is left alone and will die with Creep Wave underneath his tower. This is the worst.
And that kill mid was maybe the bigger one. They found Nuke before level 6 on this Tiny before he gets all that armor. That's a huge kill. He was getting the refill as well.
Oh, that's crazy. The cut on the bottle pass.
Yeah, that is exactly where Matthew wants to be in this game. He's already done more in the first 6 minutes in this game than he did in the entirety of last game on that Enchantress.
For sure.
And this is the type of pace that EG want to play. They want their 4 position controlling where the supports are going, where those skirmishes are happening. This is going to free up C-Smile to go bottom now with the Rolling Thunder and try and kill this Beastmaster who TP'd back to lane and is on cooldown for 60 seconds. Malik, I hope you've practiced your recovery skills because you're going to need them this game. No free farm for you.
Is this going to be a one-sided stomp the other direction? Kaori, once again, is going for the Wisdom Rune, but they're doing the same on the other side of the map. I think this might be EG getting 2.
They should. They have the stun advantage. Yeah, Kaori can't even fight for this one.
Omar does manage to get it, but he will die shortly after, so it's still to the favor of the EG, clearly.
You got to do that if you're Omar, because that's not just a Wisdom Rune, it's a refill for C-Smile. That would have just been way too efficient for the Pangolier. still a lot of levels going into these EG supports that they were lacking last time around, and more importantly, denying some of it away from a Phoenix Mirana support duo that Quest really need the levels here.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Their damage to throw behind these two stunners and the Beast and the Tiny when they go in the fight. Not going to happen this time around.
We saw that the impact in that game 1 when you get Phoenix like very early level 5 is like a huge power spike for that hero. Fire Spirits does crazy amounts of damage.
No mana here on C-Smile. It's just not a kill attempt that's going to work. And the arrow hitting a creep. Omar could not find the angle. By the way, that tower just died bottom off of that double skill. Really nice play by C-Smile to get the read. Hey, we killed him once. He's going to come back. Just kill him again. Quest don't want to play down here. All of a sudden, your tower's gone. Your beast is level 4. And all those ancients that he wanted to stack and get through just goes out the window because the Lifestealer can play super aggressive. There's no early threat on Picaz in this game.
Well, Noob is calling in a favor here. He may have had a rough time getting those early power runes in game 1, but now he's on the losing side of things, and he is getting a couple of them here. Haste Rune, very important one for a Tiny. He can finally make some moves in the struggling side lanes. We'll see where he chooses to go with that. Speaking of Matthew's impact, I actually wanted to bring him up because we know Rubik is like his go-to hero. It's his most played hero, hugely impactful. And I was curious like what his numbers were on Enchantress. He's only played Enchantress 7 times in his career in professional matches. And he, well, after that game has a sub 50% win rate. So you could just see comfort level definitely does matter in some of these matchups. Oh, that's a big kill. C-Smile giving up something that frankly, kind of shouldn't have. That was way too easy for Quest.
Got him. I mean, he has 1 in Raindrop, plus Fluffy Hat built into the orb here. That's a lot of magical bursts this early on. Didn't even have to pop the haste rune for Noob. That's what this Tiny Pick's designed to give you here. Just insane burst. That's a big comeback kill. A lot of XP going into Omar that he needed here. Also a move from EG that was poking top and just yielded nothing, even had to deny their own obs. So vision advantage skewed back towards Quest here, and now they get to use that rune to potentially pick up Whisper.
Big kill. If they could get this one, it would be very close to Blink Dagger. Form toss up in the air, beautiful. That was really nice. Omar had to throw that arrow early.
Yeah, that was on point.
So the fact that they managed to couple that together was really nice. Now, Malik does die again in the bottom lane because does not have Infest, but he does have C-Smile to try and help get him out of this situation. He will not be able to. Now C-Smile, who committed his life to try and help out Picaz, will die alongside. Malik will gladly tip Picaz, knowing that they have overly focused on the Beastmaster and now been punished for it.
Quest gets so much out of that for the supports and for Noob. The last minute here, he basically kills 4 heroes on the map and C-Smile twice, right? He got a mid, and then he gets him on the overextension bottom. So much gold into the Tiny's pocket after he was having a rough early laning stage. Getting Picaz off the map, too, it's going to free up space for the Beastmaster. This is pretty much exactly what Quest want. Turn the aggression of EG back against them. And now you have Egg up. Now you have your Mirana ult as well. If you wanted to skill it, though, Omar will just take the extra nukes. He's going to continue to play through the Tiny here.
Is under attack.
Tiny may not be having the best time at this tournament, but I do remember Noob's Tiny, like we didn't see much of it at Bali, and then Noob picked it up as a mid laner, and he really popped off in those games where he got it.
It's a comfort pick for him. Absolutely. I think there's other mid initiators they could have picked in that role. It's just Tiny is his go-to. And for good reason. He is going to pop off on it. It's also one of those heroes that works really well with the Mirana. So if Omar is comfortable in this, which so far they have been very comfortable, it's just a nice little duo that they pick up. I think it's one of the things that this team excels at. They get these little combinations they're very comfortable with. They make sure the synergy between the mid and the 2 supports is always top tier in terms of damage output throughout the course of the game. And that means you always have play options available, whether you're ahead or you're behind here. This is a game that could have spiraled like last game, right? If EG made a couple of more clean moves, they didn't give up those Pango deaths, suddenly you're looking at a 5 or 6k gold lead.
Yep.
Instead, because your heroes have these small synergies and the extra spell damage, Quest makes some good comeback moves, and this game is exactly even again. No spiral for you, no stomp for you. Gonna have to beat us on our terms, which means trying to find the item timings for Picaz here. Mjolnir Rush is gonna be the answer for the Naga. Double damage will go Noob's way.
Jumping into Noob, but he's got the supports to back him up, so they'll get that kill despite Noob taking away the power rune. Omar is actually going to try and sneak a kill, but the shield crash, that buff was still up on C Smile and helps protect him alongside the raindrop. So the burst wasn't enough.
I think that's an okay play by Noob. I think his supports need to be with him. I don't know where exactly Omar and Kaori were. Maybe they're just farming on the map, getting stacks. If they're not there, okay, maybe Noob can't go for that play, but that's a blink reveal Tiny who wants the double damage there, right? If there's an arrow Starfall follow-up, you might just kill the Pango again, and then you're busting this game wide open. A little bit of a misstep on this rune control. EG will take advantage of it. C-Smile gets some revenge. His time to shine with the supports behind him has come. And level 4 Avalanche for Matthew. This is probably the best spell he can get in this game for a long time outside of, you steal some ults in the fights. That's why they're smoking up here, looking for anything.
Yeah, and they could start setting up for Wisdom Rune in 1 minute if they want to try and steal away Quest. Play for a team fight over there.
I mean, this is still double damage. Noob still got the TD rune, so instant smoke up by Quest and straight back on to C-Smile. He's gone again.
Got him again. The Avalanche is going to come too late, and Panda, who is looping around the side here, trying to get aggressive vision down. He'll not be punished for his position. Man, Alec rushed a pipe, by the way.
Yes, very interesting. He did not go the Ags, which was scaled more this game. He's just going the utility, trying to buff up his other two cores. I guess they believe in the Naga and the Tiny scale this game in terms of being able to deliver the damage. Maybe Phoenix having as good a game as Kaori has had. Man, he has just been farming top. EG have not been able to kick him out, and he has extracted a lot of levels and gold off this top lane on the Phoenix. I feel like EG need to be decisive right now. They need to choose where they want to strike. Particularly with the Pangolier, you have this Diffusal finish, you can shell him, you can surge him. If you combine these cores, your team fight's strong. It's just where do you want to use it? You're getting dragged around in these weird areas. Egg for the Wisdom Rune up here. I don't think it's gonna live.
No, it's not. So EG, a small little pickoff like that, and a Supernova on cooldown does mean they have the advantage if they want to push it. Maybe they could try and take something like this mid-tower.
He did get that rune. So the levels for Quest have definitely caught up here.
Yeah, but do you think it's worth giving up your life for the second
No.
Wisdom Rune?
I think only the first one. Unless you're like a level 6 support, then you do it for sure. He was very high level though. Kaori has sat top for a while, so that was a big kill to give up.
Yeah, he's been farming against the Darkseer for a while because TA2000 doesn't need that lane. He's been farming up jungle.
And I think that's something EG should have prioritized a bit more, is kicking that Phoenix out of top if they could.
What was that move?
I have no idea.
Surge into Infest to take the boar, and C-Smile needs some help with the mid lane. The arrow blocked! Darkseer comes in, lets C-Smile get off the Rolling Thunder. It looks like Whisper's gonna live off the mech. He's gonna be low here. He vacuums back in TA2000 and will die. Whisper will die for that one, but well worth it.
Look at the damage on the ET right now. That's a max Spirit Elder Titan.
Yeah, he's running at Omar. Omar, is he gonna get punched by this one? He doesn't have any more leap charges. They don't even need the stomp to land. The Fade will bring him down. Unknown if it's Whisper intentionally blocking that arrow, but it did save the team fight for sure.
I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if Whisper will ever take an arrow for the boys. I think he just didn't see it. Either way, you have an Arcane Rune Pangolier with Diffusal. He's a bit tanky now, can't get bursted. This is where the early EHP between the Pango, the mech on the Darkseer, and the Infest just work out wonderfully. You don't have the damage right now of your Quest without the egg surviving, which was used on that Wisdom Rune earlier.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe wish you had it here, as Caveman Dota with the 4 melee Darkseer lineup starting to heat up. And yeah, that max Spirit on the Elder Titan is a very interesting choice this game. In theory, it can work out if you ever want to commit a Surge on him, or if Panda can just get in there and start smacking people. It's a lot of damage early on a hero that maybe Quest don't want to focus. The downside is you give up extra Stomp and Aura levels, which, you have some back combos with. The extra sleep duration is a little nice to buy time for maybe a second Rage or another Surge.
I'm not an ET expert, but I would positively say that...
Well, not many people are, Cap. I mean,
I know,
it takes a real
you're
rare
a special breed
of a Dota player to be an Elder Titan. That's the finest of all the Dota players.
If you don't have a lot of magic damage, especially ranged spells you're throwing around, I feel like leveling up the aura isn't as valuable. Would you agree with that? Like, they have swashbuckle physical damage, lifestealers getting in there punching people, physical damage, right?
Sure. I think leveling Stomp is still good though.
Okay.
I think extra sleep duration and even the little damage is not bad. I don't know. I tend to feel the 4th point in the Spirit is a little overkill a lot of times. But we've been seeing people favor it more. If you get the damage in, ultimately it will always feel good. It's just a question of what your impact in the fight's going to be, what you think you can reliably do. If you're not playing versus a bunch of purges, if you think the stuns are going to go on your cores, it's going to free you up to get in there and get 2 big right clicks, then it is worth it. Stomp will land on 2, and the roll will prevent any TPs out here.
Air Splitter, can it snap it back? It will not, and they've lost sight of TA2000. Drop a sentry, spot him for a second here, but they're splitting targets. They're not sure where to go. TA2000 hit by another swashbuckle, and another stomp is going to land. They've got him.
Yeah, Panda just had his number, man. The dust, the drum to keep up the move speed. He lands 2 stomps on TA2000 here. Zelda Titan has done work for EG in this game. And it's only going to get better as you level this stomp, you level the aura. I mean, you don't have a huge amount of the magic damage thrown, but you do have ion shells, you do have Fade Bolt, plus whatever Matthew's going to steal in the fight. It's not nothing because did not respect the burst. Did not think they were all there. That is the one really deep ward for Quest. They're just playing around it. That is what this tiny Mirana will always give you, a chance to just catch heroes off guard.
Look at C Smile. This is very aggressive positioning by him, and he might get caught for it. Oh, Spirit. Putting Noob, he just cannot get his blink off here.
I mean, he's very tanky here. Aegis plus Shield Rune, basically 3 lives on this Pango. You also have a Greaves completed on Whisper to back this up. These are not the targets you want to go on if you're Noob. This is the correct call, even with that Lifestealer dead. That fight is a little awkward. You probably want to wait for the next Beastmaster aura here if you're Quest. And try and take a fight around that, plus your level 2 egg, which, yeah, it's level 2 egg already up. All that XP that Kiori got earlier, he's rushing Hex again. Some of the big guy man is going to be there. Man, Panda is just putting him on a clinic with these stomps.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He keeps on just very aggressively positioning himself around the map, somehow finding these heroes. And I feel like he hasn't been punished a single time for it.
No. And he's 1-0-7. Quest have not been able to stop the Elder Titan's rampage, as rare as that is in this early game. This is one of those heroes that actually skews the Naga matchups for a lot of the carries. Another reason I think the Lifestealer pick was pretty solid, because they didn't need a hero that just solo answers Naga like Sven.
Okay.
Sometimes does in certain patches, because you have ET to help you out. That's the power of Elder Titan. Okay, your carry matchup's bad? Not anymore.
Yeah, now the hero has literally no armor because what Naga Siren builds plus armor item.
I mean, even just Stomp and ET ult in a fight is sometimes enough to change the matchup.
Yeah.
Even just buffing up 1 or 2 nukes on the target is enough to change the matchup sometimes.
Sure.
These are very powerful spells in the carry-on-carry situation, so it's something else that maybe makes EG feel a bit more comfortable. I mean, ET is basically the #1 support versus Naga, historical stats-wise.
And now you've got even more AoE damage to be thrown around with an Aghanim Scepter done for the Pangolier.
This is a really good timing for EG. They still have Aegis, and you have stolen level 2 Roar on Matthew right now.
You know you're ahead of the game when you get an Aghanim Scepter on Pango before you hit the level 15 talent.
He's too rich for his own good.
Yeah.
Infested as well. Yeah, Matthew's looking. He has Blink here, surged up. Moonlight Shadow causing him problems. Oh, he almost got the real Naga there.
That was a close call. Gonna leave some illusions behind with the arrow to see if they can get this kill without committing too much. They vacuum to pull the illusions off of Matthew, and now Omar, who went for the kill off the Starstorm, will be punished for it finally. Because pops out to help get something.
Those little combinations are gonna be nice for quests. Like you can ensnare, put illusions, throw an arrow. You don't have to commit the real heroes. Sustain and counter initiation is gonna be there for EG though. So it pretty much has to be Noob going in to secure these kills, working towards a BKB. Quest still finding a lot of net worth on this map. I mean, EG are not shutting them out of the camps.
Yeah, they die, but they never, like, actually go back to their base a lot of times. As you can see from Noob here, who's finally getting to be punished for it. He's been playing this area of the map for a really long time.
EG have to find somebody. They're just getting way too many camps right now.
Toss away, attempted.
Getting that ward helps as well. As Gem picked up for Panda. So they will try and regain some of the map control through the vision, because they definitely feel like they're getting split up right now. Deep dire wards helping Quest split push the sides of this map. They have Beastmaster on one end, Tiny on the other, and Naga pushing the waves. EG's catch is pretty limited.
Yeah, their catch is limited,
hard.
and I feel like it's not the easiest for them to deal with a Heart Illusion Naga Siren pushing out lanes.
And that Heart is basically done as soon as TA2000 wants to pick it up. This is where the game can become awkward for this 5-man group up lineup from EG. The team fight is definitely favorable for them. It's just Quest don't have to give it to you.
Yeah.
Like, why would Quest ever 5v5 you right now, right? Unless they feel like you're getting too many objectives off the map in either the form of Tormentors, Towers, or Roshan. Right now, EG has had that Aegis, though the Aegis didn't do much for them. So I don't know if Quest are that compelled to contest second Rosh here even either.
Sure.
I think it'd only be an issue if they feel Aegis on Lifestealer lets him high ground, which, I don't know about you, but going high ground versus Tiny lineup does not sound too fun.
Yeah, if you get tossed back into a Primal Roar underneath like a tier 4 tower, I don't care if you have a second life, that's probably a bad fight.
I would tend to agree. So that is something that EG are going to have to think about, itemize for, and try and solve in this game, unless they're just very happy going ultra late with their Elder Titan backup in terms of scale, which it might be. I mean, they have Elder Titan and Darkseer versus Naga. Part of the draft advantage for EG here is that they did deal with the first phase Naga pretty well. Like, they had 4 picks to do it, and these are 4 pretty damn good picks at making sure this Naga is not going to be a problem in the ultra late. So maybe they are just comfortable farming it out.
And there is Kaori Scythe of Ice.
Right on time. I mean, he found a lot of net worth in this game, a lot of levels. If you ever get to play Phoenix like this, you're very happy, because this is kind of how the hero thrives.
Quest is going to put their team fight to a test here. Now, we do favor EG when it comes to it, but we've hit a power spike with this Scythe, with the pickup of the Heart.
And Crimson for Moloch here.
Yeah, that's a nice.
So you got a lot of HP going into the Quest heroes, and then you have Crimson and Pipe to back it up.
So if you could start off with a pickoff, and they can't turn around and kill the Tiny because he's too damn tanky, a pickoff on the Lifestealer would be perfect. The Scythe helps combo it, they got him.
3,000 HP.
And they're going to keep keeping into this one. They're actually going to try to play around this wall. Primal War immediately stopping C-Smile from being able to have a big impact with that Rolling Thunder, and they just cannot do the damage. Not without their Lifestealer, it's looking like. C-Smile's going to try. He's going for the Beastmaster right now. Will manage to get that one kill. TA2000, oh, his health is gone! Oh, he didn't see that coming. What about the Elder Titan, TA2000? What about him?
Blink and you miss it. ET sends you into the fissure. Says goodbye, Ashy Carry. Nice knowing you.
I mean, the fact that he tried to fight C-Smile, and it was like, this isn't going great because of the Ion Shell. And then Elder Titan gets close, and all of a sudden, he's taking so much more damage, and then the Earth Splitter knocks him out before he can retreat.
I mean, you look at this death summary for TA2000, I'll tell you who's #1. It's Elder Titan right there with 1350. It is rare you get to deal half of a Naga's HP from a 5 position. Max Spirit doing wonders here for Panda as he continues his onslaught in this game. Can they finally bring the beast down? No. Even as a pig, he's immortal. His reign of terror continues, and he's just going hags, man.
Hell yeah.
This ET is going to be a problem. They don't have good purges for him. They don't have good control. I mean, do you want to commit a roar on him? This is a fight where EG lose their 3,000 HP carries straight off the bat. I thought this was going to be way better for Quest.
Yeah, and C-Smile's roll-up here. Rolling Thunder immediately stopped by Mount.
Yeah, you get 3 heroes stunned by the egg. The first Spirit Stomp, by the way, hit nothing. I think it was just completely off by Panda. A rare misstep in this game, but it does cost them here.
And it all goes wrong because TA2000 chooses to try and fight with the Beastmaster on C-Smile, and then here comes boom!
Yeah, you are absolutely gone.
I mean, even without the Earth Splitter, I think he was dead there, just choosing to fight into that situation.
I think Quest underestimate how tanky EG are with these Darkseer Auras. Like, they have a Greaves of their own. They have a lot of sustain. Pipe was also done for Whisper there. This Pangle here he's a beast. This early axe pickup for C-Smile has worked wonders here. He's dealing a lot of damage. He's burning out mana. You can't really burst him. Another shield rune picked up. That's part of the issue Quest are facing right now. Even with this Hex pickup, it's all single target initiation. What happens after that? Like, you did not win the 5-on-4. That's concerning for your idea of how to take these 5-on-5s. If your single target burst is not winning you a fight.
Yeah, you kind of need to, I think off that fight, what we learned is they need to get that pick and then kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah, wait
because
for
the
the
Naga
next
Siren
combo.
cannot just take.
I agree.
He can't 1v4 the rest of the team.
Now, when that second tiny jump comes in, you're probably going to win the fight off that.
Right, yeah.
It's just what happens in that interval. If the ET gets in there and does damage like Panda's been doing. That's why these stomps are really pivotal. When the tiny goes in, you need to force his BKB, make sure that duration starts ticking, and ideally the stomp lands on 1 or 2 heroes, because then you can take advantage of that interval where Quest are waiting for the rego.
Yeah. And let's not forget, like, there was an opportunity there to song and reset that fight as well, right?
Yeah.
We didn't even use that.
That's why the read, I was with their read. Like, this looks great for Quest.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Guys, what happened?
TA2000 just not respecting the matchup against the ET. And as a result, did not manage to wrest control of this game away from EG, but it is still kind of even. EG still hold the team fight advantage and very likely will get Roshan with that. But there is this developing problem of what do we do about this illusion push that's always happening. It's subtle, but it's happening constantly.
I just think that fight propelled you in a really solid spot with your Pango and your Lifestealer. And
Bold and Malik, they're not letting anybody get close to this Roshan pit.
Whisper traps himself, but I don't think he's too sad about that. He'll hang out with this Hawk, his new friend.
The real Naga Siren is bottom lane, by the way.
It's getting some power
So they
damage.
might lose their tier 3.
Yeah, significant power damage, actually, as that butterfly is completed. TA2000 just chomps down. Tier 3 for Roshan, I guess it's best case scenario for Quest here. I don't think you can contest EG in that pit unless you have the most clutch song of your life.
Yeah.
And you're doing it in the double spell immunity in the Lifesteal and the Pango.
I like this. I think this is what Quest have to play for here. Pickoffs like this one's kind of weird, but the arrow does land. They're going to get the kill and now try and pop the song to get out.
Where's the stop? Where's the spirit?
They're not going to get anything to stop the TP away. Don't you just kind of have to YOLO out a Nurse Splitter there?
Yeah, that's actually something I started to learn more about with this ET here. Like, you can just throw these Nurse Splitters early to prevent the TP and wear the song duration is definitely a move Panda's going to think about now. Because I think the first time it happens, you kind of forget about that interaction. But now, something to think about. I don't know what happened to his Spirit. I swear he had it for that fight. I don't think it was still at the pit. Either way, that's another tool that EG will have to cancel these songs. Something else that makes this ET matchup really annoying. That Spirit's on you, you're not TPing out unless you want to commit for a BKB.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that you've got 2 different abilities to kind of counter song TP out from your 5 position, yeah, there is so many reasons this hero is good against Naga Siren. But Quest have created a weak point on EG.
Very true.
Tier 3 down, they continue to split push you. They continue to use this Tiny Mirana combo to be able to get, big kills. Maybe you can't win the 5-on-5, but you can win the 3-on-1 over and over again.
Or it's about how that fight starts. Like, you get somebody to show in EG's base, that opens up the jump for noob, and then that reset becomes a lot more nice.
Yeah.
Also, the BKBs are going to come out for Quest, and that's a big deal, because ET does not help you through these BKBs. EG lose a lot of damage in. The aura's not going through, your Earth Splitter loses some value, your stomps aren't landing. The BKBs help you commit after the tiny jump for Quest, and you're going to have one on TA2000. Potentially, he's debating it between the BKB and the Nullifier. What did he just buy out for? Oh, he just bought out. I think this is a really good read by TA2000. I think after that fight top, he understands you just need BKB on Naga in this game. You need to be able to stay in there, start right-clicking people with this Butterfly mana first the Lifestealer. BKB is your best way to do that. The alternative would have been Assault Cuirass, which is another kind of counter aura item that would help you fight the Lifestealer here. It's just not as common anymore, and I think BKB is nice versus the rest of EG's lineup here. Helps you versus the Pango and the Darks here. Maybe you don't get back. I can buy into it. Like you said, though, that pressure point exists now, and Quest are going to do their best to exploit it, pull EG around, find the pickoffs, not get picked off. And Matthew will find Kaori. Level 20 for the Lifesteal with Lincoln's Elven Tunic going MKB.
I think the pickoffs like that are worth their weight in gold for EG because they are falling behind in net worth here. Ensnare, break through Lincoln's, arrow goes out, blocked by a creep.
Oh, he got the sleep post dodge.
They'll be able to chain it now. Ogre Seal Totem won't be able to go out very far. TA2000 has to use his BKB TP out. Earth Splitter is too late.
Panda needs to be thinking about, I mean, it's not easy, right? It's a game of cat and mouse. I'm not saying these are reliable to get. It is something you will think about more as this game progresses. Still, you get a BKB out of the Naga, you get the song, you protect your Pango. this is the tough part of playing the map for EG. As long as you get out of these little skirmishes, I think they're happy. Like, they're still down some gold, but who cares about net worth in this game? It's all about the team fight and execution and the jump. And stolen level 4 Sunray for Matthew, that is a nice little pickup here.
Yeah, what I love here is how fast they're moving, right? They kick the Naga Siren out of that bottom lane. They're like, this is our chance to get a fight on their side of the map now. Because
Especially
we have been playing on the Radiant side for so long. We need to be able to play on their side, use our team fight advantage, and start threatening a winning condition of going high ground.
And taking these objectives. Your window to take these objectives is kind of limited to the Aegis on the Lifestealer unless you win a fight or get a big pick-off. So you need to make it count. These periods where you get quests back onto their side of the map are invaluable for your lineup right now. Getting lanes in, because look at the 2 side lanes right now, right? Like, you group up for mid instantly, Naga Illusion's down 1, Tiny on the other side of the map. Then you have to go back and deal with this. These Naga Illusions, like you said, are not the easiest for your lineup to deal with directly. You just feel like you're getting dragged around. You don't feel like you're making progress here, even if the game is technically staying even. And sometimes it be a mentality thing. Yeah. I don't think like I said, I don't think EG are concerned with fighting the Naga late game directly. It's more about what it does in terms of numbers advantage or picking you apart. If you make a mistake, your map collapses. You just got to maintain the focus here. Another pickoff definitely helps. I don't know if Rubik's the #1 Infest target I would think about, but it has worked out here.
Yeah, it kind of has. I mean, when you know that Quest isn't going to fight back, Matthew is able to kind of brazenly run around looking for kills.
And where is that point for Quest, right? I feel like it's been some time since we've seen them make an aggressive move outside of that Crimson art timing way earlier. They do have 3 BKBs now.
They could have gone for Bakad.
That arrow actually landed? What?
Okay. Yeah, landed like inside of him as he came down.
Yeah, they need a basher here on
Yeah, C-Smile is going to need that, or Lifestealer, or both.
A nice little move by Quest. They get a pick off mid on that Rubik that's been annoying, and the waves are getting cut by Naga here.
And they've got a Silver Edge on Noobs. That's going to help out even more. There is still, though, like you said, the advantage of EG. It really is, I think, such a mentality thing at this point. You just got to keep reminding yourself, guys, it's fine if we go late. Right? It's like, we don't have to feel too pressured, the fact that they're doing all this split pushing and stuff. We always have the advantage.
I mean, they can win the late game 5-on-5s. You just don't know if they're going to get them in a fair scenario.
Yeah.
The way Quest are gearing up here, it's going to pick and pull you apart. Like, that's kind of what this Silver Edge on the Tiny is designed to do as well, right? Sure, the break is nice. I think it's more about just abusing vision. Like, you have a Silver Edge Tiny running in, you have some Beastmaster vision, you have Naga Illusion vision, you have Morana ulti. Oh my god. It's actually one of the most toxic vision lineups I've seen in a while. Like, how do you see anybody on EG to jump them or take the fight fairly?
They got the 20% evasion from the Moonlight Shadow.
Also a factor.
Malik is going to go Force Staff. Like, that goes to show. It is like evade, evade, evade.
Yeah, just kite the fights out. Let Noob pick and pry them apart. That's the name of the game here for Quest. We'll see if they can accomplish it. I mean, yeah, they have double Force Staff already, and Malik's going another one. So EG will find them. Maybe get the C-Smile looking for.
Boldly jumping in there, might pay the price for it. He's going to get a little bit low. The gun landed, the arrow went through. No C-Smile for this fight. The Supernova is going to last as well, so EG have to reset. They're going to lose Matthew on top of this one, and the Song is going to look to catch more.
They want Pakaz with another sleep arrow. It doesn't land.
Oh, it slips right past him, and now Pakaz is able to fight back, so we can't actually grab anybody here. Even if he's surged, he's having a rough time. Now he's going to be ensnared. Fortunately, there's a Lotus Orb to remove that. Pakaz getting a bit more distance away. Omar is trying to get him with the Yule Scepter into another combo, but a vacuum onto 3. That's pretty nice. Noob is already killing heroes on the side as well, so he's going to come back into this fight. Pakaz has a limited amount of time of vulnerability to work with. Now the rage is gone, so now he's going to be hit by all these stuns. He needs a way out of this one. Infest up in 1 second. He can jump into the dark suit, but he's too far away. Whisper will now be chased down as well. Omar... Okay, does manage to blink away. Somebody's able to get out on the side of EG, but what a nasty engagement. And it all starts with C-Smile jumping straight into 5 of Quest.
That is not what he wanted to do right there, especially if he's not infested and has that extra EHP. He's been tanky this game, but not that tanky. He just took an arrow out of Avalanche and Snare, and that was it, man. He was stunned for so damn long, Omar. definitely puts that fight on his back as he just stalls it out so much. This Yules has been annoying. The Solar Crest has been annoying. Every arrow is landing here. And again, once you get one kill on Quest and you can reset the fight, that just becomes a nightmare for Pakaz to find anybody.
Yeah,
Way too many kiting mechanisms.
It's funny that you said, you know, you can win the 5-on-5, but you're not going to get it in a fair engagement. I think that fight was a fair engagement.
About as fair as you're going to get, yeah.
Yes, C-Smile just kind of gave him something. You know, he's like, all right, you could have me.
I think it's some of the frustration in this game, too. I mean, that jump is hard because it's into a high ground ward for Quest. You want to force the fight. You're smoking into them, right? You don't know if they're all there clumped. And it's the frustration of this game. If you're getting worn around the map, when the fight finally comes, you're like, okay, if we can't win the fight, then what the hell are we doing in this game? I understand it. It's just not the initiation we're looking for, and all that Pango net worth goes out the window. I mean, this is like Pakaz's third rage, and he gets one hero out of it.
This avalanche separating the two. Pakaz had just a small little window there to infest, but Whisper was too far away to get inside.
It's also a fight where Panda, he did have the Zags on the ET, but he did not feel confident enough to engage during that Spirit timing because the egg was buying time for Quest.
Yeah.
So they have some mechanisms in this Moonlight, the egg, the Mirana, or the Naga sleep. It's a lot of just stall, right? You can stall out a rage, you can isolate a target, you can stop a surge. Like, where do you go in and how do you burst someone on EG? All right, they're going to infest the Darkseer now.
Yeah, see if we can get a better engagement than last time. If Whisper can hit a vacuum wall and then C-Smile gets in there with his AoE damage, that should be a much different engagement.
Yeah, look at the Hawk vision, though. Again, the vision mechanisms for Quest,
they're too good.
It's just so damn hard to bypass. I think you might have to throw the Spirit in first. I mean, Panda is. You're trying to scout something and then jump it blind. Roche is just dying, though. While you're trying to figure out what Quest are seeing, all they're seeing is Aegis Cheese right now. Refresher Shard as well. You give this away to the Phoenix or something, you're in trouble here.
Might be one of those times just to try and jump in there. They go into the pit. Nobody's there.
What do you do now if you're EG?
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow has gone out. C-Smile not getting any information. He's gonna get caught. Oh no, C-Smile might have just given away. Oh, big crit off the double damage.
There's nothing tiny about this Tiny right now, and that is another failed initiation for EG as they just can't see anything. They are playing this game blind. Refresher Shard now on TA2000. We'll see who he ends up giving it to. I assume you're gonna give it to Kaori, and they will. So that's a double Hex, double Egg Phoenix.
We said Quest. They found a pressure point, a weak point to be able to dig at EG with this split push, and now it feels like the other dig point is C-Smile. Tipping him, knowing that he's failed initiations is costing EG this game right now.
I don't think it could be him going in. Sure, if you catch him in the pit with that rolling, maybe you look like a hero. Instead, it turns out a zero.
I think you're right. I think it has to be Darkseer jumping in.
It has to be Darkseer with the infest. You get a vac, and then you're just instantly on a big core target. However, while we're discussing this, you're just getting megas right now.
Yeah, they're not even fighting back, basically. Supernova, they do manage to get the Lotus Orb, bounce back. The Earth Splitter's pretty good, but without their carry, how good is it really?
Okay,
C-Smile,
Panda, you're the carry.
He's the carry now with his Aghanim Scepter, trying to put some damage out. It doesn't last for long. It is only as good as the magic immunity wears on.
And another arrow to seal C-Smile's fate as that egg survives on one hit. This Pango just didn't find anything in the last 20 minutes here. The vision control, the kiting in the fights, the initiation power from this Quest lineup, something I think was a little overlooked by all of us and just ended up winning in this game. Like, they played around it so damn well. That's the power of these Naga Mirana lineups. Sure, you have all these cute things with ensnares and arrows and, you know, all these little combinations. Omar and Noob, the combination between the Tiny and the Mirana definitely carried the early game. It's the vision that ultimately just powers through EG. Sure, their 5-on-5 is strong. They just never get what they want out of that. Man, this is taking me back to TI-11. I'm getting some map toxicity flashbacks right here.
Yeah.
This is very frustrating to play against, I can tell you. This feels like not only a game you lost for EG, it feels like a game you couldn't win.
Rough for Evil Geniuses. Something that they're gonna have to really think about, just because this sort of game, I don't know, I felt like you had the early start that you wanted, right? Everything was going your way, and then you just couldn't lock down the game, and then you just couldn't find the right team fight initiations. You couldn't get that map control.
You did shut down Malik, you took the early tower, Pakaz had a dream start. The one thing in the early game I think they'll have to look at is like how much this Phoenix got to sit top. he got way too much sitting top. Like, he got 2 or 3K net worth for 3 from 1, got to level 9 or 10, steals their Wisdom Rune. Kaori had way too free of a game for the position that EG were in. You just got to combine these heroes a bit better. I think Panda had a great game. I think that was clicking for EG. Their supports looked a lot better this time between the Rubik and the Elder Titan. I think they did their job. This just falls down to, it's another loss without the Legion for EG. Maybe there's something there to figure out. And it's also another game where I feel as though Pangolier continues to struggle. I don't know what it is. This hero is just not scaling or finding the damage impact that we're used to seeing out from a mid-spirit type of hero, where he's just getting eclipsed by Storm and some of the other bigger names.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Evil Geniuses, they're going to have to, this might be a series that really shakes their confidence, but Quest, they are building up more and more with the stand-in and Malik. They're looking pretty good. And, well, looks to me like they're ready on stage. So we're going to go over to Tsunami with the winner's interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Omar of Quest Esports. Omar, congratulations on another resounding win. It seems like you guys are starting to find consistency. Oftentimes with new rosters, that's the biggest issue. Is this ever something that's on your mind, or every single game just stands alone?
First of all, thank you very much. About the consistency, I think we work very hard. We usually try to keep it up, but sometimes some messes up. This game, it was my mess up, kinda. But yeah, we always try to fix stuff.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا عمر من فريق كويست بعد ما فازوا في جيم جدا عظيم. حتى الجيم الأول كان مرة ستامب لصالحهم، لكن السؤال الأول اللي سألناه إنه احنا عارفين إنه كويست يعتبر راستر جديد نوعا ما، والشيء هذا هل هو دائما في بالكم، دائما في بالك يا عمر إنه هالشيء هذا يكون عائق لكم؟ لكن الجواب يقول لا، صراحة احنا دائما نحاول نشتغل قد ما نقدر إننا نصلح كل الأخطاء اللي عندنا. بعض الأحيان أحد يخطي، بعض الأحيان يكون الخطأ منه هو زي ما هو شاهدناه في الجيم الماضي، لكن بالأخير هم يحاولون يشتغلون قد ما يقدرون على نفسهم.
For this tournament, you qualified through the MENA region qualifier, which is something unique, doesn't happen often. Let's say, hypothetically, the DPC had a MENA region altogether. You've spent a lot of time playing in this region. What do you think the DPC Div 1, Div 2 would look like if it existed?
To be honest, in this current state, probably it wouldn't be a very strong region at start, but just for starters, I believe this region has a lot of room to improve. I believe it's very talented and there's a lot of potential. Yeah, I feel like this region can be a very decent region.
سألنا عمر السؤال الثاني في المقابلة بحكم انه كويست تأهلوا من المينا ريجن الى رياض ماسترز، كنا نتكلم على موضوع انه المينا ريجن الان لو كان عندهم مدخل على الدي بي سي في الديفيجن 1 والديفيجن 2 هل يقدرون انهم ينافسون على منحى العالم؟ لكن كان الجواب بكل بساطة انه بالعكس، انا اشوف انه في امكانية، خصوصا انه في البداية ممكن ما يكون في بوتنشل عالي، لكن بعد فترة طويلة اكيد انه بيكون فيه يعني منافسة من المينا ريجن، خصوصا انه اللاعبين اللي موجودين مرة تالنتد في اللعبة.
For your individual growth as a player, what's the journey been like for being in Div 2, Urdu Thunders, working your way up? Are you feeling yourself leveling up, or did you always know you were this good to begin with?
I'm I believed I'm good. I didn't believe I can reach this so fast. To be honest, it's been like this, our journey. We've been learning a lot, improving a lot. I'm grateful for my team and for everything we've been getting. We wouldn't expect it this fast, but yeah, it's going good.
سألنا عمر السؤال الثالث في المقابلة على موضوع انه وقت ما انتم كنتوا تتنافسون خصوصا في اوروبا في المينا ريجن، هل كان عندكم توقع انكم تقدرون توصلون للمستوى هذا بهالسرعه؟ هل كنت عارف انت يا عمر انه مستواك جدا ما شاء الله مستوى ثاني مقارنه بالبقيه؟ لكن كان الجواب انه صراحه انا كنت عارف اني لاعب كويس، بس ما كنت متوقع اني بكون قادر اني اوصل للمستوى هذا بالسرعه هذه، فانا مبسوط على الشيء هذا وهو يشتغل على نفسه اكثر.
Omar, you say it's looking good, but I think it's looking great. Congratulations on this 2-0 victory and best of luck in the rest of the games. And back to the studio.
نرسل على طول للاستوديو نتكلم عن الجيم الرهيب اللي طلع من كويست.
Thank you very much, Omar, Tsunami, and Fancy. Quest Esports is making a great case for themselves for having a MENA region in the DPC. They are a fantastic success story within Western European DPC alone, and I think a lot of people didn't think it was possible to get even more strong teams coming out of this region, but Quest is proving them wrong. They are on fire, and with this 2-0 victory over Evil Geniuses, they also top their group with a now 7-3 score. I'm joined by Faith Beyond, Purge, and Effie here to break the game down. Effie, this game, at least it was a lot closer than game number 1.
That was some high-skilled Dota from Quest. And they've impressed me so much this series. It feels like they're bringing their A game to every game that they play. But this game was by no means easy for them. It felt like they were on the back foot for the entirety of that game up until they won. Even though they were close in net worth, it felt like they could never really engage with EG head-on, simply just by nature of EG's teamfight and their heroes. But Quest played the map so well with their Naga. Their Naga was always pushing the lanes. They were trading objectives. When EG went for that Roche, Naga was just pushing that bottom tower. They stuck around, waited for a TP. They killed with the Phoenix Hex, and then they song and they get out. They just made all these tiny little clean plays throughout the game. The Beastmaster couldn't do that much in terms of engagements, but they used his Hawk Vision and his auras to do what they can where they could. And in the end, it paid off.
Yeah, and you mentioned cleanliness. They were clean, but Pakaz was not that game. He died a lot of times by himself, and that really took his big advantage away from his team and kind of just gave it back to his opponents. So he was more comparable in net worth. It wasn't as easy for him to just overwhelm the opponents.
Yeah, they were trying to get a lead in the lanes the same way we saw Quest do that in game number 1, but Quest was very well prepared. And I believe, Fabian, you were not quite happy with the item choices that Pakaz went for.
Yeah, I think maybe Lincoln Sphere is not so good because he needs more damage, I think. And you have Lotus on Dark Sphere and can protect you from roll or something. But I think, yeah, as Purge and Effie said, Quest really played so well in this game. So I won't blame on EG. Yeah, it's true. The Quest just plays so good.
Yep, Quest is just the better team here this morning. We have our STC play analysis coming up as well. And, you know, there were quite a few fights to choose from, but this one was the one that highlights Quest's cohesion, I'd say, Purge, but also highlights EG's just not being on the same page a little bit on the fight.
Yeah, it didn't quite go perfect for them. And at this point, Quest just had a bit of a gold advantage too. I mean, they're all BKB'd here. They're separating EG out in the fight, and Pango didn't even get his roll off as well, so it makes the game a bit harder. They did miss an arrow on the Quest side, but, you know, Kaidin Lifestealer is the name of the game here, and it worked out.
Yeah, and Pango dying first spelled disaster for EG because he had so much net worth, but it felt like he couldn't find his impact in these later fights simply because Quest was always set up and their vision game was so on point.
Yeah, and by this time, I mean, that vacuum was great, but by this time, Evil Geniuses is already, well, split up, as you saw on the bottom lane. Still some deaths happening, and it's too much. They try to fight 2 versus 4. Which is tough. It was actually 2 versus 5 at the very start of that engagement with the Lifestealer and the Darkseer, and it was just not enough coming out of Evil Geniuses here this morning. They still are in the middle of the pack with a 5-5 score, but we'll see how the day goes for them. We also chose our Quidia MVP, and it's MVP of the series. We chose a player that played the same heroes 2 times in a row. Fifth BM, we had to give it to Kaori, the Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix, he played so good. Both games, he have his hacks on 23 minutes. It's very amazing because game 2, they are kind of...
bit behind.
Yeah, so yeah, Kaori, amazing player in this series.
And his laning was so solid in both games, and the way that he plays Phoenix is so interesting, because when you think about Phoenix, this hero doesn't really have items to buy. Like, all he needs is a shard, and that's where the hero's impact comes from, his spell kit. He's not the best hero to buy supporting items for his team, like Glimmers and Forces, because he needs to stay back in fights and look for his entrance points. So he doesn't have the cast range to buff up his teammates usually with these kind of abilities. So we often see Phoenixes after the shard go for like straight refresher, sometimes straight Shivas to enable their own egg or their own dive. But the idea of a Phoenix rushing Hex because he doesn't have to buy anything is so cool. I don't think I've ever seen it before. So hats off to Carry for that kind of creativity.
And then he can set up ganks so easy, right? Because you just dive in and Hex. Now all of a sudden this hero that doesn't initiate can be that. And he can even do those like Hex into egg plays where they only have this like 2 to 3 second window where your egg explodes. So it was definitely very good. And he just plays it so aggressive all the time. It feels like it's not the defensive hero that you normally see in a game where you're like, it's kind of a weak laner. He's just always up in front, testing his limits on the hero. So definitely deserves MVP.
Deserves the MVP, and I think maybe Phoenix is going to be something to look out for from Quest going forward, because there's one thing that we mentioned after the draft was done. Faith Beyond said, well, I really, really, really hope, he didn't use that many reallys, but I really hope that Quest is not going to win this one, because that means we are in a meta where picking Naga Siren first phase, Faith Beyond, can work.
Yeah, I think this game, EG still win the draft. Quest winning this game because they played so well. I accept that.
Yeah, the Naga Phoenix opener, we saw them have the same two heroes and pick 3 and 4 in the game before that, and they thought it was that good to do it again, and it paid off. Kaori with the MVP. Liquidia MVP, well deserved, and I'm sure we're gonna see. I mean, it's not really a hero that gets nerfed that gets banned that many times, so I'm sure we're gonna see it pop off more often.
Yeah, it's his second most played hero. He'd played it 3 matches before this game. His most picked was Shadow Demon at 6 games. So this is his second most played hero of the tournament. He still played so good. So it's a good sign for Quest going into their later games.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Evil Geniuses getting their Legion Commander banned out. You know, as a respect, like, oh, you've been winning a lot with that hero? Removed. Is it time to address Quest the same way?
But that's the problem. They have too many good heroes. If you have like one magic hero that you ban and the game is harder, then okay, then it's easy to play against those teams. But if there are 2 to 3 amazing heroes deep, then yeah, much harder to beat them.
Well, later today, Quest will face OG, so we'll see if OG has an answer to that. Evil Geniuses, of course, has more Dota as well to play against PSG LGD. But let's take a look at how those teams are doing right now, because in Group A, there's still games going on. We, of course, finished Quest versus EG with the 2-0 in favor of Quest. Gaimin Gladiators versus Extreme Gaming. Game number 2 is still going on. Game 1 went the way of Gaimin Gladiators. We did finish a series between 9 Pandas and PSG LGD. That was a tie. And then OG, at the moment, is playing Team Spirit, and they lost game number 1 against Spirit, and game number 2 is still happening right now. Effie, is there anything that stands out in particular? I think maybe... No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
I mean, I think all of these are expected outcomes. I thought that EG would draw Quest today, so our outcome was the most surprising, honestly. I expected more out of them, but maybe they're just not a morning team. Maybe that's Copium. Who knows? I hope XG can bring it back and draw Gaimin, keeping up with Gaimin's ties. Spirit winning versus OG, I expect that to be a 2-0, even though the second game hasn't concluded. And I suppose, in a way, you could say 9 Pandas drawing LGD could be an upset, but LGD had a really bad day yesterday.
And 9 Pandas have just been improving. Day 1, they were 1 and 3, so it wasn't looking so good, but then they just keep getting 1-1s, so you know, they deserve their points.
They deserve their points. That also means that both 9 Pandas and PSG LGD both continue being tied in the bottom half of Group A's bracket. We'll see how that group fleshes itself out later on today. But with some games still going on, perhaps we can get some insight in them from the Players Lounge, where Jenkins is.
Hi. I have an interview subject today who's very experienced in group stages of a tournament and being knocked out early. Suns fan, as a prestigious owner of a second-place TI team, how do you recover from Day 1, Day 2 going rough in a group stage?
First of all, I just want to put it out there that you're doing really good work. These content pieces are very interesting and not repetitive at all. Like every time we watch it in the green room at the arena, we're like, wow, Jenkins, he's doing such a good job.
Answer the question.
Also, when I was on my way over here, I just woke up, haven't even showered yet, haven't eaten, and you begged me to do an interview. Why?
It was not begging, and you're not the one that asks the questions. Answer the question. we're giving an update on the A, B, C, and D stream, and teams are getting relegated soon. What do you do to mentally recover?
Do you think players would play for shawarmas instead of money? Because they are incredibly good in this country. Better than I've ever had.
Well, you know, the shawarma place you recommended to Tundra, they hated, so I feel like nobody's going to be taking your recommendations very soon.
That's because they got takeout and it didn't come with hot sauce and it was cold. Go there in person. Double-digit people have told me best they've ever had. Sorry, what was your question again?
I don't know. Anyway, B, C, and D stream going great, guys. That's going to be it for this interview. Thank you, Suns fan. You go take a shower, and back to you on the panel.
Insightful, yes, very insightful stuff coming out of the player lounge with Jenkins and Sunsfan there. As we are planning to move forward here, we're you know, Group A in the books for now. We'll come back to that later, but we're first want to talk about Group B, and for that we have our matchup in Group B. We got Aster, we got TSM, and we have got them sitting at quite opposite sides of the old Group B. And Faith Beyond, is this surprising to see Aster at the top and TSM at the bottom, or was that kind of what you were expecting?
It's quite interesting to see these scores, but I think Aster is a strong team, so it makes sense he's here. And yeah, I'm really looking forward for this series. I wish TSM can like secret doing some amazing stuff.
I don't know if TSM are capable of pulling a secret out of the bag, just because I feel like Secret have Puppy's experience on LAN, which is something that is so invaluable, whereas like TSM, they do have Moon Meander as their coach, but it's really different when you have that in-game player with all of the experience to guide you in these stressful situations.
Yeah, let's find out how TSM deals with the stressful situation of going up against the top of the group in Aster. We'll find out after a break.
I think my signature hero would be Morphling. I think I have the most games on it in my career and highest win rate among the heroes. So I think Morphling.
Tomato, full HP, full strength, and incredibly tanky.
I like the idea of humans trying to achieve perfection but never achieving it and still striving for it. I think Morphling really embodies that, where you'll never be the best morph. There's so many good morphs. And I have like 1,000 morph games and I still have to keep practicing the hero. I don't remember my first Morphling game. I remember against 9 Pandas, Dream League this year.
They got him, Morphling. Dragged down to half HP
He's
straight
shifting.
up, but he's shifting, he's BKB'd, and he's into Magnus mode. Skewers across two heroes. Ramsey's Kiyotaki intro.
I feel like the game was really hard. My team wasn't doing so well after lanes, and they had this counter pick on me, which was Avarong at the time. I told my team, guys, I'm gonna kill them all. And then I just like freebie won them, 1v4 them. I was just very confident. Anything that they were playing. I guess we're both kind of chill, you know, we kind of flow, go with the flow of the water. We're also able to morph into the situation that we're in.
My signature hero. That's not a easy one since I switched roles so many times. I did have a lot of fun with Wind Ranger. Maybe I keep the Wind Ranger. I specifically enjoyed the skill shots about Wind Ranger. I feel like you could look at like a failure, like a non-factor, or you could look like the best hero in the team fight. If I think of like performances on Wind Ranger in the Stockholm Major, I think our first stage game, if I remember, was against Thunder Awaken. They were very strong.
Still they can turn for more. Uragi, he's in straight away on top of Pandas. The Pugner has to run. Shackle.
Pakazi's shackled.
The Gale Force as well, blowing back Pakaz over towards Uragi. He'll get the stun in. Rift as well, dragging him back there in onto the void. Whooping
Shackle again.
forward. Shackle again. Step, locking them down.
Oh my
Thunder
God.
Awaken, everybody's dead.
This was the first stage game, so I was like, finally. And I played Wind Ranger, and I felt like I played really, really well this series. Had a lot of impact, and then it got me going. So I remember that series in particular close to my heart. Yeah.
Okay, my signature hero would easily be Invoker. What I really like about Invoker is just basically the entire skill set, the entire concept that you mix your own spells and that he just basically has more spells than other heroes. It seemed super, super cool and it seemed really, really complex. So basically in the beginning, he has a big advantage. Oh, he has 10 spells.
Got him. This is huge. This is everything. Second round disarm. Tries to keep him alive, but not gonna happen. Did not have his BKB out and ready, and losing those two. Oh, EG.
And I've always played like spellcasters in video games, so everything came together.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Welcome back to Riyadh Masters. We are in the middle of our group stages. It's day 3 of the group stages, and Group B is the ones that are playing right now, and that means we are here for 2 teams in particular, TSM and Aster. They will go head-to-head, and day 3 of group stages, it's like just over halfway. If it's any time that you're gonna turn up and make a comeback in the group stages, it's now. And with that, I'm mostly aiming at TSM, who has been struggling. Both teams are 2 and 6. It's just that for Aster, those two numbers are reversed. 6 and 2 is looking a lot better right about now. I am joined by Faith Beyond, by Effie, by BSJ, and Brian. Going into this series, TSM and Aster. I mean, this is like a David versus Goliath type of matchup here. I want to focus on TSM because we had higher hopes for them coming into Riyadh Masters. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, they looked pretty decent on day 1 of the second group stage. They also looked pretty solid in the play-ins. And then yesterday, they just got 4-0 sweeped. Surprisingly, you know, Team Seeker went 4-0 yesterday, 2 of their games against TSM. And then I'd say that almost knocked them off their balance, I guess. Like watching them go up against Talon, they looked like they were questioning their identity. Like a lot of the drafts they were opening with, they kind of completely swapped them up and went a different direction, kind of taking openers from other teams. So I'm just a bit concerned that it's maybe a bit too little too late to make those type of adjustments.
But on the other hand, given their international performances this year, even making it into group stages was an impressive feat for them.
Absolutely.
So
I thought they were making it. Well, okay, maybe they weren't making a comeback because they didn't do too well in the final tour that they played. Obviously not making it to Bali, but surely they were. I mean, making it to group stages is not that big of a feat for them, is it?
I would say so, because I didn't expect them to make it out of play-ins, if I'm going to be really honest. So, you know, always a chance for them to pull out some secret sauce today.
Well, they're going to need some secret sauce because they have been looking rough. Going into this, of course, TSM, we heard Brian say that most of their issues in the draft, Faith Beyond. When you looked at TSM's performances, what did you think?
TSM, I think the carry player, Timado, I know him is a very skilled player, and for now I think they don't have a very good draft or a very good strategy like to play around him to find a way to how to win the game. And for this series, actually, I think if they can, I think I have an idea for them. If they can pick Storm Spirit and play it against Aster, maybe they can doing well.
Yeah, Storm Spirit in particular. What makes Storm Spirit a good fit for them?
Because Aster, they love to play Storm Spirit, and in this series, in this tournament, Aster never play against Storm. Every opponent just ban Storm, and sometimes Aster will get it, but they never play against it. So I think it's a good try. And TSM also, they play Storm a lot.
Well, maybe they'll get their hands on it. And you say you're familiar with Timado. Maybe not everybody is that familiar with Timado, but that's okay, because we have the history of Timado right here.
Timado has become one of the most well-known South American players outside of South America. How and why did this happen? Let's explore his history. Timado started playing Dota at the young age of 13. He quickly improved at the game and started playing in North American Dota leagues to improve even more. In 2016, at the age of just 15, he joined the fully Peruvian team Balrogs. The team didn't accomplish much in terms of results, but it was an important stepping stone for Timado, and he eventually joined the North American roster of Team Freedom, with players such as BSJ. While they performed better than Balrogs, this team also struggled to win, and after failing to qualify to the Kyiv Major in 2017, the team disbanded. After Team Freedom, Timado had a period of several years of jumping from North America to South America, and while doing so, gathered experience from playing with tons of different players, playing together with players such as SVG, Kezu, and Cinderin. The Timado curse is a phenomenon where if you steal a kill from Timado, you eventually turn into a caster. Watch out, Moon Meander. Speaking of Moon Meander, in 2021 he picked up Timado to join the unsponsored team Undying, together with Ryle, Saberlight, and Dubu. They managed to win several small tournaments and even qualified to the International 2021 without a single sponsor. Despite a relatively poor performance at the event, they still impressed and eventually got signed by TSM. After dropping out of Riyadh Masters 2022 groups, can Timado solo carry him and his team to do a better performance than last year?
Let's find out if they can have a better performance than last year. Brian, did you expect to be featured in this video?
I was grinning, cheek to cheek there. That was really funny. I mean, those are some classic memories. That was one of the first teams nobody had really heard of Tomato at that point, and Kat mentioned like she showed up on the Balrogs team, and then we ended up recruiting him onto Team Freedom, and it's been so funny to see him develop as a player ever since then, because he's always had that confidence, that swag, and at that time he was playing mid, and I think after that team he's like, okay, I've seen BSJ play carry. I think I can do it better. Time to shift positions.
Yeah, but before then even, he was always grinding. Like before he joined Balrogs, like he was streaming quite often. He was playing in a lot of North American leagues and making good connections with famous North American players. So it's no surprise to have watched him evolve over time.
Now, speaking of teams that have evolved over time, players that have evolved over time, let's focus on the opponents of TSM for today. It's Team Aster, Faith Beyond. This team has definitely evolved over the last like half a year even.
Yeah, I think Aster right now, they changed the roster. They have Kaka bring in, and it looks like Kaka gave the team another honeymoon for them. They are doing very good, and after play-in section, they are not picking Lion anymore. They are trying new things, and they keep winning.
Wow, is there a correlation there? No Lion equals win, potentially.
Which means that you don't only need Kaka Lion to get his impact. Now you have Kaka Rubik, Kaka Snapfire.
Yeah,
Batrider.
There you go.
I do want to focus a little bit more on Kaka, but not necessarily with that. Aster was always the team with XSS and Maboka, and they had this great synergy because they played so many games together. As an offlaner, Faith Beyond, how long do you feel like it takes, if any time at all, for you as an offlaner to adapt to a new position 4 that joins you on your squad? Because that is a whole new synergy that you have to learn.
Yeah, that's a good question, but I don't have too much experience of it because we don't change roster too much.
That's true.
Yeah, I always work with post 4 for a long time, but I assume it's very hard because you have a lot of communication habits. Like, if I want to say something, maybe I just say a part of it, and you need the other people to understand it very quickly. So it's very hard, and now they work so well, so it shows Kaka is a really good post 4 player.
Yeah, able to adapt very fast. And with that as well, I mean, speaking of adaptations, I think we still have to talk about Sumail, Brian, because he definitely also adapted joining a Chinese squad. It doesn't happen very often that we do have an international joining a Chinese squad.
Yeah, what I've enjoyed watching Sumail on this team is I feel like they invited him saying, be you, do your thing, you're going to be your all-star Sumail, live your life. But I also feel like I'm seeing him start to cater his playstyle in hero pool more towards what makes the team stronger, and being able to pick his hero early on in the draft, specifically Storm Spirit, throughout the course of this tournament, is allowing them to have it's like a reliable game plan that they're building around, and they're being much more consistent about it, and it's really cool to see.
But I also feel like he's helped Monet in particular evolve as a player, because in the last tournaments that we've seen Aster, they had some really good performances and some really bad ones, especially on Monet, who's traditionally been very stable. But the fact that he's adapting his playstyle and playing differently and playing more aggressively and learning how to play with less resources allocated to him has just helped him adapt in these games and maybe play in more difficult situations. So it's one of those cases where a player just makes everyone play better.
So do we have this iteration of Aster, is it an iteration that has a lot of different playstyles that they can look towards because of that?
I feel like they can do that, yeah, because they have two win condition players now, in Sumail and in Monet, and they can choose to focus on XXS as the offlane. They can choose to pressure around mid, they can choose to maybe sack Monet, they can choose to allocate the resources to him. There's a lot of ways that they can draft on this team.
Now this is TSM definitely looking to upset Aster. So we're gonna treat it as such. If you are playing against Aster Faith Beyond, how do you cripple them? And is it just the Storm Spirit that you mentioned earlier, or are there other ways to cripple this team?
For now, for both teams' draft, I only see this is a very crucial point. From the other part, of course, first TSM, they need to do their job well. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we're going to go back to it, but the draft, very important, Brian. You mentioned it earlier. Anything in particular that you need to sabotage for Aster in the draft? Or maybe you want TSM to just, you know what, for once, just focus on yourself and do, like, you know, set yourself up for success.
I said this yesterday for TSM. I do feel like they were bouncing back and forth, literally in the middle of one draft from pick to pick of do we counter the opponent or do we pick something that synergizes with our lineup? So I'd much rather have a team have a well-cohesive draft that makes it so no matter what happens in the game, you're down by 5K, there's clearly buttons you're going to push in succession and make it work.
Well, we're got to find out if it's going to work this time around. Let's head over to the stage for TSM versus Aster.
It's time for the second series here on group stage, day number 3, Riyadh Masters. We're getting underway with the top of the group versus the bottom of the group right now. Fancy?
راح نبدا الجيم الثاني الان في رياض ماسترز في اليوم الثالث من الجروب ستيج. اعزائنا المشاهدين الجيم هذا مره مهم لانه راح نواجه الجيم او المباراه الاولى شفناها كانت شوي ستامب، لكن الثانيه احتمال تتكرر الكره لانه الفريق الاول يكون هو الافضل في الجروب والفريق الثاني هو الاخر في الجروب.
One of the teams had a very cold day yesterday. I think they call themselves TSM during the play-ins. I think at this point they would just be content for one of those.
زي ما شفنا اعزائنا المشاهدين واحد من الفريقين هذا زي ما احنا عارفين امس انتهى فيهم المطاف في اخر جيم، واجهوا تالون واضطروا انهم يخسرون الجيم 2-0. كان اخر يوم عندنا او اخر مباراه عندنا في اليوم، فما ادري صراحه اذا الشيء هذا خلاهم يغيرون من وجهه نظرهم في هالبطوله او جيتهم اليوم راح يغير شيء، ما ادري صراحه.
And on the other end, it's looking like we might have a new king of China in town. Everyone expected it to be PSGLG. Who was your favorite again, Fancy?
Never mind.
No.
زي ما قلنا أعزائنا المشاهدين في بداية البث أنا قلت إنه PSGLG دي هم اللي ممكن يأخذون الفوز. أبي الشيء هذا يصير باك تو باك تشامبيونز، لكن ما أتوقع إنه الشيء هذا بيصير لأنه حاليا هم في آخر فريق في الجروب حقهم، لكن الفريق الثاني خصمهم وبنشوف إيش اللي ممكن يسوونه في المباراة، بس الآن جاهزين نقدم الفرق.
Well, yesterday we brought them out at the end of the day. Let's see if this team might fare a little bit better. Now it's the afternoon. TSM! Last night was a rough loss for this team against Talon. That was near the end of the day. And near the end of a day, we're thinking that you've got your energy back. North America is looking to make a resurgence right about now.
TSM تواجدوا معنا في المسرح بالأمس، انتهى يومهم بشكل سيء جدا. فرصتهم الآن للتعويض والوصول إلى البلاي أوفز، احتمال تكون هذه آخر فرصة لهم أعزائي المشاهدين، لأنهم بعد ما لو خسروا المباراة هذه وكرروا اللي سواه في نهاية الأمس يمكن ما نشوفهم بعد اليوم. فكرة مخيفة صراحة، لكن خصمهم جاهز، خلينا نتعرف عليهم. الفريق الأول في مجموعتهم تيم أستر. تيم أستر هذا الفريق الآن هو الأول في مجموعته. بالأمس ورونا بأفضل الدوت اللي شاهدناها من فترة جدا طويلة. هذا الفريق بعد ما دخل سميل له وأيضا كاكا أدائهم تغير بشكل جدا رهيب. زي ما قالها فيث في الاستوديو التحليلي قبل قليل، كان يتكلم على موضوع إنه يوم كاكا دخل معاهم دخلوا الهانيمون جديد وأدائهم صار يتحسن في كل مرة يلعبون فيها.
Most other teams would get thrown off by such a last-minute roster change, but Kaka's a veteran to the scene, even bringing him in. doesn't really throw any team off balance, just solidifies it. And as we heard from Sumail earlier in the tournament, it seems like communication's not even an issue amongst the players who can speak Chinese. They're all talking more than ever before.
سميل كان يتكلم معنا في المقابلة وتحدثنا عن نقطة جدا مهمة اللي هي الكوميونيكيشن للفريق، خصوصا بتواجده هو معهم وهو ما يفهم اللغة الصينية. الشيء هذا ممكن يعيق أدائهم، لكن الشيء اللي احنا جالسين نشوفه منهم انه بالعكس أدائهم صار يصير أفضل وصار الكوميونيكيشن بينهم أفضل ويتطور في كل مرة يتواجدون فيها على المسرح.
It's game time, my friends. Take your seats. Let's get this underway.
خلونا نبدأ في الجيم هذا. الفرصة الأخيرة لتي اس ام، تيم استر يحافظون على مكانهم ولا لا؟ خلونا نشهد على طول ايش اللي ممكن يصير مع الاستوديو.
The team with 5 Dota 2 regions represented in TSM, they are looking to get points on the board. They are on the chopping block today. Yesterday, they went 0-4 after only getting ties on that first day. And we'll see if they get any points out of Aster, though, because they are coming prepared. They are actually looking pretty good to be on top of their group with a 6-2. They actually were able to 2-0 2 of their opponents so far, and of course they're looking to do the same here. What will happen, we'll have to wait for the draft to begin, which will be momentarily. So we already established, we are looking to see if there can be a Storm Spirit on the side of TSM, and we just want TSM to be on a comfortable playstyle. But I think there's one thing that we have to remember, Effie, when we're looking at especially the TSM roster. The experience for playing on stage, just in general, for most of the players, is very limited.
I mean, a lot of these players are pretty new. I mean, Tomato has been around forever, like we saw, but Bryle has some experience racked up in the last couple of years, but it doesn't compare to a team like Aster, who've been seasoned for 5, 6, 7 years of playing, right? Especially a player like XXS, who is so stable on LAN. But there is Whiteman, who has seen his fair share of international tournaments, so hopefully he can step up to the plate in this game.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We're in the draft. We got Aster on the Radiant side. They got first pick. We got TSM on the Dire side with second pick. So far, only Broodmother removed from the pool. And I'm always... Oh, that was it sounded like a pause almost, because I'm always a little nervous when a team has to go into bonus time for one of their first bans, because normally that's Faith Beyond. That's where you practice, right? I would imagine if you were practicing drafts, the opening bans and picks are things you can run several times and have that prepared.
Yeah, every tournament, a big tournament game start before. I think every team will prepare for draft. They will draft in team for several times to see what beginning is better. Now they banned out all Snapfire and the Storm Spirit, and they give also with IO to Aster. I don't think it's a good option because Storm and IO both are TSM's heroes.
Yeah.
Also, so I kind of worry about them right now.
They wanted to take it away from them, but also Timbersaw is left in the pool for Aster, who they have building their drafts down in the first phase, so I hope they have some solutions prepared. And if they are prepping for a potential Timbersaw, Batrider is one of the better ones.
It has to be a Lesh. Like, both these teams play IO Lesh. TSM has 7 wins total throughout this entire tournament, and 4 of those are with IO Lesh, and they're 4-0 with it. They haven't lost a single game. So I think Aster came into this series knowing they had to prioritize IO at a much higher level. Terrorblade is a pretty good carry against Lesh, even though he's like Illusion Hero on paper. He has like a ranged Scotty builder, but I think you still just pick it here. I think you just slam it.
I think I might be seeing this before, like just pick Terrorblade for Timado and hope he can carry you. But it's a good pick here because maybe they will pick Lashrak, and TB is very good against the Lashrak, so yeah,
also,
makes sense.
Because it's one of his best heroes, like you mentioned, and it's a Scotty buyer, seeing the IO is enough of a reason to pull out the Terrorblade before it can get banned out in the second phase. Because no matter what heal strat you go for, TB is going to be effective with his itemization.
Well, it definitely maybe threw Aster a little bit off with the Terrorblade pick. They're taking their time to think about what combination with the IO they want to go for, and they actually end up going for the Slark.
I thought they might go Naga, but that's less of a hero that synergizes with IO and just more good against both of what TSM has. Out of all the heroes in the carry pool that counter TB, I'd say usually TB is countered by offlaners and mids, but the carries that deal with him are ones that are hard for him to hit. Either illusion heroes, because he's single target damage himself, or heroes like Slark and Void, who are ever elusive in these fights, can force you to pop meta and then disengage. So also, you have the Dark Pact against the Batrider. I'm always down for a Slark pick as well.
I'm biased.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I know you like that hero a lot. So good. It's unusual to have both of the carries picked this early. I mean, we did see Naga first phase previous game that we watched here, and that didn't work out. But yeah, we now know that there is a Terrorblade versus Slark, and that's gonna make it maybe a little bit extra interesting to see where the bans go, because I feel like we can learn a lot from the bans, because we're basically gonna see the teams ban out the heroes that they think are good against the carries they chose. So we now know that Aster values an Axe versus Slark and an Enigma versus Slark, whereas TSM values the Legion Commander versus the Terrorblade. Are there any other bans we need to see come out against these carries, Effie?
I mean, yeah, they're just going to go for the standard Protect. I like the LC ban a lot in particular, not just because LC has a good lane versus Terrorblade, but because of the Dispel against the Lasso. That makes it a lot easier for Aster to take these fights. Also, another thing we didn't mention was Slark's Shard is super good versus Batrider and very good versus Terrorblade in these extended team fights, especially if you're going to pick another melee hero from the mid lane. Something like a Primal Beast, potentially. You never know. Heroes like that really benefit from playing with a Slark.
Now,
Timbersaw still also in the pool.
yeah, and now because both team pick carry very earlier, so every ban will leave to like post 3 or post 2. Now everybody is banning offlaner, so I think both team they don't have so many choice on offlaner hero. So
I mean, there's the #1 offlaner to talk about versus Terrorblade, which is Darkseer.
yeah.
If they don't ban out the Darkseer here on the side of TSM, they could be trying to take it for themselves. Because TB versus Darkseer is one of Darkseer's best matchups. And the Surge is an excellent tool to play versus Batrider. So, I mean, I can't imagine they'd give it away so easily.
Maybe they want to pick it up for themselves. Is that an option?
Yeah. I think you have to, because you also have to consider Lesh. Like, Lesh is still in the pool. Lesh still the deadliest combo I've seen yet this tournament, so I was thinking like Legion would have been a decent pick for TSM. Like they could have done that instead, but if they're going for the Darkseer approach where they want Darkseer themselves, that's an okay matchup against Slark as well, but I also would prefer Legion myself, so I'm curious to see. I think this next pick for TSM's ultra important because they only have so many bans to protect this TB, and I think there's still a couple problematic heroes left.
Well, they end up having to remove the Timbersaw, but they will pick up the Darkseer, but it does leave the Leshrac in the pool, like you said, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know if any of this is enough to dissuade it. The thing about Darkseer is he does just naturally build the Pipe Auras, which makes the Bloodstone heal much less potent. Is it enough? I feel like IO Lesh is so busted that if a team knows how to play it, you kind of just got to respect it and get it out, but we'll see.
But at least I think it's a not bad choice. You can ban out Timbersaw, and you can also don't need to worry about Darkseer right now, and you have a strong team fight.
It limits the options for XSS for sure.
Yeah.
I think Aster may potentially take the magic damage approach to the Terrorblade through either Sky or Lion.
Sorry.
The man is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the magic damage approach to killing TB in the early game through your supports is a really nice one. The 3 supports that are excellent at this are Lion, Scarif Mage, or Dark Willow, but of course Lion is the Kaka specialty. It's also just a great hero to clear TB illusions. When he's using his illusions to push out lanes, you can Hex, you can Mana Drain, so it looks pretty solid.
Now, we did say earlier, Faithian, the Lion might not always be doing so well on the side of Aster, even if Kaka likes the hero a lot.
I mean, I definitely have faith in Kaka's Lion, and they not picking Lion for a while, and so I think in this game now they are trying hard mode.
Yeah, they're ready.
He has energy for
that.
No, but it is a good. It's a good game to have like a Lion Shard and clearing all of these illusions, because there's a lot of them coming out of TSM, right? It's not just the TB, but the Darkseer will.
Yeah, I'm wondering how potent Darkseer looks as a hero when there's no illusion on the enemy team that's particularly good. Like, none of these heroes, you're like, oh, I got a Slark illusion. Doesn't get Essence Shift or anything like that, so we'll see. I know the team fight for TSM is racking up with the Tombstone as well as the Wall, but what I like so much about this Mars pick is that TSM was relying a lot on just walking around. They have Surge, they have Batrider, Firefly, Terrorblade as a hero is pretty fast as well. And suddenly, like, that's when Arena's the best. Usually Batrider, Darkseer, they don't want to buy BKBs. And right now, like, this is going to allow Team Aster to really commit and pick and choose the fights they want.
All right, let's see what kind of offliners, or, well, if it's offliners, let's see what kind of heroes are going to be banned out, because we have the Primal Beast banned out actually as a mid laner. It seems like we are looking for a hero for Bryle on the side of TSM, and still for Sumail on the side of Aster. And, I mean, elephant in the room, in this case, Lightning Pony in the room. Shouldn't TSM just ban out Lesh? Thank you.
Oh.
All right, which other heroes are we thinking might be problematic for the teams?
So I like Wind Ranger a lot for Aster, because usually on 23 pick, when you're a mid laner, you want something dependable, something that can farm, something that doesn't have any strong counters. There's also not a lot of stuns on the side of TSM, so a mobility-based hero like Wind Ranger could be very good. And if they do go Wind Ranger, I mean, TSM could counter with a puck, because they do lack disables, and probably the best mid laner left in the pool that can stun for you is the puck. But I still think Wind Ranger in that case would look solid.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gone. Never mind.
Yeah.
Any Earthshakers? We saw that for Sumail. They have 4 melee, or like 3 melee guys, and Batrider wants to be melee range. Looks like a pretty sick Earthshaker Ags game.
Or Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
I'd be down for Queen.
10 seconds remaining.
It's an easy pick for Sumail.
Is it?
Yeah, he can just play whatever he wants.
Yeah. Well, what would he want?
Yeah.
What about the Sumail OD? That's exciting.
It's a save, I guess. I'm trying to...
I think they played it only once, but it looked so cool when they did play it. It was a better game for OD, though. But
Is it important for him to pick a hero that does still go well with the IO, or does that not matter that much?
I feel like the Slark and the Mars are enough.
Yeah. Mars and IO also a very strong combo.
I feel like their draft doesn't need anything, so I wouldn't even mind like a I was gonna say a push hero, but most of them are already banned. The Lush, the DK, the DP.
I think a stable laner from mid is the best shot.
Oh, Ember. Okay.
Now, Queen or Puck are available for TSM.
Is Bryle a Huskar gamer?
Oh,
it's a pretty
I
nice
think
Huskar game.
he is. I thought I seen him play Huskar.
He's NA. Of course he's a Huskar gamer. The question is, does he feel comfortable playing it on the big stage here at Riyadh Masters?
The problem with Huskar here is that you don't have disables on TSM. So if you're doubling down on this Huskar, you're basically saying we're just going to stomp this mid lane and try to play off of our Huskar's early Aegises and run down lanes together. But if that doesn't work out, like if Aster rotate on this Huskar and kill him a few times, then TSM have no way back into the game.
But the Ags, the Huskar Ags, it's undispellable. It works against Slark. Do it, Bryle.
How about Necromancer? I think it's also...
Oh, yeah. Necrophos, I'd be totally down for that.
They got a full minute to think about, so Moon Meander is giving one of the better speeches that he's ever done, I believe.
I think Pango or Puck are the safest options just for completing that disable problem, but they're definitely not like your win condition options.
No, you can't pick that hero against Sumail. Sumail will beat you.
Just hard lane counter Sumail, it's your best choice. I understand what you're saying, Mira. I don't think they have that luxury here. I think they just have to, like, let Bryle vibe.
I think if they pick Huskar, they will lose because Aster supports will do what they need to do.
I'm not disagreeing with you on the fact that they'll lose, but I want them to pick Huskar.
Okay, let's see it. The SJ is a prophet. Let's say so.
We'll see. I just think if I saw some, like, you know, courageous pick.
Wow.
Lone Druid coming out.
But it's not so good, I think.
Not so good.
Yeah.
Is it not so good or just straight up bad?
I like Slark a lot against Lone Druid.
Okay.
I think he makes Lone Druid's game really hard because you're all about like keeping them off of you, and Slark just wraps on you, and your bear is supposed to be creating that space. You've got Mars, you've got Slark. I think they have no problem committing onto this guy, and unless he just stomps mid lane, I don't see how this Lone Druid's gonna do what we want it to.
I think it does some cool things this game. Like the Lone Druid Fear versus IO is really annoying for the IO because he runs away from his tethered target. He also has a good lane versus Ember Spirit and can apply that early tower pressure. It's also a way to scale into the late game, but I don't necessarily think it addresses the disable issue. So while I think this lone druid will have a good lane, I'm not sure how TSM are going to be able to pick and choose their fights this game.
I really don't like this lone druid. I mean, even he have a good lane with Timber, I think they still lack so many things. Like they don't have stuns, they don't have catch, and they don't have burst damage. They will Aster will just healing, and you can kill anyone.
I don't disagree.
Okay, so Faithpian, if TSM were to do well with their draft, what needs to go? Like, who is carrying the torch? Who is doing it? Who has stepped up?
I think everyone needs to step up. Like first, okay, I think 3-line, they need to go well, and you have to play a good game with Lone Druid to like push the tower and kill the Ember, and like you have to like play well in mid game. We get Roshan, we get everything. I mean, it's so hard.
Stars align.
An uphill battle.
You've got to be Mount 2 to win this game.
Let's find out what's going to happen. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Aster versus TSM in a matchup that we talked a lot in the draft, Bryle versus Sumail. Now, Bryle, I think as a player has had some ups and downs, but I think mostly through the period of time of about 2017 into 2021, I think Bryle showed a good amount of growth, but he is still yet to really prove himself on the biggest of stages, and he's going to try it now with the Lone Druid, a hero that throughout his history on J-Storm, Crazy, TSM, he has not played this hero against good teams, frankly. He's played it against other North American teams, Avery. And he's playing it up against a North American mid laner, but one of the best mid laners in the world.
Why did I feel like you were flaming me with that one?
I was not.
Oh, just every other North American team.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the last time they played it was against Sand King Gomez.
Hey, we're on the rise. Might see him in Riyadh next year.
We might, but right now they are not a good enough team to be in Riyadh Masters, whereas Aster are the best team in their group right now here at Riyadh Masters.
Absolutely owning it up 12-2 or something. They are getting away with murder in this group stage, quite literally, as they have found their groove. Some of those games were very close, but they clutched them all out. So sitting atop the board, and a lot of this game might come down to mid here. The King versus the NA Prince. I don't know what else to call Bryle. I mean, he definitely has.
I was about to say, I'm not sure if he's earned enough acolytes to be called the Prince, but
probably not. We'll see. Maybe with this game, because this is a very favorable Lone Druid matchup. You can absolutely dumpster the Embers. This is a matchup we've seen Liquid play a bunch in that European regional. For Nisha versus a lot of those Ember Spirits, I think for me, there's the three that come to mind, and trying to punish the Ember in terms of the lane matchup into the tower pressure that he doesn't deal well with. It's Huskar, Dragon Knight, and Lone Druid.
Okay.
So they're going to go for the third option here. They felt the Huskar was maybe too all in. DK got banned, so you're left with the LD here. I think
it is really interesting because he has played a fair amount of Huskar.
Yes, Bryle is a Huskar player. Absolutely a Huskar player. I mean, you can't not be a Huskar player and be a North American mid.
True.
That's pretty much just how it works. Creep cutting bottom, by the way. Very weird situation on this camp.
Yeah, they're doing some Bat Rider, Ion Shell, Firefly shenanigans here.
Yeah, they just don't want to lane straight up on the early levels. They want to get to level 3 on Darkseer, and then you can take the fight with the Slark. Especially if you're burning out some regen. There's no headdress on Pichu yet. So, interesting idea from TSM. I mean, you also have to keep in mind this was a first phase Terrorblade. So when you go down this draft, you get to the last pick, you kind of want another win condition hero. You want a hero you're going to play through that's going to set kind of the paradigm of the game, that it's not just all in this Terrorblade who got counterpicked very hard. So you kind of need this really strong pick in mid. And I feel like Lone Druid does fit that. The upside here is your 5-man push is very strong between the Lone Druid, the Darkseer, and the Undying. Put some shells on this guy, heal him up, just go to town. You might have an early high ground potential if this game snowballs how TSM wanted to. That is also something Terrorblade can lend his hand in. Like those 20-25 minute high ground pushes, you just go like Yasha Scotty or something. That's where Terrorblade can thrive. I feel like that's what TSM are looking for this game. I don't think it's a game where they just wanted to get extended in your 50, 60 minutes in these fights that are going to be kited out. You're going to feel bad at that point.
On the other side of things, we do have Aster with their middle of their draft. They drafted some of the most iconic hero player combinations they could get. Kaka Lion and XXS Mars, which I was wondering if you're going to see more of his Mars in this tournament. It's an offlaner who did fall out of favor in the recent year, but has seen a little bit of shine, a little bit of coming back.
He's looked better for sure.
Yeah.
This is just a classic hero with IO lineup. So whenever you have this IO opener, you go into the second phase, you just need lockdown, you need stuns, and if you can get an AoE on top of that, you're super happy. Mars is pretty much the best. It's been the Chinese de facto pick to bounce this hero out a lot of times in the draft. I think that's why Faith Beyond liked it as well. And yeah, XXS, a Mars master here. So everything just aligned for Aster in that second phase. I don't think they had to think too much about it. Just get your stuns, get your Siggies, let them go to work. Slane's a pretty tough lane, Terrorblade on 9.
Trying to stay in front of Kaka so they can get this kill. He spears Whitemon into the tower. They impale him immediately afterwards. Not still under the tower, and he does live in part because it is decay level 1, so it's not quite enough damage.
Got the Lotus out of that too. So Aster very happy with how this top lane is going, to be honest. Like, I don't think this is a lane you go in and you expect to win as Aster. There's Tombstone, there's meta. Very difficult early waves. They have not fed that first blood away. That's the biggest point here. Still, it's some early lane winning for TSM, and I think you kind of expect that. The mid is going to go your way in the Lone Druid. The top's going to go your way with the Undying pick. It's just this off lane that's a real wild card.
Your first blood might just go the way of Aster. I mean, they seem to be doing a very good job contesting this bottom lane.
They're playing the early waves pretty decently. Going even on the early levels, outside of you just killing the Darkseer and completely snowballing this matchup, I think you're okay with this if you're Aster. You're just trying to survive here. Mitigate the damage, slow down the TSM's push, and then you're going to be in a happy position if you're Aster. That first blood is eventually going to fall out, and it goes to Tomato over Whitemon. So TSM's super happy with that he got it with the illusion over the zombie, because that is a lot of extra gold into the Terrorblade's pocket. And remember, it's all about how fast TSM can get these 1 and 2 items up on their 1 and 2 in the Terrorblade and the Lone Druid and just start pushing those towers down.
Zamail, even though he did get the water rune, he's going to need another refill as this matchup starts really getting difficult. I mean, this is just not a fun match to play. Lone Druid versus Ember Spirit is one of the more one-sided mid matchups you could have.
Did get the bear resummon out, which is pretty nice because now you can't get double rooted off of the resummon into the level 5.
Sure.
Which is one of those small windows where you can kill this Ember just straight up. I mean, there's still some threat here with a single rotation. However, it's Kaka coming mid, not a TSM support. Do they have the damage for this? It's going to be close with the blood grenade.
Blood grenade, it looks like it's going to be enough. Zamail is going to be able to claim that with the help of Kaka, who actually is the one to secure the last hit.
That's a huge kill.
Yeah, that puts the bear on cooldown, and it puts Zamail into level 6 category. So now the laning phase is pretty much over, and it's kind of been won by Aster.
At least in this mid, for sure. The fact Sumail played that lane well enough that he got the resummon out of Ryle, and then they got the 2-man gank right at that point is just a thing of beauty right there.
Now if they could like get the power rune, then that's just kind of like the final cherry on top.
Oh, I assume it would be in heaven if that happens. This is not a lane you're supposed to be this close in levels and net worth on this early in the game. Big setback for TSM as all these little things add up. It might not matter now, it's gonna matter 20 minutes from now when you're trying to go for these early high ground pushes or Roshan contests. 6-minute power rune, 50-50. Sumail, once again, does not have the luck. But he does have level 6, so he'll be able to refill and come back.
Yeah, frankly, who cares as long as you no longer have to play that laning phase anymore. Kaka gonna be chased down by some zombies. It's body blocked. Whitemon, let that zombie go.
The deny?
Kaka's gonna go for the deny, but it's the decay that picks up the last hit. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kasane dies. Looks like they got a battle to the death, and it was close. Sark almost falling, but ultimately Aster come out ahead again.
A lot of little things going Aster's way in this early game, keeping them in a very competitive position here. And wearing through some of the TSM momentum. This IO Sark lane has gotten a lot of XP out of bottom. Monet's already almost level 6 off that kill. That's really good news for Aster, because then it frees up their IO a lot more. All of a sudden, Pichu doesn't have to sit down here and babysit Monet from a behind position. He can go and play through the Ember, play through the Mars, give him some extra sustain, contests maybe some early tier 1 pushes. They're going to split the Wisdom Runes. Also, probably nice here for Aster is Kasane has to take that just to get the Darkseer levels back up. This might be a slower game than TSM wanted.
I think much slower than they wanted.
However, Tomato's having a great time. Right, he got first blood, he's been free farming top. The Mars Lion lane, Kaka went mid to try and skew that matchup. The upside for TSM here is that their Terrorblade is still having a feeding frenzy up here.
Yeah, but what does a Terrorblade do alone? because I feel like this Bat Rider as a support, when you lose your lane, your impact can be rather lackluster. Maybe this is going to save things, though. Managed to get a vacuum back in with Whitemon cutting in from behind. Fortunately, Monet and Picho did move to the left, so away from that tombstone. Still maybe chased down. Ari really trying to slow down Monet, but he just can't quite get him. Well, chase him out of lane, but not enough for a kill.
I mean, Kaka's down here, too. I mean, that early ult on Monet paying off already. Now they can maybe just turn. Yeah, they're going to TP in the bars. You have Arena here.
Spear him back in. Start going to work. Kasane, that Vanguard is not going to make him tanky enough here.
This is where the Slark Darkseer matchup feels great right now for Aster. You ever get in a position where you're just building up the stacks? Darkseer hates this matchup. You want to be the aggressor with the level advantage, putting in the higher level shells, forcing the regen out of Monet, keeping him off that level 6. Absolutely none of that happened on this lane. And now Kasane is falling behind. It's going to have to pick up with the other 2 cores here for TSM, and when that push comes through, when they combine the Terrorblade and the Lone Druid, that's going to be the big question here. XXS will TV back bottom, and Aster continue to play the lanes. Some decent stack action going on. I don't know if they can kill this, though. Ari's almost dead.
Whitemon will take some of it, apparently.
Okay.
It was very interesting. This is not the first time that these 2 teams matched up against each other. They were in the same group in the play-in stage. And while TSM did all right for themselves in that tie-in stage, or play-in stage rather, the tie SM managed to tie almost every single one of their series. I really did. They, going into the second part of the group stage, they have not fared nearly as well, as Aster just seemed to bloom under that pressure of the play-in stage. Did very well there, and will only seem to get better over time, whereas TSM seem to be struggling now with the tougher competition.
Maybe a bit of a honeymoon period with Kaka.
Maybe.
And, you know, NA is not doing too hot. I think that's how I'll phrase it. Monet going to build up some more stacks.
Tombstone and wall is pretty hard to fight into, but...
Yeah, the thing is, it's just, they're getting more spells out of TSM that aren't achieving progression on the map right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, these are fights around this Tombstone. You're leveling it early here from Whitemon. You want to be extracting core kills or tower pushes out of this. At least freeing up space for Bryle. This is the real threat for Aster right now. As Sumail chases bottom, the Lone Druid is going to push in mid. So when you commit this Ember time away from
the pounce lands in time.
It's a trade-off. Tier 1 going down, Kaka will have to defend. I mean, he's not defending this, so I think tower...
They run quickly back. XXS TPing in, was hoping to be able to sneak an Arena onto Bryle. Won't be able to get that immediately, but maybe they can still chase him down. He's going to go into his melee Lone Druid form, but he's already at half health. And Tomato,
there's a Sunder.
Maybe he can Sunder him here to keep him alive. It's a dangerous move, though. And the relocate coming in. Tomato's actually the one going to be in trouble here. Sumail dies, though. Bryle does manage to pick up that fight. Now the Tomato turnaround. He gets off his own Sunder. Monet is taking a lot of stacks, though, and he still has his ultimate. He's going to be left behind. Tomato is going to be chased down underneath this tower. I mean, Bryle managed to make a little bit of magic happen there, killing Sumail in a desperate situation where none of the supporting cast of TSM could apparently rotate.
That was a very awkward fight. I think Whitemon just got stuck bottom. And this Tombstone was used bottom. You don't have it for a fight there. He's their biggest factor in these early skirmishes. I mean, it's great that Bryle gets to turn around and take Ember out before the Ember gets more XP. Still, Sumail is super happy to make that trade, right? You're powering up Monet so much off that kill. Even XXS is pretty happy with that exchange. I thought the Sunder was going to come through for sure, but of course, Relo was already up. So much XP on this IO and Slark off the Darkseer kills. That's just catapulted them ahead off this laning phase.
I also think, I'm not sure quite how many neutrals they got in lane, but I do feel like all that pulling shenanigans, because they fought the Darkseer away from it, they kept on meeting the creep waves together. I feel like they got a bit of extra experience out of that situation as well.
It was very good in the end.
No melee form, and Aster are just bringing the numbers, man.
That was a resummon too.
What I love about this lineup from Aster, you've got Sumail, who you talked about his aggression as a mid laner. You've got XXS, who is known to be a super aggressive. He likes the initiating offlaners. And Kaka was always that kind of forward position as well. He was always, for me, a 4 melee stunning kind of guy. So this lineup can be very aggressive when it comes to the kills.
No, I love how Aster are playing this game, and I think it's great for them to show this kind of versatility in terms of tempo and the fact that they can snowball a game like this. Maybe a game where their lanes weren't even stronger on paper, right? This is not a game you expect them to be snowballing out ahead in, getting early finger kills, playing the IO Slark. This IO Slark is very fast. It's an old school combination. If it wins the lane, it's just going to run over the map because there's nothing to sit there and man fight it back, and it kills your vision, it takes your stacks, it's very hard to catch. Everything coming online for Aster. Now they can kind of just sit back, chill, continue to play through Monet with his levels in the early defusal. What's your answer here if you're TSM? Your lineup is not really built around taking the man fight into the Slark when he's in this dominant a position. I mean, look at the gold Monet has got in this first 13 minutes, man. It's out of control.
Echo Saber, yet another early fighting item. TSM just can't handle this. I mean, at this point in time, they no longer have the team fight to be able to stop this Aster 5-man that's happening, or 4-man.
Your lone druid is in a very tough position. This is a lane he was supposed to be ahead. He's not even getting to an item. I mean, he has Mask of Madness. This is the Mom Deso build that is designed to steamroll through heroes before they can get up the EHP and steamroll your towers. That tier 1 is still up mid, by the way. Well, Aster making a 4-man smoke move. What's the punish on this? The punish is you're losing a tier 1 mid to a double damage Ember right now. Like, Sumail's just 1v4. This is
not okay.
This is unacceptable if you're TSM right now. Your tower died first in a lone druid Ember matchup. I don't know exactly what the stats are on that, but it can't bode well. And two big power items done. Echo and
they're going to lose their Wisdom Rune, maybe. No, never mind. Lasso's going to be able to stop them. Pull back for the kill even. No, the Flame Break is going to be a bit too late. They're going to go for the relocate out too. So
it's going to waste so much time.
Yeah, it just means you have to wait another 12 seconds to get this IO kill.
Top tower is under
They're going to push the other waves, farm up their initiation power. Blink done for XSS. Blink coming for Kanka. Going to sacrifice Pichu here, but I don't think he's too sad about that. At least Tomato is finding something. The Terrorblade is still very farmed. That's going to be the comeback mechanism for TSM right now. If they can play through Tomato, get some tier 1s down, get some good fights out of the meta, you can still carry some of these early engagements. It's a pretty good Terrorblade game until later on. Like, the Ember and the Slark are going to scale extremely well versus you, but right now, when they don't have the burst damage, in theory, because you have like a Soul Rip or some Darkseer aura, I think this Terrorblade can be king in the early fights. Of course, Aster don't have to run into you either at this point. They can just split the map, abuse relocate. Lion pick off, that blink is coming in for Kanka. And it is nighttime, which means, yeah, that ward's pretty cheeky, but it's going to cost you your life. By the way, is this ward actually supposed to be this good?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As in, like, how it sees underneath the tier 2?
Yeah, because generally, and the only reason I bring it up is generally in Dota history, wards on cliffs near tier 2s are not supposed to give you full vision of tier 2. That's another finger charge will be grabbed here, number 2, and that's blink finish.
I would have to think about it more.
I know that's a weird thing to bring up, but when you think about it, right, like having a ward that can see completely over a tier 2,
yes,
it's really insane.
That concept is usually pretty rare of like being able to have high ground vision over a tower.
There is no other spot on the map that lets you get a ward like that on any other tier 2, and I don't even remember a single patch where that was the case. It's a very powerful ward. I think we're going to see more people abuse it. However, is it doing much for TSM here? No, as
no,
I don't know if they're going to get back there.
Aster don't need to play on that side of the map at all. Now, Tombstone is out. They're going to have to address that, which does leave an opportunity here on the side to be able to get the kill on the Lion. But now Monet is going to keep chasing after them and assume, yeah, he doesn't need to be relocated out of this fight. He wants to keep it going.
They'll back off. They know there's vision here. Monet is spotting it out right now. Gets pinged as well. That's what helped them find Kanka off of that blink rush from Ari on the bat.
It is, the sentry sees up the cliff, but not quite to where that ward is, funny enough.
Gotta work on your placement. You're gonna try and chase down XXS up here. No Tombstone, no Lasso.
He could Arena to save himself, but looks like XXS is just fine with dying in this situation. Probably assumed that Lasso was up.
Yeah, Sumail's just 1v3 up here with a shield rune and some Maelstrom procs.
Yeah, this is impressive.
Okay, he actually just straight 1v3'd him. Sumail feeling great about this game.
Yeah, because even if they turn around and fight back the Ember Spirit, and Sumail finds that he can't actually take that fight, nothing's stopping him from jumping to his Remnant. They have very little control on the side of TSM because the Lone Druid is so far behind.
Exactly, the Lone Druid is what is meant to shut down this Ember so he's not in a position where he abuses the fact that TSM do not have stuns.
Yeah.
I think Aster had two very good picks there, which were the Puck and the Ember. They went for the Ember. But I think the Puck looked good for the same reason. Like, who is going to shut down these mobility heroes in the fight? You either have to cheese them or you have to restrict your last pick. A tough position to be in, especially when the cheese pick didn't work out. However, Deso finished for Bryle. So this is your time to strike.
Relocate up to top lane. Kasane gonna be gone on underneath the tower. He has a vacuum, but no wall. He's gonna have a hard time with this one, and Tomato is not gonna use the Sunder. He needs to be able to fight for himself. His own life is in danger after all. He's gonna have to use it onto Whitemon, but that's not gonna be enough. Well, maybe it is. The fear comes out for a second. Tomato's still gonna be targeted here. They need to be able to get in front of this Slark, but they just can't.
They have to get the return here.
Monet, he's got another pounce up in a second. Stay in front of him, get the kill. It's very important to get this one, but no. He slips away, and it's nighttime. The bear is keeping up with him. And I think he's out. He's gone. He's away. Lasso, okay. If they can get the mail, that's a consolation call. They do manage to get that. Oh,
he didn't have a Remnant out. Ooh, a misstep, overextension. However, Monet healed up during all that and is back, and he still has the stacks, man. 50
great
shifts.
stun. And yeah, Monet is big and bad, beautiful at this point.
And he's getting tipped by Sumail. The new Dream Duo here. Slaying kids left and right. 52 Essence shifts on Monet. That is just Roshan. That is not the part in the map you wanted to give all those Agi stacks to Slark right now.
Nope.
And also just perfect timing on this delivery for the Axe. Lets him get in and out there. Maybe a little unlucky with the roots there from Bryle. I mean, we probably needed some clutch ones there to maybe come back. Didn't get them. What can you do? That's the downside of Pandas. They're slow.
That's true. Clumsy beasts. Should have chose a different cosmetic. You've got a pipe now. Feel like it's a bit too late for that because the physical damage of the Slark and the Ember Spirit is what's killing you already. This game went very wrong very quickly for TSM. And it doesn't even look that bad net worth-wise. It's like 5K. TSM had kept it within reason, but they were supposed to be the ones ahead by 5K, if not more, at 20 minutes.
You want to be pushing Aster, not getting pushed off the map. Bear's very tanky here. The problem
Yeah, this is an opportunity perhaps with the vacuum wall, locking down two, and then focusing on this lone druid. Okay. Monet is going to be the next up here. He's going to be body blocked up a little bit here. They managed to get the lasso on XXS, pulling him in. They're like, forget about the Slark, guys. He's got the Aegis after all. Let's just get easy kills out of this fight.
That's the type of engagement that can still go very well for TSM. Lone Druid is a very powerful hero. You have to respect what his ult does in terms of, okay, you're getting stacks on the Slark. You're not really killing Bryle. And meanwhile, the Bear is still hitting people the entire time.
Yeah, frankly, this was...
before the ult. Maybe you go for this. This is just a little ambitious.
Very ambitious. I mean, this is almost like hubris levels ambitious. You go for the tankiest hero on the enemy team behind their tier 2 with all the cooldowns up.
I mean, I also think it's okay to let Monet go in and poke like this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Then he leaves and then you get spells and you re-engage.
Because I don't think TSM can touch him. Even if they could, they'd have to do it twice.
Close. Pichu there in time.
They're kiting him out now.
You got
hoping to get something. XXS is going to TP into this top lane, so see if he can bail out Kaka. Kaka throwing out what damage he can before he dies.
Why?
Well, because he can, because he knows his team is going to keep fighting without him. Tomato is a little bit low here. Let's see if he can get a Sunder off. It's going to be on a teammate once again. Bryle is going to be the chosen ally.
Not a bad target to Sunder when he can heal it back up. Scotty terribly doing some work. You're going to have to
Monet just getting stats on stats on stats constantly. They will finally take away that Aegis, though.
He has no ults or leaps. Is he just dead?
Is he going to get rooted? Oh, okay, relocate came in.
Yeah, he actually needed that reload.
Yeah, he was, I think, dead otherwise. They do manage to get the lasso on the IO.
Yo, these fights are... You're getting a lot of momentum away if you're Aster here. A lot of gold back into Bryle's pocket. I just don't think they're understanding the strength of TSM when they're grouped as 5, and the fact that you can just play the map if you're Aster, split them up, and then let Monet start the fights with little stack building instead of just jamming yourselves into these 5-on-5s, into Tombstone, into Meta, into Sunder, into Soul Rip. Then the IO's constantly getting pushed out of position, and then he's getting lassoed or killed by the bear. You have to respect the sustain, because this is the point in the game, the 20 to 25, where this TSM lineup is extremely scary. The sustain, the group, the ball with the aura, the shells, the damage over time, it's hard to fight into.
This was they're like one of their game-ending moments,
right?
If
they
really
were
ran away with the
right
momentum,
now,
they'd be going high ground.
Yeah, this game just might end if TSM were up where they want to be right now. Still, you have to respect the fact that that 5-on-5 is very good. And that'll be an Undying shard, so... And a little extra save on the grab ally.
Especially since they need it. I mean, Bryle was actually going for a Ghost Scepter just to try and protect himself more. He did actually commit to it, yeah.
That's a rough pickup. That's really not the one you want here ideally. And it won't even save you here.
No, not in this situation.
Gaga just too fast. No mercy.
Do you think that TSM, is there a plan B?
I mean, it's to scale, right? Lone Druid, terribly. Darkseers can scale pretty hard. Like, these aren't weak cores. In theory, if Aster play these kitey fights and they build up stacks, maybe they're a bit favored. Still, the fight can easily go well for TSM if you land a big Blink Lasso or something, you drag Aster into a wall. Their two supports are very strong in playing the map and getting these pickoffs. They're very bad in the actual 5-on-5. Especially if they get gone on first. And Surged Bat Riders, there's not much answer to it here. There's no real saves on Aster.
Smoke's gonna break, but he got it! Got the lasso, any follow-up disables? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that looked great until it didn't.
I mean, Kasane didn't even throw out the vacuum, but even if he did, it still wouldn't be enough. They need the Lone Druid.
Yeah, you need the Lone Druid there. Bryle's just dead. It's a tough smoke. They'll find Kaka, though. Randomly sitting in the river, and he will go down for sure.
I can't believe Kaka ran down the river by himself towards the enemy team that showed themselves at mid.
I'm surprised you didn't finger him again. Just to send a message. Tower damage on the other side of the map. They'll TP Ari to set up. Does not have lasso here. Maybe just trying to bait something out. Maybe baiting a little too much.
Yeah, this pounce is holding in place, and Monet just gets a freebie.
That was just food. 16 permanent Agi stacks, by the way.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot of kills.
That's some extra damage in Monet's pocket. Well, TSM struck back a bit. That Scotty Terrorblade timing was pretty formidable. Is it enough to propel them to the next set of Lone Druid items? That's going to be the question. And it's a big one, right? It's Assault Kuros for Bryle. It's a long way away, especially when he went back for that Ghost Scepter that he felt like he needed. You know, it's an extra 1,600 or so that it's just not going into plate mail, not going into this AC. BKB for Tomato. All right, this is as good as it's going to get for a while. So if you're TSM, you want to smoke up, maybe Surge the Bat Rider and find a good lasso target on either one of the two supports. The IO is the best. I think you can grab the Ember of the Mars if you have everybody there. You like pull them into a Bear Fear and burst them down. You get a Flesh Golem hit. They'll die pretty fast. That type of fight doesn't look too bad for you unless that target gets reload saved. That's where you're going to have to judge it if you're TSM. Do you try and look for the IO, take the save and sustain out of the fight, or do you just go for a core and try and displace him? You can maybe cancel the reload with, you know, some random roar, flame break, vacuum, whatever, and play the fight that way.
Yeah, I was looking at their ability to interrupt IO's tether relocate. It's pretty poor.
If you really want to dedicate one of these heroes with the spell to it, you can do it. You can also just be very clutch with it if you're Pichu, right? Like, you don't show the tether at the start of the fight, have it up, and then instant snap tether reload the guy out.
I kind of think your best option is Kasane maybe just running up. Like, if you get the initiation, Kasane just has to bolt for the backline. He just has to run and get a good vacuum wall that hits everybody else so you can cause chaos.
I think you let Tomato and Bryle just kill the guy who gets lasso pulled in, and then you look for the backline disruption that really sucks Aster into a bad fight.
Good catch here from Ari.
Yeah, that's always going to be a free.
Anything is nice at this point.
I mean, 70-second cooldown lasso here, reverse no saves. This is pretty undefendable unless you abuse the Slark Vision as the front line. So this is something TSM can continue to play into. Looking at this second Roche, okay, first 20 minutes maybe didn't go how TSM wanted to. If they get second Roche on here, Aegis cheese, you put one on the Lone Druid, one on the Terrorblade, you still have some pretty damn good high ground mechanisms here.
Yeah. Aster is abusing you on the map right now, though. Sumail getting a lot of damage on this tier 3, and we saw Monet mowing through those tier 2s earlier. He's got a Scotty.
Aster should keep up this split push pressure. Don't let TSM group for free. And Shiva's on that Ember. That's a tanky boy right now. Very value item in this game versus the LD versus even some of the AoE TSM presenting. The Terrorblade, of course, some stacks being built up, but they get a meta out of it.
Now Tether trying to get Pichu away.
I don't think he can get out of this though.
Yeah, Flamebreak's probably gonna bump him back into the kill zone here. Jump back in from Monet. Nice vacuum wall. That is beautiful. The arena's going to try and protect them, and it will. The shots on the Terrorblade are not going to be able to do anything here. But the lasso managed to grab the Ember Spirit. Sumail, he's slowed down. He's not going to be able to get a whole lot off of this one. Tomato used the Sunder on Ahri like that. That was a bold move. And now he has to rotate back out of this one. Fear for his own life.
I don't know if that was a misclick or what. I mean, maybe he wanted to save his Batrider. I'd let your Batrider die and save the ult, my man.
Seriously.
He already did his job. I don't know. There's something about being sacrificial as a carry. There's also something about taking it a little too far here. Put me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I feel like they could have kept chasing, right? Maybe they don't kill the Ember Spirit, but you can surge and keep running after some of these other heroes.
It looks like Aster got out. Still, it's a bad fight for Aster, right? You just get sucked in off of this kind of weird positioning from Pichu. This is not where the IO wants to be, especially after he uses Tether.
I think he's got to stop playing with the Slurk. I don't know who he plays with, but I feel like you just got to let Monet have some independence, you know? This is too much of a codependent relationship.
Oh, yeah, he just saved Ahri there.
Yeah,
I respect
he did
that. I mean, he still had BKB. I'd let him die, but I guess I'm a older and more jaded player than Tomato. I agree. I think Pichu, you don't need to be tethered to the Slark at the very start of these fights.
Yeah, let him go in deep, get some hits, back out.
Like, what is overcharging a Slark going to do? You're maybe going to get 3 or 4 more stacks. It's not changing the course of the entire engagement. Whereas you maybe hiding, forcing TSM to wait and see where you are, maybe forcing the Batrider to go deeper into you, set the fight up that way. It just sounds better to me.
Yeah. I think it's hard whenever you are like an IO player, play a bit of IO. I know you do too, right? It's like, if you're not tethered to somebody constantly, like, what is the point of your hero? But this is one of those games where you have to take a step back and say, my impact in this game is very minimal. I just need to focus on doing one thing and one thing only, and that's getting the right relocate out.
It's a tough call to make. Sometimes you just live because you get mech and lock it off. Even if you die, you still win the fight. I mean, it feels great for Monet to have the extra move and attack speed. Now he has Aegis. Scotty completed as well for this Slark, looking for that level 20 talent. It's going to really put him over the edge. Of course, tower damage is where the Lone Druid shines. He did get caught here.
Yeah, Bryle did leave himself open. Monet's taking a lot of damage. He does finally pop his Shadow Dance, gets away, Vacuum pulls him back in a little bit. They kept the bear alive, they kept the Lone Druid alive. Smoke up immediately from Aster. They want to make use of this cheese that they've got in their hands anyways. The Aegis for Monet.
Yeah, they also want to make use of the fact that Meta and LD ult are running right now. So if you get a fight going in the next 15 seconds, TSM are missing basically their 2 ultimates on their fighting cores. That's not a fight they
I can't believe TSM is still sticking around like this.
This is very bold. Meta out in 15.
They got to start backing away. Now's the time to leave. But can they get away from a Slark that can really catch up to you easily?
Aster timing this. Monet's going to force it for sure.
In through the portal. Monet goes to pursue.
chase.
Whitemon's already TPing though. He's good.
That is so damn close.
Yeah.
Well, Aster will continue through the gate here as they are being dodged successfully right now by TSM. Clawed their way back in this game, have held it pretty even, and I mean, hey, that AC is coming soon for Bryle. Some of these big items are not that far away, and I really like Tomato's itemization this game. Not that it's anything fancy, but they got decent value out of the Scotty timing, which I think was the correct call, and I think Butterfly is basically the next best power spike you're going to get in this game. He's kind of invincible right now, right?
Yeah, yeah,
like, who is dealing with the Terrorblade? A lot of this game we've been talking and focusing about the Lone Druid and the Slark getting and building the stacks. Has anybody threatened Tomato in these fights?
I'll be
outside
honest.
of himself?
When you were talking about like some of the early game, and you were like, yeah, but TSM, they still have a really farmed Terrorblade. I was kind of going like, all right, Avery. Like, you give a little hope to TSM, but he has used that strength, and now an opening. Oh, good relocate. Pichu shows up big time here.
mean, you can't reload Kaka out of this one, though.
No,
He's
Kaka's
chomped.
gonna be chased down by zombies and bears.
And of course, your Io's coming.
Can we get
back.
a tether out?
They got the
he got ensnared immediately as he relocated back. So they get 2 supports off that one. TSM.
More attrition.
Yeah, this is working for them. I really did not expect them to be able to put up this much of a fight. And now looking like they can actually take the game, perhaps.
This ball timing, it's way too powerful. The supports on Aster are not contributing anything in these engagements, and unless Monet feels confident enough to just sit there the entire time, the tombstone's not going down, the bear isn't dying. Where's the damage? You need 2 arenas. XXS will finish Refresher. There's a little extra control, a little extra damage. I just don't think Aster had the correct reads in these fights, which is going in, forcing out some ults, and then chasing. Instead, it's just been banging their heads against this sustained wall, and that is a Butterfly Terrorblade who just took your racks for free. This 5-man lineup, this is some like old school Moonman or TSM tech.
Yeah.
He loves these kind of lineups. He just feels like if you get him to a certain point, you run it down a lane, there's nothing the opponent can do. And that is, I guess, proven true here, as sure.
Why is it always one of the best NA squads defaults to those kind of strategies? What do you think it is about that? Is it because NA was always so laning focused that being able to reach a key timing comboed with that nicely?
I mean, there's 2 factors, right? If you win lanes and then you have like a 5-man push lineup, you kind of just win the game.
Sure, yeah.
And I mean, they sucked at everything else. So, I mean, you just go.
Well, TSM, they're certainly impressing me. I didn't think that they were going to be able to bounce back off the kind of rough start that they had, but a dead even game. Aster, of course, still feeling like they could do this with an Aghanim Scepter pickup, still have an Aegis and Cheese. They're still good for team fights. It's just how do you fight into this tight ball?
And honestly, if I'm giving one player on TSM MVP so far in this game, I feel like it's Ari.
Oh yeah, he's gotten him, and I think Tomato would be the 2 for me. Yeah.
I think this Bat Rider is what's causing Aster so many problems in this game. Because without it, TSM aren't getting these random pickoffs. They're not slowing down the supports on Aster. They're not setting up the fight where suddenly you have a displacement hero who's dragging Aster into all of your ball with this Darkseer Lone Druid dying. Like, that's what's making this lineup click. It's like the old tiny lineups. It's the same concept, and there's no answer to this Bat Rider right now from the side of Aster. Every lasso is just free. BKB now, you're completely unanswered, right? Yeah. Nothing will stop a Blink BKB lasso, 4-staff pulling somebody in, except a reload save. And the problem is, if you're finding a support, you're not reload saving that.
Yeah.
And if you find like a Mars or the Slark and you pull them in, okay, you can reload save that. TSM might just walk down a lane.
Right. I was thinking about this, like, what should the response be? And of like, okay, if the enemy 4 position is a problem, what's the offlaner doing to counter-initiate this? And I realized that XXS, I feel like we haven't really said his name too much in this game.
It's been very quiet.
He maybe could have gone like a Lotus Orb, right, against that lasso, but instead opted for the Refresher, and we haven't seen that double arena play just yet.
He's had it for a while. It just hasn't had the opportunity to use it, and I guess TSM running down this lane is going to give him the opportunity. Ags, by the way, done on Tomato. He just bought out, maximizing the damage. You have a secondary mini meta plus a Terror Wave here. Man, if you get pulled into like this Tombstone back, you get feared.
Sumail just diving in, he got Terror Waved, but XXS came in with the arena, blocked some of the damage, and did manage to counter-initiate. There is still the lasso, but again, the wrong side of the arena, so didn't get any damage done. Bryle's being targeted with the Nullifier on him, but Kasane did manage to hit a really nice vacuum wall. Got him inside the Tombstone, going for the Lone Druid. They gotta finish him up now, and they do. They finally get him. He got one last roar off to go, scaring away some of these heroes. Tomato's trying to pump the damage out, but he's struggling. Picho managed to get bumped up to the high ground, and they can't save Tomato. Maybe they can. No! Can't get off the Sunder. And TSM get thoroughly routed in this one. Oh, he went back in for the kill on Picho, but the Depth Shroud proved to be too much of a problem. TSM, they thought they had this time with that 5-man ball, but Aster, for once, they are able to get a full 5-man shove back into TSM that worked.
That's a very important fight to win here if you're Aster. Like, maybe the game-deciding fight when we look back on it. If that push goes successful for TSM, you're cruising to another lane, potentially just walking top and running it down another time. Instead, you get rebuked here, and it's all Sumail, right? He starts this fight, baits out the Terror Wave, survives that, then he tanks the lasso, this Shiva's Axe, he's so damn tanky, man. The bear is stuck outside the arena, by the way.
And
That
Tomato was
maybe-
outside the arena as well.
Yes.
So both damage dealers did nothing in these arenas.
So maybe I felt like it was Sumail, but looking back on this, XXS really just bailed out the Ember Spirit on the goes and messed up both damage dealers there for TSM. You were talking about where is XXS's impact in this game? Well, he makes it felt at a very clutch moment here. Super good arenas, just salvaging that fight. Baiting the Ember Spirit's tankiness here, and I mean the damage coming out from the Ags on top of the Shivas, on top of the Maelstrom blocks, on top of the Quiver is ridiculous. Almost 7,000 done by Sumail in that fight. Just clears through them all. Your Lone Druid is not surviving if he's losing stacks, and his bear can't hit people. That's the really bad thing if your bear gets stuck on like an edge in an arena like that.
Yeah.
You're not life stealing on the main hero.
Right.
So then you got to throw him in a tombstone, but then the bear hops back out.
It is a cool concept, though. The tombstone grab ally with the Lone Druid.
Super broken.
It
is
sounds
super broken.
really stupid.
It is one of the most broken things.
But meanwhile, Aster had their own save mechanisms that they used quite successfully in that fight. One thing is this Depth Shroud. Monet being able to bail out Picho. So now he can tether onto this Slurk and join him deep into these engagements because the Depth Shroud can help him when he's being targeted like this. And it bumps up the regen factor.
3 seconds is a lot of time. Still, TSM. Maybe they learned from their mistakes in that fight and they're just going to run it down again. They know, they feel like they're on a clock at least. Or at least this is where their lineup thrives, so...
What's going to go better?
Round 2? No, just a poke. Bring Aster back and get the lanes back out as they want Roshan. This is about setting up the map, setting up the lanes and the vision to try and get this next objective. They want Aegis, they want Cheese. There's a Refresher Shard as well.
Okay, so pull him down to this side of the map, then go through the portal
a
and
nice move
set
by
up for
TSM.
Dire Roshan. It is. It's a positional advantage. Aster could pursue through the gate or run across the map.
Fast enough. I feel like they just got outmaneuvered.
I think they
unless
did.
Monet is willing to go through this gate, which he's debating right now. You can reload him in as well.
I mean, if they had the Lone Druid, this Roshan would be dead, but it looks like Aster are going to be able to get here in time. And he's going through the gate. You're right. They're going to try and set up for him, but XXS already hit the Lone Druid. He went into melee form. Is he going to be able to survive? The Nullifier is taking him down. Bryle, they're throwing everything they have at him. Got him inside the tombstone. Once again, they're going through the tombstone. He's going to pop back out. A second arena to be able to control him in, but Bryle's still not dead. He pops a ghost step through. The Nullifier's gone, but he finally goes down. Tomato, a Terror Wave goes out, trying to push back this Slurk, who's putting tons of damage in. Another Depth Shroud, a Shadow Dance. He's able to pause himself away, and now he's going to start healing up. And Sumail and Monet are going to play the distance against TSM. They're going to make sure they can't get back to their base. They're stuck in this situation.
You still have a Sunder here if you're Tomato, but are you going to be able to get it off?
Hexed up, nullified, and again, unable to get off a Sunder. When Aster find the opening against the Terror Blade, they 100-0 him.
You still had a cheese on Sumail after all of that. There was still gas in the tank here for Aster. A really nice go and disengage as Roshan is going to bounce him back towards bottom and say, it's summer vacation time. That Nullifier paid off. It helps Monet finish off Bryle in the middle of that fight. They kept that Lone Druid alive for so damn long. If you have a few more seconds in there, you might be able to shift that fight to your advantage.
That was supposed to be an active scepter.
Immortality.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it was about which side Roshan spawns on.
No, he transfers over.
Yeah, but I feel like it's been doing that forever. I feel like it's never switched it.
I'm just
Even
saying
if
it should be an
it's
active
supposed to, I feel like it never does.
Yeah.
Because it's like those games
Big
where
sick.
he runs back and forth between the gate and gets bugged.
Yeah.
It always stays the same item. Who knows?
Now they've got double cheese. All right. Double cheese, tier 4 items. Got a disperser. He's going to work towards an MKB, but frankly, the evasion, it worked for a while, and it did make Tomato very tough to bring down, but they managed to win fights without it, without an MKB.
Yeah, and
once he gets an MKB, then Tomato can be the first target, potentially, rather than the last.
Tomato's damage is falling off right now.
Yeah.
Zeros are just getting too damn tanky, especially when they get these late game talents. You let Sumail get to a level 25 talent here with Ags, Octarine, Timeless Relic, Ember, a Refresher Shard in the back. I mean, how many Remnants and Slights is he gonna have, right? It's just infinite. The Ember is the biggest problem in this game right now. I mean, I'd like to say that, but I guess it's actually Monet, as we should give him credit. He is 18-0 on this Slark.
Yeah, he has
that domination
kill streak.
It started in the lane, and he has yet to give that streak up. I don't even want to know how much gold that kill is worth, but it's worth a damn lot if TSM can ever get it.
Are scanning.
So you're in dodge mode now.
Remember when they came so close to killing him?
It was a couple times this game.
Yeah. I wonder how different the game would be in this situation if they did manage to finish him off, or if it would be different at all, because Aster ultimately were able to play the map multiple times when they felt like they couldn't beat TSM in a 5v5.
The rune of haste. He's walking in. He knows they see him, but he has Aegis, so he doesn't even need to clutch Dark Pact here. He really doesn't want to. He's just fishing. Ari's looking for the IO. He sees him.
Yeah, he sees him. He's going to get the lasso on him, and the team is going to try and follow this up. And they do get a nice Terror Wave to cover that as well, to make sure the IO dies, and there's no rebuttal from Aster.
Sumail's just going to get the hell out of there. That is not a fight Aster want to take without their IO. No need to. He's up again in 60 seconds. Lone Druid ult used. Terror Wave used. Your Aegis is still going to be good for another 2 minutes here as you push towards level 25 talents in the last stages of items here. Of course, you also got a Hex on XXS, and he's going to instantly put it to use here. He can
spear
refresh
him
this
back.
too.
He can refresh if he wants to. Big focus, but the rest of the team is here. Vacuum goes out. They manage to get the roar off. That's going to push away some of these heroes. And Braille's okay, at least for now. He's going to eat a little bit. Monet pops the Shadow Dance, still trying to focus on him. Oh, the Tombstone picks him up mid-spear. He's still inside, and this time they, for once, cannot go for that tomb. They're going to chase down the heroes now. After the arena expires, they'll catch up. Oh, Kaka managed to get the blink away just before the shot lands. Surely they're still going to get him with a surge or something.
Oh, that's a ninja gear.
Yeah, he's ninja geared up, so they lose sight of him. But Ari, he finds him in the end.
Well, found an Aeon disc.
Kaka's going to make this as hard as possible. Did he get out? Is he away? Oh my God, he's away. This guy's too good.
I mean, Kaka takes and Kaka gives. He is a deity beyond all mortal comprehension.
Yeah, he took your ankles on that one.
I mean, he finds the Hex on the Lone Druid. Unfortunately, the ult is already out. The finger, I think, probably healed the Lone Druid here. It does a big whopping 300 damage on the bear. So Kaka's impact, it's been tough in these 5-on-5 engagements. They almost get Sumail. Of course, you still had a couple cheeses here from Roshan. That'll sustain you through this fight. Not looking so convincing, though, for Aster, and what a goddamn dodge here, right? That's the Refresh Sphere Arena that ends up doing nothing because you put that bear into a tombstone. And apparently that is just more powerful than anything else in the Dota universe. Shoving someone in a catacomb. What do you do versus it? Absolutely nothing. Aster back on the prowl. It's still daytime, but it's going to hit nighttime in 10 seconds. And of course, you still have Aegis for 30 here.
Ari spotted. He used his spot last time to catch the IO. This time he'll be caught. Fortunately, the BKB, that was relatively fresh. Oh, they actually get the IO immediately. Again, he tries to help out Monet and get caught in the process of it. Monet's going to be able to bounce back into this arena and go for the kill onto Kasane. TSM having a hard time with these arena walls as always. Kaka able to slip away into the night, while as Ari can't do as well. Oh, Tombstone save actually during the lasso onto Monet. They didn't have the damage, and he still saved inside that Tombstone. Maybe, Sumail! He bounced back into his red, then he ran right into a bear.
That is not where you wanted the remnants, son. You had all the remnants in the world, but nowhere to go with them. That was a refreshed Ember with 8 or 9 remnants, but you can't escape the claws. And another very clutch Tombstone grab ally here is just salvaging these goes. The Slark is building up the stacks, but Monet cannot finish a hero. Remember when I said he had 18 kills cap? Well, now he only has 19. He hasn't been able to find any more. These fights are just getting stalled out.
Oh my God, that was so close.
This spell has absolutely ruined Aster in these fights, and now we're in a situation where TSM, they have meta, they have LDL. They're looking to end this game right here,
I think on the last one,
now.
XXS, who has been trouble for them with these arenas. If they can finish him off, it'd be great. But another arena goes out, and he's able to live off of that one. And now it's going to be a TSM overextended.
Oh,
a spear nails him, gets him inside the... No, he didn't get him inside the tombstone. He actually just straight up dies. Bryle, he's going to fall as well. TSM, 2 different times now. They've gone into a high ground push, desperate to claim an early victory. trying to upset the odds, but end up just giving away the team fight. And now Aster free to push the high ground that was so difficult for them before this.
Just gonna instant reload Monet with all those stacks. Now they're in a position you might just be looking at the throne. Do you have buybacks on every here at your TSM? You don't on the lone druid. You're missing the gold here for Bryle. I don't even know if you had the bear. You don't anyway. This might just be the game.
And you don't have meta, you're only gonna have Terror Wave. So in such a long period of time, he's gonna come out and have one little point of strength for 10 seconds.
You better make it count.
Yeah.
I mean, Sumail bought back for that. If you manage to defend your base here and kill the Ember,
he's gonna have to buy back. He cannot hold on to this.
And how much are Aster gonna push it? Let's say Aster don't commit here. 30 seconds until the lone
tries to
druid.
pounce, he managed to get the cycle. What a vacuum wall! Grabs everybody faster and then get that Terror Wave, get the damage in, or you're gonna lose here. The depth shot is helping out Sumail, he had the cheese as well. And now Kasani's gonna target the combo, wasn't enough for TSM. They don't win the start of that fight, and now Aster will start going through the buildings. They've got 10 seconds to work with though. They can get the Megas and get out safely,
but
or they can play the 4 versus 5.
The clock struck midnight, Cap. You don't have meta, you don't have Terror Wave, and you don't have a bear when you come back up.
Going for the throne, get him inside. They don't even have to take this. They could go for the throne if they want to, but they want the more kills. Monet wants as many as possible. Tombstone won't save you for long this time, Whitemon. He drops an extra one on his death, but that's 3 dead with no buyback. And the 2 carries, as you said, do not have the abilities that give them all their strength. They are nothing without them. And Aster will take everything from TSM in this game 1.
Monet padding the stats in the fountain. He ends that game 25-0. Well, that is a carry performance if I've ever seen
And
one.
Tomato respects it too. At the end of the game, he tipped him. He tipped Monet. He said from one carry to another, that was one hell of a performance.
Yeah, from start to finish, right? Monet just played a perfect Slark IO game here. Pichu had some really clutch reloads as well. Still, TSM showing some chops in this match. The Tombstone saves from Whitemon were out of control in terms of the timings, and damn did Tomato play a very good Terrorblade game, right? Like, the stats do not reflect it. 8-6-6. Let me tell you something, this was an extremely close game in terms of Tomato just putting the team on his back and carrying that. You're one push away from clinching that out in a game that pretty much went as bad as it could in the first 10 minutes.
Yep. Honestly, and multiple times where they just weren't able to really do that much.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed by TSM in this game. I think it's a very tough game to push it that late and make it that close based on how the early game went, and they played those fights really damn well.
And I think we're impressed because TSM have been doing a little bit worse in the group stage. Yeah, Meanwhile, Aster showcasing, you know, they're still the best team in this group for a goddamn reason.
Very true.
All right, back to the panel. Head to game 2 soon.
Well, Aster does take this game, but TSM makes a great case for themselves to still be here in contention for doing well at the Riyadh Masters. It was a very close game. I'm joined by Faith Beyond, by Effie, by BSJ, and Brian, this game in particular, this was, I mean, the result we were expecting, but definitely not in the way we were expecting it.
Oh, no, absolutely not. What I harped on TSM yesterday was their draft not really having like a win condition or a plan, and we all were skeptical of that lone druid, but you could see, like, you win one small engagement where all you do is kill 2 supports. Even when Aster has Aegis, you just march down a lane, and that made the room for error on the side of Aster very little, and I feel like TSM, they jumped the gun a little bit on some of those future pushes, almost getting a little too antsy, thinking like, wow, we were this close to ending the game off of 2 support kills, and Aster just kind of slamming the door on him.
Yeah, I mean, that performance by Monet, 10 out of 10.
Oh.
That was really beautifully done. Not dying a single time in such a chaotic, drawn-out teamfight scenario toward the end is so cool. But overall, I want to give credit to TSM because they're not necessarily a team that I associate any kind of like gotcha pick or cheese to. So to see them bust out the Lone Druid and to see the idea have so much merit within the game was really cool. Also, I thought that they were in a losing situation from after the laning stage, but the fact that they found that farm on Terrorblade and they managed to get some winning fights speaks a lot to their improvement.
Yeah, Faith Beyond, we have, of course, Aster victorious. Do you want to talk about Aster or do you want to talk about TSM? Because there's a lot to be said about both teams.
Yeah, I think TSM definitely, they perform beyond my expectation. And I think that's the beauty of Terrorblade. You just build a team fight around your team Terrorblade, and you always have chance to win. And also, yeah, Aster is amazing. I mean, Monet, he's always one of the best carry player in China and maybe in the world. So in this game, he just owned this match.
He did. He for sure did. I think he's making a great case for himself already for being potentially, I may get ahead of myself, but a Credea MVP for later on, but that's later on. Let's first analyze our STC play, because there were a lot of plays we selected and then it's like, nah, this one's better. And we selected this one in the end, where TSM already had made a good showing of threatening the high ground, Brian. And Aster was able to repel them in the end.
Yeah, I realized mid-game that TSM really had no threat to them pushing in the terms of who clears the waves, who defends the towers, and Aster, Sumail just throws himself in, XSS falls up to save him so the Terrorblade can't hit him, Monet chucks himself in, and you're gonna even see later in the fight that usually it's the support's job in the IO's case to save his carry, but Monet's even gonna use his shard later on in order to make sure that his 5 position stays alive. So this is the play right here. This is just firing on all cylinders. I love to see this type of play. I'm saying Aster was one mistake from losing this game, despite the fact that Monet is 25-0.
Yeah, and we want to obviously praise Aster where it's due, but I also think that they probably were a little bit surprised by the way that this game went. They must have had the same idea as us after the draft was done, thinking that they had the number of TSM. Didn't turn out to be the case, Effie. Aster, winning or not, they must take a good look at themselves after that game.
I think it's a wake-up call to be a little bit more reeled in as a team, because I still think that their draft was better and I think that they played well regardless. It's just that after 2 supports died in the mid lane, when they got the Ion line kills, they suddenly lost their Axe. So that's to say that even if we make mistakes, we can't afford to do it. So that's a very important sign for them. Yep. But we praised Monet a lot, but I think all of Aster played incredibly well. The arenas from XXS were on point. Lions ganks from Kaka, they were also on point, and everyone did a great job.
You can see why he likes the Lion a lot. It had a great impact. And I'm sure that there's a lot of players out there that are having a great impact. Maybe we can check in on some of those games, as we have 4 series running at the same time. Not all of them have that first game already done. As you can see, Shopify and Team Secret are still in their first game, just like BB Team and Talon. But Team Liquid was able to beat Talon in their first game, Brian. That is a little bit of the Western European rock, paper, scissors balance restored, if I'm correct?
Yeah, they absolutely needed this on the side of Team Liquid, and on the other side with Tundra, they absolutely needed it as well, because they were 2-6, now 2-7, tied with TSM for 7th, 8th, and Liquid was the team right above them at 3-5. So suddenly that gap to make sure you get past the group stage is becoming insurmountable quickly.
Yep, and just another quick update. Team Secret did take game 1 just now, so just in hot off the press, that is one scoop I got for you, but maybe Jenkins got some more on the grounds at the Player Lounge.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back from the Player Lounge with content. I'm sitting here next to my friend Kaizen from Gaimin Gladiators, who has been described by their team as the backpack of the team. That's his job. I don't know what that means, but he doesn't play Dota. I'm going to show him pictures of Dota heroes, and he's going to guess what their names are. So let's begin with this one. Who is this guy?
That's a black screen right there. Oh, is that Megatron? Yeah, is that Megatron?
No, that's not Optimus Prime or Megatron.
Oh, what is it then?
This is a guy called Clockwork. I was told by your friend that you would guess this one.
I don't know who the hell is that. What the hell?
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. I'm gonna press Control Tab here. There we go. Do you know?
Woo! Oh, he's some ugly mother. Phew. I'm gonna guess he's like ugly dude.
No, his name is not Ugly Dude. His name is Meepo. You were never going to guess that one. I just wanted to see what your reaction was.
Name for ugly guy.
Yeah, actually, there's 5 of him in the game, so he spawns additional clones of himself, so it's more and more ugly.
As if one's not enough. Bloody hell.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Can you guess who that is? I gave you an easy one.
I mean, that looks like my dad. So,
Technically, he's everybody's dad.
Is he Godfather? I don't know, Godfather, lightning stuff, Zap Lord.
Who is a godfather who does lightning stuff?
Zeus.
Yes, that's Zeus. That's Zeus. He got it. He got it. Okay, let's go to the next one. Who is that?
Jesus Christ. What the that was like bull crap or something? Bullhorn? Bulldozer? Bullsh?
You're kind of close. His name is Magnus, as in Magnetor, like, you know, a horned bull sort of thing. So you're kind of close.
Does not look like a Magnetor.
He's not very good right now, so doesn't matter. Okay, here's the final one. This is actually the hardest one. You're not gonna get this, but what would you give this name?
Is that Sparky? Or it's like Pika or something? Pikachu? Is that some form of Pikachu for Dota?
Sparky, Pikachu. No, this is Io. This one you were never gonna guess. It was originally called Wisp, but because of copyright issues from Warcraft 3, they had to change it to Io. So, yeah, you did good. You got one. Yep. Yeah. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. And back to you at the panel.
Yeah, he was very close. He must have heard our commentary team say Pichu a lot in that game because he was the one playing Io. So I couldn't understand the confusion for sure. We're getting ready for our second game between TSM and Aster, so stick around. We'll be right back with more Riyadh Masters.
Sumail is considered to be one of the best mid players of all time. Known for his Storm Spirit and Shadow Fiend play, he achieved a large amount at a very young age. Sumail was born in Pakistan and started playing Dota at only 8 years old. In 2012, his family moved to the USA, where he began playing in various in-house leagues. He quickly rose to the top and got scouted by EG, who promptly recruited him. Evil Geniuses and their new mid laner Sumail managed to win the Dota 2 Asia Championship, or DAC, in 2015.
Do they get the bash on Super? Yes, they do. It's a dieback on the Shadow Fiend. He'll pop as well. Ice maybe next, Sumail.
Defeating a plethora of top teams from around the world, including Chinese favorites Big God and Vici Gaming, as well as Team Secret. In doing so, Sumail cemented himself as a young prodigy and one of the best mid laners in the world. Following their success in DAC, Evil Geniuses were considered to be one of the favorites to take home the International 2015. And sure enough, they did.
Keep running out for JJ, well played. are your TI 5 champions.
Making Sumail not only the youngest player to compete at a TI, but also to win it. 2 records he still holds to this day. Sumail went on to spend many years with EG and achieved great results in several majors and international tournaments. In more recent years, he's had brief stints in teams such as OG, Team Secret, and a year in Enigma Galaxy, with whom he placed 5th in last year's Riyadh Masters. Most recently, he's moved to China to try his luck there, playing for Team Aster. Sumail is looking to prove himself to the Chinese fans once again. Can Sumail break records and language barriers by achieving greatness with a Chinese team in Riyadh Masters 2023?
Can Sumail do it together with Aster? We're here to find out. They definitely did it in Game 1 against TSM, and that's for sure. Will they be able to repeat? And that's going to be largely dependent on the draft and, of course, the gameplay, which we'll get into in a little bit. The teams are getting ready on stage for that second game, and I'm joined by BSJ, by Effie, and Faith Beyond. I asked you the question in the previous game if you were the coach of Evil Geniuses then, but this time around, you're TSM's coach. What you do?
I would say we have a great game at Game 1. Now Game 2, I maybe want to ask Braille if you want to play Storm Spirit, or if you don't want to play, we can just keep going. We can build a draft around the Team Adult hero, and we just need to do a little bit better. Maybe we can win this game.
It's a little bit better. Easy. It sounds very simple. We had a Terrorblade first phase pick, and it almost did work. So why not just maybe do it again?
Yeah, but that's because Aster opened with an IO, so the Scotty was always going to be high value and a really good timing for Aster to play against any kind of IO or heal strat. This time around, though, who knows what Aster will open with? It depends on who has first pick. I think we could potentially see a Storm if TSM have first pick.
Yeah, of course, first pick previous game was in the hands of Aster, which caused TSM to ban it out themselves together with that Snapfire. We had Aster removing Brood and Silencer, and this time around, Aster still removed Brood and TSM still removed Snap. It is, however, first pick for TSM, Brian, so that Storm Spirit still on the docket if TSM doesn't ban it out. But if they wouldn't ban out Storm, is there another hero that they should remove?
Well, there it is.
Well, they still remove Storm.
Okay. I think that what TSM's just like showcasing to me in these drafts is that Ari has had options later on in the draft that he, like, there have been like kind of these type of 4 positions they needed, like a roaming melee guy, and his hero pool, as good as he is pretty limited right now. His experience is low. We've talked about he has less than 5,000 lifetime games of Dota 2, including like all of his accounts. So that's pretty impressive to think that he's even here, but he's a specialist. So why not just give him a hero he's ultra comfortable on at the beginning of the draft? And if you don't feel comfortable picking anything other than the IO Lesh first round as your reliable opener, I see no problem with this.
But also the spot already looks better because we couldn't see the impact that we wanted to see out of Arya because he was laning into IO Slark, which is a nigh impossible lane for Batrider, especially as support. Like, how does he fight into that? But there's no IO in this game, so definitely going to see more impact coming out of Arya.
This is almost a full minute of bonus time for an opening Tidehunter pick. Faith Beyond, this is not a hero we often see as an opening. What do you make of it?
You mean Tidehunter?
Yeah. Did I say that? I meant Tidehunter, yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't think it's a very common opening.
No, it's not. No.
Maybe they just want... okay, we pick our offlane combo first, then we can have like easier pick on top lane and mid lane. Yeah.
And it looks like they could potentially be trying something here, which is always good to see from teams that are topping the groups, that they're willing to experiment with their strategies and they have the leeway to do so. And maybe just the Batrider pick was enough to solicit, okay, let's test out our Tide opening. This hero, we can have him frontline these team fights. He can't get lassoed because he'll dispel it with Kraken Shell. Let's see where it takes us.
That was exactly what I was thinking, is last game they went with Slark as an immediate response. Not an easy hero to lasso at all. A lot of teams, I think, have underestimated that. If you just give Batrider these point-click targets that are, he's going to lasso you and it's going to suddenly end the fight right there. Yeah, the Kraken Shell. What I want to see from TSM, if they can, is a ranged Silver Edge builder. I know that sounds kind of specific, but now all of a sudden that just shuts down this Tidehunter pick entirely. I didn't need to see it here, but that's what I'm looking for moving forward in the draft. Timbersaw, hero largely ignored last draft. I think he got banned second round or maybe even third round.
He did. Second round. So do you like it here on the second pick?
It's good against the Tide, but I wouldn't say it's particularly amazing against Disruptor. Disruptor always punishes these ability casting heroes that rely on mobility, and Timbersaw is absolutely one of them. The only thing Team Aster needs now is some guy to hit the Timbersaw when he's locked in that kinetic field static storm. Bloodseeker would have been great. What else is there?
What else is there?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
I mean, I feel like potentially Medusa for Team Aster, just to lane versus a Timbersaw and try to exploit it. Like, yeah, there is a Batrider and the Flame Break could be an easy way to gank her, but it is a strategy that Aster are comfortable with. There's something to take advantage of it on lane. We've seen an influx of Lunas lately, too.
Lunas?
We've seen an influx of those.
Well, I do want to point out that the Terrorblade is still in, and it looked really good. If they first phase picked it, why not second phase pick it and make it look even better?
Last game they did ban Tidehunter after picking Terrorblade, so you had mentioned during our first draft that like these teams are showing us how to protect the cores there, and so maybe they think that the Anchor Smash plus Kraken Shell damage block is too powerful against a percent base or like a base damage hero like Terrorblade with illusions. I would love to see a potential Ursa for Aster. I know a lot of teams have been struggling with this hero, but we've also seen, for instance, Team Secret, who's on the rampage, going 5 wins in a row right now. They've even utilized Ursa for Crystallis and
Monkey King.
Yeah, I don't like like Monkey King as much against Batrider specifically.
Okay.
But just because of the Firefly breaking trees and having the sticky napalm to consistently cancel your Primal Spring. But I would be totally fine with that pick as a way to address the Timbersaw.
Wait, you say Ursa?
Yeah, Ursa.
No, that's a trash hero.
No! You've agreed with me on so many things up until this point. This is when I know he's serious. Why is it a trash hero?
You just lose lane every game, and now Nullifier is so popular, you just can't do anything.
Okay, I'm sold.
I didn't take much there.
They take out the Morphling and the Medusa on the side of TSM. We mentioned a Medusa potentially for Aster, but Morphling would have fit the build too. He's a good axe target for Morph, and also he's a high sustain hero that can hold his own against Timbersaw. I wonder if maybe Drow Ranger is an option here. I mean, it doesn't seem like the most conventional hero, but now
which team?
For Aster. Even TSM. You talked about ranged Silver Edge buyers, and now both teams are in a position where they could build something like this.
For Aster, it's a good choice. Monet also, he loves play Drow Ranger.
Oh, I see a Luna getting moused over there.
Well, at this stage of the game, doesn't Kaka normally gets his hero? Like, Lion is pretty decent still this game, or is it too squishy?
Rubik.
Rubik. Well, he does get his hero either way.
Did you say Luna getting messed over?
Yeah.
I thought there was an influx of those.
Yeah, that's why I referenced it. Yeah, that's just a nice, reliable pick for them that I'm sure TSM's kind of got on the radar, as Timbersaw historically has always been countered by ranged heroes in lane in the sense that he can't abuse Whirling Death. Luna's always been a nice staple.
5 seconds.
The nice thing about Aster is that they have second pick, so this is the best position for them to try to fit in a ranged carry into their draft. Because now they can see if they're threatened by any kind of gap close, which they don't seem like they are so far. I mean, there is Batrider, but that's kind of whatever now.
But at the moment, are we going under the assumption that Timber is their offlane, or is Timber very much still a flex hero for them?
It's still flex because we don't see the mid laner for Team Aster, so Timbersaw could be open.
Now TSM need to pick a carry. There's no much carry in the pool right now.
The reason why Luna's even better is we talk about Luna as like a 9th pick carry when you don't see your laning opponent. In this case, it's good against Timbersaw in lane, and also if they elect to move the Timbersaw to mid, there's not necessarily any offlaners that just absolutely destroy Luna. She's a very reliable carry, so it would allow them to kind of cover all of those bases, knowing that they have the absolute last pick and not giving Timbersaw a good matchup either way.
And it's just quite good with aura buyers like Tidehunter, because she's a hero that likes to group up with her team anyway, so they can take advantage of the aura.
True.
But I wonder, what kind of carry do you think are TSM looking at right now? Because Faith had mentioned that most of the good carries are banned out.
Maybe Void. I don't love it against Disruptor, but I like it against the other two.
First you have to win the lane. Oh.
Elder Titan, Templar Assassin. So they keep more flex alive.
Yeah.
Because the Templar Assassin can, of course, go mid and safe lane. Elder Titan is most likely going to be white one, so we know at least that. But that's, I mean, do you like that they keep it that flex?
Honestly, I didn't expect these two picks, but now I feel it might be good because ET looks like a good counter initiation here, and TA also. I think now at safe lane he can have a good game, and also you can flex it to mid lane. It gives just more opportunity for teams.
Yeah, it does. The draft is still open, and that's the ideal position to be in before you go into your 23 pick. Also, it's a good TA game because the two supports on the side of Aster, Rubik and Disruptor, get shredded by Meld. Like, she can kill them so quickly. And Aster counter with the typical, or traditional rather, TA counter, right? Reflection is so good at removing refraction charges, and Terrorblade just outfights her so easily.
But you're dealing with ET Aura, Batrider, Timbersaw. I think other than the TA, this Terrorblade pick doesn't look great on paper.
Yeah, I agree on Brian, and now I see a very good hero for TSM, Zeus.
Oh!
Hey.
You have so much damage.
We don't. The Godfather. Zeus is unpicked.
But then
by
you
the way,
have
so
Tide, and he buys Pipe first item. Pipe, very nice for him.
Or Tinker,
I've seen a lot
maybe.
of Tides do it. Tinker sounds cool.
That would be cool.
I feel like Zeus is so easy to counter these days, especially if you have a support like Disruptor, who's really good versus mobility heroes, so he can't heavenly jump out. He also just gets like silenced by Static Storm, and Disruptor is a natural Glimmer Cape buyer, and Zeus sucks his patch because of Pipe and Glimmer Cape and all of these barriers.
Aster is on a different wavelength right now, though, because they ban out a Tomato hero, so they're expecting this Templar Assassin to still go to the mid lane.
I think they'll cover their bases, take out a mid laner, take out a potential carry.
Yeah, you have two options, because the TA is good against everything but the Terrorblade, but you also have what we talked about, 3 heroes that are pretty good against Terrorblade. I think if TSM were to leave this TA as a carry and put a mid laner that feels pretty confident playing into this lineup, just doesn't get wailed on by Terrorblade pretty much. Any hero with natural mobility, I'd be happy with that. But I'm also happy that Aster's kind of taking out what TSM traditionally goes for, heroes like the Drow.
I think for TSM, they better put this TA on carry, because if you pick a new carry, it means this carry you must, you need him to carry you to win against Terrorblade.
Yeah, too many things.
Yeah, and this will weak the TA. And if you pick a mid, then we can play 3 cores, then TA is fine. We can have 2 cores deal with Terrorblade and TA just deal with other heroes.
What about Juggernaut then? I feel like Juggernaut's pretty good against Tidehunter, Disruptor, and Rubik, and with 6 slots he can eat up the TP.
I think too much farm.
He needs too much farm?
Yeah. I think they best pick Zeus, or I think some mage. They can fight, and you can also have a good performance at the late game. That's a best option, I think.
Yeah, mid laner ideally for me here, agreed.
Well, I've never seen Aster ban that fast. They're like, okay, TSM is, running short on the old bonus time.
Oh.
Okay, they
wow.
pick up the
we
Dark
still
Seer,
have this
That
hero.
works too, actually.
Yeah, Timber mid.
I'm pretty happy with that pick, actually. Maybe the Sumail SF. That'd be pretty hype for me. Just put a little showcase on for this Timber mid. One of the few heroes we've seen that just absolutely wrecks him in lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the issue with SF, though, is that you have 2 heroes in TV and SF that kind of want to do the same thing, which is dish out as much damage as possible from a range in the Ravage, and it's just too many easy targets for a TSM.
A Lashrak coming out, and everybody fell silent.
I'm not gonna
Why
lie.
is this?
I actually like TSM's draft way better this game. I'm a big fan of everything they're doing here. I'm a little bit skeptical on the execution side of it, but I think they've got all the answers. The only hero that causes this TA issues is the Terrorblade, and now they've got a 4th counter with the Darkseer, one of the absolute hardest counters in the game. So I'm gonna go with TSM for this one. I'm gonna, put myself out on a limb here.
I'm thinking about it. Okay,
Yeah,
so the Leshrac.
Yeah.
I think without a steroid type hero to make him stronger gets easily exploited by the picks TSM have, because not only do they have Lasso but no save for the Lasso on the side of Aster, but they have a natural aura buyer, they have their pipe buyer, they have their Greaves buyer and Darkseer, so it just feels like it was kind of like, let's pick a hero that does a lot of damage and wins mid, and that's Leshrac, but TSM's draft seems more well-rounded.
I'm kind of worried about TSM because they pick a Darkseer. It looks good against Terrorblade, but I feel if TA got limited in teamfight, they don't have enough damage to kill Lashrak or Terrorblade. They do have a good teamfight, but after they also have Tidehunter and Disruptor, which is very strong in teamfight. So I think they really need a good game on TA.
Yeah, I want to see a Silver Edge on Tomato. I want to see the Lasso onto the Tide with the Silver Edge hit. Suddenly, TSM wins the team fights because there's no Ravage coming out. That's the win condition. They're going to see it. They're going to own this game, absolutely.
I feel like Darkseer's TV illusion, though, is going to give them damage if their TA doesn't have a good position, right?
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out. Is there enough damage on TSM to bring down Aster? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
TSM in the play-in stage did manage to tie their series with Aster. And in this group stage, Avery, they could really use the tie because they are bottom of the group right now. Being able to just get a tie over the best team in the group would still give them a chance.
To a future of grief.
But where does it end? Is the team just gonna tie for another 5 years?
No, because they lost a lot already.
Okay, well. I guess the old tie strategy doesn't work out eventually.
I mean, eventually you get out of groups with ties, and then you head into best of threes, and then there is a third definitive game that you will either win or lose. Either way, sounds like our panel were hopeful for some of the ideas that TSM is going here for the draft. I mean, they've got some comfort mixed with some decent counter picks, but I did appreciate Faith Beyond pointing out there may be a damage problem. If their lanes do not go well enough, they may not be able to burst down the Terrorblade or the Leshrac fast enough in these fights. And if you don't do that, then the damage output from those two can be rather immense.
I think it can go both ways, though. If you look at Aster, outside of TB and Lesh just wailing on people, the other three from Aster, it's a lot of utility, stuns, kind of control. It has to lock in place so that the damage is coming out during the same time as those stun durations are ticking on TSM, especially since they're probably going to have decent aura timings here on the Darkseer. Whereas the Tide, I think the Tide's game is way harder than Darkseer's in this type of situation. I don't know how good his lane's going to be into TA Elder Titan with a Rubik. This should be a lane that Whitemon basically has free reign over. And I think when you give Elder Titan free reign on the lane, this hero's pretty terrifying. Got a courier as well with regen. This is a very nice start for TSM. I expect TSM to win the safe lane very hard if they play it to perfection.
Will they win the off lane? Because this is the same duo that we saw from game one, and they did not manage to do so well, but I do, oh, that is a nice glimpse. Got him to the other side, straight into the hands of Monet, and that will be your first blood.
Monet did not last hit it, though. A little unfortunate for Aster. Still, they're going to be happy about that pickup as, I mean, Monet was 25-0 last game. We'll see what he can put up with the Terrorblade here. It is a pretty decent Terrorblade game if you can get to, like, the BKB later on. There's almost nothing that goes through it there. And that's maybe where the damage problem lies. It's a lot of spell damage coming out from TSM in the early mid-game. If you do get auras on the Tidehunter, you're going to be really happy here on Aster, and you got to protect your Leshrac. If the Leshrac just gets bursted by Timbersaw pure damage, plus maybe in the duration of a lasso and shells, then that fight goes TSM's way. So maybe this game also comes down to Ahri a lot. I think he had a pretty standout performance on that Batrider in game one. Yeah, go back for it here in game two, maybe for that reason. It is a pretty decent Batrider game in the sense of there's no save again for the lasso, right? There's like a glimpse. Still, at a certain point, you have Blink, BKB, Force Staff. You go in, you drag the Terrorblade, you drag the Leshrac and all your damage into a meld, into a Chakram. It could be a similar setup that TSM probably felt good about in game one. They just lacked the ability to scale with stuns and late game damage in that game.
I mean, they were talking about the Silver Edge build for Tomato.
Could be good.
Lasso the Tidehunter into a Silver Edge hit to break him. And that is something that we saw a lot out of the Southeast Asian teams, actually. And I do think some of the South American players like to be able to go the early Crystallis. I'm not sure if they've done it in this meta, but in previous metas, they've also liked that item.
Yeah, that is for sure a Southeast Asian build. I don't know how much the other regions will even do it. I feel like when I ask people, do you like this Crystallis on the TA? Most of the other regions players told me, no, I think it's absolute garbage. So, you know, I guess that's what it's worth, which is not much as SEA's recent results haven't been great. But hey, Talon's back on top, so look who's laughing now, Crystallis haters and Crystallis haters.
Yeah, I guess they're both getting a little bit of comeuppance lately. Seems like Team Secret's doing all right for themselves.
Hard to know which one you're talking about these days.
Yeah, it's true. Once again, though, I will point out, I feel like this offlane for TSM is not functioning. I feel like the IO Slark was hard to beat. I feel like this lane should be easier. Am I wrong?
This lane's not incredibly strong. I mean, it's strong when you have meta up. You have a glimpse chase down with a kinetic field. Bad Darkseer is just, it's like a level 3 power spike timing lane. The level 1 and 2 is okay if you start abusing the support. I don't know, it's very weird. They decided to cut the wave with this again. I think there is a world where you maybe just fight it.
Oh, Whitemon, he's going to go for the stomp, but that is going to be a second kill going over to Aster.
That is a bad kill to give away here. This is not a lane you should die on as the Elder Titan. Pretty much the only way you're dying on is if you get lifted into Gush under the tower, which is what happened. Just a straight up overextension here in a lane that I think is a very free Elder Titan lane. Like, these are good matchups. It's not much to dissuade you running into with the Spirit early. You salve back up, you go in again. You even have a Meld Strike to help you. It's very good synergy if you ever landed here.
Tomato doesn't want to let Kaka have this. Kaka should be free to be able to take the Lotus because he has telekinesis, but he's going to take a lot of damage for it, so he might have to eat it right away to stay alive. No, he's good, but he does take a hefty amount of damage for that resource.
I mean, you got the ring on XXS, though. Aster's super happy with how these lanes are going right now.
Kasane going to be pulled back in. They do have a vacuum. He's going to throw it last second here. and go down fighting.
And Aster have showed up today, continuing their run in this tournament and looking very solid in both these early games.
Just look what's happening mid, by the way. 22-4 for Sumail, so...
I don't even need to watch, I know.
What, that Sumail's going to beat Bryle in the mid lane matchup?
I mean...
That Sumail Leshrac is going to dominate?
What does Kendrick always say, Cap?
I don't know. What does he say, Avery?
Man's got royalty in his DNA. Enough said right there.
That's true.
King be kingin'. He's even going to get the bottle refill. By the way, I'm pretty sure that's why he was tipping and laughing at XXS, because Yawar told me that XXS just yells at their supports to go refill Sumail's bottle.
Is that true?
Apparently XXS knows a couple phrases in English. So he would just tell Baboka, like, yo, go refill Sumail bottle, go refill Sumail bottle.
Sumail bottle, Sumail bottle. That's hilarious, man.
I don't know if I believe that, you know, but it's a pretty good story.
Well,
either way.
Yawar isn't a good source?
Yawar is a source. Yes.
For those who are a little bit confused, Yawar is here at the tournament. That's why he has this
He's helping Aster out, giving him his insight. Nice little second coaching job. As Monet will have his first death of the series. Shame.
Shame.
Terrible performance so far from Monet here.
Yeah, that looks like Sumail's going to have to carry it.
Now his KDA is what, only 26-1 instead of 26-0? Yeah, very sad for him. But a nice pickup for TSM as they really want some extra levels on this Darkseer so he can power up the other two melees and the Batrider in the fights. It's kind of the linchpin of this lineup when you get it really late here. As well as stacking. Stacking, I think, is going to be a big factor this game. If you can play these lanes efficiently, win them small, and get stacks up for either of these teams, you're going to be pretty happy with it because you want the TA to accelerate off some Ancients later on, and you kind of want some Ancients to fall back on with the Terrorblade or the Tidehunter, especially if you go this Meteor Hammer build. Like, you take 2 tier 1s with Tide, and then you have Ancients to fall back on, you're just highest net worth in the game, and you become unkillable. And I think that's what XSS is probably going to be looking for here, as he is rushing that hammer and almost has it.
Oh, bumped him back down the cliff. Is this enough for Ari to get a kill? Well, he's going to run into a meta Monet, so never mind. And he's going to be glimpsed back into his doom. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Bryle's also going to die there. So Aster really running away with a strong laning phase now. It seems like TSM, I think they drafted themselves a laning phase win in game 1 and didn't get it. Now that they don't have that advantage, they are being kind of run over.
God, Sumail just opened up way too big a lead on this mid lane with the Leshrac Timber matchup. It is a Leshrac favored lane. Of course, Sumail, one of the best laners in the world, then Kaka just takes full advantage of it, gets a big roam kill, a lot of XP going towards him. They'll get the return here, never mind.
Glimpsed back
Kasane's in trouble. He has no surge.
Unfortunately, the meta runs out. That is the only reason that Kasane is going to stay alive.
Thankful for that one.
Remember when you were talking about how the Chinese teams needed to like shore up their laning phase a little bit more? Do you feel like this is a showcase of that, or do you feel like TSM is just doing poorly?
I think Aster have definitely performed way better on lanes this tournament overall. I think TSM have not shown their 100% potential in these lanes in the series, for sure. Still, I think Aster have gotten a lot better. I'm still looking for that from LGD, but I think if you look at Aster and Extreme Gaming, they've definitely stepped it up. I mean, they're competing with these European teams in the first 5-10 minutes here. This game, you have an NA team. NA teams, generally their laning is pretty solid. And I mean, Aster just running circles around them right now. Sumail is way too far ahead for where he should be, and he's looking to steal some stacks. You cannot give this up if you are TSM.
Ryle's going to cut over, and please tell me the damage. Oh god, he's going to get the kill on Ari before he goes down. It does mean, interesting enough, he gets a 3rd kill. He gets a killing spree out of that one, so it might have actually been kind of okay.
Yeah, that's kind of nice for Bryle. Bryle's like, thanks, man. Thanks for the boost. Gets a stack on top of it. Now he's almost level 8. If Sumail got that stack, Bryle's game was in trouble. So that's a big objective for TSM to defend in the early game here. Again, the stacking, pretty important to both these teams to push their cores into where they want to be. Those Ancients are going to be sitting there waiting for Tomato the second he decides his time bottom is done. Might be soon. I mean, you're getting a little scared down here when you have this hammer up. If they decide to pull the Lesh to bottom, you just die in that combo. So TSM need to keep track of where Sumail is on this map right now, and if you're Aster, it's kind of time to start playing through him. gonna have to get forced out defensively here. That's a win for TSM.
Yeah, Tomato's very happy with that. He's been kicking XXS away from the tower, aggressively going at him, because he doesn't want to let him just get free Meteor Hammer shots on the tower.
More skirmishing top as they run into each other again here.
Another glimpse backwards, a vacuum used on top of the flame break. Kasane tries to come in for the kill, can't quite get it.
Monet's just trying to farm neutrals. It's like, guys, I'm not trying to kill you, I swear. I just want to kill some Alpha Wolves. But if you insist, fine. I will take your soul.
By the way, I think Picho almost died. I think he got mana burned by that neutral creep. There was like a chunk of damage he took randomly. I'm not sure what it was.
What neutral creep mana burns you?
The blue satyr.
I don't think the satyrs just mana burn you randomly, though.
Maybe they don't, but he took some sort of damage. I wasn't sure what it was.
Hag's Labyrinth over here, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Regeneration.
Now those ogres. Those ogres
do randomly aggro for sure.
Well, Tomato is having a pretty good game here. That is very important for TSM. I want this TA to be the majority of their damage in those fights, which means getting him a lot of solo XP. He's going to have even more of it off those Ancients eventually later. I guess Bryle could take it, depending on who you want to push ahead here. I guess that's an interesting discussion. He did get a lot of levels recently. I feel like I'm giving it to TA, even if the Timbers game isn't great here. I don't know, I feel like he has to just make it up in the fight off of his spells slaying people.
Does what damage he can before he gets glimpsed away. Another great flame break. Bumps him down into the river. Allows Bryle to catch up to claim the kill.
I feel like I've seen this before.
A few times. A lot of fighting in this area. Power rune, 10 minutes. Sumail could have guessed that it's bottom.
And it is double damage, though he wants the kills here. He is very far
TA
up.
seeping in on the side. If they can get the stun on him, Sumail might die for this. Oh! Instant melt shot, but the Chakram is slowing him down. Didn't hit the splitter, so Bryle gets in front of him. Timber chains through him, and they get him. A big kill to get. Sumail was getting a lot out of this game. As you could see, he was worth quite the pretty penny. Almost 700 gold for him.
That's that royal DNA. It's going to feed it right.
That's true. Break open the king's coffers and let the gold spill down to the peasants.
That was kind of a bad death, honestly. He just slightly overextended position. Didn't think the stun would latch, but it does, and then Aster in a tough position. They don't have saves for the Lesh here. It's kind of running in with him is where the team fight's strong. Just puts them in a weird spot. They didn't have the levels on the supports either to be able to take that straight up fight. They will find a glimpse into Gush. This is kind of where their damage is limited.
This is very aggressive, though. Diving a long time underneath the tier 1 tower. The only reason there wasn't a response from TSM is because they were doing those Ancients.
I mean, Sumail's back. He wants this with Edict and the Catapult.
See if he gets it, though. Kasane, good position to get a vacuum. No heroes to follow it up, though, unless the Stomp can stall it long enough for Tomato to get here. Kaka gonna be slowed down. But
that's a stolen wall Kasane's stuck in.
Bryle clips him with the Chakram from downtown.
Yeah, see you later. Nice little tower defense from TSM. Well, I was going to say tower defense, but the tower did end up dying to the catapult, actually. Did not get denied. The bottom tier 1 did get denied by Tomato earlier.
Oh, they're going for the kill on Monet. He had a TA trap on him, slowing him down a bit. They're going to be able to flame break him and then lasso him before the Sunder, but he actually used the Sunder early, so now they commit the lasso. The damage is still going to come through, it looks like. As soon as the Static Storm is done, Monet will fall. There it goes.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting out of that one. Just too far up on the map. Got to respect the move speed at which these heroes from TSM can just change lanes here with the Surge, the Batrider Firefly, the Timber Chains. A little faster than Monet thought, and that'll put a second death on his board.
Okay, this time Sumail commits to getting the power rune. He guesses correctly again, and he gets probably one of the best runes you can get for a Lesh Rat.
It's a very nice one, especially when you go this Yule's build, because now you can just be hyper aggressive with it, probably not die in the first usage. I still don't really understand where the resurgence of this Yule's came from when it was gone for so long. It is cool to see. I like Yule's Lesh. I think it's still very strong. It gives you a bunch more play options. It's very aggressive. It gives you more independence. Like, you don't always need a bunch of supports with you to make plays in the fights. This item's still good on this hero. The Yule's itself has been nerfed over time. I think that's why it fell off. That's why I'm curious why it all of a sudden came back. We saw C-Smile going to Blink Yule's a bit that looked really good, but nobody else. And now it's just meta and meta.
Kasane, if he can get the vacuum, but he misses Monet. Only hits Picho. Might be able to get that kill, but they're going to trade out here for sure.
Wasted Lash.
Oh, nice stomp. That's going to maybe let Bryle get away. The splitter still lands on him. Long super chain. He needs another one to get away from this one. Sumail does have that haste rune cooking. They're going to chase after Bryle. Actually, the haste rune is now expired. Chakram clips Bryle. Looks like Kaka wants to get some revenge.
He's going to work for it. He did. What a 10-head player right here as Kaka cracks him down with him.
They're going to catch up to Whitemon, slowed down by the Gush. Meanwhile, this fight is still going on with Kasane. He finally chased down Pichot, and then, like, Sumail chased after him. He just TPs away after a split earth lands.
Other factor is the Eul's is going to be nice to remove some of these Surge and Shells, right? Dispel is very good this game. First, the Elder Titan as well. Even the bat jumps, like, you get this blink first on bat, you blink and you get defensively Eul's. There's a lot of things that Sumail can use for this game, and that fight pays off with the haste rune. Has to find a couple. I like that move by Kaka, you know? Go down guns blazing.
Yeah. That's how I want to go.
I also like the fact he obsed for that kill on the cam.
Yeah. Very nice. It's probably worth it. It's not a bad obs to have either.
Nope.
Around that the outpost area. X6S, they're going to pull it back in. Oh,
yeah, that
Bryle breaks the lasso. When you do that damage to him, Kraken Shell's going to proc. So they don't drag him very far away. Now he's going to use a Ravage. Static Storm, Split Earth, a whole bunch of spells with a Stolen Chakram to boot will easily bring down Bryle. And then once he's dead, it's pretty easy to just glimpse back another one. Great vacuum, though. Maybe they could get something more off of this one with another stomp coming in from Whitemon. Couldn't stop the TP away. So far, only getting the Rubik. Maybe Sumail.
They would really like this Disco Pony right now.
They would, but I think Pichot's going to guard him. He's got glimpse, kinetic fields, a lot of options there.
That was the Deso for Tomato. He would have really liked to have joined that fight and gotten some early charges off it. He did clear through all of those Ancients, by the way, so he's almost level 14 here, which is just goddamn absurd. If TSM can use this TA strength right now with the early Deso, plus his levels, plus the next item in the Blink.
Wait, why is he such a high level?
Take up out of nowhere.
Is he getting like solo Ancient stacks?
Yeah, he got like 10 Ancient camps, dude. Look at his CS right now. They gave him everything.
Jesus.
This is what that safe lane TA that Aster didn't rotate the Lesh into is going to do for TSM here. You got to prioritize something then. Tomato just had a free game and he's going to take a free tower here. Puts that Deso to use.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You see Whitemon using the stop bug on his Spirit?
Oh yeah, that is like a...
That's a good Elder Titan player.
Yeah, you're not an ET player.
Yeah. Specifically, when you watch his Spirit come back, when it automatically comes back, you can slow it down if you want to keep it out in an area. That's what he was trying to do there. Good catch on Sumail for TSM. They'll get that kill. Aster not able to get a response here. As Pichot is going to be chased by Ahri. He's going to now be chased by Bryle. No stuns though, so he's fine.
This game is definitely a very different pace from Aster though, right? They're kind of just having to farm for some of their later scale items on all three of these cores. It's a bit more clunkier. They have to play around the Ravage cooldown a bit more to take these 5-on-5s, so there's a lot more breathing room for TSM in this game. And they also don't feel as pressured to just run down lanes and maybe get the push going as fast as they did last game. Though those lanes went pretty bad, so they didn't get to that point. Here they can kind of just waddle their way into Roshan eventually, kill it with the Deso TA, and then start the advance on the map.
They're going for Bryle, but there's a lot of heroes behind him. What they didn't realize, Elder Titan hits a stomp and gets Bryle out of there. Who it wants to take this fight, though? Because TSM have plenty of members, and they do have that Deso TA waiting in the wings here for an opportunity.
Kaka is going up so far.
That's Kaka, baby.
I mean, that is Kaka. He's freaking dead here for sure.
Dead Kaka.
That was a very bold move. I mean, he had traps. He's trying to get...
Oh, what a flame break! XSS has the TP back to the tier 2, so he's out of the fight for a little bit here. Sumail, Static Storm, they're using a lot to try and save him. Look at Bryle keeping his distance. He knows that Raps is coming in. It lands, but there's no damage behind it. The meta TV only just somewhere in the area, but Monet's like, guys, this fight was already over, and now he's gonna get caught by the lasso. Oh no, Monet has an opportunity, gets off the Sunder, turns the damage back around on Ahri, but he's gotta get away from these damage dealers. Tomato and Bryle have nothing stopping them now. They're gonna chase down whatever heroes they can catch up. That's gonna be a triple for Tomato off for the kill on Pichot.
Deso charges, adding up now, putting those levels to use, almost 16 here off that fight. There's just no answer for the Templar Assassin right now, especially when Tomato has so many frontliners to run in for him. Every hero on this team is going in and causing chaos. You don't have a chance to focus this Templar Assassin at any point in these engagements. I mean, it's a bold move by Kaka. I'll give it to him. You know, he's getting that trap up there. They really need this Rubik to survive in the fights, though. His Chakram steals have been pivotal to bringing Bryle down. It just puts Aster in an awkward position. The Cliff does not help out either, and the Ravage is way too late here. Nothing syncing up. This is what I talked about with this Aster lineup. If you don't line up the disables with the damage between the Terrorblade Lesh, this lineup is not doing anything for you. It's just a bunch of dead spells.
That was actually the worst example of it. Ravage after the Leshrek's dead, but before the Terrorblade can get there.
I mean, it can be harder than it sounds when you're playing against a lineup like TSM's that can poke and prod and force you into weird positions, has some vision with the Spirit and a bunch of frontliners that are going in. It can put you in these weird spots where you're not sure if you have enough burst damage going in with the Ravage on a hero like the Timbersaw. So, like this XXS wanted to just go in with that blink and commit with the Leshrac, but then Sumail's getting worn down. Then the TA blinks on the side and meld strikes him. Like, that's what's causing XXS problems right now. It's also kind of the clunkiness of the Aster lineup. As it goes later, it'll be easier to decide for them. It's just saying that they're gonna have to push through for now. And of course, these Roshans I don't think were ever theirs to get in this game. I think that was always gonna be Tomato's, at least the first one. Just with the start he had and the fact that you have Bat Rider, Elder Titan, Darkseer around the pit.
I like that this move from Roshan Pit, going through the portal and heading to this bottom lane. I think when you're a TA, so you love hitting Ancients, you're coming up on the 20-minute Wisdom Rune, and you've got this Tier 1 tower still here. I think there's a lot of objectives you'd love to take with an Aegis, but maybe they don't feel confident taking a 5v5 underneath the tower.
He also just got that Tidehunter teleport cancel. It's going to prompt TSM to just smoke straight into the triangle here. Also, Atos on R. He did not go blink on the bat. Maybe to play around Glimpse or lift a bit. Either way, it's a very interesting first item choice, and it's going to set up some stomps and set up some meld strikes.
Poor Sav trying to help Kaka live, but he does die. They're going to focus on Tomato here, but remember, he has the Aegis, so it means that Aster can't overcommit to it. As you can see, Monet is just trying to get out now. Picho does manage to finish off that Aegis, though, with the Glimpse. Fighting back into it, though, on the second life.
He's in very deep, though. He might pay for it with his life.
The Ravage goes down. The turnaround with the Meteor Hammer landing onto 3. That's a beautiful follow-up, but Sumail is still low. He can't get any damage in during this period of time. The Crimson Guard did allow Kasani to live for a while. Monet gets off the Sunder, but they still have too much damage. Yeah, he kills Whitemon for it, but TSM will gladly take these trade-offs.
You have no armor left. That TA is going to make you disappear. I mean, Monet, he literally did 666 damage with the demon here, fulfilling some sort of weird prophecy, I'm sure, but not one that was favorable.
Prophecy of the TIE SM, that might be coming again.
Yeah, what kind of deal with the devil did?
Look, we don't want to be the best team in the world. We just want to be the second best NA team that gets ties against everyone.
Very suspicious. Either way, this is, again, the type of chaotic action TSM can force by going in that puts Aster in an awkward position with this type of lineup. The disables are not lining up with the damage. When they get to hit people, this Ravage is pretty damn good, honestly. You're getting 3 on top of a 3-man Meteor Hammer. You get a Darkseer out of it.
One thing to note, Darkseer got a lot of damage during this whole fight because the early wall got a TV illusion, and he sicked it on the TV early, and then he put it on Sumail when they went for that kill, and then he put it back on the TV again. He got a lot of damage.
As the benefit of this matchup, they also don't have an illusion killer outside of the Glimpse.
That's true, yeah.
Which is not going to be up when it goes out, right? You might have to save it here if you're Pichu, or at least think about it, because that illusion is a problem, especially for Sumail. It's turning the Terrorblade against the Leshrac, which is one of those matchups that has been the answer to the ILS a lot of times. It's a good illusion to have here.
Close call.
TSM. They are taking control of this game, taking control of the map. The split push potential from Aster, unlike that lineup from last time, is not as good. When you have Terrorblade illusions, that's pretty much it. The rest of your lineup is based around the 5-on-5 fights. And what does your damage look for now in those 5-on-5s, especially if you let Tomato get to BKB here?
Static Storm put onto the Elder Titan Aster. Really skittish about these fights. Just the first sign of aggression, they throw out some spells to try and push back against TSM that is heavily encroaching on their territory now.
I don't think you can win a fight right now if you're Aster. I just don't see the damage. You have Pipe, Crimson on Kasane. You're going to have a BKB playing out for Tomato. If I'm TSM, I want to push. I want to push it hard. I want to do it around this next Aegis and end the game there, because there is no answer right now on Aster. They're just going to have to overcome this period or come up with some crazy clutch team fight. I think Sumail could go in, use his entire mana pool and damage on these heroes, and they would just sit there.
Yeah, that's very possible. They're all pretty tanky, and they've got that early pipe.
Radiant are scanning.
Got to find some isolated targets here. Make some good smoke moves. Trying to abuse the glimpse at extending your catch range. That is one mechanism that could pay off if TSM split on the map.
Are they going to split on the map, though?
I don't know.
The map is getting very small. They're pushed in all the lanes, so it's very easy to get from one lane to the other to keep it pushed in.
They don't have to split up too much, however. Scotty finished for Monet will... It will be the signal for Aster to try and find a glimpse here. They actually would have gotten one had they been in position. That's still one factor Aster have going for them. If you set the fight up in a way where Monet just gets to go toe-to-toe with Tomato, it's still a very good matchup for Terrorblade at this point with the Manta Scott. Like, you're going to sit there, you're going to burn the refraction, even if he's BKB'd. If he can't blink out, Tomato will melt pretty fast. That's the type of situation Aster want to set up. I just think that's an easier thing said than done.
Yeah, how do you get that fight without, you know, Ryle in the mix or the Elder Titan taking away all of your base armor?
There's a lot of things that can interrupt the Terrorblade in those small windows. You might have to finish off the Templar Assassin, right? You get stomped, you get back, there's an illusion hitting you, somebody gets getting lassoed, there's a Timber Saw in your face. It's a lot to deal with, which is another reason I think TSM really want to push this window while they have it.
Yeah.
Get this next Roche, maybe just force any team fight Aster will give to them.
And if they don't manage to close it out, then you're fighting into an Aster who do have some pretty scary late game spells. They just have a lot of big team fight, right? Nice pull back in there. Catches him mid-force staff.
I think the fourth and fifth item on this Leshrac and Terrorblade is where Aster started to become scary, which it's a lot of gold. And it might be a while to get there. However, like you said, if the game gets stalled or you throw a high ground push or something, game can get very weird very fast.
So TSM got to be clean here.
Got a decent chance to close it out if you can win a couple more team fights. Vision is your best friend. Right now it's working for Aster as they see Ahri.
Dire's bottom tower.
Those traps are also seen a lot though, as Aster just walking over them again and again. Yeah, Sentry's got to go down here.
Stolen traps from Kaka. Not nearly as many of them, but some of them helping Aster control their side of the map as well. They'll get the push out. I mean, I think TSM really doesn't want to lose the fight right now as we're closing in on second Roshan.
Another big question for Aster is, can you protect your backline? I feel like their backline's just been getting routed way too early.
Right, which is more difficult when it comes to the Roshan fight, right? Easy when you're in a high ground situation.
Yes, when you chase into TSM, it gets really weird. The thing is, their lineup does kind of want to, like, they want to go into them with the glimpse.
Trying to catch Whitemon, quick Ravage, that's going to catch him right away. So, already a 4 versus 5. TSM may still feel strong enough, though. A glimpse back into the Static Storm, caught Kasane as well. So this is quite good, especially if they can kill Kasane, take away those auras. Kasane turns around, throws out the backing wall.
Did not get the Terrorblade.
Did not get the Terrorblade, you're right. He does. Oh, okay, now he got the illusion. Monet accidentally bumps into it, but he targets it almost immediately, and it doesn't matter either way because TSM are just fully trying to get out. BKB going to be used by Tomato to get rid of that glimpse. He cannot afford to be pulled back in Aster. I mean, that was a loss for TSM, but it's a loss they can bear. They lose Tomato, it would be very bad.
They can afford it for sure. I mean, you get level 20 on Tomato, you're still looking for this next Roshan. However, that's the type of fight that Aster are looking for with the Vision, where you get the connection finally, right? The Ravage on a very nice target in basically catching both supports here, because it forces Ahri to blink out. That's as good as catching the bat.
Sure.
Finish off the Elder Titan, so much team fight gone, and now you're in a position where you can glimpse people back into your control and line it up with the damage. Everything coming together here for Aster, gets him a big core kill. and puts you in a position where you can win this fight. Still, the survivability from TSM is considerable. You get this Darkseer back off. If Monet didn't walk through the wall, I think he would have been happier. Something he has to consider in the future. So lasso a Tidehunter.
Pull him back in. They have TA trap to slow him as well. So the Kraken Shell will help. But it's only going to do so much against the 5-mana TSM. And they found a double damage right as Roshan is spawned. Timings aligning for TSM.
That is a damn good rune here. He's got Quiver on top of it. That's why those hits are hurting. You don't have armor on Tide right now. You got nothing. Tomato is just going to 3 or 4 shot you. Silver Edge be damned. It is queued up here. If you get to that, you're even squishier. I don't think he needs the break, to be honest.
Glimpse back, potential kill on Ahri, but nobody was there to help him. Oh, maybe Kaka is. Telekinesis throw him back, uses that wall that he stole from last fight just to slow down Ahri to ensure they do get that pick off. TSM, a little bit of a slip up there.
Yeah, that's
again, Roshan is available.
That's not a kill you want to give up right now, because that is going to give Aster an opening to just smoke and run to the pit. It's exactly what's going to happen. Their Tidehunter's respawning. This is dire side Roche for 1 more minute. You have a DD, you're racing the clock. XXS is TPing to the defensive outpost, not the aggressive one. It's going to waste a little more time here from Aster.
Tomato can't do this fast enough. Aster will be here in the pit.
Remember, this is theoretically a very good position for TSM to fight in if Aster go into them. With the Darkseer back wall, some Elder Titan control, Aghanim Scepter on Bryle as well. His front line is absolutely online. There is no dispel for it outside of a Yules if Sumail can connect with it.
And they can stall this out long enough. The Bat Rider now rejoins them. So no longer a numbers advantage for Aster, but they're going to try and get the position advantage by re-smoking and perhaps wrapping around. No, they have to smoke up because Roshan is going to switch sides now.
You have to go through the gate or you give this up.
Yep.
Bold moves win games. Aster will take
Bryle's
the position.
already there. Bryle is going to set up with all of Aster showing up. He's already popped his reactive arm. Yule Scepter's going to be rid of that one. They have the Ravage to be able to control some of these heroes. And TSM funnel in, but a big splinter does land serious damage. And Bryle is still not dead. Sumail's limping away a sliver of HP, but he gets brought down by the TA. Who I think was even using the TA traps to get the side blade to wipe on. Oh, that's the illusion. Don't let it hit you. No! He goes down to the illusion ultimately. A pit of death or a high ground of death.
What
3
the hell
for
was
4.
That? I guess it works out for TSM. I don't know if either team was really expecting that, as they basically just instantly threw down everything on top of that hill. BKB for Tomato reigns supreme as he ignores most of it. Monet escapes. That's a consolation factor here. It's just tough to get locked in there with the Leshrac while all that's going down and you don't have the spell immunity of your own.
Yeah.
Bold moves win games, bold moves also backfire.
I mean, I think in this situation, it was Bryle's bold move. He went straight to that and said, if you guys are going to go through the portal,
I mean, that is,
I've got my Aghanim Scepter. You're going to have to use rules right away on me.
That's the correct play for sure. Like, the fact Bryle gets there before Aster on that hill saves that fight, right? If they're all there when he walks up, you might just be in a situation where you can instantly burst him, because then you don't have to Yules him to get rid of the shell.
Sure.
And he just dies. So, little timings here.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you Yules off the Aghanim Scepter active, he still gets all the reactive armor charges, which is super important.
He gets the charges and he's in the air for the 2.5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which means TSM get to come in with Vax, with Stomps, with all this nastiness that's going to start getting pumped into the Leshrac.
That situation also meant they missed Ravage on it.
Yes. The Ravage is very awkward. Honestly, pretty hard to tell what it's even doing in that situation. End result, though, TSM do get that Roche. Wasn't how I envisioned it for them, but they get there. And that is Aegis plus Silver Edge completed for Tomato. He's had a perfect game so far, and he wants to use it to close this one out. This is the ultimate TA power spike right now. Can you finish Aster off? Can you get a lane? Can you get a fight?
TA trap slowing him down. Rod of Atos catching him.
There's a break.
Tidehunter is just going to be continually... Oh, the pipe usage to make sure he can get a blink away despite the flame break dot, but he cannot get far enough away to slip out of TSM's sight.
This is just time. That's all you're getting out of this one. Do get this BKB on Sumail. That's a pretty big item in this game. And you have a Silver Edge on Monet as well, so he can kind of skirt in and start the fight on his own target if he wants to. probably looking for supports. You take this Bat Rider and Elder Titan out, the fight opens up a lot for your other cores.
Radiant's middle tower is
I
under
don't think you can really start on Bryle. I think he's just way too damn tanky. 4,000 HP for the cheese as well. And technically he doesn't have BKB. It just seems so damn hard. You gotta remember there's a Pipe behind him, there's a Crimson behind him, there's 4 stabs. Tomato Siege begins.
is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
As Aster, what do you do with this initiation? Silver Edge straight to the TA.
It's a lot of damage.
It was, but
So they got the
really
bat.
not scared of it. Yeah, they got the bat. That's a free pickoff right there. Great vacuum with the Ravage to be able to respond. Despite the vacuum, there wasn't a really good follow-up from the team, and they've down stolen Wall of Replica. Now they're going to back away from the BKB Tomato. They have to be careful of him. Looks like Sumail may be in some trouble. The pullback of the Chakram isn't quite enough, and another attempt to get him in the end. Bryle catches up to him.
Is it going
He
to
has
cost
the Timber
him?
Chain through the wall, and he'll get out. Glimpse back.
Drag
Another
him
attempt,
back.
another Timber Chain. He goes in, tries to go for Kaka, but he'll be denied for that. But the rest of his team did jump in and immediately killed Monet. They were so focused on the Timber Saw that Tomato saw his opportunity, jumped back in, and destroys Aster inside of their own base and gets a TP out. The buybacks will claim nothing. Well, hold it, they'll get Whitemon, but it's a far cry from what they wanted out of those buybacks. They needed a kill on Tomato there.
Triple buy for Aster, very costly, especially this Monet buy. And like you said, you don't even get Tomato out of that. He still has Aegis, by the way. Look at the damage, man. It is indeed Templar Assassin versus 5 here. That is not how TSM wanted that high ground fight to start. Ari, the poke is interesting. The poke did not end up working out as you just get glimpsed into a kinetic field, instantly die, basically no team fight impact. I think you lost your gem out of that as well. It's a successful hold for Aster, a very costly one. However, successful as you get through this second Aegis period. I do feel like this was a pivotal fight for TSM in terms of
Look at the
TA
lined up
impact.
for side blades.
And this Sunder was crazy good for Monet. Unfortunately, Bryle has cheese, so it just pops him straight back up. Otherwise, I think that fight can go even better for Aster here, especially if Sumail lives. This Timber Chain is very necessary.
Watch Tomato see his opportunity, jump back in on a stun Terrorblade.
Well, we won't see Cap because you're too slow.
What's that on me?
I don't know. I just put it on you.
25 Tomato. That is a Templar Assassin that just got a whole lot harder to deal with those refraction instances.
Aegis gonna time out here. This is as good as it gets for him.
Is under attack.
Like, this is where you really want to pound in the pain. Especially with no buyback on Monet. You find this Terrorblade again, you might just be able to go throne. Juke getting the vision. Very good ward if Aster can use it here.
Radiant are scanning.
Hurricane Pike
Radiant's bottom tower
trying to
is
play
under
the
attack.
distance against this Templar Assassin. So now when he gets jumped on by the TA, push him away. Scotty hit him,
Dire's
trying to
top
kite the
tower
TA
is
a bit
under
more.
attack.
I think if Monet can get this Satanic here, this game becomes pretty scary, right? I don't think your burst situations on him are as secure as they were before. I mean, if you ever have an ET on top of him, okay, he's gonna melt. There
Yeah,
goes
you're
your gem.
not going to be able to D-ward outside of your base. That's not going to work for you.
Now, that was an aggressive move. If they're not there, it's very valuable, but they are there. They do have another gem, so maybe Aster felt like it wasn't the biggest loss.
They don't have another life on the Disruptor, though.
That is also true. He's out for 60 seconds. Bryle's going to poke their high ground. Almost level 25 himself. He gets like one more level off of one team fight. That unlocks a lot more scaling damage for TSM with the double Chakram here.
Yeah, then he's really able to compete with Sumail when it comes to damage output.
Absolutely. And we got this Ags done for Kasane. So now you have Punch Up. It's another TB illusion you can create, a far more reliable one in case the first gets glimpsed.
I think all the fights that are good for Aster are when they kill Kasane with relatively low impact from him.
That has been a huge factor. They've locked this Darkseer down either in the Ravage or the kinetic field, and Monet has just bursted him. And you take a lot of these spells that are going to win TSM the long fights out of the engagement.
Ooh, trying to catch him, immediate response from Kaka with the telekinesis. Ari will pay the price once again for trying to intrude into the Aster base.
Those are hard goes. I know he has Aether Lens and Blink, and if you get that, maybe you just get a lane or a buyback out of it. The lift is gonna be instant, right?
Yeah, you're pretty much relying on Aster to make a mistake.
I think even if you get the lasso off, you're not getting out there. It's a tough move.
Not the Bat Rider thinking about it. Oh, they've already broken the Tidehunter, though. He gets an Ogre Seal Totem away, but he's going to be cut down by Bryle. Now they got the Terrorblade Illusion. Monet has to get out of here. He knows he has to deal with his own illusion, which is turned around onto Sumail and brings him to his knees.
Where is the answer for this illusion? Where is the glimpse?
Yeah, they got to kill it instantly. I mean, you could see Monet, like, when he gets hit by it, whether it's the wall or the punch now, he instantly tries to deal with the illusion, but he can't kill it fast enough.
I mean, it messed Sumail up there for sure.
Yeah.
He did not like getting hit by that at all. That's going to be your meta down. So if you're TSM, okay, you don't have Aegis here. You have that level 25 refraction talent, though, and you have this invincible Timbersaw, who is 1 XP off 25, just gets it. Yeah, you're going high ground, right? What is Monet's answer right now?
I will say, I think the correct play is definitely going high ground, but if they stay too long, Roshan is going to respawn. If you lose this fight off of some sort of glimpse situation,
that's very
and you
true.
give the Roshan to Aster, you will highly regret this move.
Okay, but how do you lose this fight? Surely it's impossible without meta.
Oh, you're really trying to curse TSM, aren't you?
Surely it's impossible. As Kaka says, the glimpses are not there, but Dagon will be there to kill this Terrorblade that's killing my Leshrac.
Got the lasso on Kaka, but they need a Ravage in response. They're going to go for the Terrorblade, who's already broken, but he pops the BKB and start putting the damage back out. He's going to get the distance. Nice vacuum to try and catch Aster as they're trying to reset a little bit. Tomato's stuck inside the base here. Uh-oh. Yule Scepter into a stun with the, good stomp. Whitemon may have just helped Tomato. They're going to get the Force Staff down to the low ground, and he's okay. They might have been able to finish him off in that small window of time, but a beautiful stomp from Whitemon.
He was definitely in trouble. Gems on the ground here, wall out. I think TSM are happy to get out of here without losing anybody. Again, like you said, you drop Tomato there, then you're in a situation where you have to buy him back to contest the Roshan, and meta would be up for that fight. Another pretty successful base defense from Aster. Okay, you're bleeding out some net worth here, but it's a very tough position. Double damage in the river. They see this on the ward.
Now, they are going for this contest without Ravage, but a DD is enough to swing things for sure.
It's too tempting. I mean, Monet's got Divine on his mind right here.
Yeah, he knows. We are in a do or die scenario. Start setting up for that Roshan. Scythe of Ice complete for the Timbersaw. We've got the Dagon you were talking about to try and deal with the TB Illusion Steel.
Dealing with the Terrorblade Illusions is a big factor of Aster's team fight. It's also the buybacks here. This is Radiant side Roche with Radiant Outpost. You have a Templar Assassin buyback, you have a Darkseer buyback. Those are two very big ones you have to cut through twice if you're Aster. It's not as simple anymore as you just jump the Darkseer, burst him, and that fight looks good for you. He's just coming straight back. You're also just trying to get to this Divine for Monet. He is not too far away. He's like 1,000 off. You could sell treads here too. He might do it. Oh, he has it. So this is going to be a disassembled Divine. He's going to assemble it in the fight, pop a double damage rune, and just go to town and pray to the heavens that it is enough, because this is basically all in for Aster. No
20 seconds
here.
left for a Ravage. This is going to be forced without it. It's looking like.
Tomato's just doing Roche.
Yeah, they can't get inside the pit to be able to get some vision. They're just going to have to blindly go in their reflection to get some ideas.
Double damage popped.
Tower is under attack.
You try and man up for this. If you're
You
Monet,
really want to use this timer, and they've got the Ravage up. Time to go if you want to use the DD. They've got the initiation. They're going to go for the Terrorblade. Can they actually get there in time? The CA controlled up, but it's so hard. The Terrorblade's taking too much damage. He gets off the Sunder, but the initiation has been ruined. Monet tries to do what he can, but it's never going to be enough. They needed the cleanest initiation you could ask for, but TSM Bryle ran in there. Him and Ari completely interrupted Aster's attempt.
such a clutch Hex by Bryle. There was a Flame Bake from Ari into the Hex on the Terrorblade. He never got to hit this Templar Assassin once during that Ravage Tendril lockdown. That has been the bane of Aster this entire game. Can you line the disables up with the damage? You had the damage, you had the disable, but you didn't have them together. Might just win TSM the game here, as you do not have buybacks on anybody here for Aster. That was your all-in. And ended up being everything into Tomato's pocket as he'll go to base because he has an Axe and he can come straight back.
Yeah, even if TSM take their sweet time hitting every single building in the Dire base, they have taken a huge net worth away from Terrorblade in that Divine Rapier. And so, Aster, I'm not sure what they're going to be waiting for here. They think they can somehow hold this. I don't see how it's even possible.
They're just watching their Terrorblade's net worth demolish their own buildings.
Yeah.
As Tomato put on a Templar Assassin Clinic here, 10-0 and 14. He'll force the GG out of him. Just a perfect game. He never got touched in the laning phase. None of the rotations ever went to that bottom side. They invaded the triangle once with the Leshrac, scouted those stacks, but were never able to contest them. The fact that Templar Assassin was level 13 or 14 at almost like the 15-minute mark is just disgusting. And then you're getting every Roshan on top of it. No answer in sight. Okay, you have Terrorblade matchup. What's it doing for you if you can't hit him? Really good itemization and team fighting from TSM all around. A couple of slip-ups here and there trying to go for these aggressive lassos. Didn't cost you too much though. And in the end, tie SM. Get another 1-1.
A third tie in this group stage and a sixth tie in the tournament so far for Thai SM. And a much needed one at that, as in this group stage, they received a couple of losses and were there at the bottom. But fortunately, this will put them back in a striking distance of being in that 5th, 6th area to try and stay in the tournament outside of the group stage. A very, very important win for TSM, both for their score and I think in general just moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah.
Both, you know, strategy and confidence, right?
I mean, morale, mentality,
yeah,
for the NA region as a whole. It's big in a lot of ways, you know, and
they have
also
some tough opponents ahead of them too. They still have to face BBT, which is a rough one, but then they also have to face up against Tundra, who is struggling as well, and they could just push Tundra down into that elimination spot and carry themselves up, sparing their own lives.
This was a big win. Like you said, you take the 1-1 off Aster, who are basically doing the best at this tournament. You should be very happy with that, especially when it's a game to win. That feels better than the game 1 win and you lose, because then at least you can carry the momentum into the next series here. Moon seems pretty content with how they played that game. I think it was pretty much to a T on how their lineup wanted to function. Just take a lot of the early mid-game skirmishing, get the TA super jacked, and then abuse the fact that Aster's only answer to him is the Terrorblade. But they can't line that up. It's way harder than it sounds. I think in the Ultra Late, you get a Swift Blink on Terrorblade, that game looks different, but you never got there.
All right, we're gonna go to the stage where we've got Tsunami and Bryle ready to go with an interview after the tie.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing wide with Bryle of TSM. Bryle, congratulations on another tie, as seems to be the case for you guys. Game 1 was a roller coaster, and I have to imagine mentally gathering yourself after that, coming into this game, was there anything specific that you were thinking about in this end game situation to be like, just be cool?
Yeah, I think the last 5 games we played, I think we've suffered a lot as a team. I think we are regressing a lot in terms of progress, and we really wanted to find out why are we regressing, and we wanted to do the opposite. Why are we not winning? We're trying to look at our losses like at a neutral level, where we don't blame the draft or whatever, and then we simply just say stuff happens, you know. Some random stuff happens in the game. And the games we played today, I think we go in the mindset of we're just going to show the world the best that we could play and see what happens, you know.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، معنا برايل زي ما شايفون قدامكم. سألناه السؤال الأول بعد ما طلع من المباراة هذه في تاي مرة ثانية، وهذا مو من المرة الثانية صراحة، المرة الرابعة والخامسة في مبارياتهم معنا في رياض ماسترز دائما تكون فيها تاي. سألناه السؤال الأول إنه إيش كنتم تسوون عشان تطلعون من المنتل ستيت اللي كنتم موجودين فيها بعد ما خسرتوا الأقيام، أو بعد ما تخسرون الأقيام بعض الأحيان تفوزون. كان الجواب بكل اختصار يقول انه صراحه بعض الاحيان يصير عندك راندوم ثينجز هابن، يعني اشياء عشوائيه بالكامل ما نقدر نتحكم فيها داخل الجيم، هي اللي تسبب اننا بعض الاحيان نخسر، لكن نحاول ندخل كل جيم اننا ما نفكر بالشيء هذا ونركز فقط على نقطه انه احنا جايين عشان نلعب واحنا جايين عشان نحاول نفوز، ونحاول نستكشف وش الشيء اللي يخلينا نفوز وش الشيء اللي يخلينا نخسر.
I appreciate the candidness. So seeing a regression here, obviously that means that you had progressed over the past few months. Time off, whether you liked it or not during Bali, what was something that you were proud of that your team was able to develop over the past 2 or 3 to now?
You know, you didn't qualify to Bali, and I opened Instagram and I looked at the player stories. Wow, it was really cool to be there, you know. But at the end, I was actually grateful because I think it was actually really beneficial for us if it didn't qualify to Bali, because we were able to grind more as a team, as players, and to me, it was just like the top 3 teams of that tournament, they were already qualified to TI, right? And it was pretty much just some vacation major, like some paradise island, you know. To me, it felt that way. So I was like, I'm grateful to not go to Bali, you know. So I'm gonna keep grinding.
سألنا السؤال الثاني البرايل على موضوع ايش اللي صار في البالي ميجر بعد ما تأهلوا فيه وما كانوا متواجدين، هل الشيء هذا استفادوا من الوقت حقهم واعطاهم فرصة انهم يقدرون يتدربون بشكل اكثر؟ كان جوابه باختصار انه صراحة انا كنت اتابع الناس في السوشيال ميديا بكل اختصار، انه بالذات في الانستغرام اشوف الناس مبسوطة هناك، كان ودي اني اكون معهم، بس في نفس الوقت انا فخور بالوقت اللي قضيته مع الفريق لان تدربنا اكثر وتحسن مستوانا اكثر، واصلا يعني حتى يعني اغلب الفرق اللي موجودين التوب 3 اللي كانوا موجودين هناك كانوا اوريدي متأهلين للتي اي، فبيكون عندهم فرصة هم اصلا انهم يتدربون وياخذون الوضع كفيكيشن. كان ودي اني انا الشيء هذا اخليه لي انا ايضا، لكن في نفس الوقت انا ما تحسفت ابدا اني ما رحت البالي ميجر وقدرت اني اركز مع الفريق ان نتدرب ونتحسن.
So that was your attitude opening up Instagram, but how about opening up the stream? How was knowing that your TI fate wasn't really in your hands for the past month?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool, but at the same time, I wasn't too worried about it because at the same time, even if the teams, the 4 teams that qualified, right, and we didn't make through, I think I was still ready to play TI quals. But the fact that it was pretty cool that, because the time zone, in my time, it was 12 a.m. they were playing, and I just woke up and I saw the Liquid Peter page and oh cool, I qualified, you know. But at the same time, I was ready to play qualifiers.
سألنا آخر سؤال البرايل على موضوع إيش اللي صار معهم بعد شعوره إذا هو كان يتابع البث المباشر وإنه يشوف إنه تأهلوا للتي آي ما يعتمد على لعبهم هم، يعتمد على مين اللي بيتأهل من البالي ميجر ومين اللي بيقدر يكون كواليفايد أصلاً، فكان الشعور هذا يعني ما هو الأفضل بالنسبة له، وكان عنده الفرصة إنه يعني يلعب الكواليفايرز حق التي آي حتى لو إنه ما كان عنده الفرصة إنه يتأهل بالنتائج حقة البالي ميجر، كل حالتين هو يقدر إنه يتعامل مع الكواليفايرز بدون أي مشكلة.
I respect the hustle, Bryle. I respect the grind. Best of luck moving forward, and I'll let you take your seat and gather your stuff as you get ready for the next series.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائي المشاهدين، الآن راح نروح للاستوديو تحليل نتكلم أكثر عن إيش صار في المباراة الثانية اليوم.
It's not all that bad, Fancy. You take a little bit of time off here and there, able to regain your thoughts. It works the best.
Exactly. It's not always about winning. It's about knowing where you can improve and where you can get better at the game. And this is exactly what the guys at TSM are doing. فعشان كذا TSM متحمسين لهم. ممكن هم الآن هم في الباتن بالجروب حقهم، لكن الفوز هذا بيساعدهم إنهم يمكن يطلعون معنا للplayoffs. I'm actually waiting to see if TSM can actually make it to the playoffs. They still have a little bit of a chance to actually do it.
Well, then let's get this train moving, my friend. Let's move into series number 3 as we pass it back to the studio.
الجيم الثالث بيبدأ الآن على طول مع الاستديو.
And yes, we are moving forward here. We're first going to break the game down though before we get into our third series of the day. But TSM taking a game of Aster here. TSM doing their name justice a little bit here. And in fantastic fashion, it was very cool to see the way they were able to take the fights, especially after the draft where we said maybe there is a chance, Faith Beyond, that TSM is going to have a lack of damage, but that didn't turn out to be the case at all.
Yeah, I mean, a great game for TSM, and when we watched the game, I always hoping the Terrorblade Power gonna own this game, but if not, the fact turned out I'm a stupid one, right? And FB is very smart, and yeah, I mean, TSM have a very good draft. ET and Darkseer just own the team fight.
I think this game really showcased Elder Titan's power as a hero because, yeah, we saw Timbersaw popping off, we saw TA popping off, but the reason that they were able to do so was just that amplification aura, that natural order from ET. It does so much. I think TSM's draft came together so nicely. And yeah, Aster won the laning stage. The last Shrek did its job in that it beat Timbersaw mid, and Terrorblade had a great lane top lane, but Bryle was able to get back into the game because of TSM's mid rotations, right? They brought the ET over, and with the aura, they were able to kill the last Shrek the first time, and then they brought the Darkseer over for the tower defense. They were able to get another vac wall combination and kill the last Shrek again, and after that, TSM were just able to out-skirmish Team Aster for the entirety of that game.
Watching TSM yesterday, I thought they were freaking done. Like, everything looked discombobulated all over the place, like just 5 different things going on at once. They did not have an identity in their draft. And even if they had not won this game, I was incredibly impressed with their reel back. Like we saw what Bryle said, he's like, we looked at our losses, tried to be as objective as possible. And even if you're saying it's not just the draft, you still do need to make the proper adjustments in like, what is our identity? What is going to make us work as a team? And there was so much more synergy in their draft, so much more like, oh, I really like that pick. I can see what they're going for today. And I hope to see that moving forward. I think today redeemed them for me.
For sure, and improvement is what we look for in teams like this, especially during a group stage with so many games at the same time. And there are chances to bounce back for them as well, so this is definitely a step in the right direction. Now, there were a lot of fights that we would love to analyze as our STC play. And we definitely flip-flopped a lot between the fights that we could choose. But this is the one we ended up with, Faith Beyond. This was mostly a really cool play coming out from TSM as they tried to go high ground against Aster.
Yeah, I mean, this fight is really close. I think Aster here is a great Ravage, and Aster also Terrorblade got a great Thunder, and he dodged the ET's ultimate. I think they already, maybe they can win this fight, but Timado just played so well at this point.
Yeah, I think this is really sloppy execution from TSM, actually. Their ability to go high ground, but this is awesome, right? Tomato, he salvages the fight, right? Flinks into their base, gets the triple kill, and TP's out. I would say, oops, spoiler alert, but we all just watched the game, right? But definitely play of the day for me. Just really nice to see Tomato showcasing what he's made of.
He is the second carry today to not get a single death to his name. Of course, we had Monet in the game before this, but Tomato showing... I mean, Tomato gave the credit after game number 1. He's like, Monet, tip, hats off. You can do it, but then he does it right back, Brian. I mean, as a carry player, that must feel really good, games like that.
I think this is so important for their confidence. I could see a lot of plays from them where they felt rushed, and that's something that happens when you've lost a lot of games in a row. You start to try to overcompensate. It's very hard to avoid the nerves you have when you're like, what is it going to take for us to finally win a game, especially after game 1 where it looks like there were moments that they were going to take it, and Tomato just clutching it. I mean, high props to him as the carry player. It's your job to finish the game, and he did just that.
Yeah, he did that, and he earns the Quidia MVP because Tomato played fantastic. He gets the Quidia MVP here from us, and it's not just based on this game that we just witnessed, and we do think that he played really well, not dying a single time, indeed clutching it out in the fight that we highlighted earlier, but also the first game of the series, his hero gets picked first phase, and still the game was incredibly close, and he still got a lot of work done with his Terrorblade, even if his team did not end up winning that game in particular, Faith Beyond. Tomato still very well deserved MVP.
Yeah, Tomato is a very skilled player, and another thing is you have your team hope on your side.
Yeah.
So also lots of pressure on your side, so he can still perform so well, and that's very impressive.
And to be able to build your draft around your player, your carry player, knowing that he's going to carry you, that's so important and vital to have, because like Faith Yan said, his team's hopes are always on his shoulders, but that makes it so that the team can play around him even better. Like these rock stable type of carries like TA2000 and Quest and Tomato on TSM really make the teams worth watching.
Yeah, TSM has got that work cut out for them though, because Aster only was opponent number 1 for them today, and Aster was the top of the group before they started this matchup, but they have to face another top of their group because BB Team is waiting in the wings for TSM for their final series of the day. We'll see later on, of course, how that one goes, because there's loads of games going on. There are 4 series, 4 streams, and these were the ones that were going on at the same time as ours, and they have all finished by now. So Team Liquid was able to get a 2-0 over Tundra. Shopify and Team Secret tied the series up in a 1-1, and BB Team solidified their top slot in Group B by 2-0ing Talon, who was before the series. They were all tied. Aster, Talon, and BB Team were all tied 6-2. And after this, it's only BB Team that is left with the win. So they get an 8-2 and top their group once more, only having that hiccup yesterday against Team Secret. And if you want to have the full breakdown of how Team Secret beat BB Team, you should tune in. Well, you can probably look back the opening show that we had this morning, where Purge gave a great breakdown of how that happened. I'm also curious to find out some of the vibes that are happening in the player lounge, so let's check in with Jenkins.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back with an update here from the player lounge. Over here, we have BB Team, the full squad. They're also chilling with Team Talon, so lots of fraternizing, that's a word, going on over here. And look, check out this guy. Check out this guy right here. Hey, what do you do?
Hello, I'm just watching the game, BetBoom against Talon. Just trying and cheering for BetBoom. Hopefully, they will win today. Yep. That's all.
Well, who are all these people? What is this squad over here?
Here's left from the Russian broadcast team Paragon. It's Lukasha from BetBoom. He is their manager. It's BB media department. It's Bulk, their coach, and I don't know them. It's like from Talon. I'm not sure who are they, honestly.
Yeah, okay, the talent staff. Of course, we got Sunby over there. Thank you, I appreciate taking the time. Got some ping pong stuff going on, of course. I think that's also BB Team that is playing some ping pong over there. And then on this side, of course, we have Team Secret versus Team Shopify. I believe that's on the C or the D stream. I don't know, but Secret is, they won game 1. And it looks like Shopify is coming back in the game 2. And over here we have Liquid versus Team Tundra. Hey, who do you think is going to win, Liquid versus Team Tundra?
I think both are going to lose. I think both, hopefully they will tie.
Everybody's a winner here at Riyadh Masters, the end of the ESL Pro Tour. And this is the end of this segment. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We'll see you again later on. Brian, the group standings as they are now. Biggest upsets?
I'd say the most surprising ones are probably Team Liquid all the way down there, but them getting that 2-0 really good for them. Tundra pretty much locked in at last place now. Their chances are slim to none as they've only got 4 games left, overcoming a 2-game deficit. I'm just rooting for TSM. I'm telling you, I think this is the glimpses of hope. They're only 1 game off of making it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to pause Group B for a little bit because we are moving on to Group A once more. You guys can see them right here. We got our next matchup in the works, and that means it is time for 9 Pandas. And as you can see here, Gaimin Gladiators, they will join them, of course. Gaimin Gladiators and 9 Pandas sitting in the middle of the pack. We'll find out who gets ahead after the next one, so stay tuned for more Riyadh Masters.
What player do I admire before I became Dota player myself? Okay, I mean, that answer is easy. I think I've done it every time. It's just Dendi from Navi. Like, he always used to be, like, my idol. Like, I've always looked up to him. He's been a mid player, of course. I had, like, one of the most outstanding personalities ever. So, I think super good player, super nice personality, participates in everything and all the fun stuff and everything. There was, like, this Oppa Gangnam Style TI2, if you remember, or TI3 against Puppy, you know, like, easily. Daniel, what is it? Daniel Ishutin, I think? Yeah, that easily. Playing against Dandy for the first time was really special. It was actually on one of my first LANs. It was WESG, so this national tournament where you had to play 4 people from your nationality. And we played as Team Germany in the first round against Team Ukraine. That was like super, super fun. And I remember I wanted to just play Invoker against him. He played Juggernaut mid, like freaking random, and they just pushed high ground minute 12 and that's just ended it. But it was really, really fun. And then those guys came over for a handshake and I was like, holy shit, what just happened, you know? Like, we got smashed. They just went high ground, but it was super, super fun.
When I start playing Dota, I think the EG Sumail, when they win the TI5. I like watching him when he plays Storm. His Storm is so OP that time in the international.
When I was starting my career, I was watching like every Miracle game, my favorite player, so it's only Miracle. I started like in 2014, I guess. Then I saw how Sumail won tournament, international, and I got excited, yeah. And I wanted to play it too, professionally. Yeah, I guess it's Miracle, Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Storm, and Miracle was playing a lot of carries. It was really good. He playing 2 roles, like super good. Yeah, we're playing against Miracle in last major, but long time ago. It was my first major, Epicenter, something like this, and we played against them. But it was our first game in playoffs, and everyone was a bit scared, and so it was a bit hard to play against Aster, first game.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Welcome back one and all here to the Riyadh Masters. The group stages continues as we're in our penultimate day and just over the halfway mark, but we still do not have any teams confirmed for the upper bracket, confirmed for the lower bracket, or even confirmed for elimination. We're going to be witnessing an incredible series coming up between 9 Pandas and Gaimin Gladiators. This one has some pretty intricate stakes, which of course we will be discussing over the course of the next few minutes. My name is Snare, and we're going to be joined on panel by Fear, by Lacoste, by Purge. Mr. Purge, it's been a while since I've worked with you. Tell me, what's been your feeling so far about the competitive nature of the group stages so far in this tournament?
I mean, I personally love formats like this that have play-in stages, multiple group stage settings, because a lot of past tournaments you're kind of aiming for like some fairness, like definitely a lot of fairness, obviously, but then you're like, oh, we'll work it out in the bracket, and sometimes you just get these angles where you get knocked out right away. So I like this like slowly knock out teams on the way to this like really fair seeding thing. So I love the competitiveness so far, and even some of the teams that kind of struggled in the play-in stage, now they're doing decent. So yeah, I think it's a great format. I'm really happy with it.
There are some teams that might complain about this format, Lacoste, because a team like 9 Pandas, for example, who had to play in to get into the group stage, there's a lot of their tape that's been revealed, right, up until this point. So maybe they might be arguing, man, we wish our strategies we could still hold on to at this point.
Yeah, it really depends, like how you look at it. Maybe you're thinking, oh, we're going to be playing more games. If you take a look at the previous TI when, you know, Team Secret, Team Liquid, they went through the last chance qualifiers. They played more games, but they had really good results. You can say, you know, we're figured out a little bit because teams are going to be, you know, seeing more games of you, but they're also going to be focusing more on the teams that are doing really good, that are already seeded, you know, these Gaimin Gladiators, because you know that this is the final boss to beat.
Being the final boss, obviously, they have a lot of their tape that's out on them as well. We've all seen exactly how they play. We've seen them in multiple grand finals up until this point in time. But Fear, we haven't seen them on a stage like this, with a prize pool this gargantuan. And we've already seen with so many other teams that the level of play has sort of risen to match the level of prestige this event brings.
Yeah, I think Gaimin Gladiators has a lot to prove here, because this is going to be, it's not like the majors, the Riyadh Masters here. The prize pool is much bigger, the stakes are much higher, and oftentimes the teams that do well throughout the year, they don't do so well on big stages like this. So if they're able to do it, they'll break history yet again, or they could just be another one of those teams that is good all year long, but when it comes to the big stage, they just don't show up.
I mean, they're a team that has broken history, but their opponents in the form of 9 Pandas Purge have multiple players on it, in particular Ramses and Solo, who were the prior record breakers when they were on the side of Virtus Pro. And right now, yes, 9 Pandas might not look the cleanest, but their level, their ceiling is absolutely really, really high. And talk to me, how do you feel about them when you watch this team? Because to me, it kind of feels like the variance. I'm not used to seeing them do this seesawy pretty much as they've been going through the play-ins and into the group stages so far.
Yeah, I mean, their record performance in the last couple months, they had some really good runs at tournaments, and the start of the play-in stage, it kind of looked like, oh, I guess they're just not the same. But they've made some nice gains, and I think what they're just aiming for is consistency a little bit, because they still have very strong individual players. That's really obvious, I think, in every single game that you watch of theirs. It's just that maybe they don't pull out the W with the perfect strategy, or they mis-execute a little bit. So I think it's maybe not a team that's going to like completely win this tournament, but I think they are meeting expectations at this stage. But I wouldn't have said that 2 days ago.
Speaking of like a team that has a good strategies, Lacoste, one of the things that I noticed about Gaimin Gladiators is that at this tournament, they have the shallowest hero pool. And one of the reasons that is the case is that when you have a working strategy, you don't necessarily need to deviate too much from that working strat. So if you're about one of the other teams, right, have you seen any kind of particular hero picks that you might think, well, we could upset Gaimin Gladiators in this way because we know exactly what they're bringing to the table?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their hero pool, it's by far the lowest. They have like 24, 25 picks so far. They did play least amount of games, so that also factors in. But some of the teams have like 50, so that's a really big difference. So, you know, if you have to counter 50 or 25 heroes, that's, I mean, when you play against Gaimin Gladiators, you know what's going to come. Like, you're playing against them, you know what's coming, but they also sticking to, if it's not broken, don't fix it mentality, and it's been working out. Like, even, like, before Quinn joined, this was also a team that didn't have the biggest hero pool, and it was still working out for them, and you know what's coming, but it's just like their team play is so good, like the movement around the map, those two supports, all crisp movements around the map.
Yep, one of the things across the tournaments that they have been winning is that they've routinely had the fewest heroes played, fewest games played as well. Obviously, they're winning all the time. To figure out exactly how they got here, though, to remind you of just how special this team is, having won all the majors as well as both Dream League seasons, we're going to take a quick look at their journey towards the Riyadh Masters.
Now Gaimin Gladiators, the last remaining two of them, Duracho and Topo completely outnumbered. Zai, again able to line up a fantastic two-man stun as they take the ages out of Duracho. Duracho is able to blink out. Topo will get focused out by Mickey and Insania. He's up on the cliff. They know where he's at. GG is called as Liquid, they'll take to 76.
Actually going for Duracho, but it's so hard to put physical damage on him. Get to the other side, pop the Manta, still not enough. The hook shot, oh no!
Jump fall from Ace, he's in straight on top of the Tofu, and Duracho ready to follow up with the damage as they take out Nisha. Out for 80 seconds, no buyback on him. Jump fall from Duracho over towards Zai. Quinn as well, dealing out the right clicks. 2 dead. Insania Ogre Steel tomes away, but Duracho's got him. Boxy also to fall, 4 dead. It's game over. GG.
I honestly can't believe we won that game. That was one of the most stressful games I've played in years.
See if they force this out. As the Gleipnir comes out, Mystic Flare still there. Double kill for Tofu. Simon very happy this game will finally end. They've got eyes on Toronto, took a bit of immediate global silence. Global silence and the Hex comes out. Immediate reaction there. The Ravage out onto the 3. Save jumps over towards Jeremiah Smiler. Get the roar off onto Nightfall, but there's no damage to threaten this Monkey King. As nothing to say goes down. Neil will get chased out. Planet will Ravage jump in with a stolen Ravage, but he can't even kill Toronto Tokyo. Nobody goes down. Triple kill for GPK. It is over. The Omni Slash, no, that's the Swift Slash this time. Able to heal up a decent amount, but he is surrounded now and brought to his knees as Quinn creating all the space. He gets a double kill off the back of a great initiation as New completely surrounded as well, and Gaimin Gladiators able to win this fight big. Gale Force? Yep, doesn't do anything. Trying to bring GPK back, he gets shackled to the creeps. Acts as a plan as well, but there's the pure Ravage on the 4 heroes, and another Ravage to follow. Shadow Demon dead, Quinn as well, and now the refresher is popped by Nightfall as they're focusing all their efforts onto Duracho, and just like the first blood, he will likely not die.
GPK is going to try, though.
He's got to take out the
Shield on it, too. Meanwhile, Quinn's going to take out the Sport. Immediately, the Lich is gone. GPK left. He pushed this game so late, but he can't stop it all on his own, and GG is called Gaimin Gladiators. Dream League Season 20. They are your back-to-back champions.
Gaimin Gladiators have been our champions at Dream League Season 19 and Season 20. They've been our champions at every major this year, and now at the end of the ESL Pro Tour, they're going to be trying to get themselves into a winning position yet again. However, their opponent is nothing to scoff at, nothing to sneeze at. The champions of Eastern Europe versus the best that Western Europe has to offer. I give you Gaimin Gladiators versus 9 Pandas.
We're keeping things going here at Riyadh Masters as we get ready for series number 3 here on day number 3 of the group stage.
جاهزين للمباراة الثالثة من اليوم الثالث من الجروب ستيج. النتائج الآن جدا قريبة لبعض وأي أحد ممكن يتأهل للبلاي أوفس وأي أحد ممكن ما يكمل معنا مشوار البطولة.
Now, Fancy, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've met some of these players before. When did this happen?
Yeah, it happened in October 2021 in Saudi Elite. 2-4 and Ice were like ace. They were playing the tournament and they were actually able to win the whole thing. So they're not very like strangers to Riyadh. They've been here before. They've done a lot of good things. So I guess this is their comfort zone then. Maybe they would win this one as well.
Tofune's veterans here in Saudi Arabia, and their opponents also. These two teams have quite a bit of history with each other, it seems.
Yeah, they have a huge history, and it's not the first time that they face each other. And it's like that history is kind of one-sided. Let's be honest about that. But this might change in Riyadh Masters, and that's what I'm hoping for, to be honest.
They've gone back and forth in elevators, but in terms of the gameplay, it's generally gone Gaimin's way.
يا أعزائنا المشاهدين، هذه المباراة مو أول مرة نشهدها قدام بعض. Gaimin Gladiators واجهوا 9 Pandas مرة كثيرة، وفي كل مرة يتواجهون فيها Gaimin Gladiators وعندهم الادفانتج ما عدا مرة واحدة فقط في البرلين ميجر. فهل بيكون عندهم فرصة الآن إنهم يردون لهم الصعصعين ولا ما راح نشوف الشيء هذا؟ ما ندري.
Well, for another time, let's bring out Western Europeans' best team out there. Gaimin Gladiators! Gracing the main stage once again here at Riyadh Masters. It's rare that you'd look at a team with just a couple of losses here and there and be like, no, this isn't good enough. But from these guys, we expect perfection.
فريق Gaimin Gladiators أول شيء ما هو غريب على المسرح هذا، ثاني شيء هم الأبطال اللي فازوا في كل ميجر في دوتا في أنحاء العالم حصل في هذه السنة. هم يعتبرون الفريق الأفضل، هو الفريق اللي الكل مجهز إنه يحاول يهزمهم. لكن هل الشيء هذا بيقدرون يسوونه 9 بانداز ولا لا؟ هل بيقدر يسوونه أي فريق ثاني؟ هذا الشيء اللي جايين نشهده الآن. لكن قبل كذا خلونا نرحب في الفريق. من أفضل الفرق الأوروبية 9 Pandas. واضح المنافسة بينهم من أول ما وصلوا للمسرح ما بين Gaimin Gladiators و 9 Pandas. زي ما تشوفون بالذات كوين ورامز الهيستوري اللي بينهم جدا عظيم، وزي ما احنا شاهدناه في البرلين ميجر راح يتكرر هنا مرة ثانية. لكن هل بيقدرون ياخذون 9 Pandas ولا لا؟ هذا أكثر سؤال نحتاج نعرف إجابته.
Yo, Fancy, what's going on with these jerseys out of 9 Pandas? This is looking slick.
They look so cool. على الجهة اليمين أعزائي المشاهدين زي ما تشوفون مكتوب حظ، ومع الجهة اليسار مكتوب قوة. On the right side of the jersey it says luck, and the left side it says strength. And it's really cool. It fits the theme, and I guess they're here to compete and they know what they're doing.
They're going to have a luck and a strength on their sides. Now let's see it in a gameplay. Gentlemen, take your seats as we get this draft started for game number 1.
على طول نبي نروح مع الاستوديو التحليلي. أعزائي المشاهدين الجيم الأول راح يبدأ ما بين Gaimin Gladiators و 9 Pandas.
Gaimin Gladiators taking on 9 Pandas yet again. They have met several times on LAN, and usually it's Gaimin Gladiators that get the W. But as Tsunami mentioned, perfection has been eluding them somewhat at this tournament. And Fear, we heard them speak about comfort, right? And we were speaking about how usually Gaimin Gladiators play a very specific style of Dota. There's something else that you highlighted or you wanted to talk about that is very specific to Gaimin Gladiators as well as the tournament.
Yeah, when you look at Gaimin Gladiators, you think stability, you think they go through just like winning all their games, and it looks pretty normal. I was taking a look at the stats here, and they have something unusual this tournament here. They have a 60% win rate, 100% win rate on Radiant, 0% win rate on Dire as of now. They have not won a single game on the Dire side, and that is a chink in their armor that teams can try and expose.
What do you think it is about them playing on the Dire side that doesn't allow them to get the victories?
That's hard to say right now, because like with all the new map changes, there's a lot of different things that can happen. But from what I noticed, a lot of the Radiant side is they're a high tempo team. They like building auras, and that 15 to 20 minute time, Roshan is on the Dire side, and that's normally where Radiant likes to play. So they're in that area, so maybe they like to get that snowball rolling that early, and that is my hypothesis of why they're doing so well, but we'll have to see through their gameplay.
But one thing that interests me about this particular stat purge is not only do they have 100% win rate on Radiant, most teams at this tournament have been winning on the Dire side. 54% versus the 46% that Radiant enjoys. Most teams that play on the Dire side tend to get more Roshans as well. So you would imagine that a team that's normally good at controlling the map, like Gaimin Gladiators, would be successful on the Dire side.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. There's always the TP point there, though, so you could always argue that if you're out of position, Dire team can always react to Roshan's kind of a thing, since you have that teleport point. But it's not the only thing that's trending. There's a lot of teams that just win with like one hero so far. Legion Commander has been the hero for like Shopify Rebellion, for Evil Genius as well. So there's a lot of interesting trends that keep happening at this tournament.
One of the interesting trends as well, Lacoste, is at this tournament, one of the combos that Gaimin Gladiators have been successful with this year has been IO Lesh, right? At this tournament, it enjoys a near 80% win rate. They haven't played it a single time. What the hell is going on? How has Quinn not been allowed to play this Leshrac tournament?
They're saving it for the main stage. You know that it's coming. If it's available, I think also a lot of other teams are banning it because they realize how strong it is. You know, you being the most successful team throughout this year, and you showed that this is your bread and butter pretty much. Whenever you're feeling down, if you're like game down in a best of 3, you're gonna be picking it. So other teams are like, well, let's try it out. You know, we have the info from all the games that are played on the stage, but what happens in the scrims, we don't know, and probably there's a lot of theory crafting going on there as well, where teams are like, we know it's strong, we're gonna try to beat it. Maybe some of the teams are like, we can't really beat it. Like, we tried 5 times, didn't happen, so we have to ban it out. As 9 Pandas, they immediately ban out that IO for a good reason.
I can also confirm here as well that they have never had once the opportunity to pick those two together at this tournament. Not a single time.
Well, yeah, the one game it wasn't banned, that IO wasn't banned, Leshrac was banned first phase. And there was like one other game where they'd pick IO and they would take Leshrac on the enemy team. Usually lose. It's not very good by itself.
But they have a contingency for that, though. It's like if they take the IO, you take the Lesh, they've been taking the Razor, so that's kind of being like their backup plan.
Yeah. Razor with IO has also been doing fairly well at this tournament. It's 6-1 thus far. We're going to be seeing whether or not Razor emerges. It's not going to be paired with IO, because as we see, 9 Pandas have removed that from play. Interestingly enough as well, at this tournament, 80% of teams almost have Radiant first pick. Very rarely do we have the first pick going to the Dire side. However, when that does happen, Purge, that team wins 60% of the time. Will 9 Pandas be able to replicate that here? And do you like this opener of the Undying?
The Undying seems totally fine. It's a hero that fits their playstyle. It's going to help them Rosh if they so desire. And the hero did get nerfed in the last patch, but it's not like so consequential. The hero's still playing pretty effectively and doesn't necessarily reveal anything that's really that amazing to counter. Maybe encourages you to pick Snapfire against it, but past that, Undying's pretty safe to open with.
Yeah, the one big hero I'm looking for, 9 Pandas, that's Doom. They definitely love to open up in the second phase with the Doom, first phase, but the second pick, and then they have like flexibility as well, because Ramses does play Doom, one of the rare carry players that are still like willing to do it. If we go back like 6 months, a year back, there was a lot of carry Dooms, but teams are staying away from it.
Surprisingly, with Doom, when it comes to 9 Pandas, they're most successful when Miro plays Doom, and very few other teams at this tournament play Doom in the support role. So they can play it for Miro, they can play it for Ramses, like you mentioned, and they can play it in for Antares as well. So several different ways to approach this hero. We'll see what they decide to do.
Now that Doom seems even better, because there's a Beastmaster on the enemy team. You know that he wants to hit that timing with the Helm of the Overlord, and you have level 15 talent on Doom where you can devour Ancient Creeps. There's still like a small window that you can still like play with it for like 3-5 minutes, depending how the game goes, but big fan of it. There's also like another one that people have been using, Night Stalker, but that hero is pretty dead.
Still uncontested, I believe.
Yes.
We'll see if that hero even gets the light of day, but now you're in a situation for 9 Pandas. Do you want to pick the Doom? They showed the Beast already. A lot of teams are comfortable just picking their mid here with 3 bans, because you're most likely going to get counterpicked anyway if they want to counterpick you on that last pick for Gaimin Gladiators. So sometimes, yeah, you got 3 bans, you pick it now. Otherwise, you have to pick a high priority core here. We have seen some carries in the early stage, and that's one of them that could be a carry, but could also be an offlaner. Bit of a flex pick there.
They haven't lost with Lycan just yet. Ramses hasn't played it. It's been primarily deployed in the offlane, but they are 3-0 with it thus far. And at this tournament, Purge, Lycan has a 75% win rate. It's actually crazy. And why aren't teams picking up this hero, despite how successful it has been when it is deployed?
I'm not sure the answer to that question, but I do think it's interesting that both drafts are kind of similar, you know. Ready to go do those Helm of the Overlord things if they need to. But I feel like Lycan is a little different in terms of Beastmaster offensive potential. It's kind of nice. The Aura, the Roar Terror, the what is it called? Howl.
Howl.
It's always simpler than you think it is. One of those heroes. The minus armor from that can be really effective. So I don't know. Maybe they have a more inline playstyle they want to go for.
Let's see, it's one of the things that Gaimin Gladiators has done also differently for most teams. They're one of the few that are deploying this Rubik in the 5 role rather than just purely as a 4. So Celery could still try to hold this down and we get something a bit more aggressive for Tofu down the stretch. But what's more important is making sure we remove the Kiyotaka Wind Ranger. He is a beast on this hero.
Yeah, he's just a beast, period, pretty much. I think a lot of eyes on this mid laner because he's been popping off lately. I think Eastern Europe has produced like a lot of good, like really solid mid laners, and he just might be the next superstar, I would say. Like some of the performances that he had, and also he's a bit of a cheesy player when he has like a couple of these like specific picks that he likes to use. You know, Winter Wyvern from the mid lane, he's gonna bang out Sniper if necessary, Earthshaker. He plays like, his hero pool is massive. That also comes down to him playing like 10-12 pubs a day.
Yeah, I mean, is it even worth trying to ban Kiyotaka out with the hero pool he does have, you know? You know this guy is always gonna have something in his hero pool, whereas Quinn, he's a bit more reserved. Like, the way I normally like to talk about Quinn is he'll usually have about 4 heroes per tournament, but they'll like vary just depending on the meta. He has a big hero pool, he just doesn't want to deploy it, much like Gaimin Gladiators here, so it's gonna be a very interesting mid-matchup. Can Kiyotaka find that perfect hero to counterpick Quinn? Because you already know what Quinn's gonna pick. He's just so damn good. Like, can you beat him in the lane even though you know what he's gonna pick, even if he first picks instead of you? We'll have to see.
He has played 4 heroes this tournament versus Kiyotaka's 11, so definitely exactly like what you're saying in terms of versatility versus specialization. Once we get into the second phase here, Lacoste, what do we want to see coming out from Gaimin Gladiators? Do you want to see them reveal where this Rubik is going with another support, or do they maybe start to angle towards getting a hero for Quinn first?
I mean, it's a flex pick for them. A Rubik Beastmaster, this has been a really strong lane for a good amount of time. And a Rubik, he is the hero of the tournament. Some of these position 4s like techies, they've been nerfed, and it seems like Rubik is a new substitute hero that is extremely contested. And I'm looking at the bans from 9 Panda. To me, this is just saying we're going to play Lycan from the off lane. Like Bloodseeker, one of his arch nemesis, because you don't get to play Dota. You can still, you know, use your summons, put it on supports, but Enchantress in the laning stage, take the Wolf. Also, illusion-based hero like Naga Siren that Lycan doesn't deal well with. So most likely going to be an off-lane hero. Also, Ramses did not play it at the Dream League. Season 20 did not play it yet at the Riyadh Masters, so most likely going to be from that off-lane.
Gaimin Gladiators have taken out the Morphling, one of the better heroes for Derecho. Well, he pioneered the hero, hasn't played it in a while, but definitely understand you don't want to give that away. Does anything leap out to you here, Purge? Because they're going to have to show their hand a little bit. What do you want to see them ban that you feel is very good and would suit 9 Panda's draft right now?
Off the top of my head, not quite sure in this circumstance, because both drafts are relatively flexible, so like the bans aren't quite as targeted as we normally see, because both teams are just wanted to keep it flexible. But they do cover a lot of like really strong heroes potentially in this current patch.
I'm looking at one hero, particularly Terrorblade, because looking at these bans like Wind Ranger, Morphling, Darkseer, these are all good heroes against it. And Terrorblade in the second phase, we've seen it time and time again at Riyadh Masters that the hero pops off. Like he just like in terms of laning stage, like you don't care about Lycan at all. Like your right clicks don't do anything. He's the highest base armor in the game, and also just like stable carry. This hero is insanely good. I've also seen some of the Terrorblades picking up like 2 points in reflection, which does give you even more kill threat in the lane. Combine that with Blood Grenade, which is a standard item, a couple of those with the position 5. Seems like a really strong lane already.
Yeah, I was definitely seeing how they build the Lycan right now, if he's more comfortable with going the HOD, or if he is going to play more like a universal hero with the Echo Saber, with Manta. A big problem that Lycan has versus Terrorblade generally is the reflection gives the passive to Terrorblade, which is very, very bad on top of the extra auras on top of it. But if you do go for that other build where you have Manta, you do have a Dispel now for the reflection, which could be useful there. But you are going to be playing a bit more greedy if you go that route. You're not going to be as high tempo if the Beastmaster does want to go for that build. You will have to evade what I would like Gaimin Gladiators. And it's not easy to evade this team if they get off to a good start. They love buying the auras. They have a TB, they have a beast. They can end the game in like 20 minutes. So you have a difficult choice here if you are playing this offlane Lycan of what do you want to do in this game.
Yeah, I like the Gladiators draft right now just because it gives them a lot of deathfall potential between all the auras and stuff like that. That'll make it a little bit harder playing against Alchemists because there's going to be some potentially higher farming carry in the enemy's team, kind of putting you on a bit of a timer. But so far, I like what both teams are doing.
They did ran this Alchemist plus Lycan combo already a couple of times, and it looked really good. Usually Alchemist for 9 Pandas does come out in the last picking stage, but this has been Ramses' classic already. I believe he played it 6 times and looked really, really good on it. It's also like a Radiance carrier when you play it into Terrorblade, but seems like they don't care too much about it because of the reflection.
Across those 6 games, you only lost a single one of them on this Alchemist so far at the Riyadh Masters. And even at Bali Major, whenever they had their backs against the wall, they would rely on their Ramses Alchemist to bail them out of trouble. Fear. We have not seen good things out of techies at this tournament. Man's struggling so far, so talk to me about this. Why deploy it in this particular position?
Well, there's no Rubik, so we talked about how Rubik was kind of the better techies right now. He still does the job, and they need a hero to try and help Lycan get outside of this laning stage. They have now confirmed that Lycan will be off lane, because we don't really see Lycan mid very much, so his flex was either going to be carry or be in the off lane, but now they picked Alchemist. Lycan is for sure going there, so they need a strong support to try and help them get a good laning stage. And Stekkeys, he's still good at that, and so maybe their best option.
I really like him because he's only been picked 10 times. He's got a 50% win rate, which is fine. That means in the right cases, he can be good. And the main thing that they're missing on their team is AoE damage, actually. Lycan doesn't bring it. Undying doesn't really bring it. Alk doesn't do that much. So if they want to clear summons and illusions, Stekkeys is great at that. He's doing tons of magic damage, and he's amplifying magic damage that they deal. Not that there's much on the rest of his team yet, but I'm saying by himself, if he launches himself into a TB, they can definitely do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be good in like the team fights, but you're already playing versus Terrorblade now. You're playing versus Chen. It's going to be a lot harder to get your ultimate just like placed all over the place around these Roshan areas. He's going to be able to easily pop those mines with the lineup that you do have on Gaimin Gladiators. So it's really just going to be like we need that damage for the initiation, and they don't have that initiation yet, other than the Alchemist. So maybe that's what they're looking for on their last pick here.
Interestingly enough, we see some of these heroes that have been banned game in, game out. Obviously, most of them involved in this game as well. This Chen hero, though, we're talking about heroes that have been 50-50, as Purge mentioned, Lacoste. But
He's
Chen
way below 50-50.
22% win rate at this tournament after 22 games.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot. I mean, I think if he's paired up with Terrorblade, that's fine, because you want to have some relatively self-sustainable safe laner if you can like provide him, get him to that like level 3, level 4. Also, Lycan doesn't provide too much pressure onto Terrorblade, so I think this Chen overall is going to be fine, because Chen wants to go into jungle, farm a little bit, then show up in the lane. But it's a really strong timing coming up from Gaimin Gladiators. Looking at Chen, so that's going to give him a lot of sustain. Terrorblade, Beastmaster Aura. This is a strong like 25-30 minute timing draft from Gaimin Gladiators that also scales well. Like they don't necessarily need the end game by any means, but now looking at the bans, I feel like 9 Pandas, they want Ember Spirit. Like they want some
looks like it, yeah.
Some low cooldown, some hero that can just like play around, have someone to set things up for a potential blast off, because looking at the bans like Snapfire and Huskar, my brain just stopped for a second. These are really good heroes against Ember, so now they need to find the Quinn's hero.
Yeah, I like the Ember pick, but the thing I'm worried about Chen, it's got a bad win rate. 23 picks, 26% win rate. It's not good.
If there is a team
It's bad.
to make it work,
Yeah.
so I think it really fits Gaimin Gladiators' style. Like the other options for Celery here, he loves his IO, he loves his Enchantress, he loves his Undying. Nine Pandas took care of all those, like they're banned or picked, so he had to come up with something new. Like he liked playing Lion, but who wants to play Lion against, you know, Lycan? No one does. So they're balling up. They're doing that thing where they're going to buy a bunch of auras, and they're going to have like this really strong timing if they can have the laning stage. Now it's up to Quinn to find a unique hero, I think, for this tournament to try and punish this Ember, because what's left for him? It was just the Pango, but that's not good for Ember, so he had to find something new.
That's a big one. This is really, really good, not just answer for this Ember, because they also needed some kind of a lockdown in terms of catch. They had Rubik's Lift, which is level 1 at the early stages of the game. Beastmaster Roar. You know that Beastmaster does not want to move from lane to lane. He wants to sit, he wants to get the farm, get his Helm of the Overlord, but this Dragonite pick, I'm really liking it, because if you look at their damage, Nine Pandas' damage is mostly physical. This is all 3 cores relying on heavy physical damage, and Dragonite, like, he doesn't care too much about it. I feel like Gaimin Gladiators are drafted themselves a really good draft here.
I mean, I like that the DK is very survivable, and it does give them another stun, but I feel like their team fight's a little lacking. I feel like they're good at killing like 1, maybe 2 heroes, and then their damage is going to fall off until like TB and Quinn with the Dragonite are really amplified by the auras. So they're good at death pushing and pushing towers, I feel like, but I think there's some other weaknesses.
If this game starts to scale into the later portions, Fear, which draft do you feel the best between these 2 lineups?
The best. It's hard to say, but I know my Gaimin Gladiators pretty well, and when they pick a draft like this, they generally don't lose, I will say. Like, normally they're experimenting a little bit. Quinn's playing carry. They don't have this full death ball. I think Gaimin Gladiators, when it comes to the aura game, the timing, the tempo push, they're the #1 team in the world at doing this, and that's exactly what they drafted here.
All right, give me some votes, gentlemen. Poet, I'll start with you. Who's going to win game 1?
Yeah, that does give me a lot more confidence. If that's the strat that they win most on, then yeah, that sounds good. I'll go with Gaimin Gladiators.
Gaimin Gladiators, Lacoste,
I'll join. I'll go with GG.
You going GG as well?
It has to be GG, yeah.
Been here before, where a panel really loves Gaimin Gladiators. As Fior mentioned, they are 100% win rate so far on the Radiant side of the map. They have one of their better strategies that they've deployed to be on the Radiant side. So it does feel like this is going to be a difficult situation for the side of Nine Pandas. However, don't forget, this is Ramses on the Alchemist, y'all. Let's not underrate this man. Whenever they feel like they have a difficult matchup, they whip this out, and they generally do tend to win. I had a conversation with the CEO of Nine Pandas, as you were telling me that this team, above all else, prefer being on the Dire side. So you get great hero player combinations on a side that they prefer. Even in a matchup, you know, both sides have their side that they prefer, but, you know, there's a little bit of tension in this matchup. It's Ramses versus Quinn, so neither of them want to lose. We want to be seeing exactly how both of these teams are going to be matching up in game 1. To find out, we have our incredible casting duo of Sunsfan and Kezu. Gentlemen, give us the cage match.
Thank you very much. That's right. It is a cage match because it's Quinn versus Ramses. But the problem is Quinn has won every single time. Kezu, you were looking up the stats. Why don't you give us a little rundown on how that's gone?
So they've played each other like in 5 different series, and Nine Pandas were never able to like truly win. They could like draw a series with like 1 win in like a BO2 or 2-game series. All the other times, Gaimin Gladiators have just been victorious. One thing I'm looking forward to Ramses not doing in this game is tipping Quinn prematurely. Because that has always backfired every single time.
I think it's a 0% win rate when he does that.
Literally.
I mean, that's part of the draw of Ramses is his inherent cockiness.
I love Ramses.
He has grown a lot, maybe not in height, because he is quite a small human being, but we do love to watch him play. And I'm excited, and you were disgusted by my initial reaction. When I see an Alchemist, I actually unironically get excited because of the inherent Aghanim Scepters that we will not see, of course. It's just the idea that it's possible.
Honestly, there is a way in this game, because most of the time as a carry out, you don't really want to give Ags away because it doesn't help you.
Yeah.
But in this game it could, because you give it to Miero, who then bites your ass, and suddenly you become this Wolf Alchemist Gold Man who just runs around. So we have some little trading going on.
Would love to see it. The Sticky Bomb somehow connects, as the concoction will be used onto Tofu instead, with the War Grenade as well. And Nine Pandas looking to get their first blood onto Tofu, but the Breathe Fire gonna reduce a lot of damage there, and they're not gonna go any further. So only damage done, and back to the lanes they go. I would love to see, I mean, there was that meta during TI-10. I was casting some of it with...
Tiny Owl?
Yeah.
That was great.
No, it was Tiny Lycan, right? Because you're biting the Lycan every time with the Christmas tree.
Yeah. That was some...
pretty hype.
Some good stuff. Luckily, that is not in a game anymore. I do think that Gaimin Gladiators got themselves pretty damn strong draft. I think especially the second phase with the TB into the Chen to close the phase. Very good in the lane against Lyking. You can always steal the Wolves. You have the Auras later for your TB as well, who has very good core matchups in this game. I think for 9Panas, it's very, very important that in the laning phase, Antares gets off to a good start, because I need to see him with like a Urn, maybe some 12, 13, 14-minute Vessel, where he can then go together, they get this Radiance, because they need to get the ball rolling. They need to win the mid-game and push forward, otherwise Gaimin, they're going to have some incredible core matchups later on in this game.
Yeah, and Solo, I mean, they picked the 2 supports that were nerfed, quote-unquote, in the last patch. Techies, we've been over the nerfs to him.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very minor, but for whatever reason, teams are not picking it nearly as much. And then the likes of Undying, which looked like a bigger nerf, but we've been seeing some crazy Tombstone grab ally action. And they've been using more of the single target aspect to that.
Easy for Celery.
Yep,
easy. I mean, they're not very good at dealing with these stolen Wolves, right? There's no like Inch to countersteal it or Mirana to just end up airing it. So these Wolves on bottom gonna be pretty annoying. But the mid matchup, I would say Quinn is probably the best mid laner in the world, but Kiyotaka, whenever he goes up in this matchup, I think he does surprisingly well. One of the best up-and-coming players, in my opinion, from not just the CIS region, but overall. So Kiyotaka, we're going to have to keep our eyes on him, because he's got some... I mean, this guy's good. This guy's got some moves.
He's had some monster performances. I think the first hero that comes to mind for me is the Tinker.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
And, I mean, you don't want to see that, of course, because it is filthy in every regard. But, yeah, he's definitely had a very good year as Blood Grenade onto Miero with the Metamorphosis of Dyrachyo. He's going to pop his wand to try to stay alive. And it looks like he will be able to survive here. But still, lots of damage done. Meanwhile, Ace and Tofu kind of pushed out of lane for the time being. Going to have to leech a bit of XP. But yeah, talk to me about Alchemist as a hero in this patch. Like, not the most picked hero by any means, as Miero getting a little too close for comfort. That's going to be first blood for Dyrachyo. He's taking massive damage from the tower, though. So it ends up being a trade. Experience going the way of Antares. Gold basically swapped, but that was the first blood. So Gaimin Gladiators still probably happy with this.
Dyrachyo's going to take it for sure. He's got the first blood. He also didn't lose any lane creeps as the Dire Wave is super pushing in. As
mid lane, Quinn. Kiyotaka going to continue to pursue with that Flame Guard, but it's not quite enough. He's got 2 points on that Dragon's Blood. Once you get to 3, you can pretty much say goodbye to any potential kills without a +1. But yeah, back to Alchemist in this patch.
So Alchemist, I would say he's slightly underpicked. I wouldn't say he's necessarily great, but he's this type of hero when you need a timing carry that can also help you go in, like inside of the mid game. So teams that want to play mid game and play fast, I think Alchemist fits that type of style very well. He lanes well, you fall back into the jungle, you get fast gold, and once you have a Radiance, you can like slowly play forward. And Radiance plus 1 item, that's where you really want to go. That's why this 15-minute mark is so crucial. You're going to be top 1 net worth, but you have to use this net worth that you do have.
Right, with the inherent differences of the old Alchemist, as the Tombstone comes down, Blood Grenade, zombies continuing to chase, Concoction connects, Tofu trying to kill off some zombies to regain some movement speed, as Solo's going to fully commit to this, and the decay is enough. And Ace, like we've talked about before.
Another Blood Grenade.
Yeah, man, he really loves his Blood Grenade.
I love this.
Concoction's going to be fully channeled, and down goes the entire offlane of Gaimin Gladiators. 9Panas is going to be super happy about this, but at the meantime, Miero goes down for, I believe, the 2nd time in the opposing offlane.
Yeah, they did lose Miero. He's going to have to try and get some levels down here, because his lane is not going well at all. But yeah, 9Panas, I would say teams have got a lot better over especially the last couple months at using Undying in the lane. Like, you don't have to hold on to this Tombstone all the time. You can just force it, like use it, get them out of the lane, or in this case even get 1 kill, dive more. That's also why Undying is so great with carries that can help you pressure in the lane. And Alchemist has got to be one of the best melee carries at doing so.
Yeah, been looking at the CS right now. Mr. Dyrachyo is top in that regard, and this is part of the game that Gaimin Gladiators have been better than every other team easily throughout this last year, is the laning stage.
One of the very few things they're the best at.
Yeah, one of many, of course. They do win. I like how the the panel, it's just when you're predicting who's going to win and Gaimin Gladiators playing, it's just, I guess Gaimin.
Yeah, just make up some bullshit reasons. Like, you know, all right, that's how it is, boys.
We're just going to do it. But
look who's here. The old man Solo.
Yeah, making his rotation, puts down the Tombstone, blast off from Antares. That's enough to take out Celery. And Dyrachyo, Quinn versus Kiyotaka. They're both living on such low levels of HP.
Very dicey battle as Dyrachyo pops the meta to try and kill the Tombstone, it looks like. will not be able to do so yet, as they just protected. First active rune gonna come out soon, but we have Kiyotaka, he's going back to base. Tofu's trying to help Quinn out on that, so it looks like laning stage might slow down a little bit until Quinn, maybe once he can regen a little bit of his HP.
Well, one thing to keep in mind, the 6-minute rune is now available, and Kiyotaka, like you said, went back to base. So if it's top, which it's not,
easy DD
spawn
for
bottom,
Antares.
and Antares making it there in time to be able to at least hold it or deny. We'll see if Quinn forces his hand or not, but if they get Kiyotaka the rune, which they do, that's pretty
Solo's
nice.
coming mid too. Quinn is only on half HP, and they do have a level of chains. Nice chains.
Yeah, Quinn, blast off connects, triple teamed and brought
Great
down.
kill.
So despite having that level advantage in the mid lane, because Quinn was level 6, Kiyotaka will be able to get his level 6 after this creep.
I mean, these are the most crucial things that you can do to a DK in the early game, is getting like even just one kill like this on him in the between like minutes 6 to 10. It is so crucial in slowing down this DK's game and pushing like Kiyotaka just slightly above the edge here. He's gonna have a slight network advantage, slight level advantage as well. So great move from 9Pandas here.
Yeah, Miero trying to avoid his 3rd death of the game.
He should be okay now in his bottom lane. He has 1 level in Fire Impulse. That's not the biggest deal, but having the Helm of the Iron Will right against a mainly physical lane, so he's going to be able to recover. Lycan is pretty okay. Like, his network surprisingly is still great as Ace up top.
Yeah, Concoction's coming for him right next to the Tombstone as well.
See you later,
Ace
bro.
is an easy kill, and this is something that we bring up time and time again with Gaimin Gladiators, is it feels like their lineups are usually catered towards getting Ace this ridiculous farm early, and he's already, I mean, this offlane is not going super well for Gaimin at all.
Yeah, 9Pandas have done a really nice job, right? You have this Undying, you do well in the lane, he's allowed to move bottom, get a kill there, swings back to top, does it again. Now they both end up mid. Quinn is going to have to be a little careful around the 8-minute rune as well. Kiyotaka going to TP base, kind of refill his bottle. But yeah, Ace not doing too well, so I think this is exactly what 9Pandas need and want in this little early game for themselves.
Yeah, but it looks like Tofu and Ace gonna perhaps start stacking some creeps, because that's one way to get Ace back in the game. Doesn't really matter what hero he plays, he usually does take these first few stacks, and that resets his game for the most part. As Kiyotaka finds Tofu, Quinn's gonna get the Dragon Tail to give his support some space, but the Remnant coming through. 9Pandas want to continue on here. As the shield room for Kiyotaka. We'll bait out some spells, but we'll back away eventually.
I mean, if 9Pandas get to hold their mid tower, which they're doing a great job at doing so, right? Whenever Quinn is like kind of posturing up aggressively or using the Dragon Form, they're bringing their supports mid to defend, then they can go back to the side lanes, pressure there, and then move back to mid once more. Because if they get to hold it, like Quinn is kind of the one that has to open up the mid tower, then slowly move top and maybe help Ace kick out Ramses. Because if you can play like this with an Alchemist,
top lane,
he's gonna stay like this.
Again for Ace. They're gonna catch him next to the Tombstone. He gets off the roar though this time. See if that's enough for him to get away. Decay does connect. Solo continuing to pursue, but Tofu is there to help out to make sure that his offlaner does not die again, as Miero gonna pop that shapeshift.
We see very similar plays. Both offlaners are forced to use their ults aggressively. Neither of them really like that too much, but I would say that hurts Miero a little bit more than Ace, as you kind of want to use this first shapeshift to like push the guy out of the lane, try to take over the map and kick out the carry. So I think both Dirachi and Ramses are just going to continue to kind of live in their lanes, and it's more on the mid laners. Maybe they get a rune, or we wait for Quinn's DK blink to really like stray out to the side lanes and get something going in this game. As never mind, Quinn is just going for, he just wants to scale and chill.
Yeah, I guess so. He's done a decent amount of damage to that. I mean, I feel like at this stage of the game, in the games that at least we've cast, the DK mid will have the tower already killed by now.
Yeah.
So you have to give 9Pandas credit for delaying it. Still not quite there. And even some damage done to the Gaimin Gladiators tower.
Well, honestly, I'm kind of okay with the mindset. I think the idea here is that, okay, if we get through like this early and mid game, later on we have the late game secured, and if he rushes a blink, he doesn't really have the best heroes to play with, right? Like Chen 5 doesn't really do anything for you in an aggressive manner. You have one Rubik 4 who he needs to steal a good spell. There aren't that many of them, so you just kind of chill, you hold the map, and it's on 9Pandas to then push the game forward later, as they do not get the mid tier 1 tower. So Gaimin, they're very happy if they get to hold a flat map like this now.
Yep, and Quinn opting to go towards the Midas, which has been kind of the build these days for the DK. And Ramses, like you said, will be going for the Radiance. Already has the Sacred Relic, so a couple more minutes away from finishing that. And at what point do you think he's going to want to actually participate in fights? Is there a go time?
I think Alk it's like a very open timing. So when you get Radiance and you see your team do a move, I think you could join them just to like be this little +1 timing.
Dirachi, but he dodges the sticky bomb. Solo's here with the Tombstone to get the slow. Miero continue to chase as the lycanthrope. You get the blood grenade from Solo. He just has an endless supply of them apparently. Just a constant injection. Sticky bomb.
Sunder.
Dirachi gets off the Sunder just in time, but Blast Off connects, and there's enough burst damage from the side of 9Pandas to eventually bring him down. Nicely played.
I like that. Like, you just have Gaimin Gladiators heroes. They don't really protect each other, so you just abuse that by bringing numbers, run them over with your little Lycan Zoo here. You just pop the shapeshift. Great movements by Solo so far in this early game for sure, being kind of all over the map with some really nice body blocks. Sure, we do have the Sunder coming out.
Oh, yeah!
But Antares just gets in there. Gets off the blast off, and yeah, very good movement from 9Pandas. And now moving forward to go back to the Alchemist, I would say Radiance into like one more little item, like maybe a Blink. As Quinn makes his way up top, gets himself a quick little kill.
That'll allow Solo to go back to base and get some more blood grenades. I'm not sure if they're out of stock still. I would think so.
Well, he didn't buy one yet, so I assume they're on cooldown.
I would hope so. Maybe there's a bug where Undying gets an infinite supply of it somehow, because he is not alive, so he doesn't really need the blood inside his system, you see, the lore and whatnot.
The lore checks out, actually.
Quinn and Celery now focusing on the tier 1 tower. They should be able to get this uncontested, but 2K lead for 9Pandas. Yeah. And, I mean, of course, this is an Alchemist game. And how much does that, you think, come into play with this 3K lead? Like, do you feel like 9Pandas are winning this, or is it relatively even?
I would say it's relatively even, but I would give a slight edge to 9Pandas, because I think with the next 1-2 items that come out for Ramses, I would assume that there should be a Blink Dagger in the mix. You have a Lycan that's going to go in, you have an Ember that's going to go in, so helping them as Dirachi once again.
He's caught out.
Yeah,
they got the burst. He is mega dead. Nice pick off from 9Pandas again. They're all over the map. Solo, I mean, despite the limp on the Undying, he's been everywhere on the map right now.
No, honestly, Solo is kind of, he's owning in this game. He's in 7 out of 8 kills. They're now pressuring a tier 2 tower at 30 minutes. I mean, we talked about, sure, if Gaimin gets to like this mid-late game with a lot of gold, then you know their draft is very good, and no doubt about it, but if you can just abuse them like this on the map, you get the Rachu killed again, you take the tier 2, 4K lead. It looks like they want to aim towards Roshan for now. They do have the Flesh Golem and the Tombstone available.
Okay, that's very early Rosh, if that is the case.
Yep,
See
looks
how
like
slow Miero is. No boots, of course.
Very slow.
Lycanthrope. All right, they're going to go for it. So, see how fast this is. And I would assume that they're going to want to put this on maybe Kiyotaka instead of Ramses.
Yeah, I think
it's a better option?
I think it's good enough. He just gets to freely go in. I would say he's the most susceptible, especially with Ramses also queuing up. So he's going BKB first to just run in there. He feels like he doesn't need more catch for his team. By blinking in, he feels like his team will kind of do that for him.
Oh my
As this is a juicy stack.
Oh yeah.
This is income. He's going to have BKB after this is done.
Good God.
Oh yeah, I love gold.
And this is not going to be contested.
Oh, the mine. Stole one skeleton.
Okay, all right, fair. 13-minute Roche, and now Ramses, like you said, should be able to finish off or at least get close to this BKB. And considering that it was his second item option, I would assume he's going to want to join fights now.
It is on 9Pandas now to blow open this entire map. You already have the bottom tier 2. You can now look at slowly pushing in mid, make a smoke like into the Radiant Triangle, get in there, because if you run into Gaimin Gladiators, whoever you find, they are dead. It is on them to play the map in a way where they get to hold and not bleed more and hopefully only lose the support and keep their cores farming. Because they have no way of fighting back. Zero. No chance.
Now getting outpost control again. Feels like this is mid-game. It's 15 minutes. They have the tier 2. We'll see how much they want to use, or how much of this these outer towers they want to try and take with this Aegis on Kiyotaka, who is going to be spotted by Tofu. And Quinn is in the area as well to get the telekinesis right into the Dragon Tail. They don't have the damage, though.
Nope, they force one up the lane as Celery. He's going to say goodbye.
Yep, that's all. The tips! The tips! Oh, Ramses was not one of the people. That's the important factor to keep in mind. That's the most important thing of this game that we need to keep track of. Will he tip? Maybe when the Ancient is exposed, that's when he'll feel comfortable.
Yes, I hope he learns his lesson. I think that will be the timing we have to look for. As right, this is a very dangerous Alchemist. He is so fat. He is, honestly, if the game continues like this, he might be looking at some 1k GPM towards the end of the game, but let's see. Currently queuing up the Blink, I'm a big fan of. I think your first 2-3 items should always include a Blink Dagger on Alch, because when you're this far ahead when it comes to net worth, you need to use it. Like, you need to push forward for your team. You literally, he has the same net worth as like TB and Beast combined, nearly. So in order for you to get Blink, you just get in there, you use all your net worth, and you push the game forward, because, as we said, Gaimin, they need more time.
Yeah,
the next 5, 6, 7 minutes,
not
no
often
chance.
we see Ace struggling so much. I mean, it's not like his farm is that bad, but compared to like his usual performances, it feels like he's the top net worth on his team at this stage. So they've really done a nice job of containing him.
And you can also tell the state of the map a little bit. Like, Quinn runs into this mid wave, there's a mine coming out, he's forced to blink out, so they have to play very passive as Tofu.
He is spotted by the Golem. Steel Flesh Golem, little baby Rubik version. But this version is still in alpha, so they're going to have to scrap that build and try to rework for an open beta someday.
Yes, we have some TP action going on. Kiyotaka chasing Ace.
And gets off the roar. Don't think they're going to have any additional catches. Kiyotaka pretty damn low on mana. Now this is Blink Dagger's online for Ramses.
And this
see
is
how much they want to group up.
And this is very good. Like, 9Pandas got to push in mid, they got to push in top. You go bottom, even if you don't kill this beast, just don't allow them to push out this area too much, as looks like the Ranchi is TPing up top, wants to consider farming this tier 2 wave, but Ramses does have a blink coming, so if you're Gaimin, you have to be very careful around the map right now.
Quinn trying to have a battle here with
250
Ancient
gold.
Granite Golem. They have to stun it perpetually, and finally it's brought down. That percent HP increase is now gone.
Oh, Ramses is charging up his stun.
Yes, Blink Dagger reveal, Concoction, and the blast off. Nice tap is going to save Bracha for the time being, but eventually is blown up by one of the mines of Antares. Concoction was stolen. Tofu, is he actually diving? No.
Nah.
And this is an opportunity to potentially do what, Kazoo? You're in this area. What's in the area? We'll get to that in just a moment. It's a trivia question for you.
Not the Tormentor, Shannon.
Kiyotaka. He's actually surrounded here. Has to be a bit careful. Doesn't have any remnants, it looks like. Okay. And that's the Aegis, so a bit of a waste.
The Ramses is TPing. They have to back. Never mind, that's solo.
Out. Yep, solo. He's very scary, though. He might have a blood grenade on. Sticky
might.
bomb onto Celery. So they will get something out of this, but it feels like that was a bit of a waste of the
he pushes
Aegis.
the beautiful play by Celery. Gets himself the creep, pushes it down.
And more importantly, it forces 9Pandas away from the Tormentor.
Which is not yet alive, but you're right.
That's a good point.
Yes.
But you do have techies. You could have started to plant the mines and get the solo
kills
kill.
himself.
No, you just walk away and he kills it automatically.
But he will die to it unless anyone is tanking.
No, you don't need to be in range.
Yeah, but it's global.
That's a lie, is it?
Yeah,
that's true?
You kill yourself.
You're kidding.
Yeah,
I did this like 2 weeks ago. They fixed it in 2 weeks?
Maybe I missed something, but I'm pretty sure when you deal damage to the outpost, no matter where you are, you take damage.
Really?
That's why you need the bros around, unless they want to do a little bit of trolling and kill them.
Okay, you could do that too. Okay, it just goes to show you how fast this game feels. Or how fast it is, I should say. It's 19 minutes. Feels
yeah,
super
just
late.
keep going.
Now Ace gets off the roar onto Antares. Tofu just dying to creeps, like you said. Gets off the Pavis for the time being. Blast off coming in. And Ace is looking mega dead. Double kill for Solo. He is the MVP
They're not getting out of this.
Sunder onto Kiyotaka. Nicely jumped from Duraccio, but he's still going to get bursted down eventually.
That's
triple
a triple
kill for Solo. Get the rampage for this man. He's got the blood grenades up the wazoo. He's dead. He can't get it. Buy back and get the rampage for God's sake. As Antares gets the 4th member of Gaimin Gladiators, it's a 1 for 4. And this is looking ugly if you're a Gaimin Gladiators fan.
Yeah, you cannot fight into 9Pandas. I'm a little surprised that Gaimin are kind of grouping around mid. Like, when you're behind, that's not the area where you want to be. It's the easiest point of attack. You want to try and keep the map very open, go to side lanes, push it out. But 9Pandas, I mean, they're just striking in there. They have all the items that they need. Helm of Dom, I think drums are coming out as well from Yero. Ramses with the Blink BKB. Kiyotaka, honestly, he's getting very fat as well. Travels, Maelstrom has a Kaya completed. I mean, all of the heroes, they just want to fight. When you're looking at 9Pandas, same with their items. They're all equipped and itemized for this triple blood grenade at the ready.
Oh my, how often do they, what's the timer on this?
I mean, to be fair, he didn't have any like the last 5-6 minutes, but now he's got them all. You should be able to combine them. Like if you hold 6,
Mega
they turn
blood
into
grenade.
Mega Blood Grenade.
Yeah, and then if you get 9 plus a cheese, you get Rupture.
I like that actually. As we have a smoke coming out, Gaimin are looking for something. It looks like they might just find an old man. I don't know if that's what they want.
Yeah.
Solo.
Dragon Tail opener. Solo.
Gets off the tomb.
Puts down the tombstone. Now
Stolen
Ramsey's
tombstone.
coming in with the concoction from behind. Focused on the supports for hits. He's going to get roared though for the time being as the tombstone finally taken out. But Kiyotaka doing work. Double kill already.
Oh,
Big
double
blast
suicide.
off onto the 2 members here from Gaimin. And that is not good for Gaimin Gladiators. It's a 1 for 4. Solo does buy back.
So also smoking himself back to mid, wants to get there faster.
Did he use any of his blood grenade? He used 0 of them.
Well, he's stacking up for the Rupture.
But Ramsey's just BKB'd for some reason.
It works.
Okay. That's his tip.
Did he show it to Radiant? Did they see it?
It was right on the cusp, so I'm not sure.
I hope they saw it, so then it's like a taunt. I
That's
beat
right.
you without my BKB.
That's right.
C now has an AC, and I mean, if Gaimin get to hold on to this game, we'll also see the Wolf buy, but I'm a little scared for them right now. 17,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. Sure, it's against an Alchemist, but still, as Doracio finds himself little Ramses. He's gonna go back, doesn't want to throw this game. I mean, at this point, if you're 9-Panas, this game is in your hands.
It is, but to be, I'm trying to put this in a nice way.
Nice way.
They've thrown some games.
Yes.
They've thrown a lot, actually.
That is, I mean, what Gaimin are looking for right now is this BKB completed on Quinn, the Skadi on top of the Ratio, and then they need to try and take a good fight. I would say they have, this is the longest Rosh time in the world, so this is good for Gaimin. They're going to be able to complete their items, but I feel like you may have to, I mean, that fight seems impossible, but you need to either fight there or then when they go to your high ground.
Yeah.
I don't, Gaimin have one more fight in them, and if they lose it, I think this game is over.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the damage yet. That's kind of the issue. But we'll see in this next fight. It's going to be a BKB onto Quinn, who is now going to be spotted. Solo in the Flesh Golem form. Quinn TPing out, and he'll actually find the right area. I didn't...
What
How
the
is
hell?
that not in vision, actually?
What a god.
Like a
I
nice
didn't know
little
that
crevice
Juke Squad
there.
even existed.
It looks like it's right in the open.
Yeah, apparently, I mean, there's this one little tree that does cover it, so well played from Quinn. Never seen that spot before, but well done by him here.
Like you said, long Roche timer, so 9-Panas will just have to disperse and farm out, but this gives Gaimin some opportunity to finish some of these items, like the BKB that we talked about for Quinn. I think the Manta, no, actually he did go for the Scotty on TV, so.
He did just finish it. And so the other thing is when you're behind, you want to like push out waves and try to force them to come back to you. But with Kiyotaka having travels and having the Lycan in his team, he can always just cover the one lane that Gaimin is going to go to try and push out. And they don't have the best heroes at stopping him. So they can, 9-Panas can basically play the whole map and pressure at the same time as Radiant get themselves the Tormentors.
Good boys, good
Shard
boys.
for Tofu.
It's a good save. Not as good as Grab Ally, of course. We'll see if 9-Panas even bother with it, because they haven't needed any types of saves yet.
Oh, yep, they are.
Oh.
He heard you.
Well, I think they saw that Gaimin did theirs and like, oh yeah, this is an objective.
Oh yeah, right. Thanks for the reminder, Gaimin.
Good stuff. So
like that ace.
It's either the techies are undying here.
It's gonna be techies.
Grab Ally it is. Too strong, man.
In the pool, baby. Oh, counterplay for the DK stun. Counterplay for the roar. They'll take that. Roche is up in 30. We'll see very soon if Gaimin are even thinking about contesting it. Because if they do want to, they need to be moving there already.
Yeah.
Unless maybe they want to set up on the Dire side, hoping that it won't spawn, which luckily for them, it will spawn basically around the nighttime spawn, so it will be on the Dire side.
They'll have 10 seconds until he moves over.
Well,
can they kill in 10 seconds?
No. Maybe if you have 80 mines that he just
80?
keeps walking through.
Okay.
As 9-Panas going for smoke, anticipating something. Ace is close. He does have a Crimson Guard. This is very good against the Dire cores.
Yeah, he's all alone. Kiyotaka gets off the Searing Chains. Tombstone is there as well, and that is a dead Beastmaster. No buyback at all, so this is going to be likely a free Roche for 9Pandas. We'll see if Gaimin want to contest anyway.
Yeah, they can't. I think there's no chance. As Roach, this is gonna die real fast. You have Solar Crest, you have Howl, Acid Spray, AC, some Flesh Golem hits or whatever that you had from before as well. So Aegis G's on deck as well for them. And yeah, all that's gonna be on Gaimin's mind right now is how do we take this next fight? What do we need to do? What's the positioning? Do we need buybacks, item timing, smoke around? Because this next fight is incredibly hard to execute for them.
Quinn about halfway to the Black Dragon. Well, actually, he needs 2 levels on top of that to be able to achieve the Black Dragon status. And is the Ags done? Not quite yet. So Miro 500 away from Wolfbite. Not sure if they even want to wait for anything. But that is theoretically a pretty good power spike to be able to bite the Elk.
Celery is doing some very annoying stuff, but very necessary stuff. He's trying to cut the top wave with a Black Dragon. He's got some creeps on mid as well. So trying to just give his team more time and space in order to, you know, try and get towards the items that you do need in this game to fight back. Because honestly, Gaimin in the last couple of minutes have done a good job at holding the game and keeping the net worth kind of even, which from this standpoint in the game, it's a very nice job from them.
Yep, so it was cut a bit, but there is still this big wave here, and 9Pandas is going to have to make sure that they protect it at all costs, as Chemical Rage apparently stolen here.
It's a siege creep. Let's see if they want to lift it. No.
And no more wave. Be a few seconds before the backdoor protection kicks in. Let's see if they can kill the tower first. It looks like they will be able to. And now, the exposed barracks. Quinn going with the Dragon Tail, available still. As Concoction from Ramses will be self-cast.
A little bit of a self-stun, as I think Ramses has, no, his Abyssal, or wait, whose career is dead? Is that I think Ramses has an Abyssal coming out, or soon, or whatever it may be. He did have it queued up earlier. Yeah, here it is, so that's very scary. I think whoever he jumps into, unless Tofu's available and quick on a telekinesis save, that guy will be blown out of the game. Looks like Solo is drawing a line. Maybe they want to do some surprise jump into the base, but I don't know if they're holding a smoke for this play. They're not.
Yep, the wave will be coming in from mid, as the Ranger Axe is now being beat on by Ramses. They will be able to give that up freely. Dragon Tail now onto Ramses.
They don't deal any damage to him.
Yeah, that is the main issue. As
Or
Racha's going to pop the meta. But there's the grab ally. The reflection bugging out horribly. That's an amazing animation. But the roar onto Solo himself. Ramses can pop the BKB along with a Concoction, trying to focus on his win, but he can only use it onto Ace, who gets beat down. No buyback for him. Blast up onto Darachi, who finally gets off that BKB now, focusing all his efforts onto Antares. Will be able to get this kill in all likelihood, but Ramses now the target that he probably wants to kill. Buyback from Celeries, meanwhile Kiyotaka keeping the rest of Gaimin Gladiators busy. Pops that cheese, like you said, attempting to TP out the Dragon Tail just in time, so a successful hold from Gaimin. That does cost them a buyback. And 9Pandas, I mean, they still have the Aegis. How much time does that even have left? Still 2 minutes, so they can regroup and try for this again, but not the cleanest take.
Oh, that's a very good hold for them. All they had to do was buyback on Celery, as I feel like 9Pandas went a little deep here. Sure, you do pick up Ace at the start, but now you're going onto Celery very deep. The Rachi just stands his ground with the BKB Scotty. Also, Chemical Rage ran out, like, so your top net worth Alchemist losing a lot of his power here, and Gaimin, the closer they get to their next items, this is a very big deal.
I mean, this, I would think that you just buy a shard on Ramses. You get the second Chemical Rage, kind of, Berserk Potion.
The little purge. It's very good, especially too. So in this game, you can take off the reflection, give yourself some attack speed. So Kiyotaka ending up dying there while using the cheese will have Shivas for the next fight. But Gaimin getting to hold even any fight is great for them. Quinn finishing up his Agonist Scepter. Like, DK is going to start getting pretty strong. You have to be careful if you're 9Pandas here.
Yeah, there's a certain point where you just don't bother even trying to kill him.
Yeah. It looks like they're just
still a level away from getting the 18 though. And Ramses and company want to use this Aegis. Gonna go for the mid lane. The Chemical Rage is popped. It's the highest net worth at 29 minutes of any
I'm not
hero.
surprised.
Yeah, he has been beasting it up. He's going to start actually buying the Aghanim Scepter. We'll talk about it in just a moment, of course. Very important. Darachi,
very important.
Try to delay this as long as possible. Tofu taking so much damage. The Concoction coming out now. Who's it going to be on?
Oh, nice
like
try
Darachi not able to dodge that, though. Continuing to throw things at Dyrachyo from afar. And there's the Sunder, bringing Ramsey to half HP, but again, with that Aegis at 10 seconds left, he's now a Wolf, so they have that Axe onto Miero.
Aegis is running out, though.
Yeah, the Aegis running out makes this a little awkward. Plus, the concoction not being there. Gets off the BKB during the roar. Grab ally inside, he's waiting. Kiyotaka taking a massive amount of damage, will Remnant away. Looks like Antares will not be so lucky, though. Double kill for Dyrachyo, another successful hold so far as Miero getting beat down from afar. The axes do hit, the towers might be enough. Looks like Quinn comes in to finish the job, and some way, somehow, Gaimin Gladiators defend again.
Ooh, my friends on 9 Pandas, they gotta be more careful with these moves. You have no Chemical Rage, your Aegis is running out too. GG just finding a perfect timing to go here. I mean, the grab ally really doing a lot of work. But look at Kiyotaka, he just has to go out of the fight as well. And I feel like the whole game turned now. Now it's 9 Pandas who, in my opinion, they have like one more fight in them. Miero just has 20 tower shots just flying behind him.
Yeah, the fact that they have not been able to get anything other than essentially a range racks in that top lane, that is not good for 9 Pandas. And you're right, this is a type of lineup that will run out of steam, especially when you're building all your items into this death ball going at once. And if you can't do it over a course of a couple pushes, it spell trouble for them.
Ramsey's gonna stun himself just to check if it works.
Yep.
Which it does. Because the thing is, for Ramsey's at 9 Pandas, he's been at his strongest point for like the last 6 minutes. Sure, he can still buy some items. He did split the Radiance for the Nullifier, so he'll have that now to like dispel some Force Staffs, Glimmer Capes, the Solar Crest as well. So that will help out. But these heroes on Gaimin Gladiators, they're getting very strong in this game. Like DKTV are not heroes to be underestimated the longer that this game does go. I would like 9 Pandas to be more decisive. Like they're just casually walking up and like trying to kill a tier 3 and like try to hit the racks. Like smoke up, go for a play. You're far behind, you're far ahead, you're super strong, but they're not showing me the confidence right now.
Well, Ags is gifted from Ramses to Kiyotaka. That is one of the best Ags in the game. Yeah. That's a pretty big power spike for him.
That's a big one.
And you can see his net worth just catapult now. Yeah, this is maybe the strongest they're going to be in this game. Because at this point, you start thinking about, like, the Ags on the other heroes are, I mean, it's not like they're bad. You might even think of using it on Lycan just to get the refund so you can buy an item on top of it. But this is where Alchemist starts to drop off a bit.
He can upgrade his Blink and then like maybe drop the boots for something. So he's got like maybe a couple more minutes in him where he does feel good. But I think for 9 Pandas, now especially you need to hit the time in the game where you talk about how you want to fight. Because the last 2 fights, like doing it casually, just walking in from the front is not good. The type of heroes they have is you want to overwhelm the enemy team. You want to get in there with your Ember. Now he has the Axe, he can do it even easier. You have the shapeshift on yourself. You shapeshift on Ramses as well. You just get in there and you overwhelm them. That's how they need to fight. Because Gaimin, they're just going to play the same fight as all the other ones. Allow DK and Dyrachyo to hit and they're chilling.
Kiyotaka going for a very, I mean, I guess it is only 33 minutes. Feels super late. Going for BKB now. That's going to be extremely effective. Obviously, there is the roar, though, you have to think about. And Dyrachyo with the Daedalus. Ramses, he sees blood. Going for Tofu to start things out with that Nullifier, but that Hand of God is going to keep him very safe. And now Ramses, he's going to get inside the Tombstone, the grab ally again.
Kiyotaka in the back, though.
He pops out early. Now he's taking massive damage. He's going to die outright. No buyback for him at all. And Gaimin Gladiators, they use a buyback onto a support, but their cores are extremely healthy. Kiyotaka gets off a nice slight chains. Going for ace. Looks like he might be able to take him. A triple kill for him. And because of the Aghanim Scepter, able to get away. But
he has a new Remnant in 3 seconds.
Yeah, he gets lifted up. Attempting to TP out again, and he will not make it! The blast off not in time to save him. Now Antares trying to go with the same route with the TP in front of everybody, and that's 0 for 3 on the TPs. This game for 9 Pandas, and now I think Gaimin Gladiators are at the advantage.
They're in the driver's seat now for sure. There's Kiyotaka in the backline here with Miero, does get to pick up both the supports in the backline. Good buyback from Tofu, but he's losing his Alchemist in the meantime. As I mean, Dyrachyo and Quinn, their fight is not really on a timer, right? Their forms, they last so long, whereas for 9 Pandas, when your BKB runs out or you lose Ramses, you lose your entire front line. As this was a nice play by Kiyotaka, gets the kill, and with the shard gets himself a new Remnant to try and get out. Then he even tries for the slide of fist into TP play, but it just barely doesn't work.
Yeah, good attempt.
So close.
If this came out a quarter second earlier,
he would have lived.
Unfortunate for 9panas, but we brought this. I mean, I'm not going to say that they've thrown. I don't think that is the case. It's just been better played by Gaimin, but we've seen this story before. 9panas at a seemingly insurmountable advantage, and now it's slipping away fight by fight. And like you said, I think Gaimin are in the driver's seat. The reflections have been insane, by the way. Like, they didn't have Radiance there, but in the past they had Radiance, Assault, Kuros. Like, you're getting these auras temporarily on the side of Gaimin.
I mean, he just does so much. And now Dyrachyo, he's got a butterfly. I think both Quinn and Dyrachyo, they are... You can't kill them anymore if you're 9panas. Like, you've gone over this threshold of items and HP where no matter what you do, Dyrachyo will be able to stand his ground. And when TP hits this time of the game, he is by far at his strongest. And not only that, he's got the Beast Aura too, backing up. He's got the heals, all the other auras. So 9panas, this was certainly their game so far. They still have... I would like to also say that they haven't really used the Shapeshift that well on Ramses. Like,
That's
he kind of
true.
went in on his own in last fight. Oh, but here it might be. Double Shapeshift.
Yeah, we'll see. They're going to try to go for a last-ditch effort despite being against the
Nice
Aegis
job by
right now.
Tofu.
Dyrachyo in the meta form. They're going to focus everything onto Ace to start things out. Ramsey's beating right through him, and they get him. And it looks like Antares is going to be taken out easily by Dyrachyo, and the tombstone is placed. Well, nobody's going to go inside. Already 3 dead for Gaimin Gladiators. Now they're focusing on everybody that does not have the Aegis. And Dyrachyo gets stunned, can't get off the Sunder in time. That is the Aegis down, and now he's going to be in melee form. And 9panas is going to completely surround him.
Any high fives?
Gets off the Sunder. Gets off the BKB as well. He wants to try to fight this out. Ramsey, he's going to get taken out very easily. Solo looks to be next. Another Sunder comes out. Fiero has to walk away, but Dyrachyo eventually falls.
Jesus.
Not going to be able to take them 1 versus 5.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how they take this fight into Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, but they win handily.
They fought properly for once, where they use all their spells and like they set up the fight with the double shapeshift. They run in the back. Tofu is trying to make as much space in the background as possible with his own remnants, and like all the supports just can't really play. And they found the best target with Ace, where they just go together, grab ally, making, I don't even know if it did some space here, but Antares also buys back. Like they had to lose like 4 or 5 fights in order to understand how they want to fight.
Apparently.
Let's go, 9panas.
Apparently. But this part was hilarious, though. Dyrachyo really showing up. And we can see on the live cam that Seller is going to be taken out. Blast off onto 2 with a Gleipnir there as well. Quinn and Ace have to be careful. Ace has been dying left, right, and center this game. Good targeting from 9panas. This is all without Ramses, by the way.
That's a Wolf Ember.
As Fiero and company looking to take out 2 sets of racks. As Quinn slowing Solo to a crawl. The mid racks is now down. Looks like Solo... Can he make it to the grab ally? He does, and then he dies. Grab ally temporarily saves him.
Literally died at the same time to like some splash attack from Quinn there, I think. As they did get 2 buybacks outright, yeah. So both Quinn and Celery, very costly defense, but Gaimin will be very happy to, well, hold on to the game. As well, at this point, it's just going to be about which cores really get to stand their ground and hit. 9panas, their initiations need to be crisp, because if they mess up at any point and Quinn and Dyrachyo get to stand their ground, they're gonna blast everyone from 9panas out of this map.
Okay.
Ah, he's fine. Does Ramses have the shard? No.
Shard to Antares. Congratulations, techies. I mean, what were they hoping for? I mean, Miero has the wolf spawning.
He doesn't, but I think the wolf is kind of whatever. I would
remnant
say.
for Kiyotaka would have been pretty good.
He's got that, so you want either your techies or your alt to get it, and so techies did get it. I would say you're pretty happy about that. Reactive Taser, it's a good game for it.
Yeah, what is Ramses building now? It looks like he's going for, he has Butterfly. So Overwhelming Blink.
Yeah.
And then Shard, so no more Ags, unfortunately. Love to see some Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, if he wants to make himself strong as Kiyotaka.
Yep, Ace, you can see that is the target every single fight for 9panas, and it's worked out as of late. Ramses in the wolf form, gonna
self-stun for
himself.
Now. Second wolf form.
Yep.
And that's a lot of bros running at you.
He's gonna get silenced though, right in the midst of things. Quinn, telekinesis, but the grab ally saving him again. And now Quinn, he's gonna get grab ally. What is this? 2 grab allies in the same game. How can you destroy these tombstones?
Oh, Quinn,
But
he's dying.
Quinn, he comes out of the tombstone and dies shortly after. Doesn't work as well if you're not on actual Undying's team, it seems. A 2-for-1 to start
Dead
this
for 2
fight.
minutes.
Concoction from Ramsey doesn't have his ult to work with, though.
He's
just
shredded.
getting right-clicked down by Dyrachyo. Absolutely melts him. The roar now into Kiyotaka. Do they have the damage? Sleight of fist. Does he have the remnants up? Another sleight of fist. He's going to get the kill, but dies right after the fact. So in the end, it's a 3-for-3. These fights are insane. There's an assault curious on a Chen.
There's some double tombstone action coming out. It's honest, it saved both teams there. Kiyotaka gets put in the first, Tofu stealing the tombstone to then put Quinn in it for the time being, as 20 million zombies are out on the deck right now, slowing everyone.
There's a third tombstone, right? Is that that's the talent from
It's
Solo?
Solo dying. Yeah, that checks out.
Unless he has a refresh. 3 grab allies available in this fight.
Here, I think maybe you could have tried to play a slower fight, but look at the Dyrachyo's damage. Like, Beast Aura, Penitence, and the Thunder Hide also giving the attack speed to him. Just overestimating how they can fight. Because Dyrachyo is a beast if he gets to hit. He nearly got out there, as he did get a new remnant from killing Celery. Celery has an AC.
And Boots of Tranquil, that Tranquil Boots picked up.
Boots of Tranquil?
Right? Boots of Tranquil, yeah. Into the Boots of Bearing, of course, very exciting.
Yeah, Tombstone on death has been acquired, so we'll see.
Gotta be careful not to give away that Tombstone.
Yeah.
That gives Rubik 2 saves with his Telekinesis Shard.
Whew, this game is actually getting crazy.
Yeah.
We're getting some of the higher talents. As Dyrachyo got himself the Sunder talent, I believe.
He used that in the last fight before that, I think, right?
Yeah.
I think it 2 uses.
As Ramses is trying to scrape in.
Yeah, that's a lot of Trickster.
4 of them.
Yeah, that's...
I think you're playing into like triple physical damage around, so let's check out. I mean, Kiyotaka's doing a great job in these fights, getting on the backlines, like trying to take specifically Tofu out of the game, who in return is also doing a good job at trying to delay it as much as possible. I mean, this Trickster Cloak could be annoying. If you're Kiyotaka, you need someone with a gem or a dust to follow you in order to even kill the Rubik.
True, Kiyotaka's going to show on the wave. You can hear Quinn using his ult.
They're looking for a play.
For an opening. Dyrachyo's going to show himself. A little awkward engagement, Kiyotaka.
Okay, Hex.
6 to start things out. Dyrachyo left all alone right now. Quinn's going to try to focus down on the solo, on dying. But you can see the Terrorblade already at half HP, but the Sunder comes out onto the Lycan, and he's going to drop like it's hot, but Quinn dies first. And now Ace, the recipient of all this damage from Ramses. Again, they're targeting him time and time again. 3 for 2, and now they're going to completely surround Dyrachyo. Can they actually take out this Terrorblade in meta form? He is just standing his ground, and Solo with all these sentries cannot get away. Double kill for Dyrachyo. Solo buys back into the game. These tombstones are starting to really stack up here. Gonna be able to kill out that tombstone eventually. And Ramsey's trying to bide his time as Dyrachyo's gonna get spotted.
The flip
Life near to keep him in place.
Oh, he's coming back soon.
They gotta wait for Solo. He's got his blood grenades ready to go. Searing Chains. Concoction from Ramsey's ready to go as well. Dyrachyo trying to stand his ground again in a 1 versus 3. Will he get the Sunder up? Can they land it? The Abyssal Blade is enough. He does have buyback though. Ace already used his, and they have to defend their base. Looks like 2 sets of racks now. The melee did go down in the top lane.
I don't even know how Tofu survived in this fight. I'm pretty sure Kiyotaka chased him for like 38 seconds. He just somehow TPs out in the fight, but either way, 9 Pandas get to win the fight. Got some buybacks going on. They're going to try to push forward as we're in for a heavy roller coaster in this game. But Kiyotaka, he's got a refresher coming out. This man is a scary ember. This has to be by far the highest hero damage on this tournament at this stage. 68k?
Yeah, that's right. That's
that
quite a bit. Right on cue. Now, even if they expend the buyback onto Dyrachyo, he does not have meta for 36 seconds. And it's not like he has an Axe or anything to get the temporary meta. But Quinn, he's going to try to open things up. They're going to get the Dragon Tail first.
Roar.
Kiyotaka
Grab ally.
into the roar, and he's dead! No grab ally, Solo dieback.
They did this without the Dyrachyo buyback, and Kiyotaka, he doesn't have one in return.
That is disastrous for 9 Pandas.
Ooh. I don't know if they...
And Quinn, I mean, he has an Orchid. Now, his damage is starting to get pretty absurd. Before, it was just him being mega tanky. Yeah. But now the damage is coming through.
Yeah, you always need like this 1-2 more items after your axe to start becoming a threat in these longer drawn-out fights, but during this time of the death timers from 9Pandas, Roshan is going to respawn here. Because, yeah, we see the he's just a beast. They can't really deal with him until the very end. You have to play some Medusa gaming where you just ignore him.
Yeah.
It's here. Nice job with the...
Look at Solo coming in for the grab ally, not
the
in
lift
range.
back, though.
And you can see him lift his arms, but he hasn't worked out enough.
with the limp.
Yeah. I don't think he can build definition in his muscles, considering he is dead. An undying creature.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Can't work out those bones, those muscles.
Well, 3K lead for 9Pandas means absolutely nothing here. And this should be a free Roche like he talked about, so it's going to be another refresher shard.
Oh my god. What do we even want? Double? Do you want double
meta.
lore?
It's
Do you want
gotta be
double meta? I think you could give it to Ace and then pass it on to Dyrachyo in the fight. Because like there's immediate use if you see the double roar, whereas if you want double meta, it's like, I think you have more time to coordinate, but either way, gonna be happy about that. As these fights are just getting crazy. 9Pandas are gonna have to, they need to continue doing what they have been doing. Yeah. Where Kiyotaka goes in the back, he does his Dragon Ball, fly around, bounce around, try to kill Tofu, and just try to kite Dyrachyo. So they're doing a party gate into bottom.
They will show themselves on the wave.
What does Celery even buy next?
Rapier.
Yeah, that's a good one.
He has the attack speed now. Ace. Yeah, he is very rich.
I guess you could like buy some Ags, encourage someone.
I'm still waiting for a block of cheese at some point.
Nah, that's never coming. You think any of them think about that? Nah.
No, they probably forgot it existed.
Yeah.
How much HP would it have to be worth going for? It's 500 right now.
I feel like it would have to make you invincible.
Invincible?
Yeah.
Okay.
For
that's
3 seconds, and you can use it on an ally.
That's unreasonable.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Kiyotaka pushing this lane. He's going for a nullifier now. And
bottom tower has fallen.
I think it's a... The nullifier is a good choice. You need to nullify this goddamn Tofu guy. He just glimmers and like tricksters away from you as they're going for...
Yeah, they're going for Rat Dota. Dyrachyo and company are poking at the high ground, but
to the back.
if they're not careful, they will get megaed. And this is going to be a mass TP
There's
from
a roar
Gaimin
that went off.
Gladiators. They get the roar into the Dragon Tail. This will cost the life of Miero.
Oh, and the fear.
Yeah, they do have that Aghanim Scepter on Dyrachyo now. So Terror Wave at the ready. So that play is punished, but it does prevent them from pushing the high ground of 9Pandas. As Ramsey's continuing to farm.
For what? At this point, so he can get the shard, give himself an Ags.
That's true. Ags was buffed at some point to give more damage, and what else does it give actually? Bonus damage and Spell Amp, so Spell Amp is useless, of course.
Yeah, pretty...
in this build.
Not so important for him.
Yeah, he already has part of it actually. That's right. That's the change, right? You don't have to have an Ags to benefit from it directly.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, Ace is 25. He's got the Roar talent.
At this point, getting an Ags on like techies, if you can gift one to him, fighting into that minefield can be pretty insane.
Yeah, it will help. The only problem is that Gaimin have a lot of heroes that actually get to stand their ground. It's better against heroes that have to like move a lot, but I mean, you'll take anything at this point because fights are not easy for you.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a game changer necessarily, but like at this point, like what else can you go for?
Yeah, I don't think you can do much really.
Like the Undying Ags is good, I guess. I mean, but Solo, I don't know if he has enough in him to get these decays off.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind the Undying Ags. I think getting a lot of decays out is good, but this game is just about teamfight execution at this point. I think it's swaying more and more in the favor of Gaimin, where 9Pandas need to start being creative with how they fight, how they move. Need some very crisp communication at this point as Gaimin, they're hitting 9Pandas racks for the first time in this game now.
Backdoor protected, but they have the damage. It seems
Kiyotaka?
right here. 2 heroes. Kiyotaka wants to get the fight started right off the bat. The concoction coming from Ramsey. He is a wolf. He's going to be able to take out that Rubik pretty damn fast, but the roar on the Kiyotaka. Sleight of Fist at the remnant away. Celery looks like he's going to be the first to fall. And now Quinn on the high ground. Kiyotaka trying to out him, but he can't get to the other side of the trees. Might have to TP back to get his mana back. And Quinn just continuing to pound from above.
Thunder.
And Dyrachyo is there as well, as Solo looks to be mega dead, but he still has such a high HP pool. And you can see they are going to get Dyrachyo. That is the Aegis. And now Quinn going to be the target. It's nullified right now. The concoction to follow. He's running out of steam. And Kiyotaka, now that he has that full mana capacity, able to do a lot of damage. Triple kill for Ramses in this fight as Dyrachyo continuing to stand his ground with that BKB meta. But he's getting kited as gets off the Sunder, but there's the blast off to follow. He gets off the Refresher, another BKB for him,
Sunder.
and another Sunder to follow. Another wave. Can he do the damage needed to actually make a difference in this fight? Because he is getting kited so hard, and you can see their base is getting absolutely destroyed. He's going to get silenced. There's the blast off, and down goes Terrorblade.
Yeah, close on the chains there as well. Okay, Dyrachyo's gonna be forced to have to buy back here as 9 Panda just kind of swinging around the fight with the double wolf form, the ping pong ball that Kiyotaka is, just flying around. Did have to use his refresher. Probably had like 14 remnants in this fight.
That's, yeah, full team wipe, 2 buybacks. And the important thing is, I feel like 9 Pandas they're just gonna go in this next few seconds because Terror Wave is down for 50 seconds, Meta down for 100. And he's already used that Refresher chart, although he is about to purchase Refresher Orb. So he will have that at his disposal again.
He's still very strong. He's gonna be, he does have enough money now, as, I mean, on
absolute raid boss.
He got off like 4 hexes in the last fight as well, which is absurd. It just goes to show how 9 Pandas did play this fight by kiting it out, getting multiple rounds of spells off against the low duration BKBs, as now we're back to the Reagan base.
Yep, fortification. Can they get megas, and will that even be enough at this stage of the game? As Kiyotaka, with the ridiculous amount of damage output in this game, they're going to try to go onto the Rubik, tries to get the force dive hop, but the nullifier is there. But Tofu, he steals the Revenant, but the ability onto Dyrachyo, he's dead! Die back! Oh my goodness, now Ramses and company trying to go on top of Quinn, but he's going to get saved via the telekinesis. Tombstone placed by Solo, and they're going to focus down the buildings, knowing that this Terrorblade cannot get back into the game.
Now if they want to
the Ancient fully exposed. Quinn's going to go inside the Ancient. Backdoor protection is there, though, so 9 Pandas might have to at least temporarily retreat and wait for a wave. But the blink in from Ramses, he wants to get revenge onto Quinn. The roar applied to him right now, as Quinn's still inside the freaking Ancient as the Dragon. He is hexed up, nullified. Ace doing a lot of damage with these drums. Are they actually going to focus the Ancient, or are they going to go for these kills? Ramses with the concoction, blast off from Antares. Again, Quinn continuing to rain blows from above inside the Ancient. He's going to go invis temporarily as they're trying to focus down this Ancient, but they don't have the damage yet. The buybacks come out now from 9 Pandas. Shivas is there. Quinn finally will drop. He does have his buyback available as Ace gets the Tombstone, and now Kiyotaka.
Ace still has cheese.
The roar is there again, and the cheese to follow. Is this going to be enough damage for Ace? No DK form for Quinn, so he's in this pathetic melee form right now. They take out Kiyotaka, but he revenants back in, gets a huge slide of fist, and this looks like the beginning of the end for Gaimin Gladiators, but that's another buyback on the Ace, but that's a dieback from the side of Quinn, and now surely they can just focus on the Ancient instead of these heroes, and Ace, that will be the dieback for him. And 9 Pandas eventually will take game 1. Holy balls, this was a good one. This was a good one.
What a sicko game. We just had like 18 back and forths. 9 Pandas with a sick early and mid game and making, you know, some mistakes. Game and bring it back. They go to their base. You go back and forth. You have like 18 billion different spell usages, buybacks back and forth. But 9 Pandas, holy my god, just somehow bring it back with a 2-minute throne push.
That was very back and forth. And there was a point where I thought Gaimin were in the driver's seat. I thought they were going to win. Yeah. We've seen this story before. We mentioned it in this cast. We mentioned it literally every time these teams face each other because it seems to happen time and time again. But 9 Pandas able to take it this time. And hey, is it Ramses not chipping? Is that the secret to their success?
I think that's the sauce. But also, bro, Kiyotaka's Ember, holy damn. This guy put a lot of people on his back in this game. His damage output, his prioritization in the team fight, always going on the back. Yeah, Kiyotaka is, I've got my eyes on this young kid for sure. This guy is good.
He has absolutely destroyed. He was level 30 by the end of the game, 17-5 and 23. That buyback, I mean, that's the thing about Ember Spirit in these extreme late game situations. When you have the refresher, when you have buyback, you can remnant all the way across to the other side of the map. Like that is there's not many heroes that can have that kind of impact in this type of late game scenario. But what are you looking to, or what can Gaimin Gladiators do to come back from such a defeat?
I mean, maybe they're used to having, I think, maybe a little more early game and the way where you can kind of like go together with the heroes, but they'll need that next game because 9Pandas, they abused that in this game.
Yep, panel, break this one down.
This one down. I'm on panel yet again with Fear, Lacoste, and Purge. And Fear, I'll be honest, I was prepared to roast y'all when you came back here. Y'all gave me so much gas, so much faith in Gaimin. And at early points in the game, around the 25 to 30 minute mark, I'm thinking this is 100% over. But Gaimin Gladiators started to bring it back. This was much, much closer than it anywhere had to be.
Yeah, for sure, and I was surprised myself. I thought 9Pandas going to that high ground for the first couple times. Like, this game's over. They're up like 17,000 gold. Looks pretty clinical from here, but no, Gaimin Gladiators showing why they're a top-tier team. Even though they're good in the early game, they're also great in the late game here. Being able to almost pull this one back is no easy feat, and props to 9Pandas too. They brought it back again when Gaimin Gladiators brought it back. So both these teams showing how veteran they are in these late game situations.
I think the impressive thing about 9Pandas consistently when I watch them is that Solo and Ramses, they are so good at laning. Like they see these kill opportunities like 3 seconds before they happen, kind of a thing. So that's what happened this game. They completely blew the game open by getting Ace extremely behind. It doesn't happen often. He got behind and Tofu got behind. And then how do they get kills? It's like a Dragon Knight with Midas. It's a Terrorblade who needs time to farm. There's a Chen, there's no damage. So because of that, it took them 25 minutes to level up and get enough auras that they could actually out DPS 9Pandas. That's when the game finally got close.
The game did get very close to Lacoste, but the execution that we saw from Gaimin Gladiators in these mid-game team fights, we get to see a demonstration of why they are regarded as the best team in the world.
Yeah, pretty much, but it also, like, this Undying Tombstone, it has been nerfed in the previous patch, but it's also so good still. Like, so many saves coming out from Solo. Like, Dyrachyo, I think he's standing in the middle of the fight, swapping his items, using Refresher, double, triple Sunder, BKB, Wave of Terror. Like, these fights are lasting for so long, and when it comes down to execution, I think, like, just prioritizing targets in the fight, that's what kind of broke the game. Like, this is where 9Pandas came in very clutch, especially Kiyotaka and Miero. Like, Miero, first he was using this Wolf Bite onto Ramses, and they're like, you know what, Kiyotaka, he seems to be the real carry of this game, because he dealt more than 100,000 damage in this game on his Ember Spirit. Pretty nuts.
Broke records of pretty much every capacity at every minute mark in terms of damage output in this game. Kiyotaka had an incredible performance on his Ember Spirit, but overall 9Pandas just had a great game. And to have a quick highlight of exactly how good this game was, the STC play of the day, of course, is going to belong to them. This fight right here, at this point you're thinking to yourself, all right, Gaimin Gladiators, they just got a Roshan, they just got a Cheese. This is when the momentum was starting to shift back in their direction. But Fear, here, 9Pandas, I'll be honest, I would not have the stomach to pursue this fight immediately after the Rosh.
Yeah, it's all about the initiation here. It's Kiyotaka yet again. We talked about his Ember, just getting in there right away, and I think Miro being able to get that Wolf Bite right away onto Ramses. They just catch him by surprise here. And this is like, when you thought Gaimin Gladiators, they're about to pull it back. They're going to go ahead and take it back the other way and take some barracks. But 9Pandas, not even afraid that they have Cheese and Aegis. They just take that initiation. They show that they're here to play. They're playing to win. They're not playing to lose here. And that's exactly how they turn this game.
In a lot of fights, it was really just about killing Ace first. So when they scouted them at the start of this clip with the Wolves, and Kiyotaka jumps in, breaking Blink Daggers, that means you're not going to see Gladiators jump in. So they get to go the opposite way. Kill Ace first, stop the Roar, take his auras out of the fight, limit their DPS as a result, and that's really... And he also had Greaves too. He was pumping out heals too.
And so many times you see Terrorblade being left alone, you know, because he's the most sustainable with the Satanic BKB Refresher Aghanim Scepter in the fight, and then he's like, oh, he's gonna clean up. Then there's a clutch Glimmer Cape, another maybe grab ally comes through, just way too many things, and he doesn't have reveal. Like me and Fear were watching, it's like, oh, there's no gem, there's like nothing, there's no sentry around, so he can't even kill anyone. It looks like he's gonna kill everybody, but doesn't kill anyone in the end.
Yeah, for me, one of the more impressive parts about this game is the fact that even though 9Pandas had an overwhelming amount of physical damage, there were 4 Trickster Slokes on the side of the Gaimin Gladiators. Somehow they just understood how to play the edges of the fight, going in, going out. Very annoying sort of circumstances for Gaimin Gladiators to have to play into, and ultimately it does lead to their defeat. Their first defeat, Fear, on the Radiant side of the map. That is going to be a huge deal for Nine Pandas in their confidence going into Game 2.
Oh, definitely. I think if you're playing against Gaimin Gladiators as well, they're starting to look more and more mortal. You win a game like that on Nine Pandas, you beat them in the early game, you beat them in the late game. You've got to be really confident. You just got to be a little careful about that mid game there where it slipped just a little bit for them.
Yeah, it's also going to give them a lot of confidence coming into Game 2, because I was a little worried. You know, they had, what, 15, 16, 17,000 net worth lead, and if they lost that game, team like Nine Pandas, they do tend to crumble in the second game. But I think this is going to be a huge boost just overall for the team.
Very big boost for the side of the Nine Pandas overall. Very good thing that as they came out onto the stage, we saw Ramses flexing, making sure that he's ready for this matchup. And of course, there's more flexing happening elsewhere here on the Riyadh Masters. To show you some of that flex, we have our man Jenkins in the gym with the coach of Team Liquid.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, here at the gym at Riyadh Masters with the illustrious coach of Team Liquid, who just 2-0 Team Tundra, the TI winning team. How did that series go? Did that go as planned? Did they do anything that surprised you?
I felt kind of bad for them because they have AUI, who is obviously a really good player, but it's obviously not Soxa. So yeah, it was tough, but you know, got the job done. Felt like we're gaining confidence, so it was good.
So, in terms of this event versus other events, I know you've said some of them, your team needs a lot more coaching because you guys are figuring stuff out. Sometimes you kind of chill and they've got everything figured it out. What's this event like in terms of how much you're coaching compared to other ones?
This event is pretty tough actually for that. I think like we have to do a lot more work here to be good because everybody's really motivated. And
you're not done your set.
I've done like 18 reps now. It's really hard to focus. Like,
okay, I got another question for you. So, one thing, of course, as you are the Gym Buddha and I'm one of your disciples, you have this 7 out of 10 philosophy, and I was wondering if you could quickly explain that to the audience. Your 7 out of 10 philosophy.
Oh, it's just like most of the time I usually try to list a workout between 1 to 10, 10 being like, I cannot physically do more. And that's usually what you quit out at. And then usually I try to aim for like a 7 or an 8 so that I'm not myself. Like I know that there's room to grow. Like if I say something's like a 5 or 6, I'll try to push myself up, or I'll do more weight, or I'll do more reps, stuff like that. But I'm kind of out of shape right now, but I'm doing my TI grind now.
And there are 7 out of 10s in life as well, right? It goes outside the gym, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Matsu told me once that on our team, like when things are going well, you should push and try to like make people a bit unhappier and not so satisfied. And when things are going poorly, you want to like pump up the mood and not focus so much on the Dota stuff. So, you know, it's about knowing the balance of where things are at all times.
All about the balance, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Riyadh Masters with Team Liquid. Blitz, thank you very much for working out with me and joining me on this interview. He's maxing that out, so he's actually very tired right now, and so am I. So we'll go back to the panel. Shout out to you, panel.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. And of course, Nine Pandas and the side of Gaimin Gladiators, both of them are playing at a 10 out of 10 in that game. Absolutely nothing left on the table. We see them resting and preparing for their next matchup. As they do, Nine Pandas coming into this game were undefeated on Ember Spirit, undefeated on Lycan, only suffering a solitary loss on the Alchemist. At this point in time, they don't feel like they need to change anything at all here, Fia. They can just pursue exactly what they've been doing already, because it can work even against Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, definitely, especially because Gaimin Gladiators, they got their comfort too. They got a draft that they're well familiar with. They got Radiant, which they were 100% win rate on. They broke both of those. And it's really going to come down to Gaimin Gladiators. You probably just don't give them that drafting, and you got to ban some of those key heroes you just mentioned.
You know what numbers they did fulfill, though, was increasing Chen's lose rate.
Oof, how bad is it now?
I don't know. Who cares? It's terrible.
They dropped it down below 20. It's, at the end of the tournament, it just might be.
Why do you think teams keep picking the Chen though, Purge? Because every single time that we see it, right, there are some glimmers of hope, but reliably, game in, game out, it ends up sort of falling flat. And it's not like he didn't have a good game on the Chen. He was extremely well farmed on this hero. Their lane went well, and they still lose.
It's not the best jungle hero. That's the problem. So people are like, well, I need a jungle hero. Chen it is. And then they're like, oh, weird, it keeps losing. I wish this was Enchantress, or I wish this was somebody else. That's the problem.
Another hero that they've just lost on again here, Lacoste, is this Beastmaster. This is their third game on Beastmaster at this tournament, and they have not been able to eke out a victory just yet on the hero. What's going on? Because normally I'm used to Ace dominating the entire map, being top net worth on the hero, being extremely instrumental in the fights. Why is it not working?
Especially in this one, he got focused heavily. I think just going for the backlines, what Kiyotaka was doing, taking out these supports, go on Chen, make him feel uncomfortable, maybe use Hand of God. Same goes for the Beastmaster, because Beastmaster, what he wants to do in a team fight, he just like pops that Aghanim Scepter, Drums of Slum, Roar gets the max stacks immediately, and then he's sustainable. Like, he's very difficult to kill, especially if there's another like layer of items. If you get a Force Staff, a Glimmer Cape on top of him, he just doesn't die that early on. But they like went full force on Beastmaster, take him out, which also means that they lose a lot of attack speed coming out from his aura, so that's a big deal when you have Terrorblade with that extra attack speed. It's just a good prioritization coming up from 9Pandas.
One of the focuses I want to have here, Fia, is a positive aspect of what we saw from Gaimin Gladiators. Even though they ended up losing, yes, they were mounting a very good comeback, but Tofu played. That was one of the best Rubiks I've seen this entire tournament so far.
Oh, he definitely played great. I think everyone on Gaimin Gladiators, when they got behind, when things were getting hard, they kept their composure. They know what their win condition was still, and they went for it. And I think this is like two teams right now that are playing at the top level of Dota here. I would not be surprised if both these teams make it to the playoffs, and even if they get to the playoffs, they do really well here. We're seeing some top-notch Dota.
The playoffs beckon for both of these squads right now. 9Pandas, with this victory, get themselves out of the relegation zone and are very much on track to enter the playoffs. And we're going to be seeing if they have what it takes to make it a 2-0 fashion over Gaimin Gladiators as we enter into game number 2. The bell has rung. Game 2 is about to be underway between 9Pandas and Gaimin Gladiators. Historically, it has been very much favored for the Gaimin Gladiators. 9Pandas have been able to go 1-1 in group stages before, but not a single time in their history have they gone 2-0 over the Gaimin Gladiators. Purge, is this a possibility here based on the state of play that you saw from 9Pandas? How confident are they going into Game 2?
I think it's very possible. I mean, Gladiators, they draw with a decent amount of teams in group stage, so this doesn't scare me too much for their overall stakes, and 9Pandas has shown to be playing really effectively. I mean, they've drawn every team except for EG, so that's a lot of other really solid teams, including Quest Esports. So yeah, they can definitely take it to them. It just comes down to the draft, and I think Gaimin Gladiators identified problem number 1. It's the Undying. It is the Blood Grenade hero, and they have the Blood Grenade player, so like, why would you let them have it?
Yep. Another thing they do really good with this Undying Lacoste is that every game, between 5 and 7 minutes, Solo will come to your side of the map, take the Twin Gate on this Undying, ensure that they get kills there. Are there any other heroes that you can think of that can give them that degree of aggression from the 5 roll?
Look at the heroes that Solo played. I mean, he loves to be very active on heroes like Clockwork and also Batrider, like even Disruptor. Like, these are heroes that when he plays it, tends to go through the Twin Gates, gets a lot of stuff done, but Undying's one of those heroes that just like dives the tower. He does not care too much about it, drops the Tombstone, and then your carry just dies. But I like how they address the problem, and 9Pandas, they will get the Rubik of their own. This is also, you know, a flex pick for them. They could play it on Solo if necessary, but definitely feels like Antares hero. Like, I think Antares, and also just to bring back like the techies from the last game, I think techies nowadays, like, you need to be really good at the hero. There was like 3 patches ago, where everybody's like, you know what, I'm a techies player now because the hero was so OP, but now you need to really be good at it to make it work, especially in the pro scene.
And they actually spammed it before it got good too. Like they were like the techies player, so that's why it looked decent last game.
Speaking of decent, the Enchantress comes out for Celery, you know. Purge was mentioning here that Chen not necessarily the best jungle hero. Ench, very, very good still.
Yeah, definitely, especially when Celery plays that one of his signature heroes here. I've been struggling a little bit looking at Gaimin Gladiators, which I normally don't struggle with their first 2 to see what they're going to pick, but even they're struggling on their first 2 what they want to pick here, which is very unusual for them. And I think that's because 9Pandas, they have a very good read on how to ban against them. They ban the Timber, they ban the Io, they're even forcing Gaming to ban the Undying and Brood, both heroes that they love to play here. So now it looks like they're just going to revert back a little bit towards like last patch, right? These are 2 nerfed heroes, and they're just going to first phase them, and they didn't snap pick them, which means I don't feel like this is like utmost confident thing from Gaimin Gladiators, thinking they didn't want this necessarily. They're just kind of like settling with it.
Yeah, pretty much, because they haven't drafted. I just had to check because it didn't ring a bell. Opening up with position 4 and 5 in the first phase, it just doesn't scream Gaimin Gladiators, because you want to be opening up, you know, having at least that 1 core. It can also be, you know, this offlane Enchantress that Ace ran a few times throughout the DPC, but most likely it's just going to be a Celery hero, and 9Pandas, because Enigma was still available, they're going to pick it up. We see the rise of Enigma from the position 5 role. It looks really good. Malefice has been buffed. It's also a hero that does tend to go to jungle early on. This is something that Purge touched upon. You know, Chen in the previous game, sure, he jungles, but he doesn't jungles as fast as Enigma.
Yeah. This hero's pretty good with Blood Grenade as well, you know, with the Malefice. He can utilize it. We saw a lot of that last game, Ace. It was just solo. He's just getting behind him with a Tombstone, Blood Grenade, and he would just die. You can do the same thing with Enigma, just the Malefice, Blood Grenade, have some right-clicking carry. We know how much Solo loves to go through that twin gate too, as well, to go try and gank the enemy carry. This is a really good hero for him, so I do like that pickup a lot.
Yeah, my viewpoint of the techies pick is they're trying to force 9Pandas into being more limited on what supports they could pick, because Solo's most picked so far are Oracle at 5 matches and Shadow Demon at 5, but Shadow Demon plus Rubik feels a little too weak to me. I think Enigma fits those gaps better at laning, gives them some good team fight, and the flex isn't terrible either. And they certainly weren't going to pick it themselves because they're against a Rubik, which is just kind of dangerous to do.
Very good point on the flex, because Miro has played this hero as well for 9Pandas, so they certainly can deploy it in a bevy of roles. I'm also very curious about what they're going to follow this up with in the second phase for Gaimin Gladiators, given that they have to reveal double core, so probably Ace's hero first and then followed up with Quinn's hero to end off with Diraicho, I imagine, but we shall see. But interestingly enough, 9Pandas, despite the fact that they just won with the Lycan, they're the ones that make the decision. This feels pretty good. Let's remove it from the game.
Yeah, Enigma really suffers against Lycan. There's no way for you to protect, especially if you go for him with the Overlord build. Rubik as well, you put yourself in a spot where you're like, well, how do we deal with that? And then you, most of the time, is just going to die. But have in mind, this is also Rubik into techies. Like, we've seen this matchup so many times where Rubik just takes over. He takes the mines, and then he can be the one, that annoying position 4 that does set up for Roshan defense. And then you can see the smokes coming up, especially for the later stages of the game.
We'll see if Antares can get his hands on it, though. Last game, we didn't really see the Rubik. We didn't see Tofu able to steal that spell specifically, even though he played well otherwise. But considering that Gladiators are maybe less of techie specialists, there's a higher chance he gives it away, I think.
Yeah, and I think for this Enigma flex, it's going to be a little more difficult unless they're willing to pick their carry right out of the gate here, because they have to pick first, and then Gaimin Gladiators will respond with 2 heroes. So if they pick a support, they're going to know the Enigma's offlane. If they pick like any mid or offlaner as well, they're going to know kind of a bit where this Enigma's going. So I guess they could pick a mid or a carry here if they want to still flex, but I don't think that's something you particularly want to do on first pick here. So I believe this most likely will be a support Enigma, and then they'll probably just end up picking some core that might be good for the game here. But what would that be? It's hard to say, because Gaimin hasn't really shown anything. They've just shown 2 supports at this point. So I would pick something for 9Pandas that just fits well with your draft, and that could be anything at this point. If Rubik's gonna be your 4, most likely you want to pair with a melee pos 3.
5 seconds remaining.
So we have Doom removed. Obviously, Nine Pandas play that hero across 3 different roles. They have taken out the Pangolier from Quinn and no Beastmaster for Ace. And despite the fact that the Beastmaster ended up losing, like you said, Lacoste, every fight where he was alive and instrumental in the fight, they win. When they kill him first, they lose. So rather remove that X factor from the game entirely.
Oh, so they're gonna get Ember Spirit. Last time, they protected Ember Spirit with some of these nastier picks. There was a Huskar ban, and there was also, what was it?
Snapfire, I think.
Snapfire, yeah. This is the hero that I'm looking at because he does well against Enchantress. It's like, maybe they need one hero to play off. You can play off Malefice. Rubik is so-so. It's not like the best hero to play with the Snapfire, but I could definitely see Snapfire being picked up here.
Yeah, I think that'd be a really solid snag. I do like the Ember against those 2 supports, though, generally, because you're going to be able to hit the back line and find them, and that should make it easier for you and your other cores to pick them apart. Especially if we're talking about Enigma 5. He can't really defend himself very well, especially against an Ember who's going to be zipping around all the time. Even like landing in a good black hole kind of just takes that out of the equation and makes Enigma more of a strong laning hero and not much else. So, and Quinn's very good on it too, so I think it's a good pick in this position.
The only thing I'd be careful for here on 9 Pandas, maybe I wouldn't pick it now, but Kiyotaka has played Meepo.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, I gotta be careful for
looking.
Meepo. Because these heroes right now are not good versus the Meepo. Not at all. So they're either gonna pick something stable for him that's good against the Ember, or they'll just end up picking their carry here, plus their support or off lane, and then maybe wait until it's a perfect Meepo game in that last pick and see if Gaimin Gladiators does sniff that out or not.
They do have good damage solutions against Meepo, though. I mean, there's pure damage from Enchantress. Yep. Techies does do a lot of AoE damage, which is kind of mixed good, but...
Let's see if they want to keep that option available. So maybe try to camouflage it or just pick up position 5 hero or offlane. I think this Enigma is going to be 5. Never mind. So just get some offlaner and leave this potential Meepo pick for the last. This is also Juggernaut. I think Ramsey is one of the better Juggernaut players out there. Like all these Eastern European carriers, pretty much when you
love it,
yeah, when you feel like there's a tough game coming up, Juggernaut is going to show up.
Really thinking about it here. It's like, do we want to pick our mid here? What do we want to do with our Enigma? There's lots of questions here for 9 Pandas because they do have that flexibility here. And they are probably talking about maybe we can get that last pick Meepo. We don't want to pick it now. So a lot of internal discussion here as the clock winds down.
One of the things I really like about Jug against these heroes is that he's very good against like these like poke from long range initiators. Like if he gets slight chains, he puts down the healing ward, you know? And even if he gets followed up on, healing ward's already done. Kind of similar with Techies as well. Ooh. And a Witch Doctor?
Is that the first Witch Doctor of the game?
I think when I last checked yesterday, he was not picked.
Yeah. This is interesting because now there's so much sustain on the side of 9 Pandas. Yeah. You were mentioning that they poke and prod from Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, healing ward down and plus the heals from Witch Doctor, that feels really, really good.
It's like not even that amazing against the enemy heroes. I mean, you can. It's good against Enchantress. You can Maledict ulti and kill her pretty easy that way compared to other hero solutions, but you said it's not the first?
It's not the first, unfortunately.
Pick
I don't know how
8
many. It's not on the uncontested list anymore, which means it has been picked at some point.
So now they see the matchup, so they got to figure out like how to counter this Juggernaut. There is Faceless Void. I think Terrorblade still works, but then you're going to be playing into Enigma in the lane. I don't think you're going to be getting much. I think there's also like Monkey King route where you do
it out, I think.
Or just Dusa it out?
Yeah, I think you just pick Dusa in this situation. You don't want to pick Void against Enigma, Monkey King. It can work, but it's just it's not stable, right? I don't want to see Dyrachyo playing a Monkey King if he could just play Medusa.
I like Monkey because...
Oh, they take the Meepo. Okay.
So, but this is, you know...
Could be offlane, too.
Offlane Meepo, yeah.
Ace Classic, right?
Yeah.
You used to play this like all the time, way before it was popular.
This is good. We'll find out, but it is interesting because that does take away the 9 Pandas option of taking that later on in the draft here.
Isn't it kind of difficult to play this Meepo into not just Midnight Pulse, but also the Maledict?
I think it's not that scary because between either Shard or Mega Meepo, you actually have pretty good solutions, you know? I mean, if all of them get Maledicted, that's kind of scary, but if they focus like one Meepo, throw them in the ground for a couple seconds, Mega Meepo, I think you'll be able to protect yourself generally.
You know what? Is it Shaker time for the mid? Kiyotaka's specialty against the Ember Spirit, against Meepo. Maybe it's time to bang it out. Also, like, you just picked... Tinker's also fine. You also picked picked up Meepo into Witch Doctor. Like usually Witch Doctors, they don't tend to max out their stuns anymore. But I feel like you could max out the stun here on Witch Doctor and own this Meepo.
Earlier on when we heard some mention about the Snapfire, would it still be possible here to just get an overabundance of magic damage going?
I think it's going to be... It'll work versus the Meepo, but what I fear is that it'll take too long to come online. And it could be fine in the mid lane. I do like the idea of, like, you know, he loves his Tinker. You're playing versus a Meepo. That'd at least be more fun to watch, but Snapfire is fine too.
I think they need a better solution against Ember if they pick Snap. Like, you could catch him, but between like Witch Doctor and Rubik supports, it might be a little harder. They need like a longer duration disable so he can't just like zip out at some point. If they're worried about that hero.
I mean, there's always Kiyotaka, Queen of Pain. I think that hero also works.
How about Kiyotaka, Wind Ranger?
Isn't Quap versus Meepo too dangerous though? Because you just get chain netted?
It is. I mean, anything into like Meepo that like Storm, Ember, these type of heroes. But I'm just looking at, you know, burst damage that they might need to have good in the lane against Ember Spirit. There's also potentially like Wyvern maybe from the mid lane just to be able to deal with that Meepo. But I feel like what Fear has been saying, this Tinker might need to go here. That they have a lot of options, like they're not necessarily locked. Oh, we don't have anything from the mid lane to counter both Ember, Meepo, and another carry coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. So I think they're in an okay spot.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger could be okay. The only issue I have is I feel like this new Meepo has a lot of tools against Wind Ranger. Like you focus fire one Meepo, it burrows, it goes into the Mega Meepo, and then all of a sudden you lose your focus fire. So that could be a potential issue here. I think they just need some overwhelming AoE damage, as you normally do against the Meepo. And Ace, he's a great Meepo player. Not sure if Daracho will play it if they have that flexibility, but they're going to ban the Snapfire. They think it's the best. Kiyotaka Tinker time. Let's go. It should do well versus Ember in the mid lane. You're playing versus a Meepo. If there is a time to pick Tinker, it is now.
Okay, boys. They've got a ton of heals between the Witch Doctor and the Juggernaut. Is there any likelihood of them going for the Leshrac at this point?
It's not enough damage, I don't think, without IO. It's generally just performed poorly without that combo. It loses a lot in that sense. You have to go like a different item build too that's maybe not as survivable. It's just a lot of issues, I think.
Wow.
Oh, all right.
This hero, like there's a couple of heroes that, like there was a time throughout the DPC where Ember was first phased, and there were a couple of these heroes that just like destroy Ember on a mid lane. Necro popped up a couple of times, Shadowfiend. This is a really tough matchup for Ember Spirit.
It also plays really well with both Juggernaut and Witch Doctor, right? Overabundance of magic damage, you have some negative armor as well, helps buff up what you need.
And sustainable
Naga, okay.
This is a net lineup. They have a Meepo,
really
Naga Siren, Enchantress with the Troll Creep.
And there's fire nets
the fire nets as well. There we go.
Okay.
This game's so interesting, actually, because I think Enigma is borderline impossible to win your lane against Enchantress. So that should give free farm, especially you have a Naga there too. So you're going to free farm there. But then in the mid lane, you have Quinn, who's going to struggle a lot. And versus Kiyotaka's Shadow Fiend. And I don't know what's going to happen to this Meepo offlane. Like, versus Jug Witch Doctor. I see Meepo not doing well there, but I could just be vastly underestimating this hero. A lot of new stuff here. It should be very interesting.
Yeah, they do have a lot of kill potential in that Jug Witch Doctor lane. It's kind of a classic, like Maledict plus spin. Somebody usually dies, so that might be enough to kill the Meepo, but even if Quinn has a bad time, I feel like him ganking side lanes should be successful against Enigma, against Rubik, against Witch Doctor. So that's probably his targets.
Quinn's straight up not going to have a good time in this one, but we've also seen him bouncing back like multiple times. He's like 0-6, and they still manage to win the game. He does have really reliable teammates that can like carry the game. And Ace Meepo, always a pleasure to watch. I think this might be like the most hyped I've been for the match, just by judging by the picks, because it's going to be super interesting. These are not the picks that you see every day.
I was just convinced myself real quick about the Shadow Fiend mid too, because they're going to win bot lane so hard. Celery's going to have complete freedom to keep ganking mid on this Enchantress, and that's going to be a big problem, I think, for 9Pandas.
All right, let's hear it. Well, gentlemen, votes, Purge. Which way are you leaning here? Gaimin Gladiators or 9Pandas or Game 2?
I'm going to go with Gaimin Gladiators this game. I just feel like they're more confident in their picks. They got some weird stuff. They're going to make it work.
Lacoste?
I'll go with GG again.
Fear?
I mean, I'm going for either Celery Inch or Kiyotaka SF. I don't know. One of them's going to pop off.
I mean, y'all went 3-0.
refuse to pick.
No, you have to. No, you gotta pick.
Wait, what did they pick again?
GG.
I'm going 9Pandas.
You're gonna go 9Pandas.
Yeah.
All right.
Kiyotaka, I trust.
In Kiyotaka we trust. All right. In Kiyotaka we trust indeed. We don't get to see the Shadow Fiend being busted out in the mid lane all that often. However, there was already a Meepo in the game, there was already an Ember Spirit. Kiyotaka plays both of these heroes at an extremely high level. So if he feels confident in the Shadow Fiend, we absolutely have no reason to doubt him. Of course, they have the Juggernaut for Ramses, and we've seen just how much damage this man can pull off on this hero. Very excited to see what Game 2 is going to bring us. Game 1 was already a cage match. This game promises to be a war in the field of Dota. So to bring us that action, we have Sunsfan and Kezu. Gentlemen, lead us into battle.
Excited for this pause that we just had right now, but some epic heroes, Kezu. I cannot contain my excitement. My hands are literally in the air, and you can attest to this.
I can confirm.
Meepo, I have not gotten a cast in probably years at this point.
Probably.
Shadow Fiend is always a classic, and then the Witch Doctor out of nowhere. I mean, you said they picked him earlier today, but
yep,
very underpicked hero right now in this meta. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Talk to you. This is a very classic draft, first of all, of course. The offlane Meepo with the carry Naga
That's
Siren.
right, yeah.
Where you just have like 20 billion summons all around. I kind of like the 9 Panas draft where they have a lot of like this sustain with some healing ward. You have the Witch Doctor heal coming through later as well. Maybe some auras on Miero with this really fat Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend who, to be fair, he should have a good lane. But I like that Fear pointed out. This bottom lane for Gaimin is very free. So I think both Tofu and Celery are going to look to really offset this early tempo that Kiyotaka's going to have. And if they can do that, I think they drastically increase their win percent in this game.
Yeah, Gaimin Glad, I mean, this is a cool lineup. The Meepo has a lot of sustain now because of Dig. And you have Enchantress for the heals. I just wish we could have seen the Undying. I'm not going to lie. I know I'm a Grab Ally fan. I know I'm a Grab Ally fan.
These heroes are way cooler.
No. I'm not saying they're not. Okay. I'm just saying I would love to see the interaction with Grab Ally and Meepo because you can just go in and out, and then you'll have enough time to dig, you know.
You just,
pretty cool.
And then you put Visage in the same team and everyone just goes down and never gets hit.
I won't lie. The dig mechanic, I mean, it's basically Visage, right? They got a little lazy with that one. Minus the stun, I suppose, but basically a stone form. But
I do wonder, like, if you get levels on Meepo and like some Wraith Band and like some attack speed later, like maybe there's a way where you just man up always with one Meepo when they go on you with the spin, with like levels in Ransack, and you just try to like heal through it. But most of my eyes are going to be on this mid lane between Quinn and Kiyotaka, similarly to last game. I would say Kiyotaka's got a very good matchup on his hands this time around. SF versus Ember, this is not a good matchup for Quinn here.
Yeah. How many points in Flame Guard do you just have to max it in this matchup?
There's like, I think it depends on how you want to play in like 2 minutes coming into the game, because I would say his supports are going to try to play through him. So maybe that's like a 1-2 build as Ace up top.
Yep, they're going to spin down Ace.
Spin
Looks
the win,
like
baby.
that's going to be first blood for Solo on the Witch Doctor. And Ramsey's going to force Tofu out of lane as well. So talk to me about the Witch Doctor as well. Why do other teams not pick this hero?
That's not sure why other teams aren't really picking it. I think this hero is still very playable. The heal is very good, and we just saw them put it to very good use there. They were pushing the wave in with the Voodoo Restoration. They had like 5-6 creeps on them. They got, I think, even level 2 before, so Ace was tanking all of this stuff. And overall, I don't know, I just feel like Witch Doctor is kind of a pretty boss hero. You just heal, you help your carry, then you can go around, you have the Maledict. So yeah, I think maybe other people just
used to be a pseudo counter to Chen and Enchantress because of the paralyzing cask just lasting forever in terms of stun, but that was changed. Right now it's just extra damage onto the creeps.
You just deal damage, and you of course you have the classic heal that I think most people just want to max out. The sustain from it is really strong, and I think when they picked like all this Witch Doctor and Jug, like having the sustain against Eng, Ember, and Techies who deal a lot of damage over time, I think it's a very, very cool concept.
Also a hero that has a good shard, because you'll eventually take out the Tormentors.
He also leaves the game for a little bit.
That's right. Gives them a little save for himself, a mini grab ally that does damage. Everything's
grab ally.
It has to be compared to the best.
Grab ground.
That's right.
As Quinn doing pretty well so far in this lane. I would assume he's going to go some like 0-2-2 or maybe 1-1-2 build, and then it depends on how the side lanes are going. That's like maybe where you communicate, okay, can you guys come mid, or I need you guys to come mid, minute 5-6, I'm gonna get the levels of chains to set you guys up. As Ace looks like he's gonna have to play a little more passive up top. I think you need a couple more items, maybe 2 levels in Ransack or the second Meepo to then really start playing more aggressively in that lane.
And what about the Jug versus Naga matchup when you get to mid to late game? Like, what kind of itemization does Ramses need to go for? Because we've been seeing Battle Fury. Is that good enough against the Illusions, or do you need to go for like a Maelstrom type?
I wonder what he will do. I think both is good. From most Jugs I've seen, they just kind of have to go Battle Fury, and they do that. But perhaps they want to play for like a more mid-game timing, where you just have Kiyotaka be the frontlining dude, you get a Maelstrom and like a Yasha, and you try to go fight, but wouldn't be surprised if we just see the Battle Fury. I think Jug does pretty fine against Naga. Yeah, Quinn. Triple raise, there's a glyph.
Yep, he's got another raise to work with.
Tries to fake him out. Does it again.
Very nicely done from Kiyotaka, but it's going to cause double TPs to come in. Tofu blast off hits. And Kiyotaka,
there's a chain.
Fairy Fire as well. They want to force Tofu to get the kill, which he will. But still, does cause rotations to come from Gaimin. But a nice rotation overall.
Those are big plays from both. Like Kiyotaka fakes it, Quinn doesn't fall for it, then does it again. But by the time the raids did hit, all the stacks had worn off, I think. So nice TP from Tofu as well, as now Quinn is going to get themselves both of the water runes. So this is going to make the next move even easier. So very nicely done from them. Duracho with a little bit of pressure. But to be fair, they touched on it before as well. This is just a very free lane for the Duracho. So we're going to see Celery move out pretty soon.
Yeah, back to the Meepo, because just going to talk about this hero ad nauseum until we actually see him do something. But they have a lot of saves, as we're going to see Maledict onto Duracho. Blood Grenade is there. Solo. You know, he's always going to be stacked up with those blood grenades. The Eidolon's continuing to chase.
Is it enough of the tango? Mirage?
Nope. Maledict is enough. Solo, another kill for him.
Solo
He's
got it. I think Solo might have one of the... He has to be like top 3 support players with the highest amount of twin gaze usages in like the first 6 minutes. He will always dive your goddamn tower with his blood grenade and just get in there.
Tofu looking for an opening as the healing ward comes down.
This is nasty.
Yeah, they definitely have the sustain. They have a decent amount of push.
Solo, he better be getting some blood grenades right now because I love his inventory, but he's missing the grenade.
Yeah, that's true. A little slacking here from Solo. But then again, Gaimin does have a lot of sustain themselves as well. As Requiem coming out, it's going to be faked. Quinn has to use a Remnant. Nice job from Kiyotaka. Damn, this is an epic 1v1 matchup, I have to say.
Yeah, this is some open AI stuff going against each other, faking each other out, going in, going out. TP's getting forced as probably the first super important time for both mid heroes. The active rune is spawning as Ace is top up in the net worth. And I think now you can kind of leave him alone and he can fight back, I think, into this dire lane. I'm pretty sure he can just stand his ground with treads, just fight with Ransack.
Yeah, most likely. Kiyotaka getting forced out by Quinn. The Searing Chain is there. Tarius is here along with Celery. Requiem comes out Solo with the heals.
Block grenade.
Bolt. Not enough to get a kill outright as the Tomato looking for something, but can only find his way to the grave. And Quinn ticking out.
Oh my god,
survive. Ramsey's gonna Blade Fury in the top lane, but the Earthbind is there from Ace, and like you said, he can just
he got him.
He can just right click through the Blade Fury.
I think this one-on-one top is actually unplayable. Like he's just gonna right click you with 2 levels on Ransack, Wraveband, Treads. Like what are you gonna do here as Ramses if you get left alone? But you're gonna be left alone because Gaimin supports are just gonna go mid and play through Quinn.
Yeah.
Round 2, baby.
That's right, double raise. Kiyotaka's slowed though. Quinn
chains
with
blood
chains. Tofu's on the other side as well. Sticky Bomb will not latch though. And Quinn ends up wasting a Remnant there, but Kiyotaka is gonna be able to walk away just fine. A lot of action in this mid lane. You can see that both teams really making sure that their mid laner has a good game.
I mean, this is the adjustment from Gaimin from game 1 to game 2. They're the strongest when they can leave their side lanes and play through Quinn in the mid lane. Even with a bad matchup, they're now even. They're going to keep pressuring there, and this is the best situation to put Ace into, where he just gets his one-on-one, he does well, he's going to be top of the net worth, he's going to do a good job at staying there, and overall the pressure on this map right now is very high from Gaimin.
Celery being the usual annoying enchantress that he is in these early stages of the game. This is a hero that, I mean, we do see banned from time to time. I feel like it has some of the highest impact of any support.
Some Meepo down bottom though.
Yeah, through the gate. Ace. Oh, Sticky Bomb onto Miero. Blast off is gonna hit, and Ace should be able to finish the job. The Black Hole comes out with Antares, but there's the song from Duracho to cancel.
He just got level 6 for the song.
And Ace Gotta think they will be able to kill off Mir, although he misses the Earthbind onto the Enigma, and the heals coming out from the rest of 9panas will actually be enough. But meanwhile, Kiyotaka takes a tumble, as Celery able to take him out, but the Omni Slash onto Quinn, not quite enough. So Ramsey's making a quick rotation, but not enough to save their mid laner.
Some big moves from Gaimin right now, using the heroes in the right place at the right time. Ace still camping one meeple down bottom, and I love the wards that Gaimin have placed in this early game. Like when they push SF out of this mid lane, there's one ward to his left. When he farms the jungle, there's also one ward in the triangle if he falls back there. So Gaimin know exactly how they want to push forward, as Ramsey is probably not too happy about TPing mid here, using his Omni Slash for basically nothing.
We're going to see the replay of the kill onto Kiyotaka. Yeah. They just dove the tower. The typical Enchantress type things.
Nice dodge.
Have the creep tank all the tower hits.
Yeah. Just making it look too easy. Well, that's one of the things SF does not deal very well with, as the Ratio being dove. Good lane ward. Being dropped by Solo. Just going to walk it off. His Q-Tech has a Blink Dagger queued up. I'm not sure he's going to continue with that. But we'll have to see.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
I wish the Arcane Blink build was still a thing.
The Arcane Blink rush, blah, you're dead.
That's actually sad that that's not in the game anymore.
That's true.
Just for this hero. But definitely more right-click oriented. This is why the Blink Dagger is a little strange. We'll see if he commits or not.
And you've got the split pressure coming in right now, which is happening a lot more in Tier 1 Dota right now, where you know, really 5-mana tower or 4-man, you just have multiple heroes pressuring like different lanes at the same time, where Ace is very annoying up top. They're bringing 3 heroes here to stop him from that, but in the meantime, you're just completely sacking your mid lane and your mid Tier 1 tower.
Yeah. Yeah, Kiyotaka not able to come down to this side anyway. No escape mechanism. That's always been the downside of the Shadow Fiend, but I mean, would you say that he has the same kind of comeback mechanic, if you will, that he used to, where you can just go into the jungle and just clear waves?
Yeah, I mean, he still comes back very well into the game, and luckily for him, he has a lot of heroes that help enable him in the mid game, as Ramsey's taking a lot of pressure.
Yep. Ramses, Tomato
Man.
Solo's there again with the heals. But Quinn wants to finish the job. He wants to kill Ramses, but might have to settle for Solo.
Or neither.
Yeah, doesn't have mana to follow it up any further, so Solo has come in several times. Oh, he got him! Did get him in the end.
Sneaky Quinn with his DD rune comes back in as Ace instead of Atos. My goodness, a 10-minute Atos. Now going to try to work into the Mega Meepo.
That's right.
Of course. One of the funniest acts in the whole game. Here we get the little arcane boost onto Quinn. Solo's like, yeah, I'm fine. Nope. But if he has the tower aura there, I think he lives. I think it's just outside of it. He's like, oops.
Solo's been there before.
It's like, damn. Stupid Quinn.
And Quinn now level 9. And if you compare that to Kiyotaka, actually also level 9. So he's actually done a decent job of catching up in terms of the levels. And in fact, he's more farmed than Quinn. That's actually really surprising. I just looked away for a couple minutes, but he's definitely come back.
Yeah, SF does farm very well, but for the game and how they want to play, it's not looking too good. Quinn is being very annoying now. You don't have the best heroes at dealing with it, and he did actually end up going for a Blink Dagger. I want to see how Kiyotaka is going to end up using this one.
Yeah.
Like, how do we...
Just to farm faster, you know, blinking from camp to camp.
Get around, get those raises out. I mean, like, what's the combo? You can always, of course, look for some Black Hole or some Malefice into that, but...
Yeah, I mean, the Black Hole, until you get BKB, it's going to be hard because there's always a song.
You don't have the longest stuns to, like, really catch Quinn off guard in the game. Like, no one's really going to set you up with that, so it's more about perhaps for him to be more mobile, kind of dodge these ganks, but... I thought what 9panas want to play for in this game is like this mid-game, you get strong, you buff up your SF, you have all these auras, but it looks like they're going to take a slightly different approach.
It is quite a good BKB game, though. As Requiem coming out onto Quinn, I don't think it's going to be enough damage. 3 raises do hit, but he needed a +1, and Ramsey's just out of range.
Good old Flame Guard, absorbing a lot of that damage to keep him alive.
Quinn continuing to be a nuisance. Ramses, Omni Slash coming out. It's going to force out Quinn to use the Sleight of Fist, and now Ramses has to spin away.
Stolen
some backup
creep.
though. Centaur stomp onto Celery, and he's just going to drop.
Okay,
Miro's there with that helm of the Dominator.
Kiyotaka
Kiyotaka showing it off. Going for another raise. Quinn Trying to outrun him, but the raise is enough. The long-range Shadow Raise brings Quinn to the fountain. A 3-for-0. Looked like a very discombobulated fight to start, but 9panas, they know what they're doing apparently.
Yeah, there comes the Blink Dagger from Kiyotaka. All of this was initiated with Ramses Omni-slashing the Ember.
That's right.
Like, even how stupid all of that looks, it created this entire fight,
Right.
so very nicely done by them. As Quinn, at the end of getting out, I think he messed up his pony item. As Ace, he does get to walk it up, but look at Quinn here. Oh, messed it up, and Kiyotaka, bam!
Boom.
Takes him out.
All right, he's... that's a typical Quinn reaction. Nothing.
That's a little like
nothing
hair flick,
crazy.
hand in the face. All good, bros. As respawn and into the next play.
Yeah, smoked up on the Meepo right now. Kiyotaka, he only has Antares next to him. Is going to help out with the telekinesis.
Nice.
One raise hits onto Quinn, but he's going to get surrounded with the Earthbind and brought down to his knees. And Antares looks like he will follow suit in all likelihood. Blood Grenade going to slow him. And, well, is he actually going to live or he's ticking out? All right.
Cool kids don't look at explosions, Shannon.
Well, I don't know if you can look at the explosion that's on yourself.
Well, Tofu didn't look at it.
Okay, fair.
As the Pavis coming out soon from Solo.
Very interesting. All right, we got 3 Meepos now.
Nice. Soon we're going to flick him at Ramses.
That's right. Mega Meepo is a thing to behold, let's just say.
It's coming.
And what do you think about the... We did talk about Dig. Is that something that you buy? Like, I assume it is. It feels like it is almost a necessity at some point.
I mean, depending on which heroes you play against, it's got to be good, right? Especially, let's pretend you're getting Omni Slash. Seems pretty cool to just dig into the ground and chill.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening to you. I don't think it's like the one you focus on too early on, so you're going to go for this Atos, Axe, maybe like 1-2 more items, like some blinks, some stats, and then you can go like for a shard on the in-between.
Are scanning.
And Gaimin with a 4K lead. I mean, I haven't looked at that in a while, but...
If there's one thing a lot of the heroes are good at, it's killing creeps, because they've got multiple units. As Quinn being...
That's true. It is 8 versus 5 right now.
True.
All right, does he have 3 or... No, never mind.
He's got 3.
Yeah, okay.
And Durantio has
7
3 more
versus
illusions.
5. Yeah.
And then Manta, so 5 more.
There we go.
So we're 15 versus 5. This is not okay, guys. They're cheating. Oh!
Blast off. Kiyotaka has to use his Requiem. Is going to fake it out. He's getting kind of pretty hard. Atos is there, and Ace wants to finish the job. They're going to be able to take out Tofu in tow, and it's going to be enough for Kiyotaka to actually get away. Quinn wanted to finish the job, but he's not going to get the kill he was looking for.
The Maledict!
Yeah, the Maledict doing quite a bit onto Quinn, along with the Death Ward. Solo dies, but he gets the kill onto Quinn eventually. And now Ace kind of left all alone. The Malefice onto this low Meepo, and there's the blink down from Kiyotaka. Durantio with the song. It's in range finally. We'll see if that's enough for Ace to actually get away. Looks like that is the case.
Ooh, kind of a sick fight. I think the Requiem must have clipped Quinn on the very back end, because it looked like he was ready to try and dodge it and get in there, but Kiyotaka gets to blink out. Solo comes in with the Maledict. But I like that Durantio is going for this Orchid here. I think that's going to create a lot of problems for all of these dire heroes, actually. Not just the Jug or canceling the Black Hole, but even the supports too. So here, I want to look at this Remnant that Quinn throws out here, where it looks like he wants to go to it to make sure he doesn't blink out, but must have gotten clipped by the Requiem. So Kiyotaka just kind of walks it off, and then Solo big boss on the Witch Doctor here.
That's right.
Easy kill.
And just wait till he gets that shard.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's going to kill everyone.
Well, Ace top net worth in the game. Not too far behind is Durantio on the Naga. And, I mean, the song has... A lot of times we don't see songs really used that early. Like, it doesn't seem... Like, it feels like it's either amazing or just completely useless in these games. But in this game in particular, it just seems... Especially with Meepo having these multiple units where it's all about protecting the one that's low. Definitely been clutch so far in this game.
Songs so far have been definitely very good. As something else I could think about soon as Fold that Ramses here gonna be forced to spin, so they're just gonna force him back as they're just holding their ward. I think Roche might be on the menu pretty soon for Gaimin. I mean, look at your heroes. You have minus armor, you have 18 Nagas, you have 8 billion Meepo, so it should be quite easy. as soon as they want to look at that.
Middle tower is under attack. Gotcha.
Let's see.
Radiant's middle tower.
Miro is going for the Blink Dagger next, and then the BKB. And at that point, they have nothing that will cancel it, unless they get a Basher or something.
I have seen ranged hero bashes before.
Yeah.
Save Caudle somehow, so maybe we'll see some.
That was pretty epic. I think he was hitting creeps before that to get the RNG, right?
Yeah, he's the Prime Lord.
Pseudo RNG.
So Q-Taka is actually just going for the straight up Blink Hex build. Very interesting. So Ramses is going to be the big dog in this game with the Fury into all the big items. Miro is going to try to buff him up a little bit with the Helm of Overlord.
Very interesting. It's very close to the build with the Arcane Blink of old, without the Arcane Blink of old.
Yep. With the Blink of new.
They're going to find Tofu in solo. Not able to get the Maledict on him, so he will be able to pick himself away.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, they don't quite dare to de-ward up there, as they're not sure where Gaimin are, but they're actually just taking Roshan for themselves. In the meantime, 9Pana's going to farm up the map, end up taking the mid-tier 1 tower. Looks like Ace is making a slot, so he's going to take that one, and yeah, this is starting to be a scary Meepo.
Yeah, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, and okay, this is maybe a dumb question, because they did change this a long time ago. The Aegis carrier, that's where it spawns every time?
That's where you respawn, yeah.
It's not the one that dies.
I'm pretty sure
right?
that...
Because it used to be the opposite, and then they fixed it to be what I think is this. It's one or the other, though. You know?
Pretty sure that one that holds,
I think so too.
You will respawn with wherever he is.
Right.
This Ramses has to get this Manta style against all the nets, the orchids, the stuns coming out. The Rachu, a very nasty neutral item combo when you get Dragon Scale on Naga. As soon as you just put one illusion on some tower, more than 100 damage. Cute. Yeah, this Hex is still very interesting. I want to see how he's going to be able to put it to use later. Maybe just have an answer against Quinn, who's the split push annoyance spirit master nerd.
That's one way to put it. Oh, okay, telekinesis. We have the Atos coming in from Ace, though, and Antares does get the surprising kill before he drops.
I mean, this guy is the best techies in the world. Doesn't matter if he's not even playing it.
He knows all the interactions.
Is under attack.
And Miro very close to that Blink Dagger, but it's going to be hard to get a good black hole without the BKB.
Yeah, he's gonna need items. It's just hard for him to currently do much. Like when you have this Helm of Overlord, you want to try to play more around other cores. As he's chasing Ace right now, I'm gonna whip him real quick. Little boy.
Yep, Atos onto the Black Dragon. Not gonna follow it up though. You can see the BKB getting ever so close for Quinn. Ramses, he's gonna be spotted. He's gonna get netted.
Gonna walk it off.
They do have a lot of nets in this game, don't they? The Snare and the Earthbind.
Netception.
Neither of which go through BKB. Although I think the Naga Ags allows you to do that, right?
It does. I mean,
wow, look at this discrepancy. That's surprising. I mean, I guess there is a Meepo. I don't know if he's been picking up the runes, but...
It's also just map control, right? When you lose some of these towers, I feel like it's hard for Pandas to actually reach into the jungles. They're more farming the outer circles as Ramses with his Manta.
Yeah, he just really wanted that one creep.
He did. As Ace is going somewhere else already, solo.
The poofs are coming out onto solo. He gets a nice Maledict. Pavis as well, but the Atos holds him in place, and he will die. And it just feels like the longer this game is going, Gaimin have been extending their lead, despite not having many fights even. It's just farm.
Yeah, they're just more efficient on the map with more map control. The bounty runes as well, as we've seen. I mean, when you have 20 billion units that you don't need to commit anywhere, you're naturally going to get more farm. I assume 9Pana's, they need to look to strike back soon. Kiyotaka, though, he's got the Hex. This has to be a big timing for them. Also, the Blink onto Miro on the Enigma, so some very big item timings here.
8 minutes faster because nobody ever goes second item Sheepstick on Shadow Team.
I'm surprised it's not even more. Oh, that's the Rachi here.
Oh, there's the Hex. Do they have to follow? Miro's on the high ground, looking for the Midnight Pulse. He's actually going to expend the Black Hole, and that ends up being a very important kill. That is not the Aegis carrier, of course. It is on Ace, and he's not afraid to go in, knowing that the Black Hole is down.
Good net
onto 3 heroes. Mega Meepo available.
Fling him,
Can he do the damage here? He's getting pretty kited. The Malefice doing a good job. All the Meepos onto one means you share the Malefice, and Ramsey's just going to be able to TP out with the spin. So 9pan is able to put a dent essentially into the timer of this Aegis.
Dire's middle tower.
They got out without losing anyone. I'm happy, you know, just pop the black hole there, take the Rachi out of the game pretty good as Ace tries to get some counter kills. Does show off the Mega Meepo, which puts him up to 4,000 HP when they were all together.
Yeah, perfectly normal. Yep. That Midnight Pulses do a lot of damage to him, that's for sure.
It sure does. It is, yeah, it's sadly magic damage nowadays.
That's true.
Which Meepo has some built-in resistance, luckily for him.
Yeah, I think, yeah, his ult actually gives him magic resistance in it. Yeah.
He's 10, 15, 20. So that does help. And he has the Pupil's Gift, not to forget, of course.
Yeah, very important.
Oh, hello
jump
there.
in. Hello, Ace. Finding solo, but a nice Maledict is there. I think they're actually going to get this Aegis. He turns into the Mega Meepo. Is that going to save him? No.
Mega Meepo more like
Aegis
Mega Dead.
down. And with the Healing Ward and the Voodoo
Ooh,
Restoration.
Duracho.
Yes.
Nearly done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good call, good call.
You're welcome.
Oh,
stolen mirror image. Very nice.
I thought it was a song there for a second.
I saw it on you. Triple blood grenade on Celery this time around.
Oh, very.
Learning
very
from
cool.
his old man counterpart.
That's right. I mean, 9pandas,
they're cooking.
Yeah, they get rid of the Aegis. They killed Duracho a little bit earlier. So it hasn't been getting worse.
Shadow, so attack speed into then the magic talent. Looks like we have some deviation going on. As Gaimin gonna go for a quick 3-man smoke. Win with a DD rune by nature of having all this map control and controlling mid area. He will always get all the runes. Ramsey's looking for a butterfly. Okay, gonna make himself stronger. I mean, evasion, this you can't ask for a better butterfly game. I'm pretty sure. Meepo, Naga Siren.
Yep, that's true.
Duracho's gonna get one of his own.
Will these teams take a Tormentor at any point? There's going to be a smoke from 9pandas. Tofu is not who they want, although they don't even have vision to see that he was there.
Good
Quinn popping it, and Ramses is spotted.
Well, Chuck doesn't really care too much, so Quinn trying to be annoying, but with the healing ward around.
Oh, the sheep stick from Kiyotaka onto Celery. Requiem's coming out, but Quinn pops the BKB, so he's going to rethink that.
Oh,
but he gets silenced, and now the impetus doing so much damage.
The net.
Duracho,
More
my goodness, Kiyotaka melts. Solo's next on the list. Atos from afar. There's the mirror image. Not going to do too much. That's 3 dead for 9pandas, and not even that much needed from Gaimin.
I think Gaimin just picking up a little donation. Kiyotaka going in a little too deep, really wants to make use of his Hex, but enemy territory and this deep with a very nice Hurricane Pike here from Celery. Just gets all the stuff off. Good Orchid, and now we just get Netception coming out here. Here, double root, you get the Naga root, everyone's rooted. And then a third kill with the Atos, another root.
Oh, Meepo, Mr. Ace is going to steal the Tormentor as well. Ramses spotted it out. He's actually thinking about taking himself, but we'll see Tofu with the shard now. So a nice steal from Gaimin.
Black hole.
The arrow black hole! Do they have enough of the Omni Slash to follow Kiyotaka?
Oh, sure they do!
And the Requiem! Oh my god! That was disgusting! Oh! My seat is wet after that one. Holy jeez!
That's what we call a holy base right there from Miero. Gets himself the 3-man hole with an Omni Slash. He even dealt the most damage. I mean, Midnight pulls on 18 units. That will do.
All right, we need to see this again. Oh my goodness.
He even scouted it himself with the big black dragon. He drops the fire to Midnight pulls. Oh, the Requiem.
Omni Slash with the cleave and Requiem.
That looks good. Into the tip. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're back in the game, baby.
They need a lot more of that.
Two more.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. It's going to be a bit difficult to get.
Dire's top tower.
Well, he's got Black Hole next time around. I don't see any cancels, Shannon.
That's true. Well, BKB is not far away.
Is under attack.
Yeah, he's got it flying out.
Orchid. Solo's dead.
Dead.
You have died.
Oh, tried real hard to stay alive, but
good attempt.
A little too hard.
I mean, do you think they have enough outside of like this big wombo combo to kill a Naga Siren? Like
without the Black Hole?
Yeah, without Black Hole.
I mean, if they catch him with the Hex into Requiem and everyone is there, they can still kill him. So it's not like you always need the Black Hole. But for a 5-on-5 engagement, yeah, you certainly need Miero with a Black Hole available. But honestly, their scaling is good. This is not a bad jug game. Like, you drop the healing ward, you have spin, which is very good. He has the fury to cut through all the meepos and the illusions. And I mean, if you mega meepo, I don't think Enigma cares about that. Midnight Pulse is going to shred through you. You have pure damage from the black hole as well.
Yep. Makes Omni Slash better.
It does indeed. Dyrachyo wants to steal the rune, or maybe kill Solo again.
Yeah, another repeat. Not going to happen.
I like this. Solo did this earlier today. He queues up the Crimson Guard. He did get it on Witch Doctor earlier today, and
it is a good Crimson game.
Crimson Guard game, my bro.
Yeah, you don't really have another hero that would want to go for it, so might as well force it onto a support.
Yeah.
More important things for the Enigma, as always.
Quinn very focused, telling his team what needs to happen right now, as Kiyotaga's going to get himself his own BKB, so he's going to have pretty good Requiems too. You know, like, they can set up each other. He can try to go in first, maybe with the Blink, Hex, BKB, Requiem, try to help his Enigma play a slower fight as Dyrachyo.
Yeah, Techie's mines are going to be pretty damn annoying to get through, though, as Quinn coming in with the Searing Chains. Healing Ward is placed. Force Staff, I'm not sure whose that was, but
I think that's
in enemy territory at this point. Telekinesis save.
Antari just doing a little bit of trolling. It's okay.
Kiyotaka will have to walk back to the fountain, so a little bit of delay here, but yeah, Sheepstick now on Ace.
Well, with all the sustain, so the way that gaming heroes like to play, Ember and Nagas, they want to poke a lot. But when you play into Healing Ward and Maledicts and Witch Doctor heal, that doesn't really work. So in order for Gaimin to take a fight, they're going to have to look for a bigger committal, and that's why Ace also has a Hex. So that should help them with that if they just find a good angle. Because even though 9 Pandas are down 11k gold, it doesn't really feel that way.
It does to me.
Does it?
The one thing that's gone well for them is that one team, like the one black hole.
Oh. Roche will die before it will move into the Radiant side.
Yeah, 5 seconds away. 5 seconds away. Oh, so close yet so far.
Ages onto Ace.
Yes, and cheese for Mr. Quinn. And 9 Pandas kind of, being a bit unlucky here.
Yeah, just unlucky.
Shivas will be next for Kiyotaka. I would love to see the Arcane Blink, even though it makes no sense anymore, but...
Yeah, please do it.
Maybe he just forgot. That was...
Oh, yeah, he... This...
I mean, what do you think... Okay, so far, 30 minutes in, do you like this build? Or is it better to just go the physical?
No, I'm kind of down for like the way he adapted in this game as Tofu. He knows someone is there.
Ace, he's not afraid. He gets sheeped onto Kiyotaka. Kind of all alone, but Miero comes in with the black hole out of nowhere, and that's going to be the death of Techies, and the Aegis gone. But now they're going to BKB TP.
Just TP out, lol.
And now they just have to wait for the next black hole.
Oh, it was pretty good. I think they're going to take that.
That was good.
I mean, Gaimin will try to push forward, of course, as the black hole is down, but I don't think 9 Pandas like poke and deep push it's not that bad.
Dyrachyo's getting pretty huge, though.
He sure is, as Kiyotaka, he's just baiting. Here comes Miero, getting his...
Quinn was fortunate not to be caught in that as well.
Yeah, because he will just die, straight up. You don't live through this build. As I mean, Kiyotaka, maybe another thing about this build is that he can kind of go in for his team. Let's hold that for a bit. They're going to need some Midnight Pulses, drop that stuff over there, try to delay the push.
Yeah, how much can Gaimin Gladiators get out of the fact that they know that black hole is down? Ace, of course, along with the Naga, can really push fast. And silence onto Solo. To delay this as Ace is going to go in for the assassination, and they get him. Sleight of Fist takes him out, but he doesn't have the buyback available. He's the one that has to be careful because he just dies straight up. Mega Meepo activated. Do they have the damage, though? The Omni Slash bouncing all over the place, and now the song to get the hell out from Dyrachyo and Ace. Although Dyrachyo, he's kind of left to his own devices. Do they have the damage to take him now?
Stolen Song
he is completely surrounded. Song, like you said, is available if needed. Dyrachyo, they actually use the song just to make sure they can find the real one, and they do. So this ends up being a big hold for 9 Pandas. As Quinn, I feel like, went just a little too deep, got caught off guard.
I think he had a Remnant and Cheese available, but yeah, I think he just
Did he get sheeped or something like that?
Maybe just too fast, or like too much minus armor with the damage. Let's see. So he goes in, gets the kill. He kills the healing ward.
He's just taking damage.
And then he just died.
It's just damage. Wow.
When you take damage, you do die.
Yeah, lots of damage. Big number damage.
That was a good song, but Durancio didn't get... Maybe his TP was on cooldown? Maybe he just didn't get the memo. But good stolen song. Gonna get the kill here on Durancio as well.
All right, 9 Pandas showing some life. And that,
strong.
That 20 talent for Ramses, that means he's online officially.
Yeah, no matter what items you got, once you get that.
The healing on Blade Dance.
He's got the MJ on Jug as well with the butterfly.
Just needs Aghanims and Shard.
He'll get there. I mean, if you take the Blade Fury talent,
did you misclick in those 13% of the time?
I think so.
They don't understand that it's bugged / featured.
But I like Blade Fury, Shannon.
I like spinning.
Spin to win.
Oh, Octarine core now.
I mean, Miero is...
Miero.
He's getting fast. 307. That's a good Enigma game. Second in the network from his team. And, I mean, you can tell. They're just smoking down mid and Gaimin. They're not having any of that as Celery. Better keep running away, little pony man. Has his own BKB.
That is not a pony, but...
Whatever.
We'll go
with it. Be a pony in my head.
It's more like a deer.
Sure. He's an animal. Walk away, animal.
Don't use that one in your pubs. I would say very disrespectful.
Very disrespectful. I'm sure none of these players in this game would ever use
No, we've never seen
terminology.
That before. Of course not. Especially not this young man I'm watching.
Oh, there's smoking. Yeah, I guess. See, it's 9k gold lead, but only 52% win probability.
Yeah, no, it's looking better now. It's looking better now. Miero, like you said, has the Octarine in. Once he gets Refresher, I think that is when Gaimin will have a difficult time in these fights.
Requiem Fear per line.
Okay.
He's going to line him up.
7% pick rate, but I mean, that makes sense because nobody's playing
this build,
this magic damage build.
But this is why you need the Zoomers on the block to be in your team.
That's right.
You need the 7%, the ones that play 18 billion pubs a day. And they figure out, yeah, you know, in this game, I don't want to be right-click Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. He's got the Shivas now, excellent against the likes of Naga and Meepo. And then if he gets Refresher, I mean, the Wombo combo from 9 Pandas becomes, it's not even one of those things, if they find the right angle, like there's a good chance that they will just find something. I mean, they have 2 chances.
When they have Refresher on SF and Enigma, Ramses can go AFK. His team will carry him if they just get the correct spell usage off. They're literally going to be that strong. So Gaimin, even though you have a big lead, gonna have to make sure they keep their head in the game and stay focused, talk about what exactly they need to have happen. Getting a Skadi soon on Ace, who's trying to also work on to his 25 talent later, where you can apparently get the pack wrap.
Oh yeah. Have we even seen that before?
I have not. Sounds funny though.
It does sound cool. It's a cool mechanic, but I haven't seen it yet, and I hope we do see it. Like, I don't even know what would be good. Pupils. I mean, at that point, you're getting tier 4 items, right? And all your meepos will get that neutral. Is that how I understand it?
Yeah, I thought you can put one of your own items in the neutral slot.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Either way, you're probably seeing that. I think this game is going to stall for a while. It's going to have 7 items on Meepo.
Celery can now grab some more creeps and has that other thing attached to it that I don't even remember what it does because it's not even remotely interesting. Little friends.
Little friends. Make all of them like just gang up.
Yeah.
Like a little ghetto party.
He's going to go for Aghanim Scepter, it looks like. Wow.
He wants that sprawling. I mean, I don't blame him. I think his teammates...
You're looking for Freddy? He disappeared.
What's supposed to be there, Fred?
They're getting ready for the Freddy.
I mean, this is going to be a Freddy game for sure. I think we're in for the long haul.
Yeah,
here,
I think
Shannon.
this is going to be a late one. We're going to name all the creatures on the map at the end of this tournament.
Because like, Gaimin's heroes, they're going to be very tanky. I mean, maybe you also even just take the 1 clone talent on Meepo, so Ace can have more than 10,000 HP in this game.
Yeah, the Mega Meepo becomes stronger, of course.
Yeah, because all these heroes are going to be very tanky, but I think Celery is understanding that, okay, boys, I need to, as we usually see from some silencers or enchantresses, 60 minutes into the game, you need to start slapping the enemies, because your other bros, they're going to fall off.
Yeah, Ramses has the Aghanim, so Swift Slash is available. And I think he was opting for the Shard next. In fact, it might even be delivering now. He does not have buyback right now. It's a bit risky.
He's got trust in his team. Honestly, if they go on him with the butterfly, he doesn't die that fast. So just going to set up Miro for a good black hole. So if you're Gaimin, you have to team fight very nicely. Like maybe you even have to go for some stuff later where you fight one half and you try to like song the Enigma in the back line so he can come in, or you just try to get on the back line. How is Quinn doing it? Yeah, he's working on an Axe. So this is definitely going to be one of the timings for him as well. With the Shard and the Axe, you can always try to just cancel the Enigma's blink in the back line, or even just go on the supports. Because I don't know why this still works, but when you pop the Remnant somewhere, it instantly deals damage with the Shard. It doesn't have to arrive at the spot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you just insta-cancel blinks. Huh. Yeah, which is very good against the Dire Draft.
That's a cool feature.
Yes, I love that.
Quote-unquote feature.
Very strong.
Kiyotaka getting pretty close to the refresher, but we'll see if he opts to save for the old buyback.
I mean, this is how good this neutral item is on Naga, where Duraccio just puts in the Dragon Scale whenever he pops illusions, because he just cleared some random tower. I don't even know which one it was. As their mid-tier 3 is at 18 HP, top tier 3 just died to it.
That is some interesting tech. That's like AUI type stuff right there.
Yeah, it's some nerdy stuff. And if you're at this tournament, you were good and a nerd.
Shivas into the sheep. Kiyotaka gonna get off the Requiem. No, he gets silenced with a BKB coming out.
Okay.
The song is
Miro
there.
BKB'd.
Yeah, Miro BKBs as well. Duraccio, his song's gonna run out very shortly, and he is completely surrounded. No getaway for him.
No ghetto.
And Ramses will swift slash to victory.
They also stole Song. Like, stolen Song with the Shard on Rubik at this point in the game is very big. Like, let's pretend
that's
Gaimin...
even more sustain.
Yeah, let's say, like, Gaimin go for some jump in with a Hex. You just Song, you return it. You just stall the entire fight. You're gonna set up even the black hole.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the counter. The counter to Gaimin Gladiators. The Song into the black hole.
Yeah. That is definitely a thing.
Oh, Jim and John.
Roche is up in 30 seconds, at which point it will be daytime, so I don't know.
It's time to go back bottom.
They're going to have to go back through the gate here. I mean, they have good control at the bottom side of the map, although there are a couple techies mines in the area. Tofu, I think he's spotted. Gets off the blast off, and Terry's just going to walk away. Mine's now destroyed. This is going to turn into the good old-fashioned Roche off button. The Hex onto Quinn. Do they have more control? No, he remnants away, and Tofu able to walk away. And Roche spins. Into the Roche pit they go, and Roche just spawns. And this is the Aghanim Scepter Roche. So Jug already has his. I mean, you're giving it to Shadow Fiend for sure.
Nah, I would give it to Miro. I would tell my team I'm going to suck them all into my black hole. Whatever. And he just insta-8'd, dude. Like, no discussion, bro.
Yeah, of course not.
This is mine.
It's a Shadow Fiend, you know?
I mean, it's good.
I mean, even more sustain, right? Wait, did they change this? It increases max souls of Necro Mastery as well.
You still heal. You still heal on the return.
Okay.
It's good. They're both great. I don't know if they can do much wrong, depending on, you know, who you give it to. But I think Miro later as well. I mean, I wouldn't mind sucking in some more meeples or some Nagas. Either way, happy with that. Get the Aegis, get the cheese.
I mean, at this rate, Miro's going to be able to afford anything he wants anyway. Actually, he goes for Boots of Travel before finishing the refresher. Interesting.
I'm kind of down for that. I think you help your team like push out the waves, because at this point, you're playing against Ents, you're playing against Naga. They're just going to try to make it annoying. Ramses does pick up his 25.
Have you ever seen the Healing Ward talent before?
No.
I don't think I've seen it either.
That's also a misclick. Like, if you take Blade Fury...
17%. With
more people higher than the Blade Fury. I mean, because if you take that, like, you're probably Ruffle stomping the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Because then it's like, I don't need Almond Slash.
Ramsey's able to clean up these illusions very nicely between the Mjolnir and his Swift Slash. Make quick work of them. Kiyotaka, hunting. Naga is who he wants. He's spotted though. Shivas is going to get some vision. There's the sheep stick to follow. Malefice as well.
Blast him.
And into the black hole. Duraccio. Well, he will eventually go. My goodness, this takes a long time. Despite how farm 9 Pandas are, that took a long ass time. And there's a refresher now for Kiyotaka.
He still got a double. He's a patient young man, not dropping the Requiem there. Just going to go straight into the high ground. You've got the healing ward, because Antares is still holding on to the stolen song, mind you. So
how long does he have it for? It's running out relatively soon.
He's still got like 30-ish seconds. You have like 5 minutes.
The blink in. Kiyotaka with the Omni Slash, or maybe Swift by Celery's dead just like that. Song of the Siren. Is that the stolen?
Yep.
Looks like it. Kiyotaka going to reset knowing that this buyback came out from Dyrachyo. Telekinesis save as well. Ramsey's kind of stuck here, and there's the song from Dyrachyo now. Trying to set something up. Remnants are there.
No
they have the damage. Instant sheep onto Dyrachyo. Requiem to follow. That's a dieback onto the Naga Siren.
Oh my goodness.
And just like that, it's a 5 versus 3 with still having the Aegis, and looks like Quinn dies as well to the Swift Slash. And Ramsey's still holding on to the Omni after all this, and they know that these diebacks are there, so they're just going to go for the win right here, right now. Celery buys back. And this building damage, I mean, it is a magic damage Kiyotaka build. That's Blast Off coming in very nicely done, but the Omni Smash onto Ace, into the Blast Off, so much damage. Down goes Meepo, buys back instantly. Solo just barely living. Looks like that's going to be one down tier 4. Quinn has buyback now, will expend it. Both tier 4s will be taken out. Remnanting in. Quinn trying to control it. There's the Hex onto the Shadow Fiend. Ace trying to do as much as he can, but he's getting controlled and he's getting wrecked down by Ramses. The Mega Meepo comes out to save him. And the Death Ward is there onto Quinn. He gets taken out by the Shadow Fiend again. And that should do it. That's a dieback onto Quinn, a dieback onto Dyrachyo.
No creeps.
That's true.
No creeps, brothers.
They have to wait. This is a bit awkward. All they have is technically the 2 tier 4s and a melee racks in the top lane.
Okay, creeps are coming slowly but surely, as is.
Their building damage is not that crazy because Shadow Fiend is not the right clicker that we're used to seeing. But Ace trying to get everything on the Kiyotaka, but the big Requiem is there with the Shadow Raises to follow. Ramses trying to take out a Meepo here, gets the spin off. And that's going to be, he gets the dig. Okay, Ace staying alive ever so slowly, but he's the last remaining member of Gaimin. And this is a 2-0 for 9Pandas, their first actual victory. The first time Ramses has beaten Quinn is because he didn't tip the entire series.
He tipped him at the very end.
Oh, shit.
Right before. But he knew this time to wait properly until you're hitting the throne. I mean, you can just never count out a lineup with an Enigma. There was this one sick play from Miro. He scouted himself, gets a 3-man black hole. They just turn it around. And yeah, I think eventually Gaimin's draft, there's some overlap if they're not far ahead. And 9Pandas strike back a 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Kazu. I did not believe in the Shadow Fiend build. And
I wasn't sure, but
I was horribly wrong, and I'm really glad to see it because that means Shadow Fiend can be picked more. But despite not having the old Arcane Blink, builds the exact same way, and it's apparently very good.
I mean, they just have a big wombo combo later, right? You have the Black Hole, you have the Requiem into like a lot of these units with the illusions and many Meepo staying around. You've got the Battle Fury on Ramses as well. Just, you know, standing strong, holding onto the game and knowing which timings they kind of have to play for. I think Gaming were in a very good spot in this game, but perhaps eventually it's a little awkward for them, but yeah.
Yeah, so with this, they are now, I believe, tied. Is that correct? I think, yeah, Gaimin were 6-4, and 9Pandas were 4-6, so now they're just tied.
Yep.
So that is a big deal because 9Pandas was right on the threshold of being on the elimination side of the group stage, and now they've catapulted themselves. So, what's that production? Sorry? Very good. We're going to have an interview in just a few seconds with...
A few seconds?
Yeah, a few seconds with Tsunami. Take it away. Yeah. Solo.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Solo of 9Pandas. You guys have finally been able to conquer Gaimin Gladiators after so many matchups, and what a way to do it, man. What a series that was. Both games nail-biters to watch. For game number 2, let's start out with Miro. What was the target priority for him? Like, what did he feel like, I have to black hole to win this game?
Well, Meepo was a problem, so I think Miro was focused on Meepo, and he had really nice black hole on our Tormentor. That was a huge comeback for us. So Matvey played very good, and we made a comeback.
زي ما تشوفون أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا سولو من فريق ناين بانداز. من أجمل الأيام اللي شاهدناها وأخيرا شاهدنا ناين بانداز يقدرون أنهم يأخذون الفوز على فريق جيمنج جلاديترز. مع أن عارفين احنا الهيستوري اللي بينهم دائما جيمنج جلاديترز هو اللي يفوز. السؤال الأول اللي سألناه في المقابلة أنه كيف قدرتوا أنكم تأخذون الفوز، خصوصا أن البرايورتي حق ميريو وشلون بيقدر أنه يأخذ البرايورتي في كل تيم فايت يسوونه. كان الجواب أنه هو عارفين أنهم بيصير مشكلة لهم، وخصوصا مع البلاك هول حقته بيقدر انه يعرف متى يستعملها وكيف يستعملها بالضبط، لكن كان تركيزه على انه ياخذ على الاوبجكتيف او ياخذ الاوبجكتيف على الشخص اللي يكون الاعلى برايورتي للفريق الخصم، وبكن خلال البلاي هذه يقدروا ياخذون الجيم بالكامل.
And now let me take you back to game number 1, where it was another very intense finish. When they were defending and Dragon Knight was just hovering over the throne, did you guys ever think like we might not be able to win this, or were you like, all right, get it over with, just type GG, let's get on with it?
No, the game was hard. We made it hard because of our mistakes, but they made even bigger mistake. They let me play Undying, so that's it.
ايضا سالنا سولو في هذه المقابله عن موضوع انه في نهايه الجيم الثاني شفناكم تسوون هافر على الثرون، ما ندري اذا هل بيكون عندكم فرصه انك تخلصون الجيم ولا لا، فهل كان الكوميونيكيشن بينكم انه خلصوا الجيم على طول خلاص احنا الفايزين، ولا كان في شيء ثاني ببالكم؟ قال لا، انه بالعكس ان احنا قلنا عارفين انه بنخلص الجيم، واصلا كان غلطتهم الاكبر انه خلوني انا العب في الجيم.
And I haven't gotten to pick your brain too much about the structure of your team, but I'm wondering, how do you and No Fear split the responsibilities between like replay analysis, drafting? What's the priority there?
We just do our best, like any Dota aspect, drafts or analysis, all stuff we do together. We just do our best, all of us.
They're both like a 50-50 split between you two?
Yes, something like this. But Ramses is doing a lot for now. He's drafting at our team at this tournament, so yeah.
سألنا سولو أيضاً أحد الأسئلة اللي معنا في المقابلة، تكلم عن كيف هم يقدرون يقسمون المهام بالتدريب الفريق وتجهيزهم لكل مباراة هم يحضرونها. كان الجواب إنه حالياً هو رامزي أكثر واحد يركز على الدرافت، والبقية تكون سبلت ما بين كل الناس اللي ممكن يكون عندهم خبرة أكثر، ودائماً نشوف استراتيجيات حقتهم تتقسم بينهم، كل واحد منهم يأخذ الشيء اللي هو كويس فيه أكثر.
And now I finally maybe get a different answer out of you, because everyone I'm talking to, who do they want to face off in this tournament? They say Gaimin Gladiators. You just beat them. So now, who's remaining left in this tournament that you would like to play or maybe even rematch?
Well, I hope we'll make into playoffs and beat Gaimin Gladiators again.
You want the best of 5 against them?
Yeah, of course.
آخر سؤال سألنا سولو في هذه المقابلة، نتكلم عن مين الفريق اللي هو يحاب إنه يواجهه، خصوصاً إنه كل الفرق الثانية دائماً يقولون نبغى نواجه جيمنج جلاديترز، لكن هالمرة هذه هل عندك جواب مختلف؟ لكن كان الإجابة بكل بساطة إنه لا، أنا أبغى أسوي ريماتش مع جيمنج جلاديترز، وأبغاها تكون أنا وياهم في البلاي أوفز، وحتى لو كانت بس 5 بيكون أفضل.
Thank you very much, Solo. Appreciate your time, and congratulations on this 2-0 win. And before we send it back to the studio, can I get a quick vocab lesson, Fancy?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I got you. So basically, as I mentioned before, this means luck. Okay. So the way to pronounce this is saying hav.
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 There you go. You kind of got it. Okay. So the other one is strength, which means, it's basically قوة, and it means strength.
قوة.
No, it's قوة.
قوة.
No, with the letter qa.
I don't know that letter.
I don't think you can do it, but yeah, it's strength and luck, and this is exactly what they got, and this is how they beat Gaimin Gladiators, in my opinion.
Perfect. Well, that's it from us. Send it back to the studio.
يعطيكم العافية. على طول على سبيل التحليل نتكلم أكثر.
Goahaf probably butchered that pronunciation, but nonetheless, they butchered Gaimin Gladiators. 9 Pandas getting a 2-0 win, making this bracket much more interesting for Group A. And honestly, the more important part here, Purge, Ramses finally gets the W over Quinn in a LAN environment, no less.
Yeah, that's good. Good for him. He had a rough early game as well at the start, and it was just Gaimin Gladiators in the lead most of the game.
I like how he waited until the last end, just to make sure, we're not going to throw the game, nothing's going to happen. Then he goes with the tip. Yeah.
There we go. Definitely learned his lesson from the previous series, tipping a bit too early here, but he knew he was going to get the win in the end, and then he threw in the tip there. And really good, well played by them in general. 9 Pandas here, getting a 2-0. Pretty much no one would expect it. Maybe I could have saw a draw, because Gaimin Gladiators have been drawing, but I think this is their first 2-0 loss, right?
Yes,
so
indeed.
that's a big feat indeed, and I had all eyes on Kiyotaka. Like, and I trusted in him to do well. Early game, I was a little worried for him, I'm not gonna lie. Things aren't going super well. The supports were ganking him, wasn't looking good, but he had an innovative build, blink into Hex. Don't see that very often, but it paid out. It bought the space on the map, so his Shadow Fiend was a pleasant surprise.
A very pleasant surprise indeed for all of us, especially for fans of Eastern European Dota. This win gets them into a 6-6 position, pretty much tied up with Gaimin Gladiators. Just going back to the game very quickly here, Purge, one thing that I found very intriguing is that we yet again saw a situation with this Naga Siren looking very dominant for a large portion of the map. But after like 35, 40 minutes, she just really seems to struggle to close out these games, even with an advantage.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing faith in her late game, honestly. It feels like she's often banned in second phase as a solution to some offlane hero. Like, she mirror images and she dodges and she jungles. But even games where she's ahead, it just doesn't ever feel like she has that much offensive impact other than like split pushing side lanes and being able to song defensively, maybe. So, I don't know. I'm definitely losing a lot of faith in her.
Well, unfortunately, if you are a believer in the Naga Siren, you're not going to be very happy about her performance thus far here. But she's not the key hero that I think we should be focusing on in this particular game. Purge, and again, I believe you had a quick clip for us to roll through to talk about.
Quick clip?
Well, not a quick one, but an important one for this game.
Yeah, I thought Meepo was pretty incredible this game. Ace played it. He was a Meepo specialist before Meepo even became good. This is level 4, 6 minutes into the game. He's 1v1 versus Ramsey. Look at this body blocking. He's attacking while body blocking. Most players don't bother to do this. They just focus entirely on body blocking. He got a solo kill on Ramsey. He's like, it's incredible at level 4. Very, very well done by him. So what happens after this is he's then going to put the fear into Ramsey's again, forcing him to spin defensively, basically just saying like, this is my lane now. Ramsey's does a small pull because he's like, okay, clearly laning against the Meepo isn't a good thing. And with his other one, he's like, getting ready to gank, sends it all the way to the bot lane. This was that setup fight against the Enigma that almost produced a kill on Miero, but ultimately didn't. But in the meantime, his other Meepo is pulling a large camp into the creep wave. He's getting 2 things done at once, which is the value of having 2 heroes. So yeah, this fight actually results in 0 kills, so we'll just skip ahead briefly. And then what he does immediately afterwards, he goes back to farming because he's always doing something on this hero. Keep in mind, he's top net worth. He's normally top net worth on these like offlane type heroes, but Meepo's certainly more of a carry potential hero, and that's really the benefit that you're getting out of it. He left the second Meepo down there on the right side. He's just sitting over here in the trees just in case something happens and he needs to be there to team fight. So he's putting pressure on the map offensively and potentially farming. He spots 2 heroes, says like, okay, they're pushing this tower obviously. So he instead goes top to keep collecting net worth, which he does very effectively. They're cutting creep waves so that he can pressure without having to worry about putting himself or his teammates in danger. They ultimately take that tower, and as soon as he gets Atos, he sends one guy to the mid lane and he's ready to team fight. This fight didn't go very good for Gaimin Gladiators, but if it looked really good and he was ready to jump in, he would do that. And of course, the other Meepo's still farming. So this is why he's top net worth, while still participating in almost all of these skirmishes. So I just thought it was really, really impressive, and that's part of the reason they were really far ahead for a lot of the game.
That's also the reason why people rely on this Meepo for Ace for so long. Even before he joined Gaimin Gladiators, he was renowned as a Meepo specialist. Regrettably, wasn't able to eke out a victory here, and one of the reasons why is because of this STC play that we're about to witness right now. And in this situation, this Meepo incredibly highly farmed. The entire team is just looking like they're in a great position. However, this Miero Enigma Lacoste, my goodness, man was super patient this game.
Absolutely. I mean, his positioning is top tier, not just about this one, but also throughout the whole game. He did not die a single time, and instant tips coming out from his teammates for a good reason. I love the item build as well, going for this Helm of the Overlord, and it was mostly Ancient Black Dragon, so he got a lot of farm, and also realizes at one point, I need to scale. Like, I need to be the one being actually scaling into the late game, going for this Blink BKB Octarine core, and some of these black holes were amazing. Catch multiple heroes, like that one play where they like black hole 3 people plus Meepo, that's like 5-6 man black hole, and they all TP out without dying on a single hero, just getting the Aegis off, getting 1 extra kill. Chef's kiss. Just some really, really good stuff coming out from Miero.
Very good stuff coming out from Miero, but also an impressive performance here from the Juggernaut of Ramses. When we saw it being picked up, Lacoste was mentioning how good this guy is on this hero. As a carry player yourself, what did you make of his performance here, and particularly his itemization?
I think for him, he did a good job coming back into the game, as we saw through Purge's clips. He didn't have a good laning stage. It was a very difficult laning stage. So he found the resilience to just take the farm he can. He always played in their face, knowing that they kind of have too many eggs in one basket on Gaimin Gladiators. They had the roots from the Ember, they have the root from the Naga, they have the root from the Meepo, but none of those matter for Juggernaut. So he's allowed to just play in their face the entire time, allow Miro to get more farm, allow Kiyotaka to get more farm. So he really played his limits here and was like a big team player in this game.
Yep, team player indeed coming in from Ramses. But, you know, the real team initiator and the team instigator for 9Pandas certainly was our offlane player, Miro, who will be taking the award for Kida MVP for this entire series. His Game 1 performance, stellar. His Game 2 performance, even better. And if I'm Gaimin Gladiators, you must be asking yourself, what are we supposed to do, right? He plays the Zoo hero on the Lycan more as like a fighting offlaner in game number 1, but he can also pivot heavily into the team fight offlaner in the game 2. So Lacoste, if you're trying to draft against this 9Pandas team now, what are your options given how well he's performing?
Definitely not an easy team to draft against because they have a lot of options. Like if you look at the heroes that they played throughout the tournament, because they played a lot of games, we go back to like Dream League Season 20, these are some extremely versatile players we're talking about. And then not just, you know, these are also pop superstars. They have a lot of experience, so extremely difficult to draft against them. And as Solo was pointing it out with their coach, No Fear as well, and also Ramses stepping up a little bit. So you have like 3 giga brains talking about like what they're going to pick, a lot of preparation coming into it.
What did you actually make about Solo's performance in this game when he wasn't playing the Untitled? He mentioned himself that it's a mistake purge to give him that hero, but clearly he has more in the bag as well.
Yeah, in some ways Witch Doctor is very similar. Undying can raise his health, therefore when you use your blood grenade, you're not at a huge deficit. Witch Doctor, the same thing. You throw it out, you offset it with the heal. I mean, they got a really easy first blood on Ace, just with spin, blood grenade, and the heal on him fighting to the death. So it seemed to work pretty good. Obviously, all the glory clips were black holes with Requiem with Omni Slashes, but I think it was a pretty ideal game for Witch Doctor because Cask was very effective against the Meepo a lot of times.
Meepo, unfortunately, even though he had a very good start to the game, unable to finish things off for Gaimin Gladiators. 9Pandas, this is going to start a good wave of momentum for them. We already saw how high they could climb at the Bali Major, but motivation is at an all-time high at this tournament. In the earlier interview that Jenkins had with Blitz here, he was mentioning how much harder it is to coach at this tournament, given the increased motivation everyone has. And now you get to see it, right? Ramses has never done this, never actually beaten Quinn on land, especially in 2-0 fashion. Here, not only do they do it, but they gave them their best possible draft, still able to get the victory. And that, of course, not only makes things very interesting for them and their group, but given the other results that have happened elsewhere, this gives them a very clear path into getting the upper bracket.
Oh, most definitely. If they continue to play that they played in the last game, they're definitely not only a contender for the upper bracket, but to do really well in this tournament, because that was just flawless Dota. We watched a lot of the other games. It was good Dota, but this looked like on the top tier for sure.
Pretty much. It's a difficult task because they have to beat another Juggernaut. They're going to be playing against Team Spirit, which is their last series, and they haven't managed to beat them in 2023, so they might need to do what they did today, you know, beating Quinn, now beating Team Spirit again, but they're on the roll, so I'm putting my faith in them.
I mean, we saw from some of the other results that just occurred right now, Quest Esports went 1-1 up against OG, a somewhat surprising result, but the interesting thing about that is that that one win was enough to guarantee Quest Esports as our first team in Group A heading into the upper bracket of the playoffs. The other berths are still quite open right now. Nothing else has been confirmed. We don't even know who's going to be eliminated just yet, as we have a 3-way tie for 2 slots into the upper bracket, with a 3-way tie at the very bottom of the bracket as well. So Group A still heating up, still quite interesting at this moment in time. We still have more games to play. There's still one more day of Dota. However, there's only one set of games left for all of these teams in Group A Purge. It's a little bit easier when you only have to prepare for one team, but conversely, the pressure is much higher because you know that this is the difference between upper bracket or potential elimination.
And the problem is that the split between scores is insane. Like all the bottom teams, they're all tied with 5 wins. The next 3 teams are tied with 6 wins. So you just need 6 points to be tied for 3rd place. That means if you just have the last series go badly, there's a chance you get eliminated. It's kind of wild.
Wild indeed. Quest Esports, congratulations to them. They've done enough to get themselves through. Team Spirit only need one more win to put themselves in a similar category. In the meantime, 9Pandas, Gaimin Gladiators, PSG, LGD, as Purge mentioned, all of them tied up with 6 and 6. Group B is also quite intriguing as well, as BB team, they sit at the top of the group. Team Spirit did, or Team Secret rather, ruined the opportunity for them to go without a defeat. So they can't necessarily rest on their laurels either. They'll be watching the Team Asters and Talent Esports right behind them, trying to make the catch-up happen. and of course Team Secret and Team Liquid. For me, I love the fact that they are tied up at 5 and 5 here, because that means that the game they're about to play literally means everything to both of these teams.
Oh, definitely. And Team Secret has shown that you can't write them off. You know, they might be in Division 2, but they're beating some of the best here, beating the BB team. They're looking really good right now. And this is a team that has a lot of veteranship in Puppy, and I think he really steps his game up when he comes onto these high-stakes international lands.
So this is probably the highest stakes international land outside of TI, especially given that we don't know the prize pool cost for this year's TI. So a lot of these players might be looking at this as potentially the only big payday to receive in 2023.
Yes, but that's why Team Secret is playing like they're playing right now, because it's hella difficult to get to that TI spot in Western Europe. There's only 2 spots available. So one of the reasons, and also seems like everybody has motivation. Like you can see some of the teams that are like, we're doing good throughout the year, not really doing it because competition is so fierce.
Yeah, competition is very fierce here at the Riyadh Masters. Of course, since we are in Riyadh, as you've seen with Fancy on the stage, you are in the land of Arabia, so the language is not just the English casters that are giving you the action here. The local crowd has some local casters, and we have Jenkins on the crowd interacting with those people to give you the gas, give you the updates as to what's happening here in Riyadh.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not in the player lounge. Thank Gaimin for that. But I am with 2 gentlemen, friends of mine, that are the Arabic Suns fan and Cinderin, they are calling themselves. And they cast together. I'll let them introduce themselves. Who are you? What do you do?
Hello, I'm Aframouche. I'm an analyst. And they do call me the Arabic Syndrome.
Stupid Cat, and I am caster for Arabic stream.
Sorry, you said Stupid Cat?
Yeah.
That makes sense. He is definitely the Arabic Syndrome, our Suns fan. But I wanted to ask you guys some questions about your casting, because you guys are a new duo. I'll ask you first, what is the most annoying habit that he has during a cast?
Calling players the wrong names, like Malik, calling him Malik, and it's kind of really annoying.
Do you have any response to such slander?
To be honest, he's true. I keep like missing the wrong names, but he think he's a pro player, but he just keep losing the qualifiers.
Is this true?
It is true. We did lose the qualifiers, actually, yeah.
What team were you playing on in the qualifiers?
Secret Mina.
You were playing at Secret?
Yeah, I did.
Well, why don't you play with them here? They're here.
Because, I don't know, I would love to, but they just got invited and they got my slot, I guess.
But now you're Cinderin, so that is definitely worth it. Can you say something like food or Aghanim Scepter related, just because to truly get into the Suns fan character?
Shawarma. I don't know. Like this, I think. I didn't like it. Like he liked the shawarma.
I'm going to keep removing the microphone from your mouth as you are talking. That's going to go good for this interview today. Thank you guys for joining me for this very insightful piece. And now it's going to be back to you at the panel, Snare.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. He is grabbing allies from all across the world to bring us some of the updates of what's happening here at the Riyadh Masters. Of course, we are not done just yet with this day of group stage action. It's the penultimate day before any tiebreakers have to happen, so that means we still have one incredible series to bring you, and that one is an incredible one of Team Secret versus Team Liquid, a match that has not happened on the main stage since the International, so you certainly do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 action to come at you in just a moment.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the group stages of the Riyadh Masters as we're about to enter into our final group stage matchup of the day, an illustrious game of Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Really can't wait to see this one happen because the last time that these squads met was on the main stage on the final day of the International. It's kind of insane to think about the fact that Team Secret have not been in a LAN environment in the entirety of 2023. So they're making their return, some of their players making their debut on this main stage. And of course, Puppy, no stranger to the degree of pressure that comes with the bright lights of the main stage. I'm joined on panel yet again by Fear and Lacoste, but we've brought in BSJ. Brian, this matchup here, when I think about Puppy, right, and I think about where the journey of this man has taken him, the story has already been written in the stars. He's supposed to win TI this year. If you'd asked me a month ago if that's possible, given how they've been playing, I would have said absolutely not. If you'd asked me 2 days ago, I would have said absolutely not. But today I'm like, maybe.
I think I'm starting to see the stars align a little bit. This is what I love about these two teams is the history. Then since that Nisha and Zai, like they learned so much about the mindset they have towards drafting and overall vision of Dota from Puppy himself by playing with him for several years. So we're going to be seeing a lot of like in the head of the opponent between these two teams, and that's always just fun to watch.
One of the things that Zai has also learned to fear from Puppy is not simply just how to be a better player, how to drop better, but leadership, right? Puppy is one of the all-time great captains, and you've played with Zai, and you've mentioned on camera before that he wasn't the biggest talker in the world in prior iterations of his career, but now he's assumed a leadership role within the side of Team Liquid. How much of that do you think he learned from Puppy over the years?
Probably a lot of it. Zai was always the type of guy where he didn't say much, but if he did have something to say, he was almost always right. So if he found a way to like channel his voice more and get the confidence to speak more, most of the things he say are true. So it does make sense for him at some point. He's cool, calm, and collected to be that type of leader.
It's interesting to me, Lacoste, that once Nisha joined the team, the expectation in the entirety of the Dota world was that this is it, we're done now. Team Liquid going to be the best in the world. They're going to rinse every single tournament. And initially, for like a month period, it did look like they were head and shoulders above everybody else. Of course, Gaimin happened to win the first major of the year, and that sort of catapulted them into a better situation.
Yeah.
Can Liquid catch up?
Most definitely. I mean, Liquid, they would be the best team in the world throughout this year if Gaimin Gladiators didn't play as good, if they didn't exist. So a bit unlucky there, you know, if you want to call it like that. But Team Liquid, definitely, they have like very consistent performance throughout the year. It's just that, you know, they couldn't figure out how to beat Gaimin Gladiators.
One of the things that they do better than anybody else in the world, Brian, is their versatility. Team Liquid, at literally every tournament they've attended this year, have always emerged as the team with the widest hero pool, the most versatile set of heroes. And so far, that seems like it's reigning true. Right now, they're the third most versatile team in the world, only behind Team Secret at this event at the very least. How do they keep doing it? How do they always make sure that no matter what the meta, no matter what the patch, they can adapt to such a wide array of heroes and strategies?
I think that's Zai's impact on this team. Zai is the player that he'll be sometimes 0-8, and you'll be like, man, that was the most impact I've ever seen from an 0-8 offlaner in history. And that just, what I'm saying with this is, they'll make the best out of any situation. They know why they pick the heroes that they pick, and they understand fundamentally the concept behind the hero. Not necessarily the 4 spells that he uses, but what are its timings? Where is it supposed to go? What's the win condition? How does it play into their entire lineup as a whole? And that's something where if you don't understand that about every hero in the game, you just can't pick them, right? And I think Zai, yeah, he's just one of those guys, man. I don't know. He's a genius.
So they're third most versatile at this tournament. Puppy and the boys are second. And not only are they second fear, the third most versatile player at this tournament is Armel. The first most versatile player at this tournament is Chrysalis, right? So they have 2 of them in the same team. How do they keep doing it?
That has to be false. I heard Chrysalis can play only 3 heroes.
Here, not anymore, but when you play under Puppy for this long, you learn to break those boundaries, because Puppy, he likes to be free in the draft. He wants to be able to use every piece of the puzzle to create something beautiful. He's known for his mastermind drafting. And if you can't play everything, you can't utilize Puppy as a captain. And I think Crystallis has done a great job to, you know, at first he was kind of limited, but he's expanded his hero pool, and he's done a great job at it.
Talk to me about this, Lockhart, because people at home keep talking trash about Chrysalis, right? Despite some really stellar performances we've seen from him. When you see him play, what is it that he's doing that the audience at home are not seeing it in terms of the impact he has in the game?
And there's a good reason why Puppy puts a trust in him. You know, he swapped all the other roles beside himself, of course, after TI. He brought in new players. Chrysalis is the only remaining member from the last TI, because they love to lane together, and they're really good at laning together. Like, you'll see them a lot of the times, even the games that they lost, because they started off at Riyadh Masters with 0-4 and still managed to bounce back after the group stage, because their laning is very superior to other teams. Like, they know what to do in the lane. Sometimes you'll see them like not having as much net worth. I think one of his strengths is utilizing his net worth. I think the downside is maybe when it comes down to him, you know, being the lowest net worth core, these are the games that he doesn't shine in, but if they set him up for a success, he's gonna deliver.
Of course, they have delivered so far in getting here to the Riyadh Masters already and getting into the group stages through the play-ins, and Team Secret have been going from strength to strength. Let's find out how they managed to bounce back from a very calamitous and difficult year to find themselves at the grandest tournament of 2023.
this 5-man roster has only played with this 5 squad in one other tournament, which was Dream League Season 20.
We don't know enough about the other players. Having FBZ and Armel SEA imports into a Western European team is something that's not too common. And Yamich is also a player who has not been thoroughly tested, I would say, in a competitive experience. So this will be a good representation of what Secret will be capable of.
Team Secret is a unique team because under Puppy's leadership, the team has always made it to the international, has always found success at the end of the road, no matter how hard it was.
Is this going to be the TI that finally breaks Puppy's all-TI streak? It seems that we may be looking that way, but still, he manages to come through every single time. Now we have to look at this iteration of Secret and see how much SEA players can enhance his capabilities. That's most likely their secret factor.
This team has not had a lot of experience yet as a 5 squad, and there are so many games going on. They have to adapt faster than probably anyone to be able to get to the level that other teams already started the tournament with.
Even online, they looked shaky. Here on LAN, maybe they'll get a power-up. Obviously, Puppy has been frequently critical of the online system that the Dota Pro Circuit has encouraged, and he himself thinks that LAN Dota is true Dota. So if that's the case, Riyadh Masters will be the time to prove it.
The original TI champion back on LAN, going to be witnessing playing him some true Dota, as he mentions there in the insert. One of the things that I want to be seeing in this particular draft, BSJ, is Monkey King. We saw this hero look very, very shaky, right? However, there's only been 4 players who have won with this hero at the Riyadh Masters. 3 of them are in this game. Yamich and Chrysalis on the side of Team Secret, Mickey on the side of Team Liquid. What makes this hero so difficult to play, and what makes these 2 teams capable of making it work when others can't?
Monkey King is feast for famine type hero. Like, your ultimate either lands and kills everybody, or they just walk away and suddenly you're a relatively unimpactful carry hero compared to a lot of others. And also, he's got really bad, he's got really polarizing matchups. Like, his really good matchups are the heroes that have to be point blank range. He's gonna stack those Jingu on you, and the bad matchups are like the Venomancers, the Phoenixes, these long range kiting heroes. So it's all about knowing exactly how to handle every single matchup. The hero has a wide variety of builds. In this case, you're talking about flexing it between a support and a carry, and I agree. It's an absolutely like deciding hero in this series.
Another hero that's going to be a very deciding hero, of course, I think it's going to be Io. We spoke in the previous series when Gaimin Gladiators was involved about Io Lesh. What Liquid has done, they looked at like Io Lesh seems cool. Io Razor also seems cool, right? Both of these heroes have very high win rates. Now what we're going to do, 3 times, we're going to pick Io with Lesh and Razor. We're just going to double down on the strategy to make sure we win.
Something that Fear does like to talk about is this Io Lesh, and then you use like Razor as a counter to Leshrac on the mid lane. So why not pick up all 3 of them? So because it's a flex pick. It can be played from the safe lane, can be played from the off lane, and it does give you like timing. These heroes don't rely on any cooldowns at all, so it's pretty like straightforward. We're gonna run at them. We have sustain from Io, so very punishable when it comes down to some of these heavier teamfight lineups that teams are picking here.
How do you feel about this? Io undefeated on the side of Team Liquid whenever they play it. So should Team Secret be looking to yoink that, or is it just banhammer no matter what?
Most likely banhammer, but if there is a captain that wants to beat you at your best, it sometimes will be Puppy. He'll give it a shot for 1 game. If it doesn't work, maybe he'll ban it. So if they do have something against Io, I imagine it will be good, but most likely that hero's just so good, why not use a ban for it?
Yeah, just get rid of it, remove it from the game. One thing I also do want to see is the mid lane matchup. Armel, man, what a player, what a guy, what a god, what a legend in the mid lane. Going up against Nisha, the man who at the time people were accusing of being the hard carry, the reason why Team Secret was able to find themselves in the grand finals of the TI 22 tournament. BSJ, do you agree that Nisha had that degree of impact, and why haven't Secret been able to function in that fashion without him?
I think Nisha was definitely the MVP of last year's Secret, but I also don't think he's had to fill that same role on Liquid. I think Liquid's a much more balanced team in terms of how many resources they distribute to each core. They're one of the few teams where I see sometimes it's Zai at the bottom of the net worth, sometimes it's Nisha or Mickey. It really doesn't matter when it comes to the big picture of the game. So the way he's kind of absorbed himself into this team, it's a different player, it's a different take, and I don't view him as like the 1v9 mid laner anymore.
I mean, that's a good thing, right? That can only be positive if a team doesn't have to be wholly reliant on a singular player to attain success and achieve results. So far, Team Liquid have yet to find a championship in this 2023 year, even though their roster is absolutely stacked from top to bottom. And of course, Team Secret have yet to even find themselves on LAN throughout the entire year. This time around, though, that is all about to change, as these two teams will run back the lower bracket final of TI 2022. Let us find out which of these squads has what it takes to get the win as we get into Game 1 of this matchup.
We're wrapping up day number 3 here of the group stage here at a Riyadh Masters with a clash that's actually surprisingly even. Secret has kind of been off the grid for a while, but they're on the come up. And Liquid, after so many second place finishes, we expect more of the same, but right now, kind of middle of the pack.
Nobody knows what's going to happen. الآن جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أن نشهد المباراة الأخيرة في اليوم الثالث من الجروب ستيج. المباراة هذه فيها هيستوري جدا كبير، لكن الشيء اللي لازم تعرفه فريق سيكرت الآن جالس يتحسن بشكل مفاجئ للكل، لكن تيم ليكويد بالمقابل هذا الفريق اللي مستواه قاعد يدنا شوي، معنا شفناهم في أغلب البطولات حوالي العالم دائما يكونون في المركز الثاني.
And for these two teams specifically, obviously there's been a lot of player sharing between the two, but right now, this will be actually the first time that Nisha has faced off against his former team on LAN.
هذه بتكون أعزائنا المشاهدين المرة الأولى اللي نشهد فيها اللاعب نيشا ضد فريقه السابق. في لاعبين كانوا موجودين مع سيكرت والآن صاروا مع تيم ليكويد، فالشيء هذا راح يعطيهم فرصة إنهم يثبتون أنفسهم قدام الأورج القديمة حقتهم.
Now, let's give a warm welcome to this team's first appearance on LAN this entire year. Team Secret! They've been quiet for most of the year, but Puppy sees something in these players that he's assembled from a variety of regions. Some from last year, some new imports, some from even Southeast Asia. He's getting them all.
بابي الفيتران حق الفريق هو قائدهم، وأكثر شيء لازم تعرف عن الفريق هذا إنه لسبب ما قدر يجمع الروستر هذه من مختلف أنحاء العالم، ولا سووا شيء كثير الفترة الأخيرة، لكن الآن جالسين نشوفهم يتحسن مستواهم في أول ظهور لهم في اللان من أول ما بدأ الروستر، لكن خصمهم ما هو سهل. أول مرة يطلعون على المسرح، كلكم تعرفون مين هم، خلينا نرحب فيهم. فاينالست السنة الماضية في رياض ماسترز تيم ليكويد. من بداية البطولة حنا جالسين نشوفهم في البثوث المختلفة يتواجهون خلف المسرح ويقدرون يصعدون إلى منتصف الجروب حقهم، لكن الآن بيكون عندهم فرصة يظهرون في أول مرة على المسرح في رياض ماسترز 2023. هم جاهزين يقدمون لنا أفضل ما عندهم.
They're stepping onto the stage for the first time right now here at a Riyadh Masters 2023, but they're no strangers to the stage in general. Right now, the group stage, it's a little bit cold, but this is what it was like for them at the Berlin Major also. They're no strangers to ending this whole thing looking hot.
دائما نشوفهم يكونون في المركز الثاني، دائما نشوف فريق ليكويد يكون هو فاينالست في جميع المياجر اللي شهدناها هذه السنة، لكن المرة هذه بيتأكدون أنهم يوصلون المركز الأول بحكم الأداء اللي شهدناه منهم. صحيح أنه ما كان الأفضل، بس فرصتهم للتأهل للبلاي أوفز جدا عالية، وموضوع الهيستوري اللي بين اللاعبين بيعطي الجيم فليفر جدا رهيب.
Let's end this night in style, Fancy. Gentlemen, take your seats. Let's get this draft underway.
على طول نبدأ في درافت الجيم أعزائنا المشاهدين. هذا بيكون جيمنا الأخير في اليوم الثالث.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. We are indeed going to end this evening in style. Liquid versus Secret, run back of a lower bracket final. And BSJ, given the stakes here, for someone like Puppy, right? I imagine that for his debut on the main stage, it probably means a lot to be able to beat Team Liquid and be like, yeah, we did it again. Y'all thought you were hot. Nah. We still have the source when it comes to LAN environments.
And also, how dare you guys leave me behind? I'm referring to Nisha and Zai in this case. But yeah, I think these teams, like both of them, I'm always going to be more fearful of them as the event goes on. Like, I think as these captains, and like I think specifically Blitz as a coach always knows how to rally the troops in terms of morale and making sure the team stays positive, fixes the right things, makes the right adjustments. And Puppy, you know, he said that they were having visa issues. They didn't really get a chance to boot camp because of them before this before this tournament. So what that means for me is that if they can make that much of an adjustment over that short a period of time, that they're going to be terrifying moving forward.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly what kind of terror Team Secret can strike into the hearts of Liquid as we have a draft on our hands. Game 1 of Team Liquid versus Team Secret. Yet again, Fia, we have a little bit of a switch up here. All throughout the group stages up until this point, it was common to see Radiant first pick. The last 2 series we've had, Radiant have had second pick both times, Dire with the first pick. So what do we want to see Team Secret open this draft with, especially since they've done the smart thing and banned out the IO?
Well, there's a lot of things they like going for. Snapfire could be one of them, Batrider, Enigma. Those are the big ones that they like to look for on that first pick. You can't ban all of them, so most likely they'll end up one of those 3.
They haven't found much success with Snapfire. I'm just scrolling through their games, and every single time they pick Snapfire +1, other than this one series, they just lost every single time. And it feels like there's been a switcheroo lately for the last, 2 days, because they started winning. It feels like there's a Monkey King that, as you Snare mentioned, that's a flex pick for them because they love to run it as position 4 as well. But this Batrider and also Primal Beast, just like you have 2 players who can play it, and they play it so well.
The one weakness, though, BSJ, that they might have on the side of Team Secret, they are not a Broodmother team. We just saw on the graphic there, it's one of the most contested heroes in the entire tournament. Despite its win rate not necessarily living up to that billing, Team Secret haven't been deploying it really here at the Riyadh Masters. Is that a detriment to them, or are there enough strategies in the game right now that you can ignore the Spider?
There's no Broods, there's no Morphlings, there's no Medusas of the previous patch, I think, this time around. We saw some of the highest contested heroes in the entire draft for only about 80% of the time. I think you can get away with not having some of these heroes in your repertoire. So specifically right now in this patch, that's not as big of a detriment as it has been before.
Yeah, there's Enigma left in the pool. Puppy loves to play it. The question is, do you want to pick it up straight away, not caring about Rubik, because Rubik so far has been the hero of the tournament. If it's a 5 Enigma, I don't think you care too much about it, and Team Secret, they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, I think Puppy just, one of his comforts, you know, he loves playing these heroes that are always a little bit greedy on the lane, right? And on top of that, he likes the micro, the hero that fits him very well. But I imagine Liquid, a common response to this will be that Rubik. If at any point you do Black Hole in the game, you can turn that quite easily. Also has a cast range to stop Black Holes later on. And they will end up picking him. They're going to pick the Snapfire up as well, that Team Secret forgoed because they didn't have the best success with here. But Team Liquid, this hero can be a flex for them, for sure.
Yep, they played this hero mid and it's been successful for them. Obviously, we've seen them deploy it in a support role, not at this tournament, but in the past.
Yeah.
But Snapfire has just been very, very good. One of the most contested heroes in the tournament and super versatile. Rubik, what a hero Rubik is. I'll be honest, y'all, I was a bit cold after the play-ins on this hero, so I'm being picked game in, game out, not necessarily having that much impact. But these last 2 days of group stages, in particular, seeing Kaka play it and earlier today see Tofu play it, BSJ, I'm turning around on this hero. I think he's actually kind of busted.
It's just so easy to lose the draft in the first round, where you pick a hero that ends up having 0 impact. And so I think what Rubik does for you is he's just never that hero. He's always going to have the presence in lane to fade bolt and secure you creeps, and he's also going to have that team fight impact later on, and that's especially guaranteed when you're looking at Enigma on the other team. The Snapfire, I think in a lot of cases Liquid would have opted for like a Broodmother or a Lycan type hero in that slot if it were any other team than Secret, because they prioritize Snapfire so highly themselves. So I really do like to see that they made a slight adjustment in their priority list based on their opponent.
Yeah. Looking at what Team Secret drafted for themselves, it's the same opener when they played against BB Team. So now they need to protect their Darkseer. There's already Oracle gone. Enchantress is still left in the pool. Any of these like Dispel heroes early on. And it's also Insania's specialty. Like there was a time when no one touched this hero and they were like, you know what, we're gonna be playing it, but I feel like Oracle is in an okay spot right now, so we might see it from time to time.
Yeah, Liquid doing their homework here, just banning the other heroes that Secret had when they opened with this as well. It's a little funny to me that they don't even try to hide this Enigma at all. It's like for a flex spec. Like, no, right away, we're just going to pick our offlaner with it. This is just Puppy's hero. We're not going to joke around here. But Team Liquid, they've seen this draft. I'm sure Blitz is holding the papers up. All right, this is what they played with it last time. What don't we want to play? Secret doing the same exact bans when they open with this as well. So all eyes on Secret here running this strategy, as this is Liquid. They adapt pretty well. You know, they're the water team. They adapt, but they're playing versus Secret, who also can adapt, but Secret's running something that they've ran before, and Liquid, they have to come with something new.
And banning out Bloodseeker, that's the big one, you know. Everybody talks about Crystallis, that's one of his top 3 heroes, Razor, Monkey King, Bloodseeker. He had the like highest XP in one of those games against Aster. He also he was dethroned by Monet today in terms of kills on this hero because he loves to play it, but not just him. I think all Western Europe carry players, they really excel at playing Bloodseeker. They just like know how to farm and they know how to join. Like you'll see like Mickey especially on this hero joining fights early on, like 7-8 minutes into the game, he's through the gates, like he's deep into the mid lane, getting that level 6, getting a kill on a core.
One thing that worries me about the Bloodseeker being removed from the pool here, BSJ, is that now this opens up the possibility of a Lycan.
I was thinking the same thing.
Team Liquid, they played on multiple roles and they're undefeated with this hero so far. So talk to me about this. Should they be banning out the Lycan on the side of Team Secret?
Yeah, I think what makes, I think first off, yes, but I don't know if you can afford to. I was going to say they were probably going to ban Enchantress, but then when I look at their last 2 Darkseer games, they picked it into Enchantress, so they're not that afraid of the Dispel coming out there. But the thing about Liquid with Lycan is they're one of the only teams, if not the only one, that flexes it between carry and offlane. And in theory, he's nice against Darkseer because you have built-in sustain to worry about the Ion Shell. And then you're also good against Enigma because one of the best ways to deal with Enigma is since he conversions the creeps of his own, he's pulling the lane back. So you want to look to push the lane in ultra hard, looking for early dives. So that like Helm Dom timing, that level 6 timing, usually pretty potent against a hero like Enigma. Doesn't do much to defend his tower.
And Liquid is not just banning one hero. When they played against BB team, they banned both of them, Templar Assassin and Clockwork.
Razor now? A hat trick here.
It could be. And when you talked about this Lycan pick, potentially this Clockwork even also makes sense. Sometimes playing into cogs could be difficult, like getting on top of Lycan. So seems like the pick that could come up for Liquid.
Seems quite scary here. They're going to be the ones picking first out of the phase. I think the next ban is going to give us quite a lot of information. So far, we don't see any addressment of the Water Boy here, despite both teams having played it in the past. Is that going to come up for you at all?
Probably not for Liquid, most likely. I don't see a big reason at the moment to pick it.
That's not a hero they really play very often.
Yeah, Elder Titan. You can technically cancel Black Hole with your ultimate, so there's that. You can steal it with Rubik. This hero doesn't particularly strike as a hero that just like beats Darkseer up in the lane. It's not really a Dispel.
Level 1, he is really strong.
He is,
yeah.
You
have Blood Grenade, you have that extra move speed. Darkseer has Ion Shell, so maybe that, but also we've seen a lot of Elder Titan so far at Riyadh Masters, and it felt really good. I don't think I remember seeing game where it was like, oh, ET, he's not doing anything. So definitely hero that has been under multiple teams' radar recently.
Yeah, he definitely has big team fight, which helps a lot. And of course, the aura with Snapfire is a classic. Yeah, that one makes it very difficult to fight into here. And I like how the Clockwork is banned here too. That was one of the heroes that could enable this Darkseer lane against Elder Titan. At this point, I'm not exactly sure what you pick as a pos 4 here to deal with this Elder Titan, because then it gets a little weird if you want to do some inch or something for the spell plays.
Where's Nyx Assassin against the Snapfire? Can't use ulti. I mean,
he'll get beat up pretty hard versus ET in lane.
Two greedy supports, I think, as well.
Like
you need a 4 that's willing to work with virtually no items. I think maybe like a Spear Breaker type of support.
Yeah, that's a better choice always.
I also think Team Liquid's like alley-ooping themselves into a Void pick. They've done it before, and it just looks amazing with their entire draft. It's also very good against Darkseer in theory. So we see the Spirit Breaker. I'm still liking Void for Team Liquid, but I have to imagine like Team Secret's got that on their mind. Like that is a very likely pick that could be coming out. It's generally a carry that you want is the type that has sustain and not so powerful of an illusion against the Darkseer.
Yeah, Void's good. If you do want to go Sven, maybe could be pretty
Sven's
decent
fine
as
too.
well.
Yep.
Yeah, as an alternative. But they go for the
Okay, you would want to go Void against Razor, not Sven.
Funny enough,
pick.
that was the one hero that Liquid didn't ban. That Team
And then they
Secret had.
now it's a good Morph.
They really wanted this draft.
Oh, Morph works
You
really
have
good too.
like 2 really good targets to turn into Spirit Breaker at every single stage of the game. Razor as well, he links you, you link him. You can also get away from the static link if you don't have your ultimate available.
I would just be licking my chops for a Void pick right now.
Yeah, Void's extremely good right now.
So Faceless Void could come in, Morphling could come in. Other carry heroes that they've played at this tournament, which are unlikely. They played Drow, definitely not going to happen.
No.
We've seen Muerta, that's not going to happen. Slark is unlikely. TA's already been banned out. Yeah, Morphling does seem to fit the bill here.
I just don't like it as much against Enigma, but I love it against the other 3. So it just depends on what their priorities are, whether or not it's like the carry-to-carry matchup, whether or not it's the team fights with the Void. The Morphling's probably better for the map, where like outside of team fights it's going to be impossible to gank you, but we'll see what they prioritize.
I mean, it is Enigma 5, so the Morph is not going to have as big of an issue with
He's
it.
not going to lane against him, not going to steal his CS. So
I mean, the Midnight Pulse and Black Hole are still annoying as they are for most carries, but you do have ways of canceling that with the Rubik and the Elder Titan, so both could be good here. I think Morph is definitely better versus Razor one-on-one matchup, but Faceless Void, it fits the combo, right? You've got the Snapfire ultimate, you got the ET, you've got like the dream late game now.
Yeah. Late game is not going to be a problem. And I suppose they don't have, I'm looking at this Team Secret draft, their out-and-out burst is somewhat lackluster, so being able to reliably deal with the Faceless Void is not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
I also love games where I don't have to buy BKB as Faceless Void, and I don't think you really want to buy one this game. You're dealing with Charge, you're dealing with Static Link, you're dealing with Black Hole. Like, the only thing that you'd buy BKB for is Darkseer, and that's only to really get out of his wall combo, and Void's got Time Walk for that. So, well, I saw this yesterday in a series. I don't remember which one it was, but please, last hero from Secret, make this Void buy a BKB. Like, you don't, like, if you pick a hero that he doesn't want to buy BKB against, you're making his item build much more straightforward.
yeah, he's really not afraid of these heroes. Like, there's Spirit Breaker Charge into like some Malefice, but when it comes down to burst damage coming out from these 4 heroes, there isn't much to control Faceless Void, and one of the better counter initiators in the game, Elder Titan, so he can keep the distance and get the Echo Stomp, Rubik later on with the lift, with the cookie. So there's a decent amount of saves coming out for this Faceless Void already.
I'm also worried here about this Razor. How on earth do you keep the link out on this Void? He not only has Time Walk, he has displacement from both the Fire Snap Cookie and the... You just don't? Okay.
Not really. I think it's pretty hard because, like, yeah, if he gets the Shard and he's going to initiate with Chrono, you're not going to find a way to get that. If they want to, they can buy a link. And speaking to BSJ's point, though, like, the hero that's going to force Void into buying a BK, there's not many, but there is a Puck. And Armel does like to play that hero, and I think that is a matchup where I think you absolutely probably need to buy a BKB.
Oh, there it goes.
Bye-bye. Liquid knows that too, so.
Yeah. All right, so in terms of initiators then, what's left? I feel like only Storm Spirit really remains here. I don't think Queen of Pain really helps them in that regard. They do need some degree of lockdown.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy pick here. You know you're against the Snapfire, at least at this point.
We've seen
highly
them pick
likely.
Shaker.
Shaker versus Snap mid?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking of something that makes him buy a BKB.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
at that point, can we even rely on that? Is there a way we can potentially do more? Maybe is a Wind Ranger in the game?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Maybe DK?
I was thinking Wind Ranger, relatively elusive, like hard to kill with these heroes unless you commit with Chrono.
DK worries me into this Elder Titan though, like with the Void combo. Not
Yeah, I
feeling
got
super
you.
hot about that.
I hope whatever, like I'm a little puzzled, a little perplexed here on what for them to pick, so I hope it kind of answers all my concerns. Oh!
There it is.
Well, there you go. It makes them buy a BKB. They took me very literally there.
Okay.
Maybe.
So that's mid Shaker, safe lane Razor. There was some flex potential still left with this Razor if they wanted to put it on a mid lane. That's why this Throw Ranger ban came in Clutch, like what do you pick here? Something that can survive this Razor plus Enigma, like break Link, something like Mars, just to be able to lane, because I don't think this is going to be an easy lane for them to play into.
I would love a push hero, maybe Visage.
So Zai has played, the heroes are still in the pool. He has played Underlord, Tidehunter, Visage as well. Oh no, Enigma and Tide Timbers are already gone. So yeah, those are the other three he's played. So Visage, it comes up. So what do you think? What was the rationale in your mind, BSJ, when you were thinking about this Visage hero?
Well, when you talked about the Void versus Morphling, when they chose between those two, it's like Void's not as good for the map. He's not going to take care of any of the lanes. He's not creating any pressure. He's much better for the fight. So usually when Liquid does this, they like to pair it with a hero like Visage that's going to create that pressure, force you to react, allow the Void to rotate to him who's showing on the lane. And even though you're looking at an Echo Slam, it's not that good against Visage as a concept because of the fact that he has Gravekeeper's Cloak. So out of all the summons heroes, it's probably the best against Earthshaker, and it's a ranged hero against Razor. So I don't think he has any great Link targets on Crystallis this entire game, so I'm really leaning towards Liquid through and through for this draft.
Definitely makes it really uncomfortable for Razor to run into this Visage hero. He's going to have the auras, the birds are going to hit you, you're going to slow his attack speed and move speed as well, which he hates. Constant nukes coming out, and then you have like Snapfire, Rubik. There's so many nukes for this Razor to go in. Only issue I have with Team Secret's draft right now is, well, I've got a lot of issues with it, but the big thing is their lanes look like they're potentially going to lose all three, and that's definitely a big issue, and I don't even think they have the secured late game either, so a little bit scary here for Team Secret. I think they got to play really well.
Yeah, I think both teams are very happy with the drafts that they got out of this one, because both drafts seems to be like really good. Maybe the laning stage part that Fear mentioned, but overall leaning towards Team Liquid just because of the execution. Puppey has a lot to prove. You know, he's back on the land. He wants to beat Team Liquid one more time, but I would say this is like 55-45 for Liquid.
55-45, so we're having a clean sweep on the panel for Team Liquid, it seems?
Yeah, seems really good. I think Secret's trying to force a strategy a bit too much here, and Liquid kind of exploited it. They did their homework.
Agreed.
Well, the last time that my panel was all in on a particular team, it ended up being in completely the opposite direction, and the opposite team won. That time it was 9 Pandas. Let's see if Team Secret can prove them wrong yet again. And to find out, we send it over to our casters, Sunsfan and Kezu. Take it away, boys.
Liquid versus Secret. We had one grudge match. This one is a friendly one, but we're going to pretend that they have beef with each other because there's 2 members of Liquid in Nisha and Zai used to be on Secret. They abandoned Puppey. You're casting it. You used to be Secret a member as well.
Yep.
Except you were kicked instead of leaving like
Thank
that.
you.
But that's beside the point, Kezu.
Thank you, Shannon.
Very important match, though. Both teams 5-5 in the group. And there's only one match, I believe, after this for them.
For both of them.
So very impactful match. We're going to see Armel, Earthshaker mid hype.
It is true that all of Puppey's players every year, they just get poached by Liquid. So I'm sure, you know, there's maybe not some beef, but deep down, of course, you want to beat them, want to beat some of your old teammates. But, you know, the panel touched on the draft a little bit. I do think that it's not the easiest game for Armel to, like, jump into the Radiant draft later on. Same for, you know, Razor. When there's this potential where you just BKB, you want to run in, but there's counterplay to you with like the Chrono and so on. So I do think Secret have a few things that they're going to have to deal with. But what I'm looking at is FBZ. Some of his mid-game timings with maybe Greaves Pipe, it can really push your Earthshaker and your Razor forward to just really run in there. Well, let's see the Bounty Rune fight coming up.
Yeah.
Oopsie daisy, that's 4 for
be
0.
Liquid with 4. That is not a good start for Secret.
Pretty good, you know.
Yeah, could be better. They could have gotten a kill as well.
Could have killed all 5 heroes.
Yeah. Okay, well that is unfortunate for Secret, but I mean, which lineup do you agree with the panel that this is Liquid favored?
I would say it's slightly Liquid favored, but there's definitely a world where Secret in this mid game, like as I touched on, they get these auras and they just keep running in and they kind of own the map. I think that's like kind of their way to win, but I would say that Liquid have a very solid draft and good answers to the Secret cores.
And of course, Secret started off very poorly in this group stage, and then there was a thread made about Crystallis, and he's not good at the game. Why does Puppey play with him? And they proceeded to win every game yesterday, and Crystallis was, I think he died 3 times total out of 4 to 6 games, or whatever the hell it was.
So,
absolute monster as the first blood goes the way of Zai.
So what I'm hearing is the haters should keep hating, because then they buff Crystallis to play better.
That's right.
So keep it up, haters.
Keep it up, everybody.
This Puppey takes a quick L in the top lane from Zai's little nuke, which has a 4-second cooldown, so you don't really want to play into some soul assumption, but sometimes that's just life.
Yeah, what do you think of the Razor this game?
I mean, it's just a Crystallis special, right? He's got his 8 billion games on Monkey King, then Bloodseeker, then Razor. It's not the easiest matchup. You don't really like Visage all that much. I think your lane against Visage is fine. So Armel dealing with some low HP for now, but Faceless Void matchup is one of the worst in the entire game. But Razor's always the type of hero that you have your own tempo, and even if you have bad matchups in the mid game, you're generally the strongest hero, so they will have to push forward there.
Armel, you okay,
Fissure?
my friend? Fissure comes out, and
on the ground.
Does he just die here, I think?
Very fire.
He blocks in Nisha, who's... Oh! Cookie connects. Nisha gets the kill. It was actually closer than I thought, but same result.
That looks way closer than it should have been after he fissured the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
Nisha gonna get his bottle.
Well, he wanted to get the block in, but if he had actually
block him.
if he had hit Nisha, I think that actually might have been a kill. Yeah, it was close.
Okay, well, very good start for Liquid. 4 bounty runes and the first 2 kills. Sania is beating them, but might get...
He's gonna get vacuumed back into the Ion Shell Blood Grenade combination. They have a lot of wombo combos. That's not one of them, but...
Black Hole.
They have crazy team fight on the side of Secret.
Now, Secret team fight is going to be very good. And sure, like, Liquid have a lot of, I think, the matchups, but a lot of their damage comes from, like, team fight, wombo combo, you know, Snapfire Kisses, ET Splitter, as he will see it again.
Yeah.
Nisha with the sidestep.
Yeah. Well, let's see, how close was this? If the Fissure had hit, would he have gotten this kill?
I'm pretty sure he would have killed it.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, then again, maybe Nisha wouldn't have manned up.
Yeah.
Way, you know.
Yeah.
Never
You're
know.
creating an alternate timeline, and who knows how many branches are in that timeline.
Doctor Strange.
That's right.
Stick
Blood
charge.
grenade onto Crystallis. Gets off the plasma field though.
There's Lotus.
He is donezo. And Lotus is available for the taking. Puppy.
Bash and Puppy.
He's
going to do it again on the
leaving
second
Secret.
hit. No line.
Another
Third
bash
hit.
coming. He'll get it.
Yep, he'll get it
next
now.
time. So mid lane, I did want to talk about that. The Earthshaker as the last pick for Secret, not last pick overall, but last pick for them.
Yeah.
Against the Snapfire, I mean, his CS is good.
Yeah.
I mean, how does this matchup go in theory?
I think it's just very farm and trade heavy. Like, I think both heroes come out of this lane very happily, but Crystallis taking quite a bit of a beating up top. Zai trying to dodge the link.
Charge going through, but Zai is not a hero you're going to be able to kill that easily.
So I would say the mid matchup goes fairly even, but neither of them really like to play against each other that much, because I think when you hit 6 on Snap, you would like to be able to kill your opponent. With Shaker's very tanky, and same the other way around. It's not too easy to kill Snap, being a strength hero. So I think for Nisha, there's a lot for him to like look on the side lanes. I think all of Crystallis' heroes, they're like tempo heroes and they hate to be ganked early on. So having this tool on the mid Snapfire to potentially turn around the top matchup could be big for Liquid.
Okay. And I think the panel did mention this briefly, the Razor static link this game. It feels like it's kind of weird because you have mobility on the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Snap. I mean, every hero kind of has a way to gain at least move speed or some sort of mobility aspect to get away from the static link. Is that an actual issue?
I mean, he doesn't like hard counter any heroes with his link, but he will always get what he wants, I think. Like, Razor's the type of hero, you link, you ult, you run in there, maybe he gets Surge, BKB, and he'll just try to kill, I think, the surrounding heroes, like maybe some Rubik or stick onto the Visage and Snapfire, but it's going to be more so on Liquid to see if they can get to the timing where Mickey can just time walk in, time walk out, and chill.
I see that right here with the Blood Grenade aspect as well. Boxy a little bit late to the party, gets off the lift, and Zai is going to be able to get away.
We'll walk it off.
As FBZ, he's taking some pretty massive damage here, but Mickey is going to reset, continue to get these right clicks. He's sitting on 29-8 versus the 15-6 Crystallis. So in terms of the position ones, Liquid far happier with the state of affairs.
Yeah, they're doing very well in this top lane. Like, Visage just has pretty good damage. Puppy is bottom.
Charge coming in, Mickey. Okay, but the Malefice into the vacuum onto Insania. Blood Grenade. I mean, Insania is so fast with the Astral Spirit when it returns.
I think he's actually just going to walk it off.
That's right.
Or maybe they had like a sick timing if they could have vacuumed into the charge, but Mickey finds a good timing on his time walk. So everyone is going to be fine down here. In mid though, we have a little rotation on the active rune. Cookie kisses.
Into the kisses.
Oh, good lift
as well. Armel does die. And there's a regen rune waiting for Nisha.
Very, very good stagger there to just keep Armel from using his Fissure.
As now, this is a big difference in the mid lane, right? You already had the 4 bounties, you got the 1 kill as well. So Nisha's net worth looking pretty disgusting here. That's 6 minutes in the game.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 net worths in the game are the way of Liquid.
Yeah.
And I mean, looking at like a mid Earthshaker, this is not a hero that wants to really team fight until he gets a blink, which obviously is a ways away.
Yeah, Shaker is a bit more different from many other mids. I mean, the way Shaker likes to play, you want to like win your lane, and then you have the Echo Thread, you get some runes, you get treads, you can't really be killed, you get a fairly good timing on your blink, but so this is definitely not the position you want to be in with a mid Earthshaker. So it's going to be more around the other heroes. I assume Secret will try to play through FBZ here with the Darkseer later and the shells.
Yeah, Wisdom Room time. Should be traded, and it is. As Zai.
Here comes Nisha.
Get gone on. Nisha gets a nice cookie onto 2.
Nice
Save Zai. Nope, the Plasma Field just clips him in the end. Puppey dies shortly after, so it's a 1-for-1, but Crystal's continuing to get pursued. Static Link now onto Nisha, but he's going to get lifted, and the Scatter Blast to finish him off. Nisha having a monster game.
This is not great for Secret, because no, Nisha did TP up here, but he will have his ult soon available again, as I mean, it just looks like Liquid will be able to just kind of stand in all their lanes. Visage isn't the strongest hero until level 6, but now Zai has like a double wave in his tower, so once you get 6, I don't think Razor really enjoys laning against you anymore, and then Secret could be in a bit of trouble.
Sania is getting charged, but we can see that Puppey is very far away right now, so using it more as a pseudo-teleport. Already a 2k lead for Liquid. Okay, he actually will continue on here, going for the blocks, but Insania pretty damn fast.
One more. Block grenade.
He's going to need a lot more. There's actually a haste rune here that will be denied.
Good deny. Okay, Nisha is around. They do have the kisses available, but it's definitely good if they can like hold on to it or pressure one of the side lanes. I would say the only way FBZ can die right now is with a rotation from Nisha, because he has Vanguard with Yamish.
Yamish looks to be mega dead right now.
Mega dead.
Armel has come to play, but it's a bit awkward. No mobility, obviously.
There's a Chrono.
Chronosphere comes out with the kisses to follow. It's gonna get canceled thanks to the fissure, but FBZ will actually end up living.
Very nice fissure here from the Magician Armel. Kind of sniffs it out, knows exactly where to throw it. I mean, had Nisha got that kill, his net worth would have been pretty disgusting. I mean, it already is, but it would have been even more. Now Chrono is down, so FBZ gonna be able to breathe a little bit. Kind of the kill combo for him to die is gone.
And ever so slowly, Liquid just continuing to build upon this lead. 3K right now. Crystal is triple teamed.
Yes, Atos.
Atos is already online for Nisha, and another easy kill for Liquid.
This is it's just annoying for you to play into with all of these heroes. Razor, Monkey, Ursa, whatever it may be. Suddenly the Snapfire is snowballing. He has an early Atos. Now they have a Solar Crest on the deck as well. They're going to end up pushing your top tier 1. And they can always go around. Like, Nisha has such nice side lanes to just rotate to and keep getting these kills.
And run into Puppey as well in the top lane.
Nope.
He's going to get cookied, and another free kill for Secret.
God, he hits so hard. This universal stuff is... he hits for 135 at 950. All good.
Yeah.
Same with Visage. This hero used to hit for like 68 at this point, or 70. Now it's 110.
Balanced.
Yeah, feature.
And that tier 1 tower is going to be a freebie for Liquid as well. And, I mean, you tell me, what is the point that Secret can try to start fighting? I mean, is it that Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker?
I think you would love to get ults on the both of your supports. I think, yeah, Armel is not really going to join anything. He's like going to be on the side, maybe throw a Fissure. And for Secret, if they can slowly get this tower, it would be great. But this is the point where in Pro Dota right now, when you're ahead and you can hold your safe lane tower while owning the map, you're really going to make the game so hard for Secret to play as Liquid. They're, you know, they're already smoking here. Looks like Secret may be aware.
Yep, scan comes out, will clip a member of Liquid, so Secret do have an idea, and it likely will not result in a successful smoke for Liquid overall, as Yamish is going to take that gate. Puppey, he's going to get the charge off. Armel is in the area as well, but
there's a mass
again, I don't think they have the damage here. There's the Atos into the cookie, and Nisha not having to worry about the fissure cancel anymore. It's a full duration, Mortimer's kisses. destruction.
Nisha looks like he's kind of smurfing in this game. That's not a good sign. Zai's here, Solar Crest. But he should be alright.
It's a tough one for Secret.
Yeah, Secret, they're going to try to slow down the game a little bit. I think try to get the old set we talked about, get the Armel Blink Dagger, who's still... He's going to be a couple minutes away, but if you're Secret, I don't think you can force anything aggressively. It's too easy for Liquid to kind of counterplay you. So it's up to you, keep the map very open. If Liquid do overplay, you punish them.
Now they're taking enemy camps at this point. The siege is continuing to stay alive. Eventually will be taken out, but yeah, Secret have quite the uphill battle ahead of them here.
They sure do, as Chrysalis gates down bottom, realizes there's not much for him to have. Gates back up top. As yeah, I mean, I just love when carry players, I mean, I would say it's quite easy for you to understand this, but Mickey can just be here. And now Liquid can play the whole map. If anyone from Secret shows here, they have another play down bottom. Roxy hunting Chrysalis, just being very annoying. I mean, it might be more. He's even setting up a ward for a later play. Gets to steal the plasma field.
Very nice. And we haven't even gotten to the point of the game where Liquid's lineup is really disgusting. Like, we've seen the one chrono into Mortimer's, but we talked about the team fight of Secret, and it's not like Liquid doesn't have good team fight, though.
Oh, yeah, they have very good team fight. Like, I was saying maybe FPC can have like good timings, but he's a bit behind. As Zai.
Chrysalis, he's found out. Puppy's gonna come with the charge. Static Link applied to Zai. Gets off the Soul Assumption, but Armel's in the area. So it gets off the Echo, and that's a kill onto Zai.
Echo.
Yeah, he did steal it, did a little bit of damage. Still not a kill yet onto the Secret side as Chrysalis trying to run away, but a Scatter Blast slows him to a crawl. One cookie does finish him off. The Black Hole coming out from Yamich leads to a kill onto Boxer.
Nice,
Mickey has joined the party. Chronosphere is there as Armel takes the tumble, and Yamich is next. Another cookie comes out, and FBZ will drop as well. It's a full team wipe as Liquid. They lose 2, but they'll take this any day of the week.
Casual Godlike at 13 minutes as Nisha with his boots of travel. I mean, this whole play wouldn't even be possible without him having that, but he just gets in there, comes around, just, you know, helps Zai out. Just, you know, good Echo Slam, but look at Boxy, the stolen plasma field from before. Now the Echo, even if it doesn't kill them, everyone is just so low HP. And they're all just coming. Liquid's just gating through. Coming back and look at this beautiful cookie. Coming up in 3, 2, 1.
Delicious.
To the black hole. So, Liquid fighting back.
And there are a lot of good spell steals as well.
Oh yeah, they are.
This is an insane Rubik game. And Secret, based on the picking stage, they knew that they were probably going to take Rubik based on their opener.
Probably, yes.
I mean, when you pick Enigma that early, you know that Rubik's coming out.
Secret are down bottom. They're looking for a little bit of poke.
Yeah, okay. Was getting charged, but Puppy will rethink things. As Insania continuing to beat away with him with that stapler, but Nisha coming in with the cookie onto Chrysalis. Scatter Blast as well. More than enough to take out the position 1 of Secret. Puppy will drop in addition. Yamich caught out, and this is just an absolute stomp in favor of Liquid.
Not a kill. The problem is that you don't own anything on this map right now if you're Secret. I think maybe you just try to get what you can on the map, try and get some levels. I think when you're this far behind, it's really hard for them to make any moves. And Liquid are really mobile around the map, right? Boots of travel, you have the birds up. The one good thing for Secret, Armel now has his Blink Dagger, and he needs some godly Echo Slam coming up.
Yeah, they're gonna need probably more than that.
What's better than a godly Echo Slam?
Godly Echo Slam with the Vac Wall, with the Black Hole right after.
5-man charge.
They're probably
into 5-man blood grenade. Okay.
Yeah, the blood grenade's very important.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Crimson Guard. Thought maybe first item pipe would be better, but either way, damage mitigation. Secret will be getting that. I mean, FPC has good levels. If they can get to some 3-4 level vacuum, it's good. Zai up top. Echo.
Yep, Echo initiation. Zai does take a ton of damage, but the Echo stomp from Insania with the Earth Splitter to come. Hits 3 members. And now FPC gets a nice vacuum, but he's going to die right after the fact. And Secret just can't get anything going here, even with getting the jump initially. Nisha not going to follow suit here, but yeah, this
is a Maelstrom already?
He sure does.
These are some dirty timings. As I mean, for Liquid, they make it look very easy, and I kind of think it is for them. With currently the state of the game is in. You just have Insania, you know, he just babysits one of his 2 cores, sees it coming, perfect positioning, great stomp. Zai gets to walk it off, and now you have rainbow TPs, and now we just right-click the homies, and they all die. Making it look simple.
Beautiful vacuum. Not able to get the wall off, though. Even if he did, I don't think it makes much of a difference here.
Yeah, sadly not. Boxy has a stolen charge, going for a 3-man smoke as Puppy coming in mid. Should be okay. They see Crystallis on a good ward.
Yeah, Boxy with the charge. Crystallis is dead. Just adding insult to injury, Liquid rolling away with this game.
Don't worry, Mark.
Not running, rolling. It's faster. Downhill.
This is a big-ass snowball as Nisha, Invis, is gonna try to set up a play with the easy deny. With the 16-minute boots of travel and Glip Glop. Has very good timings here. Oh, they're queuing up the Blink Dagger, they know what they need.
Oh yeah. Armel's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter next, so extra mobility for him. And I mean, it does feel like Earthshaker is one of those heroes that you pick against specific matchups to own. Like the Ember Spirit, we've seen it before.
Melee Spirits.
And getting off to like a good start feels really important.
Yes.
For that hero, and it just was. I mean, they lost literally every lane, so you could say that for every lane.
Even the matchup against Void, I think, is two-sided. Like, if you get time dilated, you can't really go Ags like this. He'll never jump around again. Yeah, and he's going SY for the status distance. And Secret are looking for a play. Find Zai.
Into Nether Strike. Zai very tanky.
He's got a pipe.
And Armel, he's going to have to be a little bit careful. Boxy will be able to help take out
back Echo.
Yeah, he's going to have the Chronosphere onto 2 now. Nice scatterbots as well. Nisha getting some good damage despite this Crimson Guard being activated. So Chrysalis does get taken out. Armel is next, and it just feels like Liquid can do literally anything as GG. I was going to say, like, this one is completely out of hand. And they're not going to pull, who was that yesterday? TSM, who held on for 40 minutes when we knew it was over. Yep. This one was over very quick, and sometimes that happens. Do you think this is more of a draft thing, or just the laning stage just ended up being a disaster?
I mean, sure, maybe Liquid has a slight advantage in the draft, right? But 4 bounties, first blood, your mid lane not going so well. I definitely think it's a mix of both. Didn't expect the game to be this one-sided, but yeah, I don't blame Secret for tapping out. I don't see really a chance. Man, just skip the time, be able to talk about the next game, but Liquid, my god. Yeah, Nisha, he legit was smurfing in this game. That's just what it looked like.
Yeah, he ends the game 12-0-8. By far the top network in the game as well. And I mean, they did have, we can talk about the lineups all we want, like based on the theory crafting of how the game would have went, but it didn't get past the laning stage, really.
It really didn't.
They just absolutely crushed. And again, just to reiterate, this series is extremally important for both teams. Both coming in 5-5, so that this very quick game puts Liquid now at 6-5. So Secret gonna have to find some of the magic from yesterday. And I feel like going up against Nisha just turns it onto another level versus Secret, right? And
I mean, he just went ham in this game. As for Secret, you know, they're good at adapting, so next game we'll see something better from them for sure.
Yeah, panel, that was a quick one.
A quick one indeed, one of the faster games that we've seen here on the group stages, and unfortunately, Team Secret unable to find any purchase in this initial game. My panel of Fear, Lacoste, and BSJ all expressed that they have a strong favorability towards this Team Liquid lineup. I think you gentlemen were holding out on me because this was much stompier than expected, Fear.
I was trying to be as nice as I could. I really didn't see many things that Secret could do in this game. Whenever you draft for 3 lanes to lose, and I was most skeptical about the mid lane, and ooh, that went worse than I expected, unfortunately. Armel misplaying just a little bit there to give Nisha a greater advantage. 4 bounty runes going the way of Team Liquid. Did anything go right for Secret this game is the question I have, and I can't answer that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to find because, like, we've praised Team Secret before this one for having strong lanes. And that's how they managed to put themselves in a spot they're in right now, going also through the play-ins, but this was not the case. They pretty much lost all 3 lanes. This was Shaker into Range Hero, into Snapfire. That was, you know, a bit of a, maybe like first blood, second blood potential, but he missed the Fissure and his lane snowballed out of control so quickly. Rotation from Rubik, Snapfire kisses on top of him multiple times. Like, top lane also didn't go too well. Sure, you managed to get like a kill or two, but that's about it. Razor was heavily underfarmed, didn't really feel the influence of the hero in this draft.
Yep, you were speaking about carries, BSJ, and you said that you want them to try and force this Faceless Void to buy BKB. That sort of assumes that the game is going to last long enough that BKBs come out.
Yeah, the thing about the Faceless Void pick was, if we can see it coming because of the ET and the Snapfire, they should see it coming too. And it's okay if you let it through if you have like a preemptive pseudo counter. But Razor is hard countered by any agility carry that can just jump around, you know? So that puts them at an immediate disadvantage. So now they're suddenly having to compensate for what happened there in the draft. So then your mid laner doesn't get to concern themselves with their matchup at all. They have to concern themselves with addressing the Void. Then you find yourself in the spot that you're in. And sometimes it works out, but in this case, I don't think Liquid's going to let you get away with that.
Yeah, Liquid not necessarily a team that's known for being very kind in situations where they have the draft advantage and the enemy team does not. And that's why they're able to walk away with the victory here. They also were able to make sure that the game looked quite complicated for Team Secret. None of their lanes really panned out. It helps a lot that their teamfight execution was also on point throughout the entirety of the game. And to highlight this, we have our STC play of the day ready for you to witness exactly how Team Liquid are able to conquer Team Secret in Game 1. So looking at this fight here, you know, you're Chrysalis, you're playing Razor, you're the Razor specialist. You're like, this doesn't still feel so bad. I've got this link out. We've got Eye of the Storm going. Maybe this fight can go well for us. And then it's like, oh, wait, no. Oh, damn. This is just going wrong very quickly.
Then you try running away, and what do you know? There's a cookie on the bird. Like, I'm free. Nope, there's the cookie on the bird. You're dead. Everything went pretty much wrong here. We got the Earth Splitter, the Chronosphere. Everything just pretty much landed, and I don't know, no one from Liquid had a bad game here, and I think at this point in the game, you're just a little low on damage, and Dota's really just as simple sometimes. Lose 3 lanes, lose game. And if you lose a team fight directly after that, that's kind of why this game was called so quickly. They lost multiple team fights consecutively after losing the laning stage. I don't blame it at all. They gave it a shot, they tried to come back, they were too far behind.
Yep, this was a fighting lineup because when you recognize that you can't take fights, very unlikely you're going to be able to take Roshan. There's honestly pretty much nothing you could do.
Yeah, I mean, we could have felt it coming. You know, the GG's gonna drop in the old chat for a good reason. I mean, there's nothing in this game that's gonna make you like come back unless you man some like 5-man vacuum into Black Hole Echo Slam, but seems like Puppey, he figured out that the game has already been lost. He wants to scratch it, does not want to play it for another 10-15 minutes, put himself and the rest of the team in a spot where they're like, you know, just mentally drained from playing the game, so they're like, screw it, we're gonna start a new one.
To be fair, this is Puppey, right? And Puppey has been a stubborn captain in the past. He's allowed teams to pick very strong strategies, try to run them in situations that his own team might not be optimal in, and try to eke out some kind of advantage. So if there's any captain in the world, BSJ, that I don't think will be mentally affected all that much by this kind of loss, probably him, right?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like coming into this series, Liquid looked at, we saw them in their second round of bans. Secret had opened the exact same 2 heroes earlier, and they banned the heroes they picked them with. I think Secret had an idea of what they wanted to do coming in, but they didn't necessarily think, how is Liquid going to counter what we're doing today? Because going into game 2, I think that's an easy adjustment. I think they could run back a very similar draft and just say, we're confident in our ideas. There's always going to be a couple heroes that make them more difficult to execute. Maybe take those out in the second round of bans, and we'll feel pretty good about ourselves.
I guess they felt a little more confident looking back when they beat BB Team. They actually beat a Void Snapfire with that Razor Enigma strategy, so they probably thought they could do it again. But Liquid, they just brought a different level of gameplay.
Well, Team Liquid found themselves in the driver's seat right now with a 1-game advantage, running back a win from the lower bracket finals of TI 2022. Right now, you know, they are looking a little bit shaky, Team Secret. However, Puppey has found himself in several grand finals for a reason. And of course, they'll be able to maybe make a comeback in game 2. Right now, though, I want a quick word with some other grand finalists from TI, some winners who have also lifted the trophy. And to find out more from them, I have Jenkins on the ground to interview Team Spirit.
You know what talent do on their downtime? You don't want to know, but sometimes they play Dota, and I'm going to bother them while they're doing that. Hey, what's been your favorite team to watch this tournament? Great. Effie, very nice. Playing some Earth Spirit, I see. What's your favorite hero pick that's been in this tournament?
There hasn't been an Earth Spirit, so none.
Thank you. Dota Capitalist playing Shiver, good to see you're playing Ancient Apparition. Very good. So very.
Played it today, and Muparska played it today, and he won. He won.
Go ahead.
PL is here. Let's kill PL, Faithman.
This is Dota 2 talent in their natural habitat, guys. It's clearly I'm running out of ideas here. And that's going to be back to you, Snare.
Oh, Jenkins. Well, we all have to play some Dota. It's the most fun game in the world, the best game ever created. A very difficult game, but that's kind of why we love it. Right now, while the rest of everybody else is having fun playing some Dota, we are here to analyze what's happening with Team Liquid and Team Spirit. I want to hear some ideas here about how should they be adjusting going into Game 2. As you said, they ran this draft and actually beat a similar strategy to what Team Liquid had to offer. Clearly, though, Team Liquid a little bit better than what we saw Team BetBoom team being able to utilize in that situation. What do you want to see them do draft-wise from Team Secret heading into Game 2?
I think it's very clear that you can't run the same strategy twice against Team Liquid. They will come prepared. They know what to do. I think it's time to use Puppy's versatility as a captain, his unique advantage of being able to pick multiple heroes. He's got to come up with something new, and he's got to come up with it quickly. And then, of course, the rest of the team just has to perform. I know it might be a little difficult after a pretty demoralizing loss after that, but I think that's why he called it early, so they can get in good spirits quickly. Come up with a new strategy. You can't run the same thing that you already ran against Liquid. They're going to see it coming, and they're going to exploit it.
They had first pick this time around, Lacoste. On the 8th, should they maybe, instead of angling for a hero like the Darkseer, maybe get something for Chrysalis, get his Bloodseeker, get his Monkey King, get one of his better heroes that actually allow him to be able to progress throughout the mid game?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get hands on the Monkey King because it was banned. It's a flex pick for them, so feeling like this Darkseer could have been something different. I did mention in our green room that it could have been Bloodseeker, just run what's really good for them. He broke some records with the hero for a good reason. It's a stable pick. They know how to play around the Bloodseeker. Doesn't necessarily need to be Bloodseeker, but I feel like they play the best when they secure the lane for Crystallis.
Another hero that we saw do really well, BSJ, ET. The more I see this hero, the more I'm like, yeah, okay, you need to be addressing this hero very early on. It feels like it's first phase material, honestly, the more I think about this hero. What's your read on the ET?
This hero's always been conceptually broken. Like, Natural Order as a spell is just... it's broken. Like, you remove all their base armor, all their base magic resistance, and in a patch where Void carries like Void are popular, then his stock rises even further, and a lot of the babysitting 5s and also the 4s that would dominate the lane and out harass you, they've been nerfed. So suddenly ET's laning stage is much more reliable than it has been in the past, and it looks like just all the pieces are coming together for this hero, and I'm a big fan of it.
Also, the additional Blood Grenade does make some of these 5s that were not as good much more viable, because it's something that you need, like that a little bit of extra damage, that's slow so you can get your punches in. That's why we see like a Venomancer as well, very annoying as position 5. I think just overall, like First Blood Grenade, one of the better items we've seen added in our game in the recent years.
This is a support player.
Yeah,
carry. I'm like, get this crap out of my game.
Speaking of Blood Grenade, are we going to see Undying potentially here, Fear?
If we could, but it's not a hero that strikes me as Puppy, right? I've seen him play it. He can play everything, but it's not his traditional POS 5. We know Insania can play it. He'll probably want to pick it up if it's a good game for it, but I think compared to most matches where both 5s really want to pick this hero, it's not highly as contested as I think Team Secret not as interested in this hero.
Actually, this took me about this, right? Because Puppy does have a very unique hero pool. Over the years, he has obviously played a lot of heroes. He played pretty much everything, right?
Yeah.
But what is it that keeps him playing this particular niche of zoo heroes relative to all the other 5s in the world?
I think he likes his farm.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say the same thing, my man. He loves to farm. He likes to be in the jungle, left alone maybe for a minute or two to get the items, or if the game does allow him. So if lanes are going well, he's going to be picking Venomancer, going into triangle, slowing things down, and then he'll show up with the 2-3 items. And it's like, I'm a core. There was also a time when Nature's Prophet was really popular. You'll see him being top network, not even exaggerating, like literally top 1 when he's playing certain heroes.
It was a while ago, but there was a game where he played Ogre, and I just saw him go to his safe lane and just farm for 4 minutes straight in the safe lane on Ogre. So like, it's a lot better if he plays these heroes that can pressure while farming, because you already know he kind of wants to get that farm.
Yeah, if he's going to be getting that farm, honestly, I'm kind of hoping that he does play Enchantress. It was available from the first phase, if I remember correctly, and it's a hero we've not only seen Puppy dominate meta after meta after meta with, but it's also been a hero here at the Riyadh Masters that has been eking up in popularity and eking up in its damage output. And in game one, we definitely saw Team Secret not only lacking options of control and teamfight, but also just of being able to hurt the enemy heroes. Going into this second game, let us hope they have what it takes to make it more competitive. So let's get into it. Game 2 of Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Game 2 of Team Secret versus Team Liquid. The draft is live. And Brian, I asked you a couple of days ago about the Radiant first pick ratio. Today, that has not been the case at all for these last few series. It has been almost exclusively Radiant second pick and Dire first pick. So firstly, talk to me about what do you think the change-up happened and which do you favor, given that Dire first pick so far has been enjoying a fairly high win percentage?
I'd be curious to know, what are people changing? Are they choosing to prioritize Radiant over Dire, or are they choosing to prioritize second pick over first pick?
I am not sure yet.
Because that's the part that I think would really tell the tale, because these drafts, like, so much about the meta in terms of the, I'd almost say the lack of balance of heroes. If there's certain heroes that are just absolutely broken, I don't think there's really any of those right now, then I think first pick goes up in value. But right now, that's not really the case, and then you're looking at a lot of teams that are outright losing in the laning phase, and that's much more likely to happen if you are first pick, because second pick has the 8th overall pick and the 10th overall pick, which gives them 2 out of 3 favorable lanes. And I wouldn't be surprised, based on games like that we've been seeing happening more and more, that teams are leaning towards second pick.
Okay. All right, now Team Secret, they have the second pick for themselves, so the decision they have to make right now on this ban Lacoste is whether or not to remove the IO. Leaving it in almost guarantees that Team Liquid will snag it up.
Yeah, I mean, Puppy, he's been pretty stubborn as a captain throughout his whole career, pretty much. If he thinks that something is broken, he's gonna try to beat it. Maybe this is not the right time, considering the situation they're in, because they need this dub here, so maybe go with something more stable. There's a bit of a switch up in the ban, because they did not ban Broodmother in the first one. They banned it on 21st. So both of these heroes that were banned by Team Secret are still left in the pool.
Okay, let's see now to Team Liquid whether or not they're just going to snag the IO that they are currently undefeated with here at the Riyadh Masters. They, of course, made the decision to remove Bat Rider and the Monkey King, leaving Bloodseeker in the pool still, Rubik in the pool. Team Secret themselves, of course, choosing to take out the Enigma. And they actually opt for the Snapfire instead. If you were in their position, Fia, would you have chosen Snapfire or IO? Like, are you going to try to save the IO for the 8th pick, potentially?
I don't think you want to pick IO if you don't have the Razor or the Lesh in the first pick. I think what they're doing here is just maybe saving that strategy for later, not showing that they want to play IO Lesh every single game, and they maybe don't need it to beat Secret, and they know Secret doesn't play it either. So it's going to be a situation where they're just like, we don't have to play it, they're not going to pick it, this might be the game to just ignore it.
BSJ, this man right here, Fia, 1 TI off the back of the enemy team, not playing a broken hero to the same level as his squad. Is this potentially an issue for Team Secret?
Oh, absolutely. I thought, like, Liquid's opener in the first game, they took Snapfire as opposed to what they would normally take because of that exact dynamic. I think them leaving IO in the pool, if they have other strats they're as confident on, and making it so Secret either has to be concerned about it for the rest of the draft or proceeds to have to ban it in the second round, that just puts them at an even bigger advantage. And so I think that this Razor opener for Secret is, they're about the only team that I wouldn't think instantly lost the draft by picking this, but at the same time, this is a hero that needs link targets. Like, this is a hero that needs good matchups. There's only been a few patches ever where he was super broken to the point where you could first pick him, and that was because he was dominant in the laning phase. But what they've done to this hero is they've buffed his late game, but they've nerfed his static link in the early levels time and time again. So this is just not the same hero in that regard, similar to Ursa over the years, that I'm a little bit skeptical that they're going to be able to make it work, even if it's a flex.
Yeah, and Team Liquid, it's taking them a lot of time to go for this pick. I mean, Rubik is still available. Rubik Snapfire, we saw it even in the previous game, stealing Plasma Field from Razor, +1 Fade Bolt, everyone down to half HP already. But seems like that was the pretty much, do we pick it or do we go for something else? So getting Lycan, and it's a flex pick for Team Liquid, so they can run it on the safe lane, they can use Lycan on the off lane as well, which I think that this should probably be the safe lane Lycan, because I don't know if you can protect Lycan, because this is a really killer lane from Team Secret. Razor Clockwork, you trapped him down, Static Link. Lycan's gonna die if he's being played from the offlane.
So to BSJ's point here, whenever you pick this Razor hero, if he's picked first phase at those tournaments, 7 picks, 42% win rate. Second phase, 6 picks, 67%. And if he's picked at the end of the draft, he's got 5 at the 80% win rate. So it is a huge risk to go for this so early on.
He's definitely one of those heroes. The more you see, the better he gets. But Team Secret are very confident. And this isn't, they're no stranger to putting Crystallis in a position where he has to first face his hero. It's like, what are you comfortable with? Pick it. That just means that other players on the team have to step up a bit. They have to be in a position where they might have to carry the game. The only issue I have with that, though, is FBZ, he's not that type of player where you're going to see him last pick a Meepo and carry the game. He's wanting to mainly just play these initiators, these stuns, stuff like that. Perhaps Armel can do it, but yet again, it's a tall ask to ask your mid laner to carry the game and also lane against this monster of a hero that is Snapfire in this patch. So it's definitely not putting them in a draft advantage, but it might put them in a spot where they feel more comfortable as a team to perform better.
I now really want to see Armel play the puck. I see the Snapfire, I want to put the puck in that lane, and I see the Lycan puck is traditionally done fairly well against that hero.
Yeah, I just want to see him play the hero where he's like not pushed, he's not bullied out of the lane 5-6 minutes into the game, and then he's playing a catch-up game. I think Armel shines when he's the one setting the tempo for the game on his like signature heroes where he can rotate to the side lanes, pick up the runes. Team also needs to play around him, but Team Secret also making adjustments, not just in the first phase, but also banning Faceless Void. That was pretty crucial in the win in the first game. So let's see how they're gonna defend what they already have. I think like FBZ, he's been known to play Mars a lot. Like this is his signature hero against Lycan, against Snapfire. This is the one that could work out. So you'll have like another way of initiating. Just try to create chaotic environment on side of Secret and try to beat Liquid.
Yeah, whenever I see Lycan in this sort of situation where your carry or mid doesn't particularly deal them very well, same with your 5, I would really like a wall hero. I wasn't even thinking that literally with the Mars, but I was thinking a hero that like the Lycan's ready to push a tower, they're threatening an area on the map, and that hero just walks in and you can't really send their summons. These heroes are like Underlord, Tidehunter, Timbersaw, just stuff like this. I would really think that makes Secret's draft easier. That's one route, which allows you to kind of stalemate the pressure that Lycan's creating, or you can go the all-in, kill them route, which is more in tune with what you were saying, Lacoste, with the hero like Mars.
And the question comes to, how do you win the game if you do play this style? Because Razor, generally, if you first pick him, isn't going to be a win condition. Sometimes you see Crystallis on these Bloodseeker, Razor type of heroes, Monkey King. They're not the hardest of carries, right? And that's when you're noticing Team Liquid, they're banning TA every single game in the second phase, because that is a hero Armel can play to add that extra help to carry the game here. And where are you going to find that on Team Secret? Or are you just banking on the fact that you're going to miraculously just crush Liquid and just always be ahead? A little bit of a risky gamble to go for, I think.
All these 3 heroes that like Fear mentioned, and also like, because if you're playing the signature Crystallis hero, you also need someone to like end the game. You might get the advantage. This is where TA comes in clutch. He's the one that deals damage, that opens up Roche as well with the Deso, where you can actually go for tier 2s, go for tier 3 towers with the second Aegis, but she's gone. So they need to figure out like, and looking at the bans, this Razor, I don't see that Team Secret so far flexed it. Not here, not during the Dream League, but they banned out Bloodseeker, which, you know, can be flexed from the offlane if necessary. Naga Siren, we don't see it as much unless it's Jabs playing it.
Yeah. My history with FBZ, even when, if you go back to that patch where Amar Razor, Amar Viper, everyone started playing these heroes in the offlane, he really struggled to make that type of playstyle work for him. So that's definitely not something that Secret's eyeballing to do.
What's stopping Liquid from just IO storming in the second round here? It's like I think it's a relatively huge oversight for Secret, because that's the opening that... So what happened was Tundra did this exact duo, Clockwork Razor, against Liquid earlier, and Liquid's opener that game was IO Storm. And so I'm just looking at this situation and thinking, if you pivot the Snapfire to a support and just do IO Storm, that seems pretty sick to me right now, but I might be missing something.
Storm is definitely
that would be fine with me too.
Yeah, seems good. IO Storm, Quadro Storm, both of them I think could be relatively good here. IO probably a little bit better, but Either way, just on Storm and some kind of battery, I think could be very, very good. Complicate life for the Razor.
Is still flexible, can push it down to position 4. It's also a hero if you want to lane this either Lycan or someone else with, you have like at least Cookie to try to push them to get out of the cogs, break the static link. But I don't think Lycan's gonna have a good time because he's gonna be playing into either Clockwork plus Razor or Timbersaw.
Ooh, that's... I thought they were gonna try to cloak the flex of the Lycan. That's why I thought the mid was gonna be coming out here.
Yeah.
Drow's always been great about Razor, not the best against Clock Timber. What do you guys think their reasoning is for putting Drow so early?
Strong lane, like you have Undying, that's going to secure the lane for Drow Ranger. This has been the opener for the last, like, at the start of 2023 for a good 4 or 5 months, pretty much. And also, Hurricane Pike, like you build into Hurricane Pike as your first item. I know that Aghanim Scepter is really popular nowadays. It's still going to be an item in this game, especially against Timber. I just think you like build into Pike, you protect yourself, you have grab ally, ult, save as well, plus a cookie. There's going to be like so much save again on side of Team Liquid, same as they did in game number 1.
What do you think, Fear, about this Drow with the Undying? As Lacoste was saying, this was all the rage early on in the year, but it fell off for a reason, right?
Well, it's mainly because the Shard got nerfed for the Drow, right? And Undying at that time was overshadowed by slightly stronger supports, but he's back in the meta after the shifts. But it is a good game for going for the Aghanim Scepter. Razor, he doesn't like playing versus heroes that build Pike, especially not the Drow who can pierce all of his armor. It's an interesting pick. It doesn't seem like the same type of pick of the last game where it's like, wow, this Void's just gonna 1v9 the game. They have some answers to it. Like Enchantress can play fast against it. If Clock gets on top of the Drow and can cog it backwards, things can happen where you can have an advantage. And I think that's why Secret really prioritized the Clockwork as well here. Bit better draft from Secret this time around, I must say, but the Drow definitely fits what they want to do, and they potentially could struggle a bit more in the laning stage here for Team Liquid, as Lycan probably shouldn't have a good laning stage against the Razor. Timber should be fine if they want to throw in the offlane against the Drow Ranger as well, so much better for Secret already.
Liquid will still respect FBZ's Mars because they think there's potential that Timbersaw is played from the mid lane, and one hero that, like, if he catches Drow Ranger or catches Lycan inside the arena, they have a lot of damage that they can pump in.
Yep. That is the one thing about those draft BSJ is that they have a lot more damage options on the side of Team Secret. Just between the Timbersaw and the Enchantress, way better than in Game 1 if they ever do close down these heroes. Because Game 1 we saw sometimes they'd catch heroes, not be able to finish them off. If that happens this time around, that's not really going to be that big of a problem.
Oh, absolutely. I think I've been trying to emphasize when I'm analyzing drafts from the carry perspective, the items that they want to build. I talked about the BKB with Void in the first game. You already mentioned, Fear, the Hurricane Pike on Drow. Mars would have absolutely destroyed that concept because you would have to go for a BKB rather than the Hurricane Pike. And now what I'm looking at is I would love to see Secret pick, like last pick Storm mid, something along those lines, a Puck that you don't feel all that great about buying Force Staff against as a form of survivability, because my only concern for Secret right now is I think their early game is really strong, but they really do lack catch if Liquid manages to get a couple Force Staffs, like just drums, overall just walking away from you. So if they pick that themselves, I'd be really happy on the side of Secret.
They banned the Storm Steward themselves on the side of Team Secret. So.
I like Puck's suggestion a lot, just because Armel, he really excels at the hero. There was a game against Aster where they lost the game, he died only once, but also just keep them in place. Great against Lycan, great against Drow Ranger, allows rest of the team to get close and deal damage, and not too bad of a matchup against Snapfire.
What's going mid here, though, on the side of Team Liquid, Fear? Are they going to be flexing the Snapfire? Well, we have to answer.
I thought they might do that, but it's such a weird pick with the rest of their lineup. Like, they have no arrows set up. This feels like they just picked the Mirana to deal with Enchantress in the laning stage, like no other reason. Boxy's gonna have to get some of the best arrows of his life because he has 0 setup. Maybe Cookie. Has anyone seen an arrow Cookie anytime soon? I haven't seen it, so.
What about Zombie Slow into the arrow?
Zombie Slow, Frost Arrow into arrow. There we go.
By Atos.
Yeah, once he gets that ag, those like 9, freeze, or what's the Frostburn stacks from Drow? That's really gonna add up to a point. Yeah, Hypothermia, they're not gonna move.
Armel Wind Ranger coming in. This is going to be his second
last game against the Snapfire, because like Snapfire's a really strong laner, right? You're not going to particularly beat it, so pick another one of these heroes like Snapfire that are universal and go 50-50. I think it's a pretty good call here. You can get on top of the Drow here. You will melt the Drow really quick. I actually like Seeker's draft quite a bit in this one. This Mirana is not doing it for me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just not a big fan. I don't think like Mirana fixes it by any means. They can also swap things around, have Yamich play safe lane with Crystallis's Razor, and then you have like Enchantress who can roam around, leave FBZ alone, maybe backstab the mid lane as well, get a kill on Nisha while Armel like gets level 5, gets level 6. I don't know. I'm liking Team Secret. I think they fixed the issues that they had in game number 1 and came in very strong in the second draft.
Yes, yeah, you were talking about itemization, right? This time around, RML, on his Wind Ranger, can buy that Gleipnir to sort of disable the forced-off plays that could come out from Team Liquid. Is it enough, in your opinion, to give them the advantage for Game 2?
Yeah, I think it's his job to just get up in Mickey's face, make sure that those True Strikes, the ult procs from Drow are not basically pummeling the Razor, because then Crystallis will be able to maneuver fights much easier. So I'd love to just see him itemized to survive and just win run on top of Mickey. I am in agreement with the rest of my panel here. I think the Secret draft looks much better than game 1. If I'm going to give Liquid's draft a timing, I would say if their bottom lane against the Clock Razor goes a bit better than it should on paper, and the Undying Drow lane dominates like it normally does, then they absolutely will hit a timing where Drow has 2 items, Lycan has 2 items, and then they just run you down.
So Team Secret game 2?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Lacoste?
Same.
Feel?
They're going to bring it back and tie it back up.
They're going to bring it back and tie it back up. That is kind of what we want, because a 1-1 in the group stages of a TI lower bracket finals run back is pretty much what we deserve, because I'd rather prefer a stomp happen in the playoffs than here in the group stages itself. Team Secret came into this 5-5 tied with Team Liquid, but if they find themselves losing, they might not get to the playoffs to begin with. To find out exactly what's going to happen in this incredible matchup, I have the Grab Ally boys of Sunsfan and Kezu. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Snare. And yeah, the panel really hating on this Liquid draft, but as Snare mentioned, there's 2 things they missed. Grab Ally,
yes.
Glacier, and not only are they in the game, they're in the same team. Imagine
what can happen.
The Tombstone on top of the Glacier, and then when the Glacier gets removed, it crashes the server because it doesn't know where to put the Tombstone anymore. Does it hover in midair? Does it come to the ground? We probably won't find out in this game.
We might.
But I'm excited to see the potential.
I think it will drop down. But yeah, as the panel was talking about a little bit, Mirana pick, I would assume it's mainly for the Lycan matchup bottom to help against the, the wolves that Puppey is going to steal in that lane. But his best arrow setup is going to be the Atos later from Nisha and mid. As looks like Secret want to go for a later-ish smoke. They don't want to give 4 goddamn bounty runes to Liquid this time around. So yeah, I like it. Good job, guys.
I mean, that's demoralizing if nothing else, right? At least get 1.
Oh, Boxy.
Yeah, Boxy's going to try to sneak his way over here. But
the battle begins.
Has the vision. And we'll give it up. So this time around, it's a split.
A 2-for-2 split, but I do agree. I would say Secret's draft is pretty good. I give them way better chances this time around as they did in game 1. As we have a cool arrow. What up, Puppey? It's going to skill heal. It's going to just battle it away, but I do think it's a bit interesting that they decided to pick Drow into the Timber. So far from what I've seen is that Timber is very annoying because he just gets into the Drow's face and kind of forces her to run away. But it must have just been, it might just be mainly for the Razor. So we'll see if there's also something that I just don't know. But in terms of their laning, as we have a bit of a switcheroo, we have Razor up here.
Indeed. I mean, they talked about this potential combo in the laning stage with the Cogs setting up a nice static link. And
yeah.
I mean, these heroes on the side of Liquid not going to be able to do too much against that.
This is... On one hand, I like it, and on the other hand, I'm not sure if it's that good. Because how I envision it is that you have Ench laning against Lycan. I mean, you still have that. But with Timber being top, you could leave him alone and allow the clock to rotate to the bottom lane. But I mean, this way, at least FBZ will have an absolute free game in this bottom lane against the Lycan.
Yep, off to a pretty good start already.
Arrow.
As the arrow will be deleting the range creep from the side of Boxy and Liquid. And yeah, we'll see if they can. I mean, is this in that top lane with Crystallis and Yamish? This, I assume, is something they want to turn into a kill lane. This is the reason to put that in.
I mean, I would say it's mainly to make sure you enable your Timber, but
so it's mostly the Timber.
Yeah, this lane can also kill, of course, with the Razor and the Clock, but I do think the early CSing should be very annoying for Razor in this lane. Like, Undying is always going to be more in your face than, you know, Clock won't really return the favor. Yeah, I guess you can try to link up on Insania later, try to out-CS them, but yeah.
I think we're already showing that's the case with only 3 last hits for Chrysalis so far, but I mean, once he hits level 2, I'm sure he'll be able to solidify himself in this lane, as he does now.
I mean, I don't mind the idea. I think if you have a fat Timber in this game, like, he's gonna be this roadblock that Lycan hates to play against, and it's gonna help your Razor like get into the Drow Ranger's face. So, you know, if that's the idea they're going for, then I can kind of see it.
FBZ. Well, actually, let's talk about the mid lane. So mid lane, we have Wind Ranger by Armel, and Nisha again with the Snapfire.
Yeah.
How does this matchup go? 2 universal heroes against each other.
I would say once again it should be very, maybe some, I feel like this is very 50-50. I do see that Nisha has a slight damage advantage, and maybe once he gets 6, I just feel like he has more opening, so I would rather be the Snapfire. Just seems like this hero doesn't really have any bad matchups, and even if you did, you can get your ult, one guy comes mid, maybe you get a kill, or you just TP side lane, you do that, so I think Armel's gonna have a bit of a slower game, but he'll have a good game.
Oh, Battery Assault is
Poppy
there.
is
Actually, a TP already coming in as well, as Mickey taking massive amounts of damage, and he's gonna go down. Tombstone placed as Puppy there with the heals. Trying to take out this Tombstone. Looks like they will get it, actually, so no deny coming out. Puppy does take a tumble as Chrysalis getting blocked a bit here, gets off the Plasma Field. Insania continuing with these annoying decays, so the supports reign supreme. So it ends up being a 3-for-1, but I mean, the 1 was a very important position when Drow.
That actually looked so good, but Boxy was really quick on the return here, to come top and help out as well. So Liquid doing a nice job of counterplaying it. I mean, that is at least like also, I mean, he just TPs up there, gets off a good arrow with the Tombstone. Probably got the first blood, so, you know, I think Liquid is still pretty happy with just the fact that Insania got like, I think pretty sure he got level 3 off of this kill. So when he comes back, he's just going to be full HP and everything, but Secrets still have this nice mobility around the map where early on I touched maybe the Clock would be freed up, but this way Puppy's just going to be completely free in the game. He's in the dire triangle right now, just chilling.
Yep, and this is a hero that I find very unique in that you're able to gank early, and then mid-game you can go several different routes.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many games where Puppy specifically has been able to just deal so much damage as a position 5 to deal that much damage in fights with Impetus with just like 1 item, basically. Kind of insane.
I mean, a lot of this early movement will be very important, especially also if Yamage can get some levels. Very big against these dire heroes, especially the Mickey Drow Ranger here in this game, because I think Puppy right now, he basically has freedom, right? You have Timber against Lycan, you absolutely free farm that. Zai is forced to pull some waves, try and be creative. So Liquid just have 3 heroes top to try and slow down Chrysalis' game a little bit. I think once we have the 6-minute rune coming up, there's going to be a lot of people coming into this mid lane.
Yep, I would assume so as well.
Dodge the arrow.
Some support shenanigans as Roche is going to watch on. But in that mid lane, 27-4 for the Wind Ranger and 28-5 for the Snap. So very, very even thus far.
Easy dodge.
And Boxy getting chased out by Keith the Bold, of course.
It's a very funny early game, actually. Like, no one's really laning against each other. Like, top lane Chrysalis is just dodging like 3 heroes. Zai's dodging bottom. Puppy's dodging arrows from Boxy.
Yeah, more support rotations here from Liquid. And now that we're approaching the 6 minutes, let's see who ends up getting the rune and if a fight breaks out. Puppy only level 2 right now as Yamich gets off the battery assault to try to create some space. The zombies continuing to chase. Blood grenades as well. He's not going to get out of here, so Liquid likely will have the advantage at this rune area, although Puppy and company will chill bottom, but ends up being a regen rune top that Boxy will end up giving to Nisha.
Yep, Nisha once again just going to have a good early game as Snapfire kind of just always has. I think even with the Snap ult, it's not the easiest to kill FBZ, so I'm not sure if Nisha is going to look much into the bottom lane. I feel like you would need Ato's arrow into that later. But once again, I think Chrysalis is His net worth is good, but now that Nisha is high level, it's really hard for Crystallis, I think, to step up in his top lane. So it's kind of on Secret to try and create pressure around this Timber or around the Wind Ranger mid, I think, to free him up a little bit. Maybe just force Nisha to TP somewhere else or force him to use his ult.
Yeah, it's kind of a stark contrast from last game when the Mortimer's Kisses were easily set up.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you mentioned the arrow not having a true setup until the Atos comes online, but likely we won't be seeing any solo kills, at least, with the Kisses.
Yeah, I don't...
Not early on, at least.
Don't really see it as we have Wisdom Runes come out, 1-for-1 split. So, no, not too much going on, but I think FBZ is the biggest winner of this game right now with what's going on. Level 7, absolute free farm, he's an entire level ahead of Zai, and there's not that much stopping him. Like, if you want to stop a Timber, it's generally around this timing now. But they need more setup, so they're pinging him. Nisha is
going
coming
in pretty deep. Zai's going to pop his
ult,
ult,
he changed right
and
into
Nisha
it.
has come to play as well. It's a 3 versus 1. Can they kill the top net worth in the game? Yes. Zai gets credit for it.
Ooh, and that without the kisses.
Like. Yeah, multi-shot into a couple of heroes, making Insania want to continue to chase as Boxy has come as well. And the puppy will end up going down. Crystallis, does he actually want to fight here? Gets off the static link onto Insania, the focus fire as well. All of that just for a position 5 Undying, but Secret will get it.
Okay, so Secret is bringing the party up top, but they do only get an Undying over here as FBZ, so he's going to be able to just TP back bottom and try and return to his free farm glory, but definitely very big kill for Liquid. And they didn't even use the Mortimer's Kisses. I really want to stress about how important that is. So there's still this side lane pressure on both the Timber and Crystallis once Nisha has his next TP available.
Yep, showing himself mid right now.
Get cross with me.
And Shield Rune has been snagged up again by Nisha, so both power runes so far on the side of Liquid.
I would say he is fairly unkillable with a Shield Rune at this stage of the game, as they do find Yamich in the jungle.
Yeah, does have cogs though, nice sidestep, but he's gonna get gusted.
Oh, the cookie poop!
Cookie is there, and that should lead to the death of the clock. Liquid, I feel like their supports are roaming a lot this game. They're kind of all over the place.
Yeah, they're just nicely moving together, and even if it's not like the most, like what, natural support duo to run around and do stuff, no, making it work.
That is the saddest picture. Look at that.
Oh, he's
One
so
dead
sad.
wolf and a sad brother.
No.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
It is. Don't show me the screen again.
Yeah.
Zai, just chilling. Yeah, screw you, JJ.
It's sad. Very sad indeed.
Okay, and we're going for another family gank up top, as Puppy is coming with his bro, Jimmy. Mickey gonna sidestep a bit. Looks like he did see him.
Yeah, just waiting to pounce, it seems. Armel.
Insania
looking
bait.
to D-ward here. He will. Yamish just walks right up to Insania. He gets the Cogs battery cell combination. Centaur Stomp's going to end up being dodged as well as the first Mortimer Kisses of the game will be used. And Yamich will drop as a result.
Only needed to hit one to get that kill. I feel like Insania made that very obvious that he was kind of baiting that, but Armel does just walk it off. But very nice rotation. You just kind of dodge the lane with Lycan where your counter is in, which is the Timbers lane. You just go mid as we have some mass TPs on Crystallis.
And Crystallis.
Looks like one was cancelled.
Is under attack.
He's going to continue to get chased here. Boxy.
He's just holding onto the arrow very nicely.
Absolutely. He's going to be hard-pressed to get the hell out of here. Nisha even with a haste rune.
Metal Man
TP
Snapfire.
attempt right now, and there's the arrow and the cookie. And down goes Crystallis again.
Yeah, he is. Looks like Secret were... Oh, they're hitting the top tower to death right now. FBZ still in a great position in this game. Wonder where he's going to try to go next, because with the type of game you have on this Timber, you either want to stay top network and just keep zooming up the whole map until you have an idling timing, or push it forward now. Like maybe 10-minute siege, can you do much mid? Doesn't look like it. I guess Boxy could just run over and kind of kill it anyway, but now Liquid. Atos timing completed, Kisses will be up soon, Shapeshift will be up soon, so Secret.
Yeah, despite the kills being on Liquid's side, very even game net worth-wise. At this stage, do you think either team is happy with how things are going? Like, does it favor one team or the other this early?
I actually think both teams are pretty happy with the state of the game. I don't know if it necessarily favors one much more than the other. I think it's more about how they execute the next couple of minutes with the items and like the next ults that are coming out. I kind of want to see how like FPZ tries to join the game, because so far he's been given the best lane with the most farm, the most XP, and haven't seen it yet, which is not necessarily his fault, you know. Sometimes you have to wait a bit more. But I think Liquid have like a lot more oomph and speed to like really break open the game with this next shapeshift and the next kisses and this Atos. As we hear a shapeshift.
Yeah, Armel's going to win run away in anticipation of this. But either way, Liquid should be able to group up to take this tier 1 tower. The Helm of the Dom is online for Zai.
Low
they
friendo.
will end up finding
Oh,
Puppy,
good block.
but sacrificing themselves for Puppy.
Well done.
Very nicely done. So it ended up being a wasted shapeshift, but they're going to fortify. But you can see Armel TPing in. Not sure if Secret actually want to defend here.
Yeah, looks. I mean, Zai even has a purge creep in anticipation for the wind run to purge that out, but Armel did read the move earlier. I mean, even though you waste the shapeshift, so to say, you still got some tower on some damage on the mid tower. You fall back to farming. Don't think they're too unhappy about this, but yeah, a bit of a slower like transition from the early game here into the mid game.
All right, let's go back to the talk of Mickey and the Drow Ranger. Do you think he's a Glacier enjoyer?
Surely he is. I think we all have to be Glacier enjoyer. But he doesn't enjoy it as early as Tomato.
Yeah.
Tomato seems to have been their earliest iceberg enjoyer, as beautiful courier snipe from Zai.
Okay.
How many couriers have been killed this game? 2?
I don't know. I'm sure we'll see a graphic here.
Of dead chicken?
With a very dead couriers that look
Oh,
very
Atos.
sad. Atos. And the focus fire with the Chakram FBZ.
With the double void.
And Armel team up to get that kill. Nisha though.
Oh, easy
Still
arrow.
trying to go on top of this tier 1 tower. They find a Yamich in their way and blow right through him. But the tier 1 tower still remains.
Very nicely done with the Atos into the arrow, as FBZ, of course, is going to work his way into the Octarine core. Liquid already going for a quick smoke. Instantly get the kill, push out the wave, back off into Fox, smoke it up.
Yeah, they know
Chrysalis,
Chrysalis is
my
here.
bro.
They did use Scan for this. He's getting out the plasma field, but with the arrow and the cookie, more than enough to control Chrysalis. That is 3 deaths, I want to say. Yeah. 2, 3, and 1 right now on the onto the Razor.
Oh, mid tower getting chipped down by the summons. I think they might just do it. Nisha running in to try and get a few more last hits on that. I mean, this is just why itemization on heroes as hold that Atos into the kisses.
Yeah, another sacrifice with the arrow, but the kisses are too much along with the right click of Boxy.
He definitely ate a lot of those. As yeah, like just being able to build an Atos for your team, like just it being a good item for one of your heroes is like a big difference maker.
By the way, Yamich still level 5.
Yeah, that's
14
not ideal.
minutes.
Yeah, he's holding the wave here, so we'll have it very soon. But yeah, they are struggling. There is a Wisdom Rune, so we will be able to get that there. As Puppy's queuing up Holy Lock at first item. It's interesting. Have not seen that.
A Puppy level 5 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he was level 2 for a long time. He was giving a lot of space to FBZ.
I mean, they've not been able to do as much, right? Like, sure, FBZ had this great early game, but I mean, he's still having a good mid game now, too. He's incredibly fat, but there weren't very many stacks for then the supports to get a lane or more XP gold there. But now if you're level 6 on the clock, and I think Armel having Atos and FBZ being as strong as he is, I think Secret should... You can start killing them in these areas.
He missed the hook shot, so level 6 didn't end up mattering.
Hook shot does whiff, yeah.
So Secret, I think, are going to abandon, not the game, this fight.
No, not the
and
someone abandon quick.
If it was a pub, maybe. Who knows?
Okay. They see him with
spotted.
the vision. Close. That could have been death number 4.
The Wisdom Rune will finally be taken.
Yeah.
15 minutes by FBZ of all heroes. So I think Puppy is the recipient of the secondary aspect of the XP. And now finally has Untouchable.
Okay, I mean, levels are coming out. I would say with the next hookshot, you definitely want to look to strike back, as Liquid are kind of falling back on the map a little bit, but I think FBZ has... Like now, Chrysalis, he can kind of join fights, but I don't think he really wants to. You would like to help him and able to get his BKB as fast as possible, so that he can then join you later. But this Timber, 2600 HP after this level up with a Vanguard Octarine core, I think it's time to use FBZ in your game and try to push back some areas, push back Liquid on the map, and get a couple of kills with the next hookshot.
Yep, Vanguard Octarine, and he'll be going for a Boom Boom time. The Aghanim Scepter,
You will get the
is
boom
what
boom.
you called it.
This is a great boom boom game. I mean, just getting 40 stacks
What
instantly,
makes it a good Boom Boom game?
the fact that Dire Team has a lot of physical damage.
Okay.
You just get like all the stacks against Drow Ranger. Honestly, Mickey is not going to deal a lot of damage to Timber. He will have this axe, so that is definitely going to help. But he's going to like have to stack up all the stacks first to then truly deal damage, and also against Lycan, it's great. And honestly, your Razor needs this. Both your Razor and Wind Ranger, they need you to go in and enable them and help them to like just run in there and get on top of the Drow.
We'll see if he can do damage. I mean, I think there's two aspects to it, right? The reactive armor instant stacks is probably the most important, but then if you can get the damage output as well, that is helpful. But this game,
there's a
hook shot comes in. This one will not miss from Mr. Yamich. Right into the shackle shot, and Insania will drop. Now, in terms of Roche potential, I would say Liquid have a very good lineup to take it. Secret, not so much.
Secret
is
like,
okay.
Yeah, I would say Secret's okay.
I mean, they have like Battery Assault untouchable, but like in terms of damage, it's like Timber is the most maybe.
Yeah, so you have Timber and the Focus Fire Maelstrom. So I would say maybe in a couple minutes, Secret can start thinking about it. You get a couple more levels, maybe like 1.5 more items, tier 2 items to help you kill it faster. But yeah, Liquid's Roche is very devastating, I would say. You have Little Shredder minus armor, you have Flesh Golem, Tombstone, Aggressive Howl, Auras, and of course Drow Ranger. Because Liquid are hitting a lot of item timings. They got the big Dominator, they already have a Golem, Mick is getting his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah,
I think Nisha got whatever he wants.
Ags against Timbersaw, pretty insane.
Yeah.
That's literally the first hero I think of with Hypothermia being good against it. Yeah. Reactive armor will basically do nothing.
Morph, Timbers, all of that is very good as they have a ward. You see Nisha.
Spotted, hook shot, pushed back by the Cogs.
That's
Tries
a
to get
big
off
kill.
a cookie, but very big kill indeed. Crystallis nets himself a lot of money. That was close to 1,000 gold overall.
Oh, that was great timing from Secret to beat her. They get the high ground ward to see Nisha as Boxy gets himself all his little lotuses, has a solar crest as well now. Well, I think Secret are ready to fight back, you know, once they spawn. Similarly with Secret, I don't think they need to wait for that much more. Crystallis was able to indeed finish up his BKB. So if his teammates can go in for him, he'll be very happy. Looks like Liquid want to go straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah. Talked about.
Radiant's top tower is under
See
attack.
if they use some of these item timings. They have the BKB like you talked about, Leipnir now on Armel.
Oh, this drops fast.
But Liquid are able to take this super fast, and I think it's going to end up being uncontested.
Oh, the rocket is not going in the pit.
Yep, little off there.
A little off the mark as, yep, this is going to be a free Roche for Team Liquid. And this changes quite a bit, so you're going to give it to who? Okay, to Nisha. He's going to be very tanky. He can still, he's going to have an even easier time using his Force Staff and Cookie on other people to keep them alive, because if you're Liquid, if you can just kind of dodge the early Focus Fire and the BKB from Razor and like push back with a Force or a Cookie while Lycan just keeps clamping them, and you allow your Drow to hit, you're in a great spot.
Tower is under attack.
See how they want to use this Aegis. First up for Liquid is this tier 1 top. We're approaching the 20-minute mark for the potential Tormentors, which means it'll be another 10 minutes before the teams realize that the Tormentors are in fact an objective.
They are. We will maybe soon see one of the teams go for it as Nisha is looking down bottom. Boots of Travel, Moonlight Shadow. Oh, hello, Pupan.
Yeah, Puppy.
And bye.
Very dead. Atos is going to be able to get off the heel, so it's going to be a bit annoying for them.
Well, he's a tanky boy.
They have a stun, surely? Okay. Enough damage either way.
They do indeed. And another thing to keep in mind too, like if you're not on top of the Drow, like let's say you go on the Mirana or you go on the Snapfire, if Mickey is in range to give them all of this agility as well, to keep them top off with armor and Solar Crest, they're going to be very tanky.
This is the fastest Tormentor we've seen the entire tournament. It takes them 23 seconds to do it.
And the grab ally on the deck, baby.
That's right. Only one more to go, and the combo is there.
Everyone buy your shard quickly, and then go steal Radiant Tormentor.
Let's see if Mickey is opting for shard anytime soon. That's a big nope.
Nope, that's a very unfortunate build here.
That's all right. Hurricane Pike first, then the Glacier.
Then it will be the next item.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Axe completed on FBZ. I don't think we can ask for much more farm or much more frontlining. Like, at this point, you're, I would dare say, nearly unkillable, at least if your team is in any vicinity, like, kind of around you, you'll be A-okay. But the next items that come out for Liquid, I think it will, like, solely swing their type of damage output where they could kill you through it. So I'm still kind of under the impression where, if I'm Secret, I would like to take a fight that, of course, is on my terms. You don't just want to force it into the Aegis, but if you see an angle, a smoke, you get a quick hook shot into pushback, I think they're strong enough to fight back.
Dire's
And
middle
we're going to
tower
see a smoke
is
from
under
Secret, so
attack.
they want to start something. Insania in pretty good position to tank the gank, so to speak. He's going to show himself on the decay, and there's the hook shot.
Oh, he's a goner. Insania
Easy pick out for Secret,
Alienware.
but I mean, Liquid obviously going to still be okay with this.
Yeah, for sure. As the rest of the pros are all just farming. We do have Zai Shard, gonna continue to help with the lanes, of course, give himself some more gold, maybe some tower push as well. Moonlight Shadow is being popped, that is the shapeshift.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
nice
arrow
arrow.
actually connects.
Oh, he's
oh
dead.
boy, Crystallis. That's a rough death right there.
Well, Legolas right here.
The arrow did not look like it should have hit.
Yeah, it looked like it kind of like swerved around. This guy's good.
I mean, that Razor model may be a little bit. It's the Arcana. It's pay to lose.
Yeah, it is actually pay to lose. As our
Hitboxes
Mel
are
could
bigger.
get. That didn't see him. No.
They did
Boxy's
not.
pinging him. He's
Still
like,
there
"Zai,
though.
are you
Oh no.
Oh,
Arrow
body
will not
blocks.
hit this time.
He doesn't have TP.
Yeah,
And no
Atos,
BKB anyway.
Cookie. The Gleipnir does come out, but two really costly deaths for Secret. This game was feeling, despite even giving up the Aegis, the first Roche overall, feeling very even, but this one gives Liquid the extra push, I feel like, to gain a little bit more control.
I mean, they can, but Secret are still strong enough to fight back. Here's a hook, so we got another free, oh, never mind, not a free kill.
Max gonna save
Oh,
Insania.
charging
and now
up the
they're gonna try
boom.
to turn all their sights onto this reactive armor
so much
beast
damage.
with the hypothermia as well. FBZ will go boom boom on his teammate.
Block
Gets
grenade.
the Timber Chain away. Crystallis coming in, he just spawned, gets the BKB off along with the Iron Storm as Nisha, his Aegis is consumed thanks to the burst
You're on top
damage of
of
the
Mickey.
Timbersaw.
The grab
And
ally.
Mickey inside the Tombstone now. Grab Ally does it again. Will they have enough damage to actually get the kill? Mickey will finally go down, but it's going to cost Crystallis his life again.
Puppy gets cookied on.
Yeah, they don't want to touch Puppy.
Yeah, he's good.
Too
Oh,
much.
FGZ boom again,
Yeah,
second
boom, boom
round.
time. Can he get another Timber Chain in? No.
Oh,
Insania. Oh, yeah! But the arrow
Buyback.
coming in to hold him in place. Buyback now from the Undying. They're going to have all the control in the world to kill the Boom Boom Man. And Puppy able to TP out safely.
Oh,
on
shit,
Mal,
run, bro,
getting
run.
chased. That's a very scary sight indeed. Gleipnir
Oh, good
into the
shackle.
shackle. And Armel, unless he gets arrowed here from a long distance,
unless it's
we'll be
some
fine.
curving heat-seeking arrow, he should be all right.
That's a boom boom arrow.
Yeah. Zai taking the little dragon, but let's be real. We all just saw what Timbersaw can do, right? I'm sure
Yes.
if you're Secret, you now feel like you can fight them. Because when FBZ goes in and presses E, he could, I don't know, they could blindfold him and he would still stay alive.
That's true.
So you go fight together. And I think Secret is still very strong. I don't know if there's a timing that they're playing for that I don't truly understand, but I think maybe they're slightly underestimating their power level.
What items does Crystallis need to be a little bit more effective? Right now he has BKB, Yasha, Falcon Blade. This
I
is
think he's
not
very
great for him.
effective. I think he's very effective right now. This
He
is like
will have Manta soon.
Yeah, but mid-game Razor is very big, as here we see them do not too much to FBZ. They did get him very low, but he gets a chain back in and boom, take him out of the game, as Crystallis just does what Razors love to do, stick on top of whoever you suck. He does die, but worth, hashtag worth right there.
That's right.
Oh, here comes the boom, baby.
Look at the range on this.
That's honestly pretty good. It's like a black hole radius, maybe a bit more. Golden radius.
What do you think about Blink Dagger on Timber? Is that
Very
ever
good.
a thing?
A Blink Dagger, very good.
Especially with the Ags?
I mean, especially, yeah. And when we also think about the fact that all he has to do is go in, as
Oh,
this
yeah. They do have
nullifier is big,
nullifier.
right? So the whatever 4 stats you have, and most importantly, you just instantly break the boom. You still keep all the stats. So it still has great usage in this game. But nullifier against the Wind Ranger as well, like
Okay,
Armel
here-
has to be careful.
Here's a question.
Here's a question.
If you break, like if you get Silver Edge as the Timbersaw, let's say you have 0 stacks of reactive armor, then you hit E after being broken. Do you gain those stacks?
I think you should. Because it's not about whether the spell is
Right,
like...
that's a weird one though. Crystallis, they
Getting
force out his
blocked. He's
BKB.
blocked.
He's absolutely stuck here.
Zai,
And forced
God.
the TP out. That's pretty big and Secret. I don't know if they can defend this now.
That's some StarCraft micro right there. Probably unintentional, but still very sick.
The Dragoons.
What a beast. As okay, Secret look like they still feel like, okay, we're strong enough. Sure, we use BKB, but you use the shapeshift. I mean, I'm looking forward to this game lasting 40 more minutes and Puppy slapping them.
Yeah, those tier 5 items, not too far off, guys.
Yeah. I mean, Puppy always has sexy looking inventories. He's got the Holy Locket, he's got the drums to drum it up. Pretty sure he plays guitar or drums in real life. Either way, has the Dragon Lance as well. Gonna go into the Pike later. Well, Secret, you know, still doing fine.
It's only a 4K lead for Liquid. Definitely not running away with it this time. Either way, Secret putting up a better fight than game 1. That was not remotely
Not
close.
good. Yes, you can say it.
Just terrible. McKay will be going for the Lothars. Or
yeah,
Shadow Blade. Wow, it's been how many years and I still don't remember.
Not even close, actually.
Nice dodge.
Nice force F. As now we have a second Pike coming out on Team Liquid. So nullifiers would also be great later for Secret. Like a lot of the time, the longer the game goes, the enemy team will itemize to make your win condition harder and harder. So eventually when they have all these save items, force staff, glimmers, whatever, you may have to think about a nullifier to help you get this first initial kill in the fight. But Liquid, they want to go smoke up. Second row is just getting closer to respawning, so getting themselves into the right area.
Now they scan out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Secret have good vision, but their strongest hero is not even close.
Roche is 120 away as well. Yeah, Puppy's going to get caught out. Completely surrounded now. Arrowed and brought down easily. There is no Roche, though. As the bottom push is continuing with the Black Dragon. So Zai just continuing to have presence all across the map.
Zai's micro going ham. Getting some farm bottom.
This is the carrier. StarCraft reference, of course.
I didn't play that game, so
you mentioned StarCraft.
Yeah, but
don't know
doesn't
any
mean
of the
I played
units.
it. I can talk about Counter-Strike. I don't really play that game.
AK-47 right there.
Yes, thank you, Shannon.
All right, and what the question is, what's the op in this scenario?
In this game, it's Arrow.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's pretty good.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Doesn't one-shot, though.
It might, if they're low.
That is technically true.
Anyway, second Roche coming up. Okay, if Secret won, I mean, it's all about basically how they use FPZ. So by the time that Roshan does respawn, FPZ has travels, right? Because he's the one that has to defend, but then also be in the fight early on. So I do like the fact that he does have boots of travel. It's kind of his job to answer the push. But the thing is, he has to find a very nice balance. Maybe Puppy can find a creep that he can then travel on in the team fight.
They also have the Zai shard, so the Wolf will be spawning and was in the bottom lane this time, so
the Wolf
will be there all the time.
FPZ, he's got it covered. Man knows his job. He's pinging the wave. He's like, I'm going to kill this wave and then TP to you guys. Don't worry.
Roche is up now.
Another Wolf.
Same lane. It's still random, right? 1 out of 3?
It's random. It's random.
Yeah. Okay.
Imagine every like 25 seconds, you like, would you like your Wolf to spawn top, mid, or bottom?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Of course you wouldn't.
Extra control, you know? Just pick the same lane.
Oh, look at Jimbo go to work here. He's going to push it in.
Tower is under attack.
All right, a Roshoff is coming, but...
Oh, it's going to go to Radiant.
TP's back, yeah.
Oh, Puppy's TPing.
20 seconds.
Oh, they're TPing right in here.
TP's right into the midst of Liquid, and the TPs are coming very slowly.
FPZ from
There's
behind,
the BKB from Chrysalis along with the Eye of the Storm, and a nice shackle onto the Snapfire. Nisha still in the cover of the night, though, from the Moonlight Shadow. Insania taking a ton of damage. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming out, but not doing too much. They are canceled eventually. Insania next to a bunch of trees. Not the greatest place to be against the Timber Saws. The Boom Boom goes off, hitting absolutely nothing. Multi-shot coming out, but they get Chrysalis. A nice block here onto 3 heroes. Is there any follow-up?
Oh, Roche!
Chalkum doing it quite a bit. Roshan trying to help out as much as they can. Armel nullified inside of this cogs of his teammate. Looks like he will eventually drop to the deck. And Nisha trying to finish off things, but he's going to die first. It's a 3 for 2 right now. It's a beautiful Timber Chain from FBZ. Zai attempting to run away, but remember, he doesn't have boots at 30 minutes in the game. Triple kill for FBZ. And despite Chrysalis dying pretty much right off the bat, Secret ended on top of this fight.
They used so much on Chrysalis. I'm pretty sure they were all like hitting him for like 8 seconds plus snap ult. And then FBZ just comes in from the back, presses boom, gets tanky, and he dealt 7,500 damage. He also gained 5k XP, not too shabby. level 22, and I like that he's going for the Shivas next, like just giving yourself more vision, the slow to stick onto targets, lower attack speed for the Drow as well. Like sure here, you kill Chrysalis, my bro. I mean, honestly, when you keep first twing Razor, he's not the main carry of this game. Like FBZ, if he gets a free fight like this,
that's true. We're
good to go.
Yeah, if you're going to first 2 your carry, it likely will not have the greatest lane.
Yeah, at least don't expect him to carry you.
Yeah.
Not every time, at least.
I mean, he did play off lane. I mean, we can call him the off laner this
He
game.
is the off laner.
FBZ was the safe laner, so.
Okay, so Roche is still up, right? Of course, they were not able to kill him during all this downtime because no carry is actually available to hit it.
Oh, yeah. Is it actually not worth to get boots on Lycan?
I don't think you need it, no. It's one of the few heroes where you actually can skip it.
Yeah, no, I can't remember the last time I've seen boots on Lycan. It's just to rely on purely your ult to get around.
Maybe
it's
if you're
hilarious to watch, especially when you're trying to run away after your ult's run out. You're pathetic.
I mean, you just hope during your ult that you're winning
It's
the
like
fight.
500 gold. Like, is it really that big of a deal?
Yes.
Apparently. Into the pit.
Ooh, here comes Johnny, though. He scouts it out.
FBZ quickly destroys the wolf as Roshan's still looking around.
Where's he going? Relax, bro.
Just aggroed a bit, you know, no big deal.
Oh, we're smoking around. Or
Very close game.
So Liquid they have a good ward.
Only one buyback here on Puppey.
On the Lotus pool here already, and they're baiting with Jimbo.
And power shot will, and the
that's a good
rocket
rocket.
flare, very nice, but Yamish can't find the angle. They're gonna get the Gleipnir onto Zai. You can see boom boom time is coming. Beautiful hook shot coming out, but they end up going on the path of zero resistance as the boom boom goes out, doing a good amount of damage to Mickey. They get the 2 kills, and that's all they really need to get Roche. That could have been so much worse for Liquid.
I mean, these outer like rings of the map are pretty annoying to play into, like this scouting, right? From some random power shot, there's a rocket flare. Sure, Liquid have wolves to scout too, but there's a gem on, I think, Armel or someone on Secret at least to also always offset that.
Jeez, look at these wolves, man.
And they're going to town. I like that Chrysalis is coming here early. Your other allies can take Roach. Maybe you don't even want the Aegis. Yeah, you don't, so just let them do that.
Oh, yeah.
Fix the lanes.
FBZ with cheese now. We'll see if he passes it off to Chrysalis, because I don't even know if he's going to get low enough to need to use cheese at
Yeah,
any
actually,
point.
I think you should give it to Chrysalis, because you're already not dying. Now, you can like create 3 heroes that can't really die. Great
Look at this
Shackle.
hook shot. They did mostly get
It's
out,
coming,
but...
the jetpack into the hook shot.
Oh, I didn't see he had jackpad. That is nice.
As, you know, they all force over barely and Cookie out, so Liquid did a very good job disengaging there for sure.
Yeah.
Could have looked more ugly with a good Yules as well onto FBZ.
Yep, Zai.
Yeah, I mean, they just got him first.
Yeah.
They don't really have the best front line. I mean, it's probably on Insania perhaps to kind of gank that, you know, kind of hold that position or try to get the save onto Zai, but if they're initiating on your Lycan, it's not a good turnaround hero. So you prefer if he can play a little more in the back. Smick is still very strong, but not very much able to get the hits off.
FBZ focusing now on the tier 2. They're going to go for the Tormentor.
Little friends, it's coming. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, great.
Oh, yeah. Turn those wolves against Dire. This is a lot of creeps, though.
That's true. You could take both wolves at the same time.
And then he spawns 2 new ones, and then you little friends them on the light.
That's right. Oh, that's a very big Gleipnir. Boom Boom is up, but
Boom Boom is
it's
gone.
dispelled instantly.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
FBZ. The Clockwork is going to die pretty much right off the bat, which means Secret might want to just
Clockwork
receive.
moment.
Wonderkiss is doing a decent amount. And Puppey is going to be collateral down overall, and now the chase is on. Can Liquid find any of these core heroes?
The wolf is coming.
Chrysalis looks to be fine.
Uh-oh.
Armel, though, Gleipnir forcing out the BKB. He's taking a ton of damage with that
not good.
nullifier. That is the age. It's going to be a buyback now. It's going to turn into a good old-fashioned team fight. And Armel, he actually might want to just back away as FBZ going very deep. Boom Boom is there, but nullifier again, and he instantly dies. Despite having the big reactive armor stacks, Chrysalis TPing out.
He dies as well.
Oh my good, did the BKB run out just in time for the Gleipnir? That is very bad for Secret.
I think the BKB like ended towards the end of the Gleipnir, so he still got stunned by it. Uh-oh. Secret with a huge mistake, definitely going too deep, and it's kind of continuing to fight as well. I think you just try to cut your losses, try to get out, but damn. Liquid, just fight back quick.
I mean,
Damage is going a
they
little
would have been
too
better
deep.
off just fighting, even despite the Clockwork dying right away, just grouping up.
He couldn't even get the cheese off.
That's true.
Just gets clapped down. They thought it could turn it with the cheese.
Oh.
There it is.
So close. All right, and now we're on the other side as Liquid are knocking at the front door. Tombstone is placed.
I mean, they push fast. Warus, Drow, double buyback.
Yep, hookshot is in, but not going to find anybody initially. Zai getting
good
force
force.
trap, and look at this little Shredder completely destroying Image. No buyback for him. Double buyback coming out from 2 cores of Secret, but they're not going to find anything really.
Ooh,
That's a big, big turn of events, and now Liquid with a 10K lead.
That's a clean disengage from Liquid. They were very much ready for these buybacks. We just back off with the cookie, 4 stance. Nisha turns around real quick with the little Shredder, gets himself a freebie, and continues to just back off.
Can we check on the Glacier status, please? On the old Drow Ranger? Yep, still not there. Okay.
Nope.
Just checking. You know, no big deal.
Blitz gonna have
Their
to do some
Tormentor
talking.
was killed. Focus fire. Set up by the Gleipnir. Shackle onto the creep as well. Actually, a really nice setup as Zai completely controlled and brought down. 70 seconds with no buyback as well, but will Liquid be able to get anything out of this? Double damage on Mickey, but Armel.
Oh, the damage.
God. That damage is pretty absurd.
So a DD Drow Ranger, that's...
FBZ forcing them out.
That ain't no joke, as the DD is now over. I mean, Secret also had a lot of unspent gold earlier when they did go for that high ground push. Like 2K on your Timber, I think 2.5K on Razor, 3K on Wind Ranger. I mean, of course they had to use it on their buybacks now, but that move hurt them quite a bit. 9K gold lead now for Liquid. It looks like the map will stall a little bit until Zai is back alive. 2.1K gold, Jesus.
Yeah.
Costly.
Indeed, they add up for sure. Lincoln's almost online for Armel's Wind Ranger. And yeah, Mickey is looking very strong, despite not going Glacier.
True.
Will be.
Imagine if he had it though.
Yeah, imagine.
He has a spell prism.
There's no counter to that other than putting your creeps up there, you know, getting jetpacked,
Blinking on top of it.
Yeah, blink. Yeah, quite a few ways. Wind run up there as well.
Maybe the jetpack, it should like burn it.
Yeah,
it should melt the glacier.
Oh, melt the glacier.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the other way around. It should freeze the jetpack.
Nah, that would be lame. As Drow Ranger with a spell prism. I like it because I think all you need to do as Drow is like keep your positioning, have lower cooldown on your spells that allow you to stay in a good position, get more multi-shots off and so on. It's not really about the damage. The damage comes from you hitting and being in a good position, so you don't need to like, you know, get a new trident that helps you do that. Just lower cooldowns, good to go. Like that choice from Mickey.
And now we're smoke. Secret.
Invisibility.
Need to find something here. They've been losing momentum in the last couple fights. Roche, 2 minutes away from knowing when that will actually spawn. As Chrysalis, his smoke is popped. Puppy gets vision. Gleipnir.
There's an Aeon Disc.
Yep, Aeon Disc
That's
does
a good
proc.
one.
That'll save his life.
They have a good ward here on Secret, but Liquid are looks like they want to go around, or maybe they don't even want to have anything to do with it, and they just push mid or bottom. Because look, you don't have to run into the enemy when you can just force them back aggressively. I like this move from Liquid.
That's true. You have these wolves ready to do your bidding. That's a tier 2 tower.
I mean, they could move into, like, do they want to hit mid, hit bottom, chill? What's the deal? FBZ TPing.
Keep in mind, we haven't even talked about the power spikes of Snapfire inherently as a core, but the 20 talent we've already seen go to work with that little Shredder, and the 25 is when this hero becomes absolutely redonkulous.
I actually feel like he's already ridiculous. He says drums, AC.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. He's not redonkulous.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
That's
Sorry,
25.
I didn't hear you changing the 2 words there. Redonkulous. Is that like Gaimin shellacking level, top hat level?
Yeah, no, nothing is that level. I mean, you're talking about an animal versus Gaimin, for God's sake. It's not even close.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, everyone.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Shut up, continue.
Hopefully Gaivin's not watching. Probably on his yacht, playing the beta of Neon Prime. The smoke from Secret. Oh, hook shot, not quite in range. Zai's gonna pop his. Oh, nice shackle with a focus fire.
Holy
to follow,
cigar.
Mickey doing quite a bit of damage. Force Step's gonna save Zai. He will live. That's actually a big
Force.
Gale Force as Mickey trying to get the other side. Boom, boom, hitting 3 heroes. And Liquid able to disengage, it looks like, as Yamich somehow survives the onslaught of Nisha's little Shredder. Gleipnir onto 2.
Whoa.
Arrows not gonna connect. Nisha Just a casual Mortimers as FBZ going in really deep, popping the Eon disc again onto Boxy. But the damage onto the Timber is way too much. Not even the Boom Boom can save you this time.
Nice.
Puppy's next on the list, so 2 dead without buyback.
Oh, nice travels.
Liquid, very back and forth fight, but they get the better of Secret.
I mean, if they just get to kite a bit and hit, this damage that's coming out from both Nisha and Mickey is starting to be absurd. And Nisha's not even 25 yet. Like, he's not hit his final form just yet, where FBZ is like, yeah, you know, I can go in, they're low HP, but break, silence, and look at his damage. They just kill him within like 3 seconds. Just way too much. Minus armor from the Howl. There's an aggressive AC on Zai as well. And the Cookie. Pew. Oh, back in the game, we've killed Armel.
They killed Armel. Oh, that's game.
That could do it.
That's actually just game. That is a terrible way to lose the game, but maybe they would have lost it anyway. Now the tier 4s are melting. Mickey doing a lot of damage despite not having the Glacier, which, as a result, we'll never actually remember this victory because he didn't go Glacier. But Liquid end up taking game 2, and I mean, Secret looked a lot better. Just a couple of mistakes here and there really cost them.
I mean, Liquid looked very good in these 2 games. I still think that Secret were maybe stronger than they actually felt. Like, FBZ had such a great game on his Timber. He's very tanky, he can maybe go in, but they're gonna definitely look at these games because these wins/losses for these 2 teams are very important. I think Secret are now at 5 and 7. I think their upcoming game tomorrow, they're gonna have to be in better shape for that one.
Yep, agreed. Nisha ends the game 11-2 and 11. And I don't know, the FBZ Timber Saw, it felt really good, really strong, but just didn't work out. Actually looking at the end game screen, Yamich deleted all his items.
That happens.
As when you lose the game, that doesn't, typically it's the winner that does that. Hopefully that's not any storyline.
Nah, all good. Maybe just some habit, but this mid Snapfire is definitely a hero that, I mean, I'm pretty sure people are already looking at it, but it just seems so solid. It doesn't have too many bad matchups. It's really annoying for some of these snowbally heroes like some Razors, Monkey Kings to play into early on. It helps you with the map, and yeah, just these auras. Just Liquid's playing very damn well.
Yeah, and with that, it ends up being a 2-0 victory for Liquid. Interview is here.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Insania of Team Liquid. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. Congratulations on 2 2-0 victories. Today has been a real turnaround for you, and I have to imagine that something must have happened over these past few days that maybe was a wake-up call for you guys?
I think yesterday was the biggest thing. We had a pretty decent team talk after our 1 and 3 day. I think we were all feeling pretty down bad. So yeah, we decided, you know what, we can still turn this around and put in a lot of effort into our games and really try to like figure our stuff out and make sure that we're all very happy with things. We sat down, decided to do some lane practice, try to get our lanes in order. So a lot of effort has been put in, and it's nice to see, it working out.
زي ما شفنا أعزائنا المشاهدين إنسانية معنا من فريق ليكويد بعد ما قدروا اليوم يفوزون جيمين كلها راحت 2-0 لصالحهم. وكانت الفكرة إنه السؤال بالتركيز عليه كيف قدرتوا إنكم تقلبون النتيجة لصالحكم، لأن زي ما احنا عارفين أول الأيام ما كانت مصالح تيم ليكويد، لكن الآن قاعدين نشوفهم يصعدون إلى قمة المجموعات بشكل جدا رهيب. فكان الجواب بكل اختصار إنه بعد أمس عرفنا انه عندنا اخطاء كثيره، قلنا لازم نراجعها، فجلسنا مع بعض كل واحد ركز على اللين حقه، كل واحد ركز على ايش ممكن انه يسوي في الجيم، نصلح اخطاء حقاتنا، وحطينا جهد جدا كبير عشان نقدر ان نسوي اللي سويناه اليوم.
So then outside of team talks, how do you personally stop yourself from spiraling? Because I was speaking to some of your staff and one of them was like, oh yeah, Aiden thought we were already like fighting for elimination just to stay in the tournament. We weren't 5 and 5, we were like 2 and 8 or something like that. So how do you keep your mentality and check that's like, it's not all losses, things are not that chaotic?
I mean, to be honest, like I don't really check the actual score, so I don't really know. All I know is like how it feels, but usually the more we lose, the more I want to win. And to be honest, playing on stage is magical. I think we've gotten to the point now in our careers where it's like the thing we look forward to the most. And I think this series, had it been in the hotel room, maybe it would have looked a bit different. So being on a stage in front of a crowd is always a nice buff to our team.
سألنا اللاعب السؤال الثاني أيضا في المقابلة، كنا نتكلم على أنه صحيح أنكم أنتم خسرتوا المباريات هذه، لكن بنفس الوقت احنا كنا نشوف دائما من الأناليستس يتكلم على نقطة أنه اللاعب نفسه ممكن يصير عنده زي ما تقول يعني توتر شوي، والشيء هذا يمنعه أنه يقدر يؤدي الأداء اللي احنا متوقعينه منه. فكيف تقدر أنك توقف نفسك من أنك تشعر بالشعور هذا؟ يقول صراحة أنا ما كنت أقدر أو ما كنت أشوف السكور أصلا حق نتائج المباريات، كنت فقط أركز على شيء واحد، أنه شعوري أنا بعد ما أخسر أو أفوز. كل ما خسرت أكثر كل ما حبيت اني افوز اكثر، وخصوصا ان اذا لعبت في المسرح اصلا احساس المسرح والجمهور والاضواء وكل شيء قاعد يصير فيه يعطيك بف جدا رهيب يخليك تقدر تأدي افضل.
So then while we have you here on the main stage, if we make our way to playoffs, what team would you like to face off? And it can't be Gaimin. You can't choose Gaimin because I obviously know it's going to be Gaimin. So who's your lower bracket final then?
What's the point of asking this question if I can't answer with a team that I want?
Because everyone knows it's going to be Gaimin.
Okay,
There's no other team that you guys have rivalries with? There's no other team that you're like, oh, these guys give us a challenge, these guys put us to the limit. Is it really just Gaimin? Because yes, that's what the DPC would imply, but other than that.
Honestly, Tirami, like all the matches indicate that the main rivalry is Team Liquid and GG. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, you know, we've been trying to beat them all year long. I don't know what you want from me.
That's what I wanted, thank you.
زي ما شفنا المشاهدين، نعرف احنا الهيستوري ما بين جيمنج جلاديترز وتيم ليكويد، اكثر شيء احنا نشوفه في كل الميادر في انحاء العالم انه دائما تيم ليكويد يخسرون في الفاينل، دائما يكونون المركز الثاني وجي جي هم يكونون المركز الاول. فتوقعنا ان الاجابه حقته من ناحيه الرايفري مين تبغون تنافسون، اكيد انها بتكون جي جي، وهذا فعلا اللي احنا شاهدنا منه.
Congratulations on a great day today and good luck against Talon on this stage tomorrow.
Thank you, شكرا.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء الوقت ان نروح فيه لاستوديو التحليل نتكلم ايش صار في نهايه اليوم الثالث من الجروب ستيج. زي ما احنا عارفين خلاص بكره اخر فرصه ونعرف مين اللي بيتاهل للبلاي اوفز، يكون الشيء اللي بيصير جدا عظيم.
That'll be it from us. We're wrapping it up here. We'll send it back to the studio as we close out the day.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, Fancy, and Insania. Indeed, we are wrapping up the day with a 2-0 victory for Team Liquid. In the TI lower bracket finals, it was Team Secret that advanced, but here, Team Liquid get themselves a run back. Nisha finding himself yet again, BSJ, on the winning team in this environment.
Yeah, I love to see Nisha looking like this. I think Snapfire really is the perfect hero for him in the sense that it's a lane dominator and it has a bunch of different item builds that it can go for, and then eventually it just carries the ever-living shit out of the game, because that's what this hero's always lacked. And suddenly being a universal hero, we're just going down the list, you know, nerf the next right-clicking universal hero, Snap's definitely next in line.
Yep, she should definitely be experiencing a couple of nerfs. One of the positives, though, Lacoste, is that the game 2 draw from Secret, much more positive, made the game much more competitive. And outside of a couple of decisions, honestly, we could have been staring down a Team Secret victory here.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the way they set up the lanes, putting Crystallis and Yamich in the off lane, threatening a couple of kills in the lane against this Undying, trading in terms of kills, and also allowing FBZ to stay on top of the network for a very long time, not allowing Zai to get the most out of his lane. Still, it's Zai, so you know that the guy's gonna recover no matter what. He's really familiar with playing with the own godlike reverse one, but overall, like, I feel it's the same thing with Secret. Like, you see them have a good laning stage, they do really well, and in some of these like mid-game fights, they tend to crumble.
What do you think it is, Afia, that actually, why does that keep happening so reliably? That's Team Secret under those conditions, when the pressure is on, they find themselves struggling so much with the decision-making.
Well, probably because they've changed their roster so much, right? Because when you're always playing with a new roster, you haven't like hashed out all the problems with the team. So like they have like their really moments of brilliance, but then after that, they just be like, oh, that was a bit of a rookie mistake, right? Where they just overextend a little bit. And these are things that get hashed out quite easily through experience. But this is a team that changes the roster very frequently. So that's a lot of where their inconsistency comes from.
Not the most consistent team in the world, unfortunately, for Team Secret, but Team Liquid have demonstrated over the course of 2023 that consistency, especially winding up in the grand finals, is kind of what they do at this point. To sort of show you a demonstration of how that keeps happening, we have our STC play ready for you, so you can witness some of the brilliance that we come to expect from Team Liquid at this point. And Fia, you were mentioning how hard it's going to be for Boxy to land these arrows.
Yep.
Who needs setup, man?
I mean, that's what I said. Like, if the way they're going to hit these arrows is just by freestyling them, and that's exactly what they did there.
Yep, it made it look so easy throughout the course of this game. I mean, BSJ didn't even require the zombies, didn't need any frost arrows to help set him up. And not only did they get that kill, but look at this, Lycan Wolves getting that additional vision, finding that information, and now suddenly it's not just one massive kill, it leads into two, and the game state becomes much more difficult for Team Secret.
I have to believe that this is attributed to the fact that you can click hero portraits when they're off map and see what their inventory is, because in this case, I don't think you would have had time to check Wind Ranger if she had a TP or not. But now if you click her, you see no TP, and they're like, she has to be up here somewhere, and they managed to scout her out with the wolves. I mean, it's just really cool to see. Like in the past, we kind of had to gamble and make them prove to you that they had a TP, but now you can be much more confident, and they found her.
Yep, they did indeed find her, and Lacoste, one of the reasons why they were able to do that. So many of the teams that we've seen succeed so far in the Riyadh Masters have always had at least one hero on the team that can give you some vision all throughout the map, and Lycan, definitely one of the best heroes to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why Secret was losing some of these fights is they did not have, like, you'll see Wind Ranger focus firing Snapfire, and there's no vision, there's no sentry, and then later on, a couple of fights after, they bought a gem for him so he can actually lock onto a target and kill it. Like we even saw in our previous series how good Glimmer Caves are, like multiple Glimmer Caves when Terrorblade was trying to man up 1 versus 5, didn't work out, so vision game always gonna be good. I mean, one of the reasons why we also see some of these zoo heroes still being relatively popular, the auras have been nerfed, but vision in Dota always gonna be a superior thing to think about.
This is why you need support to provision you with some vision in your games and ensure that you get the victory that you require. Of course, in this game, because Team Liquid were able to get the 2-0 sweep, we need to nominate an MVP from them, and the Kadia MVP is none other than Nisha. What a god, what a boss, playing the Snapfire to absolute perfection. After this fear, a play like this, when Armel misses that fissure, Nisha gets the solo kill. That's when, if you're a Liquid fan, you start smiling, you know it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, there's 4 bounty runes in this in game number 1. Game number 2, he didn't slow down as well. Of course, he didn't have as an explosive a game, but he got exactly where he needed to be in both these games, having like, I think a ban-worthy performance. I don't think you can give Liquid this first pick Snapfire anymore. The Secret tried everything they could to try and deal with it 2 games in a row. He went out of control 2 games in a row. At that point, it's going to be very scary having that additional hero under Liquid's belt here that they can play.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair to me, BSJ. Not only does it have so much physical magic damage, early on in the game, but man, late game Snapfire, once you hit that 25, my god, dude.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. One of the most powerful things about Snap traditionally has been, you saw that kill on FBZ bottom, and when he was level 7, free farming in the game, Snapfire is able to TP, one of the few heroes in the game that actually allows you to chunk through all of that reactive armor and HP. And now, with the Helm of the Overlord aura, you suddenly have this high base damage, you're a right clicker, you also benefit from the agility aura from Drow like you didn't used to, so it just all adds up in the end.
We also don't see too much of Boots of Travel being built from the mid lane. Snapfire is that hero that utilizes it, and we've seen in both of these games TPing to like at Wolves or Birds from Visage and then trying to set things up. Like you go in, Road of Athos, Cookie, just a perfect hero, I would say right now. Not the most balanced one, but very fun to play and very fun to watch being played.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a good reason why she's one of the most contested heroes in the entirety of the Riyadh Masters. And unlike a lot of other heroes that are highly contested here, her win rate is also pretty high up there. So I think any team that's allowed to play Snapfire should never really happen. If you let a Snapfire through, you better have an incredible plan prepared to deal with this hero. Of course, given that we did see Snapfire twice in this game, we also have another example of how good this hero can be with our KFC Colonel's Choice play of the day. So let's walk through it. Let's see exactly what happened here. And in this particular situation, look where the Snapfire is, right? For me, here it's like, okay, Secret about to make a young comeback. Fear about to maybe find a decent play for themselves. They're looking like they're about to set things up. Okay, you find an early kill on this Visage. You're like, maybe we can do this. No, you can't. No, you can't. Snapfire does too much damage.
No, he definitely does, and this is the biggest reason why this hero is so powerful. In the early game, this hero has like the highest nukes of any hero with 3 nukes within your Q, your W, and your ultimate. And then let's just go to the late game. If you go ahead and fast forward there, you're automatically one of the better carries in the game. This hero does not have a weak point in the game, and you can see Nisha utilizing all his spells in that team fight to maximum effectiveness.
Yep, that was a fight that obviously decided game number 1 and ensured that Team Secret didn't have a hope of coming back. They looked at their lineup, they're like, yeah, we can't really battle back up against a hero like the Snapfire. Unfortunately, one thing that we also did not see from the side of Team Secret is them being able to keep one another alive. Despite them having some decent heals, you know, Puppy was playing the Enchantress game 2. They were trying to get as many 4-stars in the game as possible. ultimately the execution just wasn't there for them. Lacoste, I want to see them go back and grind out some pubs, maybe get into the lobbies and click some more buttons, man, because
yeah, I don't
not
know
as
if they're
crisp
going
as
to
they
be
should
grinding pubs right now, but it's going to be, you know, a bunch of talking, a lot of scrims, a lot of draft practicing as well, because something that Insania talked about in an interview is lanes. We talked about how Team Secret has really strong laning stage overall, and they said we needed to practice the lanes, and it really shows.
Practice makes perfect, of course, in the landscape of Dota 2. And one of the things that you want to be practicing as a hero, and especially as a support, is keeping your core heroes alive. And one of the best examples we have of this from this day of Dota will be our El Habib save of the day. Let's take a look. BSJ, walk me through it. How is this the best play of the day to keep a hero alive under difficult conditions?
Well, this is game one of Team TSM versus Aster, and it's in a situation where you're like, this little druid, he's definitely going to die. But with all the backup that he's got, especially coming out from a core, the Terrorblade with the Axe, fearing everybody away, TSM did not look good coming into this series, but suddenly this game, even though they didn't end up taking it, showed some signs of life, and then they finally brought it all together in game two. So this was them showcasing like what exactly they can do in the mid to late game and actually giving these teams a run for their money.
When it comes to execution, this is the kind of plays that gave TSM the confidence necessary to come back in game two. And that comeback is also very important because without it, they would almost be guaranteed to be relegated from the Group B, here at the Riyadh Masters. Because they were able to get that victory and because they were able to eke out another victory thereafter, they still remain in contention, not just to stay in Riyadh Masters, but maybe, you know, have some other teams eliminated before them and continue into the playoff bracket, which is going to be very, very important. Of course, before we get into the main meat and potatoes of what the playoffs is going to look like, we